Chapter 421 Recruitment. Seeing the glaring red areas on the territory map, Song Jian frowned and contacted Luo Tianyu directly. Luo Tianyu, have you seen the safe houses of the players in the War Alliance territory? Go and ask them if they are willing to join the War Alliance. If not, persuade them to move out of this area. Song Jian said. What if they don't want to move out? Luo Tianyu asked after a moment of hesitation. Then flatten them. Song Jian said, before flattening. Buy some siege equipment in the War Alliance store. Just tell me how much it costs. Understood, Luo Tianyu said, commanding the newly recruited soldiers to rush towards the safe houses of those players. Song Jian threw all the level 20 equipment in the parcel column into it. And after setting the exchange contribution, Song Jian walked towards Dr. Aberston's annex. Doctor, I have established a War Alliance, Song Jian said to the doctor who was doing experiments. War Alliance? Dr. Aberston shuddered. And a test tube full of liquid suddenly emitted a blue flame. And then a puff of black smoke came out of the test tube, throwing the scrap test tube material into the trash can. Dr. Aberston looked at Song Jian with a complicated expression and said, I hope you can take in more humans in this city in the future and become a shelter for humans. Of course there is no problem. Song Jian was a little surprised by Dr. Aberston's attitude, but he still agreed to the doctor's request. Doctor, I hope you can make more engineering products in the future as a backup force for the War Alliance, Song Jian said. If it was just Song Jian alone, he would not make this request. His own engineering manufacturing skills are completely enough. But for a War Alliance, Song Jian, who only mastered the 5th level engineering manufacturing skills, is obviously not enough. Okay. Dr. Aberston nodded and agreed without hesitation, which was obviously different from his previous bad attitude, which surprised Song Jian a little, but he didn't say anything. With an engineering master in the alliance, Song Jian felt that his foundation had increased a bit, and he left with satisfaction. After Song Jian left, Dr. Aberston turned around and stared at the direction where Song Jian left, as if he was recalling something. After a long time, a heavy sigh came from Dr. Aberston's laboratory. After leaving the sub-tower where the doctor was, Song Jian opened the map and saw that the red dot areas on the territory map had disappeared. After opening the alliance interface, he did not find any additional players. Song Jian was surprised. It's been less than 10 minutes. And Luo Tianyu has already captured all their safe houses? Standing in the castle and looking into the distance, there were 7 or 8 trebuchets, slowly coming towards Song Jian's territory from a distance. Obviously, Luo Tianyu bought all the limited trebuchets directly from the alliance store, and then used the powerful firepower of the trebuchets to directly blast several players' safe houses to the ground. This is too rough. Song Jian couldn't help shaking his head. Soon, the bill for these 7 or 8 trebuchets also appeared in front of Song Jian, costing a total of more than 60,000 Doomsday coins, which made Song Jian rub his teeth. Too expensive. However, with so many trebuchets in front of the door, let alone those safe houses that had not even been upgraded to the manor, even Song Jian's current manor wall could not withstand a few rounds of trebuchets. It was naturally expected that those safe houses could be razed to the ground in such a short time. Luo Tianyu, how did you deal with those players? Song Jian couldn't help asking. Luo Tianyu rode on the Abyss Nightmare, holding the Fang Tianhua Ji, and his red armor was like a flame. He glanced at Song Jian and said complacently, Of course. I drove them all away. Why? Did you keep them for dinner? Song Jian nodded. They were just a few players of level 10. Even without a safe house, they could live well in the Doomsday City. His own territory was combined with the territory of the War Alliance, and it directly expanded outward by hundreds of meters. At this time, the territory was close to 1 kilometer. The original NPCs in the territory were not enough, and more helpers needed to be recruited. Song Jianquan handed all these matters over to his butler George. But there is a limit to the number of NPCs that can be recruited in the territory every month, and it cannot be recruited without limit. Lord, we should recruit those wandering NPCs in the city, so that we can build the territory faster and better, Butler George said respectfully. George, do you have any good suggestions? Song Jian asked. Generally, when NPCs take the initiative to report to Song Jian's first sentence is often this. And after asking, NPCs will always give a good plan. So Song Jian doesn't need to worry at all. Song Jian only needs to choose the best one among several plans. My lord, I suggest that we build a tavern in the spiritual land first. With a tavern, there will be regular wandering NPCs coming every day, and our chances of recruiting NPCs will be much greater, George said. Very good. George, you arrange for people to build it. If there is no alcohol, you can contact the Sunflower Bar and get a batch from them. By the way, ask if they can help us train a few bartenders. Song Jian nodded and said, Okay, master. I will follow your orders and send someone to contact the Sunflower Bar. Butler George nodded and said, In addition, there is a recruitment hall in this city. Master, you can also recruit suitable talents from there. Recruitment hall? Song Jian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this information. It was not even mentioned in the game update. Where is the recruitment hall? Song Jian asked curiously. It's at the tallest building in this city. George pointed to the TV tower in the city. At this time, looking at the TV tower from where Song Jian was standing, he could only see a part of the tower top. It was indeed the tallest building in the entire city, but it was too close to the city center. Song Jian even suspected that it was the area where the level 30 monsters were located. I'll go there to take a look if I have a chance. Song Jian nodded and said, Level 30 monsters are still very difficult for Song Jian now. 1 or 2 is no problem. But if there are more than 5, Song Jian will have to consider retreating. If he encounters a level 30 elite boss, Song Jian will probably turn around and leave. Is there any other way? Song Jian glanced at the top of the TV tower in the distance and asked casually. There is another one. Lord. George nodded and said, Every month, several prisons will appear randomly in this city, and some very powerful NPCs will be imprisoned in them. If you can rescue them, there is a high chance that you can recruit them. Very powerful NPC? Song Jian was stunned and couldn't help asking, Then how are they imprisoned? And they will appear in this city? Chapter 422 Scared Away. Song Jian's words made George feel helpless. He looked at Song Jian and said, In fact, these powerful NPCs are prisoners who have committed crimes and have wandered to this city. If you can rescue them and give them a chance to regain their freedom, they will definitely be grateful to you. Of course, there is a small chance that you will encounter some prisoners with strange personalities. They may attack you directly. So this is also a very dangerous method. I don't recommend you to do this, George said. What about their level? Song Jian hesitated for a moment and asked. The minimum is level 10, and the maximum will not exceed the first level of combat power. Because prisoners who exceed the first level of combat power will not be exiled to our abandoned city, but will be exiled to more dangerous places, George said. Very good. Then do you know where the nearest prisoner is? Song Jian asked. Song Jian has discovered that in this game, players can recruit many followers. The more followers they have, the stronger the player's strength is in disguise. Whether it is a battle for territorial expansion or guarding their own castle, a large number of people are needed. Some players rely on gathering more players, but Song Jian wants to recruit more followers. After all, followers are easier to control than players. Lord, there is a prison in this level 25 monster area. If no one rescues it within a month, the prison will open automatically after a month, and the criminal imprisoned inside will mutate into a monster boss. George waved his hand, and a translucent map suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. George stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on the map, and said to Song Jian, In fact, the reason why there are so many bosses in this city is mostly because every month there are prisoners who break free from the cage and become monsters. Very good. I will try to rescue him now. Song Jian nodded and remembered this place in his heart. Be careful, sir. No one can guarantee how much strength the prisoner still has, and no one can guarantee that he will become your follower after you rescue him. George showed a worried look on his face. Song Jian waved his hand, signaling George not to worry, and walked out of the manor. After just 2 steps, Song Jian seemed to remember something and quickly turned around and said to George, Oh, by the way, George, help me recruit or train a few miners. The more the better. I found a rich mine, and I definitely can't dig it all by myself. I need to form a mining team. Okay, Lord, I'll go recruit miners right now, George said, bending down. In the recruitment interface, NPCs have various skills, and players can recruit them according to their needs. Song Jian handed over the recruitment authority to George. And George did a lot of things. After giving the order, Song Jian rushed to the place George had marked before. There shouldn't be many players going to the level 25 monster area to fight monsters now. And the imprisoned NPC should still be staying in the prison. At this time, there are almost no monsters in the level 5 monster area. And there are players and players' safe houses everywhere. Most players will only upgrade their safe houses and will not carry out territorial expansion campaigns. Because once a territorial expansion campaign is launched, they may have to fight with more than a dozen players at the same time, which is simply a suicidal behavior. Therefore, most players form a war alliance with a few neighbors, and then make alliances to persuade more players to join their war alliance. Because there are more and more players and safe houses, the surrounding environment has been severely damaged. There is almost no complete road. Song Jian even encountered two groups of players who blocked the road and robbed him along the way. In order to avoid these disturbances, Song Jian directly showed his level. Sure enough, no player dared to block the road along the way. When we came to the level 25 monster area, the mutant zombies here were obviously stronger, and the flesh and blood that had been shriveled were also filled up. But they were no longer as bright red as living people, but emitted a purple-black light. These mutant zombies have sharp fangs in their mouths. Their fingernails are shining with dark metallic luster, and even their bodies have fish scale-like patterns, making them look like they have scales. These mutant zombies are extremely powerful, and they can easily knock down a wall with a punch. Therefore, the integrity of this block is far worse than that of the areas where low-level monsters are located. Most of the shops and even buildings have turned into a pile of rubble. In such an environment, the supplies that players search for will be much less. And in the battle, they cannot use the terrain to gain an advantage for themselves. They can only fight hard. Weak players would rather continue to hunt low-level monsters than come here to fight monsters and level up. Perhaps because no players came here to upgrade. As soon as Song Jian entered this area, he saw a strong zombie over 2 meters tall. The zombie's cheeks were covered with an exoskeleton, which looked like it was wearing a huge helmet. Its upper body was naked, and in its right hand was a huge double-sided battle axe, dragging on the ground. And in its left hand, it was holding an oil lamp, which looked a bit weird. This monster walked aimlessly on the abandoned streets. When it encountered a mutant zombie blocking the way, its right hand would suddenly flick forward, and the huge double-sided battle axe would emit a heavy roar like a beast's roar, directly chopping the mutant zombie blocking the way in half. This strong mutant zombie with the strength of a level 25 elite boss can give people a heavy pressure even if they look at it from a distance. Seeing this boss coming towards him, the oppressive feeling made Song Jian couldn't help but summon the red fire hard monkey sword. And at the same time, he held a bottle of weakness potion in his left hand, with a cautious look on his face. The oppressive feeling given to Song Jian by this boss was too strong, making Song Jian, who was originally full of confidence and thought he could easily crush the level 25 elite boss, instantly doubt himself. Just when the boss was getting closer and closer, Song Jian couldn't help but want to take the initiative to attack. And suddenly a person's angry roar came from the distance. This roar actually scared the strong boss in front of Song Jian and made him turn around and run away, even knocking over more than a dozen mutant zombies along the way. After a while, the boss disappeared in the ruins in the distance. Song Jian looked in the direction of the roar in confusion. That was Song Jian's destination, a place where NPC criminals were imprisoned. There will definitely be no other players here. Could it be that this roar was made by the imprisoned criminal? Song Jian guessed in his heart, just a roar can scare away a level 25 elite boss. How strong is this prisoner? Is he really not more than the first level of combat power? Chapter 423 Orc Warrior. Song Jian walked towards the direction of the sound and turned a corner. In the ruins of a residential building not far away, a low house built of bricks and stones appeared in front of Song Jian. This low house looks very simple. All the bricks and stones are actually carved out of large pieces of rocks, which is out of tune with the surrounding modern buildings. The door of this house is just an iron fence. The iron pillars, as thick as arms, are deeply embedded in the bricks and stones. If you want to get out, you have to break the surrounding walls, or find a way to get out of this iron fence. In this cage, there was a green-skinned orc. One of the orc's ears was gone, and there was a hideous wound on his cheek. If this wound moved 2 millimeters further inward, it would take away one of the orc's eyes. Its body was also covered with scars, and it looked like a veteran warrior. Seeing Song Jian, The orc seemed to become more violent. His two strong arms grabbed the iron fence and kept shaking it, as if he wanted to attack Song Jian. But no matter how much strength it exerted, the iron fence did not move at all, and not even a trace of dust fell off. Obviously, this prison was maintained by a special power that could not be destroyed by the orc in front of him. An orc? Song Jian looked at the orc full of explosive power, and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment in his eyes. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. For races other than humans. Even in the game, Song Jian has always been wary. Can you understand me? Song Jian was a little unwilling to give up. He didn't want to go in vain. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked the orc in the cage. Human. I'd like to chew your heart. The orc opened his mouth and showed a ferocious smile to Song Jian, and his two red eyes exuded a strong murderous intent. Song Jian's face suddenly darkened. Without saying anything, he grasped the red fire-hard monkey's sword and stabbed it hard along the gap in the iron fence. Block. With a slight sound, a light curtain blocked the red fire-hard monkey's sword. At the collision point, circles of ripples continued to spread around, and then slowly disappeared. The orc inside saw Song Jian's frustrated look and laughed out loud. Song Jian frowned slightly. He could feel that the light curtain that blocked his power was not actually strong in defense. If he wanted, he only needed to spend some time to destroy the prison. This light curtain not only prevented the orc inside from coming out, but also played a role in protecting it. Seeing the orc laughing wantonly, Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, put away the sword, glanced at the orc, and prepared to turn around and leave. The orc warrior saw Song Jian turn around and leave, his eyes full of contempt, and he laughed. This orc was very powerful, equivalent to a level 30 elite boss. Song Jian was not sure of winning against it. However, this orc warrior obviously had to stay in the prison for a month, and the energy of the prison disappeared before it could break out of the prison and mutate into a boss. In 1 month, Song Jian could completely upgrade to level 30, and then kill it. This kind of prisoner will appear randomly in the Doomsday City every month. At that time, George will naturally inform him where he is. If he encounters one who can be subdued, he will subdue it. If he encounters one like the orc warrior, he will give up. For Song Jian, there is no loss. Just as Song Jian was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly thought of a skill in the Book of Abyss. Abyss Charm. It only takes 100,000 combat experience to unlock this skill. With a thought, the Black Book of Abyss appeared in Song Jian's hand. Turning to the skill about Abyss Charm, Song Jian carefully checked it. Abyss Charm active, max. Skill effect, after locking the target, recite the words of Abyss Charm to the target, causing the target to gradually lose reason. The higher the target's willpower attribute, the greater the resistance to the words of charm, and the lower the success rate of this skill. This skill lasts for 30 seconds and can be interrupted. When the caster is charmed, he may attack the caster. After 30 seconds, if the target meets the charm requirement, it will be marked with the Abyss Slave seal, and the spell will be cast successfully. After 30 seconds, if the target does not meet the charm requirement, the spell will fail, and a soul shock will be released to the target, causing 500 points of mental damage to the target. Skill consumption, 30% mental value. This skill seems a bit useless, Song Jian thought, stroking his chin. The casting time is too long. If you want to use this skill on a target, you must have a skill that can trap the target for 30 seconds. Otherwise, it will only make the target more violent, and there is a high probability that it will attract the target's attack power. However, for the orc warrior trapped in the cage, this skill seems to be tailor-made for it. What Song Jian is considering now is whether it is worthwhile to spend 100,000 combat experience to turn the orc warrior in front of him into a slave. Song Jian's current combat experience is only 3% away from upgrading to the next level. Deducting 100,000 combat experience is equivalent to 10% of his experience. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian decided to activate this skill. After all, there would only be a few prisoners like this in a month, and even fewer would be discovered. Most of them would become monster bosses in this city after the time was up. With a thought, Song Jian's experience bar suddenly dropped a little. On the Book of the Abyss, the skill icon of the Abyss Temptation, which was originally gray, also suddenly lit up and emitted light. A series of Abyss words appeared in Song Jian's mind out of thin air, as if a big hand had stuffed all this knowledge into Song Jian's brain. Regardless of whether he could bear it or not, After a dizzy spell, Song Jian mastered the Abyss charm language. The Abyss language originally had a very strong charm function. If ordinary people heard the Abyss language, if their willpower was not strong, they would soon fall into the Abyss monster. The charm spell composed of the Abyss language was even more powerful, and it was not something that ordinary monsters could withstand. Song Jian held the Abyss book, turned to the chapter Abyss charm, stared at the orc in the cage, and recited softly. The orc warrior saw that Song Jian actually turned around and stopped, and then took out a book. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know where the problem was. After a while, the orc warrior suddenly felt that he seemed to be stared at by a ferocious beast. A pair of eyes exuding murderous intent were staring at its chest, and its sharp fangs seemed to be about to pierce its chest in the next moment. In its ears, there came a low and charming voice, which sounded annoying, but there was an urge to continue listening. This feeling made the orc warrior very uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but let out a proud roar. Chapter 424 Slaves. The orc warrior roared and suddenly felt a sense of comfort all over his body. But with this roar, the uncomfortable feeling surged into his heart again. The sound in his ears became louder and louder, making the orc warrior even more uncomfortable. In Song Jian's eyes, the orc warrior at this time was like an enraged beast, instinctively releasing its ferocity. Time passed second by second. The orc warrior kept roaring and snarling. The corners of his mouth slowly began to bleed, and his two scarlet eyes no longer had any rational light. Just like a beast, only venting madness by instinct, it hit the cage with its head again and again. Its forehead was covered with blood, and a lot of it even flowed down its cheeks. The strong smell of blood filled the orc warrior's nose. It seemed to have returned to the battlefield of the past. In front of it were swarms of enemies. It was alone at this time, but it was not afraid at all. Instead, it rushed towards the thousands of troops on the opposite side and started a bloody killing. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds. When Song Jian finished the last syllable of the Abyss charm, a feeling of weakness suddenly came to his heart. The 30% mental value made Song Jian's eyes blur, and he almost fell to the ground. But Song Jian recovered soon. This feeling only came after releasing the eye kill. This was the sequelae of a large amount of spiritual value being lost. He just needed to rest for a while. At this time, the orc warrior had completely become a beast. It was constantly hitting the fence with its body, even though it was covered with wounds from the impact. It did not feel any pain at all. The orc warrior was on all fours at this time. After being tired of hitting, it began to gnaw the iron fence with its fangs, and seemed to have completely lost its mind. At this moment, a black symbol floated in the Book of the Abyss, and with a whoosh, it was imprinted on the orc warrior's forehead. A burning smell rang out, and the orc warrior let out a heart-wrenching roar. The black symbol had been branded on the orc warrior's forehead, and then strands of black aura spread out from the black symbol, like a big net, wrapping up the orc warrior's entire body. After a while, black lines, like a network, appeared on the surface of the orc's body. The black aura became more and more dense, gradually covering the orc warrior, and finally turned into a black cocoon more than 1 person tall, standing motionless in the same place. This should be success? Song Jian put away the Book of the Abyss, staring at the black cocoon in the cage in front of him, kissing in his heart. After a while, the black cocoon was torn open by the orc warrior, and he came out. Seeing Song Jian, the orc warrior knelt on one knee with a docile expression, and said in a muffled voice, "Master?" At this time, the orc warrior had completely changed. The originally green skin was covered with fine black scales, and it looked like he was wearing a black fish scale armor. The scarlet eyes also turned silver white, and a black symbol on the forehead was shining. Its cheeks became thinner, the fangs were smaller, and the muscles on the body bulged, making it look stronger than before, and full of explosive power. Looking at the orc warrior kneeling on the ground, Song Jian also had a talisman shining in his mind. As long as he had a thought, the talisman in his mind would shatter. Once the talisman shattered, the powerful orc warrior in front of him would die instantly. The skill has been successful, and it has now become one of my slaves. Song Jian showed a surprised smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the skill of Abyss Charm. The only drawback was that once the slave died, it was really dead and could not be resurrected like the black dragon cub. "Get up," Song Jian said, drew out the red fire heart ape sword, and began to chop the prison. With Song Jian's attack power, It took more than half an hour to break the prison and release the orc warrior. When the orc warrior came out and stood behind him, Song Jian realized that the height of the orc warrior was more than 2 meters. Although he was unarmed, the aura emanating from his body also gave people a strong sense of oppression. "Why were you imprisoned?" Song Jian asked after looking the orc warrior up and down. "Sorry, master. I can't remember anything anymore. I only recognize you as my master," the orc warrior said respectfully. Song Jian. After returning to the territory with the orc warrior, Song Jian was about to summon George to ask George to assign a job for the orc warrior. He couldn't let such a powerful fighter follow Song Jian all day as a guard. Before Song Jian summoned the butler George, he suddenly felt a tremor under his feet. Looking out the window, the entire territory seemed to be shaking. What happened? An earthquake? Song Jian's face changed. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a grand system voice in his ear. "System, the War Alliance Hand of God launched a War Alliance war against the War Alliance City of Hope. The war will last for 2 hours. The core of the War Alliance of City of Hope will be breached, or the 2 hours will be up. The War Alliance war ends." "What? There is an alliance attacking me?" Song Jian was surprised, and then a burst of anger burned from his heart. The tremor disappeared. This was a setting of the system. It actually did not cause any damage to Song Jian's territory. It was just a reminder. However, what surprised Song Jian was that this kind of tremor happened one after another. System, the War Alliance survived launched a War Alliance war against the War Alliance City of Hope. The wartime lasted for 2 hours. The War Alliance core of City of Hope was breached, or the 2 hours were up. The War Alliance war ended. System, the War Alliance Bird Rangers launched a War Alliance war against the War Alliance City of Hope. The wartime lasted for 2 hours. The War Alliance core of City of Hope was breached, or the 2 hours were up. The War Alliance war ended. In an instant, 6 alliances launched a war against Song Jian at the same time. In front of Song Jian, a virtual map suddenly appeared. On this map, the locations of the 6 alliances and Song Jian's territory were clearly marked. The territories of these 6 alliances are almost all distributed around Song Jian's territory. The total area is at least twice that of Song Jian's territory. Moreover, Song Jian's territory obviously blocked the development of these 6 alliances. If they expand their territory again, any of their territories will border Song Jian, and a territorial expansion war will occur. Therefore, these 6 alliances directly united to take the initiative and want to kill Song Jian first and divide his territory. Chapter 425 Catapult. "Brother Xiaojian, someone is attacking us. I'll come right over." Li Ke was the first to contact Song Jian and said directly. Soon, Wang Qi and his team also said that they would come right over. Song Jian turned his head and looked at Luo Tianyu's military camp. After a while, Luo Tianyu led her army out of the military camp and stood on an open space. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that on an open space in the southwest of his territory, a milky white light bloomed out of thin air, and the light became brighter and brighter. After a while, a 3-story bar appeared on the open space. Li Ke walked out of the bar door, followed by a group of thugs in bar uniforms. "Brother Xiaojian, I moved the bar to the War Alliance territory." Li Ke waved to Song Jian. Smiling, players who join the War Alliance have a chance to move their safe house to the War Alliance territory. But few people do so, because once their safe house is moved to the War Alliance territory, once the territory is breached, their safe house, that they have worked hard to manage for a long time, will also be destroyed, and they will return to the pre-liberation era. For those whose safe houses are not in the War Alliance territory, even if the War Alliance is captured, it will not have any impact on their safe houses. Most players join the War Alliance just to find a backer, and generally rarely move their safe houses to the War Alliance territory to live and die with the War Alliance. It will take some time for them to attack. Come here first to get some high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots. Song Jian shouted to the two. There are many good things in the Alliance warehouse, but you need Alliance contribution points to get them. In addition, high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots are even more powerful weapons for war. In order to defend his territory, Song Jian also risked his life and provided them all for free. Li Ke and Luo Tianyu each received 10 high-explosive grenades and 10 self-destructing robots. Then, Li Ke began to set traps around the territory. Song Jian ordered the blood crows to fly in all directions to investigate the movements of the 6 alliances. Song Jian estimated that the 6 should attack together instead of attacking separately. After all, each of them was not as strong as Song Jian. Once they were separated, they would most likely be defeated one by Song Jian. After a while, Wang Qi and his teammates all arrived at Song Jian's territory and were ready for battle. "Brother Song, you decide how to fight. We will listen to you," Wang Qi said. Song Jian looked serious, but he was really nervous. He took a look at the War Alliance store and bought all the defense equipment in the store. This time, he invested more than 200,000 Doomsday coins, which made him feel painful. However, these defense equipment were also worth the money. Rows of barricades were placed on the streets of the 6 attack routes. There were shops and buildings all around. If they wanted to attack, they had to clear these barricades first. Next, there were 6 free-moving arrow towers, which Song Jian placed on both sides behind the chevaux de frise. Once the enemy approached, these mobile arrow towers would attack mercilessly. Then, Song Jian placed blood corpses around the arrow towers to protect them. These blood corpses could be used as cannon fodder, and Song Jian would not feel bad even if they died. The blood wolves were scattered around the shops and buildings as ambushes. Once the enemy came, they could attack them in the chaos. Because the war was about to start, all the employees in the territory had already entered the manor castle, with the tall walls protecting them. The enemy would not attack for a while. If the manor castle can't protect them, it means that Song Jian loses the war, and these NPCs will be taken away as resources. Luo Tianyu led 50 soldiers to guard behind the defense measures. In front of her was an open space of more than 100 meters. Once the enemy attacked here, Luo Tianyu would lead her soldiers to form a battle formation and attack the enemy. Although the number of soldiers under her command increased with the level increase, Luo Tianyu was a little regretful that she could only recruit the cheapest spearmen now. If she could recruit cavalry, even if there were only a dozen or 20 of them, Luo Tianyu would have the confidence to wipe out the invading enemies. Everyone was on high alert. Half an hour later, a large group of people appeared at the edge of the War Alliance territory. Jiang Shan stood in the crowd, looking at the dense chevaux de frise in front of him and the arrow tower behind the chevaux de frise. His face suddenly looked a little ugly. "Boss, their preparations are too strict. How can we attack them? Otherwise, how about we change the direction to attack?" An assassin professional player who was exploring the way ahead couldn't help but say after returning to report the situation. "Change direction? Are you sure there are no traps in other directions?" Jiang Shan said coldly, "And we have so many siege equipment. How troublesome is it to move back and forth? Time is not good for us. Once we change the direction, they can make defensive changes at any time according to our movement, and we can only waste time in vain." After saying that, Jiang Shan turned his head and said to the leaders of the other war alliances, "What do you guys think?" A fat white player looked at Song Jian's territory in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said with a smile on his face, "This war? It is said that Brother Shan is the leader, so we will naturally listen to Brother Shan." Several people around him also said, "Yes. Yes, we will listen to Brother Shan." Jiang Shan smiled, nodded and said, "Well, first put the catapult over and blow up those chevaux de frise." "Humph. It's a daydream to rely on these things to consume our combat power." "Yes, Brother Shan. This is a good idea. Use the catapult to destroy all those chevaux de frise." "Haha. Those things won't work at all. It's a waste of money." "Yes. Yes. I've seen them in the Alliance store. These chevaux de frise are not cheap. They are so densely packed together. They must cost at least tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. Blast them down. Blow them down. We can't waste our brothers' lives." For a moment, everyone agreed. Soon, a group of players pushed up a catapult. The catapult made a crackling sound, and the long throwing arm bent over, and stones appeared in the basket. "Brother Xiaojian, they are going to destroy the chevaux de frise with a catapult. Quickly teleport me over. I can defend the chevaux de frise," Li Ke shouted anxiously. The territory is an extension of Song Jian's manor castle. Here he can teleport freely and assign any NPC to any corner of the territory. If the player agrees, Song Jian can naturally move the opponent to any corner of the territory. Hearing Li Ke shouting, Song Jian's mind moved, and Li Ke's figure flashed and appeared more than 10 meters away from the chevaux de frise. Chapter 426 Fighting. Liqueur silently chanted a spell, raised her right hand, and a beam of white light flew from her hand toward the densely packed chevaux de frise. Suddenly, a translucent light curtain covered each chevaux de frise. Song Jian saw that Liqueur had already released her skills, and with a thought, he pulled Liqueur back. It was too dangerous there, and catapults had already started throwing stone bombs at the chevaux de frise. 7 or 8 basketball-sized stone bombs whizzed toward the chevaux de frise. The moment they touched the light curtain, the stone bombs shattered, and countless broken stones splashed in all directions, causing secondary damage. Song Jian's eyes jumped. This catapult seemed to be much more powerful than he had imagined. Brother Song, I think we can't just stand there and watch. How about I lead my men to sneak attack them? Wang Qi looked at the 40 or 50 players in the distance and said, stroking his chin, there are only 4 of you. You are not enough for them to fire a volley. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi and said, and how do you know they are not prepared? How many thieves do you see in their team? Now most of the players have taken up their posts, and the equipment on their bodies is also the equipment of their respective professions. It is easy to distinguish them. Wang Qi looked up and saw that there were only 1 or 2 thieves at the front of the team among the 40 or 50 people on the opposite side. He was immediately shocked. You know, the 4 major professions of warrior, thief, mage, and priest are the easiest to get a job, and their skills are also powerful. Most players will get these professions. Moreover, these professions can also be transferred to other more powerful professions in the future. According to probability, there should be at least a dozen thieves among 40 or 50 people. But now there are only 1 or 2. Obviously, other thief players are hiding around, waiting for Song Jian to send people to attack. Can we just watch them break in like this? This is too aggrieved, Wang Qi said unwillingly. Song Jian looked calmly at the 6 players of the War Alliance in front of him. These players are not low in level. The highest is already level 18, and the lowest is level 16. Counting the siege equipment of the 6 War Alliances, they work together to destroy a War Alliance, which should be a sure thing. Song Jian's War Alliance has just been established and has not recruited many players. It is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Stay here and wait for them to attack, Song Jian said, turning around and heading to the other side of the territory. The 6 players of the opposite alliance were excited when they saw the catapults bombarding the barricades. Brother Shan, why don't we take this opportunity to flatten all their buildings? A player shouted excitedly. Are you stupid? Ah, are you stupid? Jiang Shan stared at the player with an idiotic look and shouted. How much time will it take to flatten these buildings? We only have more than an hour now. Breaking through the opponent's manor is the most important thing. Once we capture the opponent's manor, these shops and buildings will be our spoils of war. The player who was clamoring to flatten Song Jian's territory suddenly became speechless and smiled foolishly while touching the back of his head. Liqueur's defense technique can only weaken the damage, but cannot completely immunize against it. After several rounds of bombardment, the rows of barricades began to break. Jiang Shan looked at the time. Because the siege equipment moved very slowly, it took them more than 20 minutes to reach the edge of Song Jian's territory, and then it took more than 10 minutes to bombard the barricades. Now it's almost 40 minutes. But they haven't even seen the manor castle of the other alliance. Speed up. Jiang Shan frowned and ordered immediately. After a while, a dozen defense warriors wearing heavy armor and holding large shields lined up in front of the crowd. Behind them were long-range attack professions such as mages and archers. The warriors held up their shields and slowly approached the front, while the mages and archers followed behind them. Once the barricades entered their attack range, they would attack. Ding ding ding. The defense warriors had already arrived in front of the barricades and entered the attack range of the mobile arrow towers. The arrow towers automatically locked on the target and shot at them. However, the arrow tower's defense was not very high, and could only cause a dozen points of damage to the defense warriors. With so many defense warriors spread out, they could easily withstand it. Some warriors could even defend and attack the barricades at the same time. The mages and archers behind him also entered the attack range and began to attack the chevaux de frise. With their participation, the defense value of the chevaux de frise dropped rapidly. In just 3 minutes, all the rows of chevaux de frise were destroyed. And then, they rushed to the mobile arrow towers and began to attack them. Get ready. We are ready to rush over. Jiang Shan also saw that there were not many players in the other alliance. which was within his expectations. A newly established alliance certainly had no chance to recruit players. However, the number of NPC warriors on the other side surprised Jiang Shan, and the 50 spearmen behind Luo Tianyu made him frown. However, if the enemy's troops are not completely eliminated, it is impossible to attack the manor castle with peace of mind. Generally, the guardians rely on the manor walls for defense. Now this group of people actually gave up the defense of the walls and chose to fight in the field. In fact, this is also a good thing for Jiang Shan and the 6 alliances. 5 minutes later, all the mobile arrow towers were destroyed. Jiang Shan waved his hand, and almost all the players rushed to the center of Song Jian's territory, the manor castle. Only by occupying there can this alliance war be considered a victory. 40 or 50 players rushed forward in a swarm, leaving only 5 or 6 people behind to take care of the siege equipment. Without the assistance of the players, the movement speed of these siege equipment dropped a lot, and they could only move forward slowly. When we defeat these players, the siege equipment will almost move to the attack range. Then we can flatten the opponent's manor in one go. Jiang Shan thought to himself, and drew his weapon while running. Sharp formation. Luo Tianyu raised his Fang Tian Huaji and shouted, "Kill!" 50 spearmen moved quickly, and soon formed a sharp formation. They shouted and rushed towards the players. "We will go too," Wang Qi called out, took the lead in aiming at a player who rushed to the front, pulled the trigger, and a red light flashed and hit the player 300 meters away directly. The bullet passed through the chest. Before the opponent could react, his health value dropped by 1/3. Seeing him, his heart jumped, and he said "Fog," and quickly hid to the side. Soon, the two sides began to collide, and the shouts of killing filled Song Jian's territory. At this time, Song Jian was walking around from one side of the territory to behind them, with his pupils open and silver light shining. Around the siege equipment on the opposite side, a dozen invisible thieves were distributed around, like a big net, waiting for the arrival of the sneak attackers. Chapter 427 Retreat. Song Jian hid on the roof of a shop, watching the siege equipment slowly move into the territory, and the players guarding them also entered the territory, aiming at an invisible thief at the outermost edge. Song Jian's mind moved. His figure disappeared, and he appeared directly behind the thief. At the moment Song Jian appeared, the red fire heart ape sword also chopped the opponent's head mercilessly. Bright slash. A dazzling golden sword energy crossed the sky, and the invisible thief was chopped to the ground before he could even react. A damage of more than 500 points floated up from his head, killing him instantly. By the time everyone reacted, Song Jian had disappeared, leaving only a thief's body and a pair of leather leggings that he had dropped. What happened? An invisible thief asked nervously. It seems someone attacked. That guy can teleport. He's a mage. No. I see his weapon is a one-handed sword. He should be a warrior. How can a warrior teleport? Fool. This guy set up the alliance in his own territory. We have entered the opponent's territory. What should we do? There is no way to fight. Why don't we go and join the main force? What about these siege engines? Without them, how can we break through the enemy's walls? Gather together, defend together, and keep an eye on every direction. I don't believe he can kill us all at once. Soon, the thieves guarding the siege engines began to gather together, carefully standing back to back, looking around. Players can teleport in their own house. This setting makes many players feel indifferent. At most, it saves a little walking time, which is nothing great. However, as the level of the player's safe house increases, and the surrounding territory can be developed, this setting seems to have some bugs. Song Jian's elusive attacks now make more than a dozen players feel afraid, and Song Jian is now inherently invincible. A dozen thieves gathered together, and Song Jian also felt a little tricky, but seeing that they were afraid of each other and were very close, Song Jian couldn't help but smile again. Soon, these invisible thieves followed the siege equipment and walked forward for more than 10 meters. Song Jian did not appear, and he felt relieved. It seems that he dare not come out. That's right. Even if he can teleport, there will be a few seconds of cooldown between each teleportation, which is enough for us to focus fire and kill him directly. How dare he come out now? Just when these thief professional players relaxed, a half-human-high robot suddenly staggered towards them from the road in front. What is that? A thief looked at the robots with a puzzled look. Don't let them get close. I feel something is wrong. You too. Go up and kill those things. Two invisible thieves began to rush towards 5 or 6 self-destructing robots. Ding ding ding. The dagger slashed the robot, and sparks burst out. The self-destructing robot had a defense of 1,000 points, and the attacks of several thieves could not directly clear their defense. With the attack of the thieves, the speed of these self-destructing robots suddenly increased, and rushed into the middle of a group of thieves. Boom! The explosion sounded, and more than a dozen thieves felt a wave of air rushing towards them, and were immediately blown away, and their health value suddenly dropped. Fuck! What is this thing? The damage is so high! Boom! 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 5 or 6 self-destructing robots each aimed at a thief, and exploded after approaching, and all the thieves within a radius of 6 meters were hurt. The self-destructing robots made great achievements in one fell swoop, killing almost all of the dozen thieves. The damage of the 6 self-destructing robots added up to nearly 2,000 points, which was simply not something that these thieves with only 300 or 400 HP could bear. A thief, who was beaten to the point of near death, looked at a figure slowly walking towards him, and he was filled with regret and muttered to himself, how could it be possible? So strong? A long sword took away the last bit of his HP, and his consciousness suddenly fell into darkness. After killing all the surrounding thieves and collecting all the spoils that fell, Song Jian began to destroy these slowly moving siege equipment. At this time, Jiang Shan was fighting with Luo Tianyu's soldiers. The players were much stronger than Luo Tianyu's spearmen, although the sharp array caused a lot of damage to Jiang Shan and his team. As time went on, the spearmen fell to the ground one by one, and Wang Qi and his team were also beaten back. The blood corpses roared and rushed into the opponent's camp. But soon, these blood corpses with ordinary monster strength were all killed, only consuming some of the opponent's spirit value. The high explosive grenades and self-destruct robots have been used up. At the beginning, they could kill 7 or 8 players before the opponent saw them. But later everyone was fighting together, and these things were not easy to use, and they would accidentally hurt their own people. The orc slave that Song Jian had just recruited looked like he was enjoying killing. He grabbed 2 corpses on the ground and used them as weapons. He rushed into the crowd and killed everyone. However, he soon paid the price for his reckless behavior. Dozens of players focused their fire on him at the same time. The orc warrior only lasted for a few seconds before he was covered in wounds, and turned to flee towards the manor castle. Sister Yu, why don't we retreat to the manor? Wang Qi shouted. Retreat? Luo Tianyu glanced at the players around him, frowning and looking unwilling. If my military rank was raised a little more, and I could hire stronger soldiers, I could kill all of you by myself, Luo Tianyu said hatefully, swinging the Fang Tianhua Ji. Luo Tianyu beat back several players who surrounded him. He pulled the reins, controlled the Abyss Nightmare, and ran towards the manor. There were still a dozen spearmen left behind. Seeing the enemy rushing over again, Luo Tianyu took out 2 high explosive grenades and threw them at the enemy. However, seeing the high explosive grenades, the opponent's players directly used the acceleration skill to dodge. Haha, Brother Shan. They ran away. Let's go! We won. We won. Haha. With just a few of them. They still want to beat our 6 war alliances. It's just a dream. Several war alliance leaders laughed. Catapults. Go and get some people to push the trebuchets over here. Speed up. Use the trebuchets to break through their walls, and we will flatten their manor castles, Jiang Shan said with high spirits. At this moment, a player's face changed drastically, and he shouted, someone is destroying our siege equipment. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the originally dense siege equipment was now reduced to only a few siege cones, which were still being chopped down, and the remaining siege equipment, such as trebuchets, had turned into a pile of broken wood chips. Jiang Shan felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Without siege equipment, it was simply a dream for them to break through the opponent's manor within an hour with only the 30 or so people they had now. Looking at the defensive buildings of the opponent's manor, Jiang Shan felt a chill in his heart. If he went further, he would have reached the attack range of the trebuchet of the opponent's manor castle. Did he really have to rely on his flesh and blood to confront the opponent's manor that was already armed to the teeth? Chapter 428. It's better to die. Damn it. How could this happen? What are those thieves for? How could they let a person succeed in a sneak attack? Jiang Shan was so angry that his face turned red and he cursed. Brother Shan, what should we do now? A leader of the War Alliance asked with an ugly face. How about another fight? There are only a few of them. We can definitely win as long as we rush into the castle. A leader of the War Alliance looked at the castle not far away unwillingly, and said in a low voice. How to fight? Such a high wall. So many defensive arrow towers. You were shot into a hedgehog before you even got to the front. Someone said dissatisfiedly. Jiang Shan gritted his teeth. He had been sure of victory, and everything was under control. Unexpectedly, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. He was on the road to success just now. But now, he was on the edge of a cliff. Brother Shan, why don't we kill that guy first? Someone pointed at Song Jian, who was hacking at the last siege cone, and shouted. Yes, kill him first. Killing him is enough. At worst, we can come again after we have repaired. Anyway, we have more people. So what's there to be afraid of? Let's go. Brothers, kill the guy first. Jiang Shan raised his arm and shouted loudly. This war of alliances was a complete failure. More than 20 people died on his side. And no players on the other side died. Only a group of NPC spearmen died. All the siege equipment had been destroyed. And they were completely powerless to attack the other manor. Their morale had fallen to the lowest point. And now they could only find some confidence from the other person who attacked them. When more than 30 people rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian had already destroyed the last siege equipment. Seeing everyone rushing towards him, Song Jian smiled cruelly. With a thought, 30 blood wolves emerged from various buildings. Each of these blood wolves looked as big as a calf, with sharp fangs flashing with metallic luster, and bloodthirsty light in their eyes, growling and surrounding Song Jian. Kill them! Song Jian commanded. Roar. With a wolf howl, 30 blood wolves leaped up and pounced on the crowd. Then, Song Jian summoned the black dragon cub. A black dragon nearly 2 meters long roared and flew into the air, spraying hot dragon breath at more than 30 players. Song Jian's figure flashed and appeared behind a priest player. The dark red long sword easily pierced his defense and passed through his chest. The priest player's health value suddenly dropped a lot. Then Song Jian pointed his left index finger at his forehead, and a silver sword energy pierced his forehead. Without even shouting, the player was killed by Song Jian instantly. A warrior next to him was furious. Seeing his companion being attacked, he subconsciously used the charge skill and rushed towards Song Jian. Holy parry! Song Jian's body surface flashed with golden light, and the long sword in his hand blocked his chest. Block! With a crisp sound, the warrior who rushed over felt as if he had hit a wall. The recoil made his bones make a crunching sound. A damage of more than 60 points floated above his head. Most importantly, the dizziness caused by the charge to the target also appeared in the status bar of this warrior. Dizzy. How could it be me who was dizzy? The dizzy player was shocked. At this moment, a golden sword energy chopped down from the top of his head. Light slash. Although this player was not a dark creature, he could not bear nearly 600 points of damage. His HP dropped to the lowest point, with less than 100 points of HP left. Song Jian waved his right hand lightly, and with just a flat slash, he took away all the HP of this heavily armored defensive warrior. Bang bang bang. Several magics hit Song Jian, and gray auras flowed on the surface of Song Jian's body. The damage was weakened by nearly 60%, making Song Jian more resistant than defensive warriors. -11, -15, -17. A series of more than 10 points of damage floated up from Song Jian's head, which made the surrounding players jump. The opponent was just a swordsman wearing leather armor. How could his defense and resistance be so strong? At this time, the Blood Wolves also rushed into the group of players. These Blood Wolves, which were comparable to elite monsters, were not cannon fodder like blood corpses. Their attack power was very strong, and they immediately knocked the players to the ground, creating chaos. Kill this player first. Jiang Shan chopped off a Blood Wolf that pounced on him with a sword, pointed at Song Jian and roared angrily. Song Jian glanced at Jiang Shan, smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared immediately. Damn. Territory. He is the lord of this territory. Jiang Shan cursed in a low voice, glanced at the players on both sides, took out a dark gray stone from the parcel column, and crushed it in his hand. The crushed stone emitted a dim light that flashed and disappeared, and at the same time, Jiang Shan's figure disappeared from the spot. He wants to leave us all here. Jiang Shan, who was in stealth mode, looked at the manor castle behind him with hatred, and said in his heart, "At this time, the only choice is to let his friends die rather than the poor Taoist. While there are still people around to attract hatred for him, the best strategy is to escape quickly." In the manor castle, seeing Song Jian flashing in the player group again and killing everyone, Luo Tianyu was excited and rode the Abyss Nightmare directly towards the enemy. "Let's go too. Beat the drowned dog," Tang Rong roared, directly activated the acceleration skill, and rushed forward. Wang Qi stood on the wall, looking at the battlefield ahead through the telescope. Bang! At the same time as the gunshot, a priest with low health felt a pain in his forehead and lost consciousness. This shot killed him instantly. Wang Qi, who killed one person, didn't even look at the man. He directly changed his target and pulled the trigger at another player with low health. The battle ended quickly. More than 30 players' bodies were lying on the open ground, and the exploded equipment was also scattered all over the ground. Song Jian glanced at the system and frowned slightly. He had killed all the opponents. This alliance war should be declared over. But the system showed that the alliance war would end in more than 40 minutes. What's going on? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Song Jian opened his forehead and looked around. Sure enough, less than 100 meters away, a translucent voice was slowly moving towards the outside of the territory. At this time, Jiang Shan was in stealth mode, so his movement speed was reduced by 40%. Like a turtle, he moved slowly. At this time, he had run to the edge of the territory. If he was a dozen meters away, he could hide in the building. Song Jian sneered, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Shan suddenly felt that there seemed to be a strong wind coming from behind his head, and he quickly waved his sword to block it. Block! With a crisp sound, Jiang Shan's figure slowly emerged. Seeing Song Jian's vertical pupil flashing with silver light on his forehead, Jiang Shan immediately understood where the problem was. "Let me go! I am willing to join your alliance," Jiang Shan said in panic. "No. I still think it's better for you to die," Song Jian said, waving the red fire heart ape sword and slashing at Jiang Shan. Chapter 429 Airdrop. System, congratulations. You have won a brilliant victory. Originally, the war would have taken nearly 40 minutes to end, but it ended instantly after Song Jian killed Jiang Shan. With a 1-on-6 ratio, the City of Hope Alliance withstood the test of war. We won. Everyone cheered. "Captain, I think we should also move all the safe houses here. The defense measures here are good and solid." Zhou Qing looked around and whispered, "Yes, it's safer to gather together." Ma Yu nodded. The level of their safe houses is not high. Once someone launches a territorial expansion campaign against them, it will be difficult to resist. "Okay, I'll ask Brother Song. If he agrees, we can all move here. It will be more lively with more people." Wang Qi nodded and said. Song Jian naturally welcomed Wang Qi and his friends when they were willing to move to the territory. The more players there were, the stronger the power of the Guardian Alliance would be. Some alliances would even force players who joined to move to the alliance territory. But Song Jian was not interested in this, and was free to come and go. In this alliance war, Song Jian won a lot of war merits, and every participating player also won a lot of merits. Luo Tianyu was so happy to see the war merits she had won. For her who urgently needed to upgrade her arms, war merits were even more precious than Doomsday coins. For the 6 alliances that failed in the war, all their territories became unowned lands, and the NPCs hired in the territories also began to flee. At this time, these 6 territories were like 6 delicious cakes. Song Jian only needed to launch the next territorial expansion campaign to eat them all. Annexing these 6 territories can save me a lot of development time. I just need to replan it at that time. Song Jian looked into the distance with a smile on his face. Looking at the time of the territorial expansion campaign, there are only a few days left. By then, Song Jian's territory can be at least doubled. Song Jian's victory was a very shocking thing for other players. In fact, many players even witnessed the entire process of this war. They didn't expect that Song Jian defeated the War Alliance coalition with 10 times the number of people with just a few people. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have seemed like a fairy tale. Maybe I should join this War Alliance. Many players have thought about joining the War Alliance, and more than a dozen players have appeared in Song Jian's War Alliance application list. The upper limit of the number of people in the first level War Alliance is 100. But there are very few War Alliances that can add 100 people. If there are 30 or 40 people, it is already a good war alliance. Most of the alliances are like the City of Hope, with only a few members and weak combat effectiveness. Most of them are formed by like-minded team members. After all, this game cannot be treated as a game. No one is willing to put their safety in the hands of others. In the alliance, the leader has great power over the members. Once you join the alliance, you will be greatly restricted. Therefore, many players would rather be lone rangers than join the alliance. Song Jian did not accept all the players who applied to join the alliance. They must go through strict review before they can be absorbed into the alliance. Otherwise, it is easy for people from other alliances to mix in and cause damage. After the war, Wang Qi's four-man team moved their safe houses into Song Jian's territory and continued to fight monsters to level up. Their level was not high, and they could only be considered the second echelon, so they had to work harder. Luo Qianyu began to study how to upgrade his troops. He had a lot of war merits, and he had to convert them into his own combat power. Li Ke was not very interested in fighting monsters and leveling up. She stayed in the bar all day, but surprisingly, her level had never fallen. Now she is already level 18, higher than Wang Qi and the other four. Song Jian returned to the manor castle and began to study and make advanced healing potions. With it, Song Jian's battles will become easier in the future. By the time Song Jian had produced more than a dozen bottles of advanced healing potions, the sky had gradually darkened. After replenishing some high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots, Song Jian came to the outside of the manor castle. The hired NPCs also finished a day's work and returned to their own huts. The twinkling lights in the territory were like the stars in the night sky. Very warm. In the distance, there were bursts of roars from mutant zombies, adding a bit of bloody light to the warmth. Song Jian looked up at the sky, waiting for the moon to appear. There was only 15 minutes every night. Because of the Night Slayer, Song Jian could absorb the essence of the moon like other boss monsters and enhance his physical fitness. Therefore, Song Jian would not miss these 15 minutes of practice every night. However, today, until 3 or 4 in the morning, the moon still did not appear, and the dark clouds were like a thick quilt, covering the entire sky. Could it be that the moon will not appear today? Song Jian frowned slightly. This situation has happened before. There are always 1 or 2 days in a month when the moon will not appear. But Song Jian feels that this situation has happened more frequently recently. Just as Song Jian was disappointed and ready to return to the castle, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There seemed to be something in the sky, but because it was too dark, Song Jian could not see what it was. At this moment, a ray of silver light appeared on Song Jian's forehead, and his vertical pupils slowly opened. Everything around him became clear. Song Jian suddenly found that in the sky, a sailboat hundreds of feet long appeared, like a huge whale, gliding forward silently. This huge sailing ship has 3 tall masts with black sails on them. At the stern, there is a huge propeller turning silently. The whole ship is like a lazy monster, moving slowly. Is this a sailing ship? A flying sailing ship? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. The pitch-black sailing ship above his head was too huge, and the moving speed seemed to be very slow. There was no light on the whole ship, just like a ghost ship. At this moment, Song Jian saw countless huge boxes suddenly thrown down from the ship. These boxes were tied with big umbrellas and slowly flew down towards the city of Doomsday. Looking at these swaying boxes, Song Jian suddenly had an absurd feeling of delivering supplies to the trapped people. Go and see what's in these boxes. Song Jian's heart moved, and he ran towards the nearest wooden box. Chapter 430 Cemetery. There were hundreds of wooden boxes overhead, each of which was fluttering and flying in all directions. But what surprised Song Jian was that these wooden boxes seemed to have successfully avoided the monster areas below level 30, especially the several player gathering places, where no wooden box floated to. This could not help but make people suspect that someone seemed to do this deliberately, and did not want the players to get these wooden boxes. More wooden boxes floated into the black fog at the edge of the city. Once they entered the black fog, the boxes disappeared completely. Song Jian only stared at the wooden box closest to him and ran towards it. There were crazy and violent monsters all around him. At night, even low-level monsters were no longer afraid of the strong aura emanating from Song Jian. As long as they found him, they would rush towards him desperately. In such an environment, Song Jian didn't dare to make any sound. let alone summon a motorcycle, and could only run on his 2 legs. However, with Song Jian's physical fitness at this time, his running speed was not much slower than riding a motorcycle. He used the sword shadow step and transformed into black fog all the way, and Song Jian avoided waves of monster attacks. It took more than an hour for Song Jian to finally reach the level 30 monster area. Along the way, he didn't encounter any wooden boxes. It seemed that, as he guessed, these wooden boxes would not fall into the area where players could easily appear. Standing on a tall building, Song Jian looked forward. The wooden box fell very slowly and was still floating in the sky. But on the ground, Song Jian had seen several figures rushing towards the wooden box. These are those NPCs? NPC professionals. Song Jian frowned, staring at the figures under the tall building, thinking to himself, no wonder so many NPC professionals would enter this dangerous ruined city full of monsters. It seems that these mysterious wooden boxes are also one of their targets. Song Jian thought to himself. He looked up at the wooden box in the sky again. It seemed to be suspended in the air, motionless, and descending very slowly. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, jumped down from the tall building, and followed behind the NPC professionals. Soon, Song Jian followed several NPC professionals to a cemetery. A cemetery built in the city. Shouldn't places like this where the dead are buried be in the suburbs or on nearby mountains? What did people at the time think of using such a large piece of land as a cemetery? Song Jian looked at the densely packed tombstones in front of him, and couldn't help complaining. The Lamb of God will surely return to God's arms. The door frame guarded by 2 stone angel statues at the entrance of the cemetery was engraved with 2 inscriptions. Above the semi-arched entrance, a metal cross stood upright, which was already rusty at this time. Song Jian looked up into the air. The wooden box floating in the air was slowly falling towards the depths of the cemetery. Several NPC professionals stood in front of a statue of the Virgin Mary in the cemetery, staring at the wooden box in the air. At this time, the gate of the cemetery was wide open, and a large part of the surrounding fences collapsed. Even the marble tombstones inside were more than half damaged, and some places even had traces of excavation. Song Jian did not go forward, but stood 300 or 400 meters away from the NPC professionals, staring at them quietly. It's a bit too quiet here. Song Jian frowned and looked around. At this time, a translucent figure emitting white light suddenly emerged from a tombstone. From a distance, it looked like a ball of white ghost fire. Mutated Ghost. Level 30. Health value, 2800/2800. Characteristics, Soul Body. Nothingness. Skills, Soul Spikes. A level 30 common monster. This attribute is almost as good as a level 20 boss. Song Jian couldn't help but gasp and held his breath, fearing that he would be discovered by this monster and start a fight that would alert the NPC professionals in the distance. This mutant ghost looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. After coming out of the cemetery, she seemed a little confused. She looked around with lifeless eyes, and then seemed to be attracted by the breath of the NPC professionals, and slowly floated towards them. After a while, dozens of mutant ghosts came out of the cemetery. Most of them floated towards the direction of the professional NPC. But a few were too close to Song Jian, and were attracted by the breath of living people on him and floated towards him. Song Jian stared at the 2 mutant ghosts floating towards him, and his heart suddenly became nervous. The names and attributes of these mutant ghosts are all yellow. In the game, yellow names mean that they are not monsters that actively attack. But as they get closer and closer to Song Jian, their names begin to turn light red, and the originally white aura begins to show a hint of blood. Their calm and blank faces begin to gradually twist. At first, they were just instinctively attracted by the breath of the living person on Song Jian. But after getting closer, these ghosts became irritable and turned into monsters that actively attack. Song Jian was startled and looked at the NPC professionals in the distance. They seemed to know the characteristics of these mutant ghosts. Before the surrounding monsters approached, they stood in position, holding weapons and ready to fight. Song Jian didn't want them to notice his presence yet. With a thought, his whole body turned into a black shadow and ran away. After a while, he left the tracking range of the 2 mutant ghosts. The mutant ghost, which had originally turned into a blood-red light, slowly faded its red color after losing its target, and returned to its previous state of ignorance. After staying in place for a while, they instinctively flew towards the NPC professionals. Ruth looked up at the wooden box that seemed to be motionless in the air with an anxious look on his face, and couldn't help but roared in a low voice, "Damn it! Why doesn't it fall down?" Sophie looked at the hairy half-orc Ruth with a look of disdain in her eyes, and sneered, "This is a gift from the gods. You should be grateful, instead of complaining like you are now. I only want the job transfer certificate inside. The other items can be yours." A humanoid creature covered with wood textures looked at the others coldly and said, "Humph. Then you have to expect that you have been blessed by the gods. There are only a few job transfer certificates among hundreds of wooden boxes. How can you be sure that this wooden box has what you want?" A NPC professional next to him laughed. "If not, then all the items belong to you," said the creature that looked like a tree man. The remaining NPC professionals looked at each other and seemed to be relieved. Among all the people, only this tree man-like guy had reached level 30, and the others were only level 27 or 28. They did not need the job transfer certificate very urgently. Chapter 431 Tree Fort. "Hey, can you please stop staring at the top and look around? We are surrounded by monsters." An NPC professional looked around and shouted while holding the weapon tightly in his hand. "They are just some ordinary ghosts, not evil spirits. What's there to be afraid of?" An NPC professional said disdainfully, but his eyes showed a cautious look. He pulled out the long sword hanging on his back and held it in his hand. The melee professional took 2 steps forward and guarded the magic and ranged professionals behind him. Soon, this group of NPC professionals tacitly formed a temporary small team. The mutant ghosts around them slowly floated towards them. Within 5 meters of them, these ghosts suddenly burst into blood-red light. Their eyes turned scarlet, revealing a crazy and violent look. With a sharp roar, these mutant ghosts suddenly accelerated and pounced on the group of NPC professionals. The battle was about to break out. At this time, Song Jian was standing at the edge of the cemetery, watching the mutant ghosts slowly floating out of the cemetery, one after another, seemingly endless. They instinctively floated towards the group of NPC professionals. Although the speed was very slow, once they approached 5 meters from a living person, they would immediately become crazy. Seeing countless white dots floating up, Song Jian couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, he left decisively. Otherwise, if he was surrounded by these level 30 monsters, he might really die here. After all, these mutant ghosts can attack mentally. Even if Song Jian turned into black fog, he couldn't avoid the soul spike skill of so many ghosts. Seeing the white ghosts all over the mountains, the NPC professional suddenly felt the pressure doubled. "Damn it. How long do we have to hold on?" A musketeer NPC cursed in a low voice, filling the gun chamber with bullets emitting silver light. This is a silver bullet specially designed to kill soul monsters. It is extremely powerful, but the price is also high. If there is no rich harvest after this battle, the musketeer may go bankrupt immediately. In half an hour at most, this damn wooden box will fall down. Sophie, a mage, looked up at the floating situation of the wooden box and shouted with gritted teeth, "Half an hour? I think I can only hold on for 10 minutes at most." A warrior NPC holding a shield shouted and swung his sword at a mutant ghost. The mutant ghost scratched on its shield, making a sharp friction sound, which made people feel upset. And the mutant ghost, which was almost immune to physical attacks, made most of the warriors' attack methods ineffective. "Sorry, everyone. I have to leave. If I insist on going on, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here forever," a short halfling NPC said apologetically. Then, its body slowly became transparent and finally disappeared. The halfling thief directly cast the invisibility spell, turned on the acceleration, and rushed out of the cemetery. As long as he avoided the crazy ghosts around him that turned red, the ghosts in the distance were still confused and could not see through his invisibility. So the halfling quickly left the area. Leaving the cemetery means that it has given up all the items in the wooden box above its head. But compared with its own life, no matter how precious the items are, they can be given up. The departure of the halfling seemed to shake the entire temporary team. Several NPC professionals had flickering eyes, and seemed to be hesitating whether to leave. "Hold on. The wooden box will only exist for 10 minutes after it falls. Once we leave, we will miss this opportunity." Sophie seemed to see people's hesitation and shouted immediately. At this moment, the guy with wooden textures suddenly roared. His body began to swell rapidly, and his 2 legs turned into tree roots, piercing deep into the earth. "Suitor, you should have done this a long time ago. Sophie showed a look of surprise in her eyes, and shouted at the tree man. "Hold on!" The tree man Suitor roared in a muffled voice. And the whole person completely turned into a 7 or 8 meter high tree. At the same time, countless branches fell from the sky and pierced into the soil, eventually forming a semicircular tree fort to protect everyone inside. The tree fort only left an opening more than 1 person wide, and the rest of the place was like a wall, blocking all the mutant ghosts outside. For a while, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. "Well done, Suitor. Thanks to you, Suitor. If there was really a job transfer certificate in the wooden box, we would never fight with you for it." Suitor, who turned into an ancient tree, endured the attacks of more than a dozen mutant ghosts, and his blood value dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. But when he heard the shouts of several people, he still smiled with relief. Suitor has been at level 30 for too long. Without a professional certificate, he can only stay at this level and cannot improve his strength. Therefore, this item is something he must get. Every time a wooden box drops, it will be there. But for such a long time, he has never encountered a wooden box with a professional transfer certificate. It can only be said that he is unlucky. With Suitor's help, several NPC professionals also felt relieved. 2 healing professionals even kept healing Suitor. As long as the blood value is full, Suitor can continuously drop branches to form a solid tree wall to protect everyone. Song Jian looked at the NPC professionals fighting in the distance, and his brows furrowed. According to the current situation, they will definitely be able to hold on until the wooden box falls. Does that mean I can only make a wasted trip? Song Jian's face turned ugly. But soon, a light bulb flashed in his mind. Since the wooden box is still floating in the air, can't I just go up? With a thought, Song Jian's figure immediately disappeared, and instead, a large black fog appeared on the spot. The fog covered an area of more than 10 meters in radius. But the moment it appeared, the fog began to roll continuously and gathered towards the center. After a while, it turned into a thick fog of only 3 meters square. This is the limit of what I can compress now. Song Jian sighed in his heart. Although the black mist can also attack, the most significant effect is to escape. So Song Jian spent a lot of thought on it. If he wants, he can spread into a mist covering an area of nearly 30 meters. If he compresses inward, he can also become a thick fog of only 3 meters square like now. After turning into this 3 meter square black mist, Song Jian slowly floated towards the wooden box in the air. Chapter 432 Empty Box? A cloud of black fog floated up into the sky. Song Jian looked at it from a third-person perspective and felt that the compressed black fog was too thick. Even at night, anyone who looked up could find something unusual. So Song Jian quickly spread the fog. The larger the area covered by the fog, the lighter the color. The fog of more than 20 square meters floated in the air. Under the cover of darkness, it was like a large cloud, floating towards the wooden box. After flying above the wooden box, Song Jian immediately cancelled the black fog state and lay on top of the wooden box. There was a huge parachute above his head, pulling the wooden box slowly towards the ground. At this speed, it would take at least half an hour for the wooden box to land. On the ground, the group of NPC professionals were surrounded by dense ghosts in the center, patiently waiting for the wooden box above their heads to fall down. They didn't know that there was already a person lying on the wooden box, ready to take the items inside. The moment Song Jian touched the wooden box, a system prompt immediately appeared in front of him. "System, you got a supply box. Do you want to open it?" Song Jian's mouth curled up. "This is too smooth. Open!" Soon, an opening progress bar appeared in front of Song Jian. The progress bar moved slowly. With the appearance of the progress bar, the speed of the wooden box falling suddenly accelerated. Song Jian was shocked. This is going to cause trouble. Sutter, who turned into a tree fort, looked up accidentally. The supply box suddenly dropped faster, which made him happy. Dozens of mutant ghosts around him kept attacking the tree fort, even with 2 healing professions constantly replenishing blood. Sutter was a little overwhelmed. Seeing the supply box falling quickly, Sutter smiled and shouted to the NPC professionals he protected, "Hold on for another 5 minutes. The supply box will fall down soon." Because in the tree fort, everyone couldn't see the top of their heads. When they heard Sutter shout, they were shocked. How is it possible? Isn't it more than 30 minutes before the wooden box falls down? Maybe it's windy. The wind will only blow it away. How can it accelerate its descent? No matter what, Let's charge first and see what's going on. Hearing that the supply box was about to come down, the NPC professionals hiding in the tree fort suddenly became a little uneasy. Every time these supply boxes contain a lot of good things, they can greatly improve their strength. This is one of the most important reasons why they want to come to the city full of monsters. Hey, guys, charge first. Let's see what's going on. An orc grabbed a battle axe and rushed out frantically. After rushing out of the tree fort, the NPC professionals found that the wooden box above their heads had fallen much faster, and they all showed surprise on their faces. Song Jian climbed on the wooden box, not daring to move, for fear of interrupting the progress of opening the wooden box and having to start over. As the wooden box fell faster and faster, the opening progress bar finally reached the last grid. A light click sounded in Song Jian's ears, and a translucent screen appeared in front of Song Jian. There were more than a dozen items in it. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes, and without even looking at them, he swept all the items on the screen into his parcel column. Then, Song Jian leaped up and turned into a ball of black mist, floating away. Boom! The wooden box fell from the sky in just a dozen seconds after Song Jian left. With a boom, it landed in a cemetery dozens of meters away from the group of NPC professionals. As soon as the wooden box fell, it broke into pieces and turned into a pile of wood chips. It's falling. It's falling. The NPCs didn't care about hunting the mutant ghosts, and rushed to the place where the wooden box fell. Sutter, who turned into a tree fort, roared, pulled the branches and roots out of the soil, and turned into a two-legged tree man 7 or 8 meters tall, and strode towards the direction where the wooden box fell. Sutter's speed was not fast, but he was very tall, and he could cover 4 or 5 meters in one step. The other NPC professionals were dragged by the swarming mutant ghosts, and could only watch Sutter rushing towards the wooden box. Ha ha ha. The things in the wooden box are mine. Sutter laughed in a muffled voice. Soon, Sutter came to the place where the wooden box fell, and his height quickly returned to the size of an ordinary human. With a big hand, he pushed away the wood chips and looked for the items inside. Why? There is nothing? Sutter pushed the wood chips everywhere, but he still couldn't find the items in the wooden box. Sutter's eyes were dull, as if he had been hit hard. He even ignored the mutant ghosts that gradually surrounded him. How is it possible? Why is this happening? Sutter seemed to have been hit hard. At this moment, a group of NPC professionals behind him also rushed over with difficulty. Hey, Sutter, do you have a job transfer certificate? Sophie shouted loudly. She remembered that Sutter said that he would not take anything except the job transfer certificate. It is unlikely that there is one. Otherwise it would have jumped for joy a long time ago. An NPC professional muttered in a low voice. Huh? It's not a wasted trip. Everyone, hurry up and divide the items. Maybe you can have a chance to pick up another box. You're dreaming. Most of the boxes have flown to the fog at the edge of the city. The rest are in the high-level monster area. Moreover, these boxes will only stay for 10 minutes after landing. It's good to pick up one. I hope there will be a weapon I can use. Hee hee. I've wanted to change a weapon for a long time. Seeing everyone gathered around, Sute had a sad face and shook his head and said, There's nothing in the box. It's empty. What? It's empty. How is it possible? I have never heard of a supply box being empty. Soot, did you take all the items? You are so disloyal. That's right. Didn't you just say that you don't want any other items except the job transfer certificate? When everyone heard that Soot said it was an empty box, they were stunned for a moment. And then, they became furious and blamed Soot. Even Sophie stared at Soot with suspicion. This is indeed an empty box. Soot punched the ground with a bang, and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. Countless dark green cracks spread from the big hole to all directions, and Soot began to swell up uncontrollably. Hey, calm down. Suter. Okay. It's an empty box. Yes. I believe you. It's an empty box. What do you think? Sophie stretched out her hand to make a gesture of stopping, but her other hand tightly grasped the staff behind her back, shouted loudly, and then looked at the other people. The other NPC professionals looked at the mutant ghosts swarming around, and then looked at the box that had turned into countless wood chips. Although they were angry in their hearts, they looked at Suter, who was the strongest, and could only nod helplessly and acknowledge Sophie's statement. Chapter 433 Golden Light Demon Slaying Sword. Shit. Empty box. I have participated in at least 6 supply box searches, and I have never encountered an empty box. An NPC professional cursed in a low voice, venting his anger on the mutant ghosts around him. Alright. Are you still going to argue with that big guy? It is already level 30, and it is said that it has touched the threshold of the first level combat power. Why is it so crazy about changing jobs? Isn't it just to advance to the first level combat power? Yeah. Do you still want to fight it here? Let me make it clear first. I will definitely not help you when the time comes. Cert is a pervert who can transform into a war ancient tree. The NPC professionals rushed out of the cemetery, cursing. If they didn't leave, they would be surrounded by mutant ghosts again. This time, Suitor might not turn into a tree fort to shelter them from the wind and rain. Okay, Suitor. I hope you can change your job successfully. Sophie looked at Suitor with complicated eyes, patted his arm, and rushed out of the cemetery with a staff in hand. Damn it. Why don't you believe me? Suitor felt very aggrieved, and his chest seemed to explode. At this moment, a mutant ghost roared and rushed towards him. But it just hit the muzzle of the gun and was torn into pieces by Suitor with his 2 hands. After venting his anger, Soot looked at his wounds, cursed loudly, and rushed out of the cemetery like a bulldozer, opening a path. After losing its target, the mutant ghost began to turn white again, floating around aimlessly. The whole cemetery seemed to be burning with white flames, which looked very strange. At this time, Song Jian was floating above the cemetery in the form of black mist. Seeing that all the NPCs had left, Song Jian immediately landed at the edge of the cemetery and began to check the parcel column to see what items he had taken from the supply box. Wow! Look at what this is. The design drawings of the intelligent rocket self-propelled vehicle. Does this thing really exist? God! With this thing, who dares to go to war with me? Song Jian's eyes first fell on a book emitting golden light. On the cover of the book, it was written design of intelligent rocket self-propelled vehicle. But judging from the thickness of the book, it would probably take a lot of effort to completely manufacture this self-propelled vehicle. However, no matter how difficult this self-propelled vehicle is, Song Jian will make it at all costs. Engineering production skills can only be learned at level 8. Well, put it aside for now. I am only 3 levels away and will soon meet the learning requirements. Song Jian took a look at the learning conditions of the design, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at other items. Oh! Clean water, compressed dry food, and first aid medicines are indeed the most needed supplies in the Doomsday. But for me, they are of no use at all. Song Jian curled his lips. There was a lot of food, water and medicine in the supply box. But for a person who owns a manor, basic living supplies would not cause any trouble to him. In addition to these supplies, the rest are some weapons, 2 pistols, 3 MP5 submachine guns, and universal bullets for pistols and submachine guns. Well, I shouldn't expect too much. With the design drawings, I've already made enough money this time. I can't expect too much. Greed is the original sin. Although Song Jian was a little unwilling, he still comforted himself. Just as Song Jian was about to close the parcel column, he was suddenly attracted by a golden light. Looking carefully, he found that there was a dark gold long sword in the last grid of the parcel column. Golden Light Demon Slayer Sword Gold. One-handed sword. Equipment effect, attack 87 to 96. Critical hit +5. Knockback +3. Destroy evil +1. Attack speed +7. Gold damage +35. Excellent hit rate +10%. Special effect 1. Recognition of the owner passive. The item absorbs the user's essence and blood to recognize the owner. After recognition, the item cannot be destroyed, cannot be dropped, and will never wear out. Special effect 2. Growth passive. This item is a growth type equipment. The initial level is level 1. Gain combat experience in battle to upgrade. The higher the level, the stronger the item's attributes. The item level cannot exceed the user's level. Equipment requirements, level 1. Set, 1/5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This is another set of the Scarlet Fire Hard Monkey Sword. Song Jian was stunned. But then, he was overwhelmed by deep surprise. And he wanted to jump up and celebrate immediately. You know, the Scarlet Fire Hard Monkey Sword in his hand now is not only a growable weapon, but also part of the golden set. Song Jian always thought that its remaining sets should be armor or something like that. But he didn't expect that its other sets were also long swords. Song Jian took the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword out of the parcel column and held it in his hand. This long sword was dark gold all over, and it was extremely gorgeous. On the sword spine, a golden mark was like a long dragon, extending from the hilt to the tip of the sword. It looked like a king's sword. Just as Song Jian held the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword in his hand, the red fire-hard monkey sword at his heart seemed to sense its presence and trembled slightly. A stream of chi emerged from the heart and passed along the meridians to his right hand. Soon, the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword also began to tremble slightly, and the vibration frequency of the two swords was exactly the same. It seems that I will have to fight with two swords in the future. Song Jian glanced at the dark golden sword in his hand and thought to himself. A drop of blood was dripped on the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, and suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out from the sword and rushed into the sky. But this light only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, making Song Jian think that the golden light just now seemed to be an illusion. After dripping blood to recognize the master, Song Jian felt a sense of connection with the long sword in his hand. He could control it as easily as using his arm, and it was almost the same as the red fire-hard monkey sword. At this moment, the red fire-hard monkey sword suddenly emerged from the heart, and without Song Jian's summons, it floated tightly in the air. The Golden Light Demon Slayer sword in his hand also began to tremble violently, as if trying to escape Song Jian's control. Song Jian's heart moved, and he immediately let go of his hand. Sure enough, the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword flew towards the red fire-hard monkey sword, and the blades of the two long swords began to stick to each other, and began to slowly merge. Song Jian opened his eyes wide, and watched all this intently. For Song Jian, all this was simply too magical. If it were in the real world, I'm afraid such a thing would never happen. After a while, the two long swords merged together, and became one long sword, falling towards Song Jian. Song Jian grabbed the fused long sword in his hand, feeling as if he was holding two long swords at the same time. With a thought, the long sword in his hand turned into the red fire-hard monkey sword, while the Golden Light Demon Slaying sword turned into a phantom, attached to the side of the red fire-hard monkey sword. The thought turned again, and the long sword in his hand immediately turned into the Golden Light Demon Slaying sword, and the red fire-hard monkey sword turned into a phantom, attached to the side of the Demon Slaying sword. Looking at the long sword that changed freely, Song Jian couldn't help laughing. Chapter 434 Lord of Evil Spirits. The mutant ghosts are like lanterns emitting white light, lighting up the cemetery like daylight. Just as Song Jian was checking the properties of the fused long sword, a special ghost slowly emerged from the center of the cemetery. Before encountering a living creature, the surface of an ordinary ghost emits a milky white light, and in the light is a translucent human figure, looming. If you look closely, you can still see the facial features and body shape of this figure. This is what the ghost looked like before he died. But this special ghost, the surface of the body emits a red bloody light, like a burning flame, and the figure inside is a woman wearing a crown and a gorgeous dress. This woman should have been very beautiful when she was alive, but after becoming a ghost, her entire face was distorted and deformed, full of tyranny and bloodlust. After this special ghost appeared, the ordinary mutant ghosts around it seemed to be frightened and hurriedly floated away from it. As soon as this special ghost appeared, it frantically captured those ordinary mutant ghosts, tore them into pieces one by one, and swallowed them into its body. Every time it tore a mutant ghost into pieces, there would be a shrill scream surrounding this special ghost, as if its soul was imprisoned by it. Every time it devoured a mutant ghost, its size would increase by 1 point, and the violent aura on its body would become stronger. When Song Jian noticed this special ghost, it had already devoured more than a dozen mutant ghosts, and its size had increased to more than 2 meters high. From a distance, it looked like a huge moving torch, chasing white lanterns. Evil Spirit Lord? Level 30 Elite Boss? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked forward, carefully distinguishing the attributes of this huge monster. Obviously, this suddenly appeared Evil Spirit Lord is the boss of this cemetery. It seems to be able to devour ordinary mutant ghosts and enhance its own strength. If it really allows it to devour and digest all the mutant ghosts in the entire cemetery, then it can easily break through the elite level limit and grow into a Lord level monster? A level 30 Lord level monster. I'm afraid no player can beat it now. Song Jian secretly calculated in his heart, wondering if he could deal with such a level 30 elite boss after obtaining the Golden Light Demon Slayer's sword and greatly increasing his strength. When the size of the evil spirit lord grew to nearly 3 meters, it suddenly stopped chasing and devouring the mutant ghosts, as if it was full, and became lazy. It also lost interest in the mutant ghosts around it. Even if an ordinary mutant ghost accidentally bumped into its body, it only scared it away, and did not tear it apart. It seems that the number of mutant ghosts it devours every day is also limited. I am afraid that devouring more will not only fail to enhance its strength, but will hurt it. The full evil spirit lord began to wander around the entire cemetery, like a king patrolling his territory. Ordinary mutant ghosts moved away from it, and some mutant ghosts even stood in the distance and roared and screamed at it angrily. But the evil spirit lord seemed to turn a blind eye to such provocations. The place where Song Jian was located seemed to be the patrol route of the Lord of Evil Spirits. Seeing the Lord of Evil Spirits slowly floating towards him, Song Jian could not help but tighten his sword. This cemetery is a good place to upgrade. We can't let it continue to devour it. Once it really grows up, I'm afraid no one in the whole city can suppress it. Song Jian held a long sword and was eager to try. When the Lord of Evil Spirits was still more than 10 meters away from Song Jian, the Lord of Evil Spirits seemed to have noticed something, and turned his head to look at Song Jian standing at the edge of the cemetery. His scarlet eyes were full of greed. With a sharp roar, the Lord of Evil Spirits moved faster and faster. A gust of cold wind blew around, and the screams of countless ghosts were getting closer and closer as the Lord of Evil Spirits moved. Song Jian stomped his right leg on the ground, and a milky white fang-shaped air mass rushed towards the Evil Spirit Lord with a whistle. Earth Fang thrust, facing the Evil Spirit Lord rushing over. Song Jian was not afraid, and was the first to release skills to test the opponent's strength. The fang-shaped air mass collided with the Evil Spirit Lord, and countless spark-like light spots burst out. The Evil Spirit Lord's body just trembled slightly, and continued to rush towards Song Jian. The level 2 Earth Fang thrust only caused more than 30 points of damage to the Evil Spirit Lord. For the Evil Spirit Lord whose health value has exceeded 5,000 points, this damage is almost like tickling, and he doesn't care at all. It looks like a spirit, but its defense is very strong. The damage of the Earth Teeth too has been reduced by at least half. Song Jian's heart sank, and he immediately had a general understanding of the strength of the Evil Spirit Lord. Light Slash. Song Jian waved his sword and released the most damaging skill towards the Evil Spirit Lord, who had already rushed to 3 or 4 meters away. A dazzling golden sword energy chopped towards the Evil Spirit Lord. The Evil Spirit Lord roared in fear, and seemed to be very afraid of this sword move full of sacred power. His 2 hands kept gesturing in front of his chest. Suddenly, a strong wind blew around him, and a stream of cold air kept condensing towards him, condensing into a huge semi-arc shield in front of him. Wall of Shadows. The voice of the Lord of Evil Spirits was sharp and piercing, like a claw scratching on glass. Boom! The golden sword energy chopped on the semi-arc shield, making a violent explosion. The shield shattered directly, and the golden sword energy was also blocked by this move and disappeared. A trace of relief appeared on the face of the Lord of Evil Spirits. At the moment when it retracted its arm, a golden sword energy as thick as an arm chopped it fiercely. Minus 980. A damage number of nearly 1,000 points floated up from the head of the Lord of Evil Spirits. The Lord of Evil Spirits suddenly stopped in midair, and a shrill scream came out of the human face. Is this secondary damage? Song Jian was a little surprised, but soon the long sword in his hand sent a message to him. After integrating the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, Song Jian's every attack can cause secondary damage, even if it is a flat slash. It is equivalent to 2 long swords attacking together. For Song Jian, this is just like doubling the damage. And no matter what skill is released, it will cause secondary skill damage to the target in the form of a percentage. And the second attack is more concealed than the first attack, which is why the Lord of Evil Spirits was hit by the second attack when he was caught off guard. This is simply too powerful. Song Jian's confidence increased for a while, waving the long sword, and rushed towards the Lord of Evil Spirits. Chapter 435 Soul-Breaking Thorn. Boom! A black flame rose from the surface of Song Jian's body. As the flame appeared, someone seemed to be chanting an inexplicable language around Song Jian's body, making people want to relax, think nothing, do nothing, and then sink into depravity. The black flame condensed into a black armor, which appeared on the surface of Song Jian's body. This armor had no weight at all, but its properties were much stronger than ordinary equipment. At this time, the Lord of Evil Spirits stood 3 meters away from Song Jian, waving his hands constantly. Every time he waved, a gray airflow would fly towards Song Jian like a sharp blade. Song Jian tried to chop at a stream of air with his long sword. When the long sword and the airflow collided, his whole body trembled. The impact of this airflow was like his full-strength attack. Song Jian could not resist it for a few times. When the second airflow rushed over, Song Jian could only dodge to the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The attack speed of the Lord of Evil Spirits was getting faster and faster as time went by. The airflow released was like a cannonball, breaking the surrounding rocks and making a mess. "We can't let it continue to attack like this," Song Jian said in his heart. He gritted his teeth and performed the sword shadow step. His body turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the Lord of Evil Spirits. Wing broken dance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of damage numbers floated over the head of the Evil Spirit Lord. Each attack could cause it 2 damages. When the wing broken dance skill ended, the Evil Spirit Lord's health value unexpectedly decreased by nearly 1,000 points. However, the floating state of the third move of the wing broken dance did not work, but only made the Evil Spirit Lord take a small step back. The floating state is affected by the strength of both parties, and has a lot to do with the size of the target. Although the Evil Spirit Lord is a soul body, his size is close to 3 meters, and the floating state of the wing broken dance is too poor. Soul controlling sword technique. Song Jian raised his sword and slashed forward fiercely. 2 transparent swords gathered above his head, one of normal size and the other half of it, looking like a small spiritual sword. The Evil Spirit Master is a soul, so his resistance to spiritual damage should not be high. Song Jian thought to himself. Bang! Bang! The 2 spiritual swords pierced the Evil Spirit Master almost at the same time. The huge body of the boss trembled violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the body, just like a damaged glass cup. Even the red light on the surface of the body trembled violently, as if it would go out in the next moment. However, this situation only lasted for less than a second, and the Lord of Evil Spirits recovered. Ah! With a crazy roar, the Lord of Evil Spirits became even more violent. The soul control sword technique seemed to have angered it. Gusts of cold wind kept blowing around its body, making Song Jian a little unstable and retreating. Gulyulu. Pieces of boulders more than 1 person tall were blown all over the ground by the strong wind. The Lord of Evil Spirits directly grabbed a boulder with a diameter of more than 5 meters and smashed it towards Song Jian. Looking at the huge rock like a hill falling down, Song Jian was completely covered by the shadow of the rock. He was scared and immediately dodged to the side. Boom! The boulder hit the place where he just stood, and it shattered directly like a cannonball. Countless pieces of stone shot towards Song Jian like a rainstorm. This time, Song Jian could no longer dodge, and could only hold his head with both hands and crawl to the ground. The power of these pieces of stone was not weak at all, and 50 to 60 points of damage floated above Song Jian's head. After the rubble was splashed, Song Jian's blood value lost more than 300 points. After releasing this move, the Lord of Evil Spirits seemed to have consumed a lot of energy, standing still in the same place, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his twisted face. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he directly activated the Immortal Sword body. A brilliant golden light burst out from his body, and 8 long sword phantoms slowly rotated around his body. Song Jian felt a powerful force surging in his body. 3 sword swings, sword threads, broken wing dance. For a moment, Song Jian opened fire at full power, and all his sword skills were used. A series of damage numbers floated above the boss's head, and each move could cause secondary damage, as if there were 2 Song Jians attacking it with all their strength. The blood value of the Lord of Evil Spirits dropped rapidly. After half an hour, the blood value of the Lord of Evil Spirits dropped below 30%. The Lord of Evil Spirits, who had already gone crazy, stared at Song Jian with a pair of scarlet eyes emitting a vicious light. "I curse you! I curse you! I curse you!" The Lord of Evil Spirits gnashed his teeth and uttered the most vicious curse. His body began to shrink slowly. After a while, he became the size of a normal human. At the same time, the bloody red light around him turned into a rich black color as he cursed. Soul-crushing thorn. The Lord of Evil Spirits suddenly let out a sharp roar. The black light all over his body condensed to the center of his eyebrows in an instant, and it looked like he had a black third eye. In an instant, Song Jian got goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was standing naked in the cold Siberian snow. The threat of death was like a giant beast that had opened its mouth and pounced on him. "You'll die." Song Jian's mind seemed to be struck by lightning, and he screamed "Ah!" subconsciously posing the holy parry posture. A thick black light, as thick as ink, shot out from the brow of the evil spirit lord, forming a spike in the air, shooting towards Song Jian. After firing this attack, the evil spirit lord also screamed, and his whole body fell softly to the ground, gasping for breath. Obviously, this move was definitely a skill that it would never use under normal circumstances. The spike, like thick ink, stabbed towards Song Jian, and Song Jian felt his arms tremble, and he almost couldn't even hold the long sword in his hand. His body couldn't help but thump 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 and retreated 7 or 8 steps, bumping into a stone tablet, and finally stopped. Poof! Song Jian felt a sharp pain in his back, and his chest and abdomen seemed to be strongly shaken. His throat was itchy, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which made him feel a little better. The whole right arm holding the long sword was twitching unconsciously. Song Jian felt that he didn't even have the strength to lift a little finger. On the dark red long sword, there was a black mark, like a small snake, constantly twisting to drill into the blade, but was blocked by a hot flame. At the same time, a golden light pierced out from the shadow of the long sword, like a needle constantly piercing into the body of the black snake. Every time it pierced, the black liquid snake would twist its body violently and make a sharp hissing. For dozens of seconds, when Song Jian's right arm regained consciousness, the black liquid snake attached to the blade gradually turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Chapter 436 Evil Spirit Shoulder Guard. The black liquid snake attached to the long sword is actually part of the black cone thorn just now, all transformed from the vicious curse. Once infected, one will be tortured by endless curses and eventually die miserably, and even the soul cannot be freed. If Song Jian did not get the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, it would be impossible to eliminate the curse with the Red Fire Hard Monkey sword alone. The final outcome may be that the Red Fire Hard Monkey sword will be greatly damaged and need a long time to recover. The Golden Light Demon Slayer sword has the property of breaking evil, which just restrains such attacks. In addition, Song Jian used Holy Parry to bounce back most of the curses, which made the curse easily resolved. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a heart-wrenching scream of terror from the boss. He turned his head and saw that the evil spirit lord seemed to have fallen into a big dye vat. The black ink was like a big net, covering its whole body. Black traces, like tentacles, crawled towards the head of the evil spirit lord. No. No. Why is this happening? Why did the curse rebound? The evil spirit lord slapped the black liquid on his body in fear, but he couldn't get rid of it. He could only make the black area bigger and bigger. Soon, his whole body was covered with black liquid. The evil spirit lord, who originally had 30% of his health value, dropped directly to 5% after being rebounded by the soul-breaking thorn. Then, as the curse spread all over his body, hundreds of points of damage floated on his head. He was dying and lost the power to resist. I wonder if I can charm it into being my slave now. Seeing the dying appearance of the evil spirit lord, Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he struggled to stand up. Summoned the Book of the Abyss, turned to the chapter Charm of the Abyss, and began to use his skills. The strange syllables came out of Song Jian's mouth, and the evil spirit lord heard it, as if countless insects were drilling into his brain from his ears. Song Jian's voice became louder and louder, and finally it was as grand as the voice of a god. Every syllable made the evil spirit lord tremble all over, and his mind went blank. Coupled with the outbreak of the curse of the soul-breaking thorn, the evil spirit lord felt as if his body was torn into hundreds of pieces, and each piece was suffering from different pains and tortures, which made him want to die immediately. Song Jian kept reciting the words of the Charm of the Abyss, but the more he recited, the more pressure he felt. Every syllable consumed a lot of energy. He only had more than 200 points of energy, which was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a dozen seconds, Song Jian's energy was completely drained. Song Jian endured the severe headache and struggled to finish reciting the words of charm, but his energy was exhausted. Song Jian could no longer hold on, and had to interrupt the Charm of the Abyss skill. Song Jian's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. The Book of the Abyss was thrown aside. He was sweating all over his body, as if he had just been fished out of a pool. His face was pale, and it seemed as if there was a red-hot iron needle stirring in his head. The next moment after Song Jian stopped the skill, the head of the evil spirit lord popped and exploded. The black curse liquid all over his body also turned into a raging fire and burned violently. In a short while, the evil spirit lord was turned into a pile of ashes. A golden light burst out from Song Jian's body, forming a dragon shape. After a sharp dragon roar, it rushed into the sky and disappeared. Song Jian's level finally broke through and reached level 21. If it weren't for the realization of the skill charm of the abyss, Song Jian's level should have reached level 21 long ago. He put the newly acquired skill points into the soul-controlling sword technique. The soul-controlling sword technique, which had already reached 100% proficiency, was immediately upgraded to level 2, and the damage increased from 150 points to 180 points. Other things did not change much. In order to avoid wasting skill points, Song Jian could only upgrade the skills with full proficiency first. The Lord of Evil Spirits dropped a level 25 silver shoulder armor. Song Jian had always left the shoulder armor position empty in the equipment column. Now he finally got one, which was a good harvest. Evil Spirit Shoulder Guard Silver. Equipment level, level 30. Equipment effect, Strength plus 3. Agility plus 2. Constitution plus 2. Defense plus 35. Spell resistance plus 23. All attribute resistance plus 10%. Health recovery speed plus 15%. Special effect 1. Ghost Swiftness passive. Movement speed increased by 15%. Special effect 2. Evil Spirit Bodyguard passive. When damaged, there is a certain chance to trigger this effect, weakening the damage by 40%. This effect can only appear once within 10 minutes. Equipment requirements, level 25. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The equipment has good attributes. It is a level 30 silver shoulder armor. Unfortunately, it needs to be level 25 to equip it. Song Jian has just reached level 21. He still has a long way to go before he can wear it. Now he can only enjoy the sight. After putting the shoulder armor into the parcel column and collecting the other materials dropped by the boss, Song Jian took a look at the cemetery and turned to walk towards the manor castle. Back to the manor castle, Song Jian began to count today's gains. The design drawings of the smart rocket self-propelled vehicle and the evil spirit shoulder guards are currently unusable and can only be put in the manor castle first. In addition, there are a lot of supplies and weapons obtained from the supply box in the parcel column. Song Jian directly threw them into the grocery store in the territory for sale. The biggest gain this time was the golden light demon slaying sword. Song Jian's attack power almost doubled every time he made a move. It was equivalent to 2 swords attacking at the same time. This was simply too buggy. And the most important thing was that this was a set of equipment. Obviously, there were 3 other long swords waiting for Song Jian to fuse. Once all 5 long swords were collected and fused, it was unknown what the properties of this long sword would become. With 1 sword, 5 damages would be dealt. Just thinking about it, Song Jian felt very happy. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a message from the system. System, your friend Wang Qi sent you a new email. Song Jian was stunned, and then thought of the equipment dropped by the team before. It seems that all the equipment has been sold. I wonder how much money I can get. Song Jian was really looking forward to it. They digested the good quality and usable ones internally. And most of the equipment sold was some equipment that conflicted with their professions. When he opened the email, he saw that there were nearly 90,000 Doomsday coins in the attachment. This was really beyond Song Jian's expectations. After all, it was divided among 5 people, and Song Jian was very satisfied to get so much. Take a short break. The upgrade location in the future will be placed in that cemetery, Song Jian said in his heart. That is a treasure land for upgrading. For the current Song Jian, by jumping to level 9, he can gain a lot of cross-level experience. The most important thing is that the damage of the mutated ghosts is completely bearable for the current Song Jian. He also has advanced healing potions as a trump card, so he can definitely stay there all night. Chapter 437 Monk. As night fell, Song Jian, who had slept all day, was refreshed. After eating and drinking, Song Jian checked his supplies and ran towards the cemetery he had visited yesterday. At this time, the cemetery still retained traces of yesterday's battle. Many tombs had been destroyed, Song Jian really saw bones being turned out, emitting a bright green light under the night. Song Jian held a long sword in his hand and walked carefully towards the depths of the cemetery. Every time he passed a tomb, he was prepared for a mutant ghost to pounce from the tomb at any time. After walking more than 10 meters inside, no mutant ghost appeared. Song Jian frowned slightly. What's going on? Could it be that after yesterday's battle, the mutant ghosts were scared and dared not come out? How is this possible? At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a vibration under his feet, and a dry hand suddenly stretched out from the soil and tightly grasped Song Jian's ankle. It was late at night, and there was a quiet cemetery around. If someone else was grabbed by the ankle, he would probably be scared to death and scream. But Song Jian kicked forward fiercely, broke free, took 2 steps back, and prepared for battle. Song Jian's strength at this time had reached 37 points, which was almost the same as the previous level 30 elite boss, the Lord of Evil Spirits. For the palm with only the strength of an ordinary adult, it was impossible to restrain him. Walala. A white skeleton monster came out from where the hand had just stretched out, and green ghost fire suddenly burned in its dark eye sockets. Kaka kaka. This was a level 30 ordinary skeleton monster, staggering towards Song Jian. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped it. It only took more than a minute to chop the skeleton monster into a pile of bone fragments. Looking at the skeleton monster under his feet that didn't even drop the loot, Song Jian couldn't help but think in his heart, this is probably the weakest ordinary monster in level 30. For Song Jian, this skeleton monster without any skills is equivalent to a meat target with high health and high defense, or an experience gift bag. Seeing the experience value jump up a little, Song Jian nodded with satisfaction. Even if no loot is dropped, the combat experience given by level 30 monsters alone is already incomparable to other places. Song Jian began to step towards the tombs one by one, trying to attract more skeleton monsters to appear. After sweeping the cemetery for more than 4 hours, Song Jian's level increased directly from level 21 1% to level 21 73%. If he fights until dawn, he can definitely increase his level by 1 more level. Increasing 1 level in 1 night is a result that only players below level 10 can enjoy. Players above level 10, even if they keep killing monsters of the same level as themselves, will need at least 3 or 4 days to increase their level by 1 level. If you want to upgrade to a higher level after level 20, it will probably take at least 20 days, or even a month if you only kill monsters of the same level. Song Jian can upgrade from level 21 to level 22 in just 1 night by killing monsters at level 9. If you tell others about it, I'm afraid many players will be envious. As the night deepened, white mutant ghosts began to float in the tomb. The mutant ghosts were also ordinary monsters of level 30, but they were obviously much stronger than the skeleton monsters just now. The nothingness feature alone reduced the damage Song Jian caused to it by 1/3. In addition, the mutant ghosts also have a soul spike, which is far inferior to the soul-breaking spike of the evil spirit lord and has no curse effect. But once they are hit, they will fall into shock and fear. Although Song Jian's thick-skinned talent skill can perfectly restrain this frightening effect, there is still a short reaction time of less than 1 second each time the skill is triggered. Once dozens of mutant ghosts release soul spikes to Song Jian in a relay. Theoretically, Song Jian can be trapped until he dies. However, with the intelligence of the mutant ghosts, it is obvious that they can't think of such a perfect attack strategy. Once Song Jian reaches their alert range, these mutant ghosts will rush towards Song Jian like a stone. The combat experience given by the mutant ghosts is 1/3 more than the previous skeleton monsters, and they will also drop items, although it is a little harder to fight. Song Jian still likes to hunt these mutant ghosts, as long as he was careful not to stay in one place for too long and not be surrounded by these mutant ghosts. Song Jian still felt very relaxed when upgrading here. After more than an hour, Song Jian's level had been upgraded to 97% of level 21. In less than half an hour, he could upgrade to level 22. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly found that the number of mutant ghosts in front seemed to have decreased a lot. These were not hunted by him, but the mutant ghosts disappeared inexplicably. What's going on? Could it be that another evil spirit lord has appeared? Song Jian immediately became alert and looked around cautiously. After a while, he saw that several mutant ghosts seemed to be attracted by something. They were slowly gathering towards him. But suddenly, they turned around and floated towards a small forest outside the cemetery in the distance. Song Jian's heart moved, and he quietly followed. The speed of the mutant ghosts was not fast. Song Jian only needed to be careful not to get close to other mutant ghosts, so that they would notice and become manic and attack him actively. These mutant ghosts easily passed through the fence of the cemetery and disappeared in the small forest not far away. Song Jian looked at the dark forest and couldn't help frowning. He always felt that there seemed to be something hidden in the grove. Perhaps a monster that he could not resist. After all, this was a level 30 monster area. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian decided to go in and see what was hidden inside. Transformed into black mist, Song Jian's figure suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, slowly floating in the air, drifting towards the grove. Soon, he noticed the mutant ghosts that had entered the woods before. They were constantly passing through the big trees and heading straight into the depths of the woods, as if something there was strongly tempting them. Song Jian followed these mutant ghosts and soon came to a clearing in the middle of the woods. At this time, a bald monk was sitting cross-legged in the clearing. The monk looked only about 20 years old, with 3 scars on his head. He sat cross-legged on a tree stump, emitting a faint golden light. He kept chanting scriptures, which sounded like chanting. Around this monk, there were 30 or 40 mutant ghosts. These mutant ghosts stood quietly and seemed to be concentrating on listening to the monk chanting scriptures. The golden light emitted from the monk's body surface turned into tiny light spots, which kept floating into the bodies of these mutant ghosts. Every time they absorbed some golden light spots, the mutant ghosts showed a comfortable expression on their faces, and the blurred faces began to gradually become clear. Chapter 438 Hopra Lion Eagle Beast. Is this a player? Song Jian looked at the monk with a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Hong. Level 19. Occupation, monk. Health value, 800/800. This player did not hide his name and attributes, and showed them openly above his head. As Zhang Hong recited the scriptures, the mutant ghosts were stained with golden light, and finally awakened their self-awareness. With tears streaming down their faces, they saluted to Zhang Hong with gratitude and gradually disappeared. As the mutant ghosts were converted one by one, sweat oozed from Zhang Hong's forehead, and he looked tired. The sound of chanting became lower and lower. After half an hour, all the mutant ghosts around him were converted by him and disappeared, and no new ghosts came again. Zhang Hong sighed softly, took out a bottle of mineral water, and compressed dry food from the parcel column, and ate it in small bites. After eating, Zhang Hong patted the food residue on his body and shouted in the direction of Song Jian, "Donor, you have been watching for so long. Why don't you come down and chat?" Song Jian was shocked. He was in the black fog state now. How did he find him? However, there are countless reconnaissance skills in the game. As a monk who can convert level 30 ghosts, maybe there are some special reconnaissance skills. Song Jian slowly came down, canceled the black fog state, restored his human form, bowed to Zhang Hong, and smiled. "Sorry. I was fighting monsters in the cemetery in front to level up, and found that there were several mutant ghosts behaving abnormally. So I followed to take a look. It was not intentional. Please forgive me." Zhang Hong slowly stood up, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Amitabha, you are too polite. I recite scriptures and spread Buddhism. Naturally, the more people listen, the better." Song Jian was stunned. He always felt that the man in front of him behaved a little strangely, as if he was also a monk in the real world. He couldn't help but probe, "Master, are you also a monk in the real world?" Zhang Hong put his hands together, bowed to Song Jian and said, "In the real world, I am a monk of Qingchuan Temple, and my Buddhist name is Hongyi. Qingchuan Temple is a temple on Huayu Mountain in the suburbs of Linhai City. There is a sitting Buddha statue several tens of meters high. It is said to have been built in the southern Song dynasty. It is also a tourist attraction in Linhai City. Song Jian has visited it with friends before." Song Jian knew that there were only 2 or 3 real monks in Qingchuan Temple. Most of the other service staff were people from the surrounding villages, who also did some small business selling incense, candles, and souvenirs. It is said that the real monks in Qingchuan Temple rarely show up. Unexpectedly, Song Jian met one in the game today. "Are you also leveling up here?" Song Jian asked curiously. "To level up, I need not only combat experience, but also merit. I can gain merit by saving these dead souls, but their levels are too high. I can't save a few at a time," Zhang Hong said with a frown. "I need merits to level up. Is this monk profession so strange?" Song Jian thought to himself. The two chatted casually for a few words, and after adding each other as friends, Song Jian turned and walked towards the cemetery. Looking at Song Jian's disappearing back, the smile on Zhang Hong's face gradually disappeared, and he stared blankly at the front. Rustle. Several translucent souls emerged from the surrounding trees and surrounded Zhang Hong's body. These souls exuded a light golden light, and each of them was strong, holding a wooden stick more than 1 meter long in their hands. A soul floated over and whispered in Zhang Hong's ear. Zhang Hong slowly shook his head and said, "This person can level up by killing monsters in the level 30 monster area. He is very powerful. I suspect he is one of the top 3 people on the level honor list. If you act rashly against him, you will not have much chance of winning, but will alert the enemy." The soul whispered a few more words. Zhang Hong smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, he is indeed the best candidate for the Dharma Protector." Observed slowly. "Don't rush. I'm afraid he will upgrade in this cemetery in the next few days. We still have a lot of time." Song Jian walked all the way back to the cemetery. His face was very ugly. He held the long sword in his hand tightly all the way. The monk gave him a very peaceful feeling. If he hadn't vaguely sensed that something was spying on him, Song Jian would not have doubted the monk who called himself Master Hongi. Now it seems that the monk has actually been influencing me in a special way, making me feel good about him. This influence will not be bad for me, so my innate skills can't take effect. Song Jian said in his heart. This person is too dangerous, although his level is lower than mine. I don't know why. I always feel a sense of fear towards him. Song Jian shook his head, looked back at the woods, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Just as Song Jian returned to the cemetery and prepared to continue upgrading, he suddenly felt something falling down from above his head. The wind was blowing, and he couldn't help but look up, and was immediately shocked. There was a huge black shadow above his head, like a giant bird, swooping down quickly. Boom! Just like a falling meteor, this strange bird landed in the cemetery, and the momentum emanating from its body made Song Jian's heart tremble. The monster's head resembles an owl, but its body and limbs are very similar to those of a lion. It has a pair of wide wings on its back and a snake-like tail behind its butt. As soon as this monster that seemed to appear only in mythology appeared, Song Jian immediately hid behind a stone tablet and cautiously looked out. Hopra Lion Eagle Beast. Elite Boss. Level 30. First level combat power. HP, 8000/8000. Characteristics. Skills. First level combat power. Is this an elite boss with first level combat power? Song Jian was shocked. This was the first time he encountered a monster with first level combat power. After the Lion Eagle Beast landed in the cemetery, it devoured the mutant ghosts in the cemetery one by one like a chicken pecking at rice. The level 30 mutant ghosts had no resistance in front of the Lion Eagle Beast. They were swallowed by the Lion Eagle Beast one by one like little bugs. Song Jian did not dare to move. If it was just a level 30 elite, Song Jian could still fight. But he knew that once he passed the combat power assessment and had the first level combat power, even the same level 30 monster would undergo earth-shaking changes. Now he was not the opponent of this Lion Eagle Beast at all. I can't be its opponent at all. It seems that I can't reach level 22 today. Song Jian looked at the experience value of 97% with regret, and slowly retreated. At this moment, Zhang Hong suddenly appeared at the edge of the woods. He was also attracted by the movement of the monster. Looking at the Lion Eagle Beast that was more than 3 meters tall, Zhang Hong showed a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 439 Lightning Strike. War Beast. This is really a perfect war beast. My luck is really good. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hong showed a crazy look on his face, and he was completely different from his previous peaceful demeanor. Hopra Lion Eagle Beast. Once it reaches adulthood, it can rival the dragon, as long as I sign a contract with it. Zhang Hong muttered to himself, emitting a dazzling golden light all over his body, as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. Come on, Hopra Lion Eagle Beast. Let Master Hongi be your master, and you will become the first war beast under the seat of the future Buddha Hongi. Zhang Hong rushed directly towards the Lion Eagle Beast with a fanatical look in his eyes. Bang! The 6-ring tin staff emitting golden light hit the Lion Eagle Beast hard, and immediately a large bruise was smashed. The Lion Eagle Beast felt pain and couldn't help but howl to the sky, making a series of sharp hisses. Looking at the damage number floating above the Lion Eagle Beast, John Hong laughed and said, "Great. I can break the defense. You are mine. This Hopper Lion Eagle Beast must belong to me." Hiss. The tail behind the Lion Eagle Beast suddenly rose up, and a triangular snake head made an angry hiss and bit towards John Hong. Bang! Like a black lightning, the Lion Eagle Beast's long tail like a venomous snake bit John Hong fiercely, but was blocked by a layer of rich golden light on the surface of John Hong's body. Although the attack of the venomous snake's tail was blocked, the power penetrated into it. John Hong is only a level 18 player now. For the Lion Eagle Beast with the first level combat power, he is like a small insect. The power is in an absolute crushing state. This attack directly knocked John Hong out, like a cannonball, smashing 2 stone tablets in a row, and then stopped under the blockage of a big tree. John Hong tightly grasped the 6-ring tin staff in his hand, wearing a golden armor that was looming on his body. He climbed up from the ground and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. With his current strength, it would be very difficult to fight against an ordinary monster of level 30. If it weren't for his natural restraint of the soul body, he would not appear in this place at all. Not to mention an elite boss with the first level combat power. Even if it was an ordinary elite boss of level 30, John Hong would turn around and leave immediately if he met it. This Hopper Lion Eagle Beast is so rare that John Hong couldn't help but want to take the risk. This donor, I wonder if you can help me to contain this monster. In this way, you can not only gain my friendship, but I will also pay you a generous reward afterwards. John Hong glanced at Song Jian and said with a smile on his face. Although John Hong looked a little embarrassed at this time, when he was talking to Song Jian, the golden light on his body was like a Buddha, peaceful and amiable, making it impossible for people to refuse his request. Song Jian showed a confused look in his eyes, and was about to open his mouth to agree, when a cool air suddenly surged in his mind, and Song Jian woke up in an instant, looking at John Hong with a sharp look in his eyes. Before, John Hong only used tricks to make Song Jian like him, which had no bad effect on Song Jian, so Song Jian's talent skills were not triggered. But now, John Hong obviously used a skill like charm, which naturally touched the forbidden area of Song Jian's talent skills and took effect directly, eliminating the influence of John Hong. Buzz! John Hong's face turned pale, his body shook, and he took 2 steps back. Skill backlash. John Hong looked at Song Jian with surprise, and he couldn't believe that his skills were ineffective. Damn! Reckless! What should I do now? John Hong panicked and said to Song Jian, "This is my donor. I'm really sorry. I was a little anxious just now, and I lost my composure for a while. Please forgive me. I am willing to pay you 10,000 Doomsday coins as compensation." At this time, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. System, player John Hong has sent you a trade request. He will trade 10,000 Doomsday coins to you. Do you accept the request? Song Jian sneered in his heart, but pretended to be hesitant on his face, wanting to get a small bargain, and directly chose to accept. Soon, 10,000 Doomsday coins entered Song Jian's package. 10,000 Doomsday coins, even for current players, is a small fortune. Song Jian showed a relieved smile on his face, nodded to John Hong, indicating that the previous things were written off. John Hong was overjoyed and said quickly, "Sir, please lend a hand and help me subdue this monster. I will definitely give you a generous gift." While speaking, John Hong summoned several translucent souls and commanded them to pounce on the Lion Eagle Beast. These souls were all war souls that John Hong secretly transformed when he was saving the mutant ghosts. Each war soul required 100 mutant souls to be successfully transformed. Once the transformation was successful, these souls would be like slaves, treating John Hong as their master and obeying him in everything. Even if John Hong told them to die, they would not hesitate at all. The war souls waved long sticks and fought with the Lion Eagle Beast, but it was obvious that they were no match for the Lion Eagle Beast. John Hong now just treated them as consumables to delay for a while. Donor, what do you think? Monks don't lie. I won't lie to you. As long as you help me catch this monster, I will definitely give you a big gift. John Hong's face showed an anxious look. He could feel that the fighting spirits he had worked so hard to transform were losing contact with him one by one. In fact, for the Lion Eagle Beast that feeds on souls, these fighting spirits are just a few slightly stronger ants compared to the ordinary mutant ghosts around. They can still be eaten one by one, and the taste is much more delicious than ordinary mutant ghosts. You are only level 18. What good things can you have? If you want me to help you, I will only help you if you give me the items to trade first. Song Jian looked John Hong up and down with disdain, and at the same time revealed his level. Seeing that Song Jian was already level 21, John Hong was shocked. At this time, he also knew Song Jian's identity, the first person on the level honor list. Soon, John Hong smiled and said to Song Jian, it turned out to be Mr. Song. Seeing Mr. Song holding a sword, he must be a swordsman. I have a sword technique that suits you. As he said, John Hong took out a rolled-up golden scroll and showed its attributes to Song Jian. Skill Scroll, Lightning Strike. Use Effect. You can learn the sword skill Lightning Strike. Use Requirements, Weapon Type Sword. Lightning Strike Active. Skill Effect, Borrow the Power of Thunder. Instantly cause 3 damages to the target. The first damage is 150% of the physical attack. The second damage is 110% of the physical attack. And the third damage is 70% of the physical attack. The 3 damages are thunder attribute damage. And there is a very small probability of stunning the target for 1 second. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Skill consumption, 30 points of sword energy. Golden quality sword skills. Quite powerful. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he was immediately tempted. Chapter 440 Siege. Give me this sword skill first. After I learn it, my strength will increase, which will also be good for you. Song Jian shouted with his eyes shining. This? John Hong hesitated. We can sign a contract and have it notarized by the system. Song Jian shouted. It was obviously impossible for John Hong to hand over the sword skill to him. But Song Jian was also worried about John Hong. It was not that monks could not do something to cheat afterwards. With the system notarization, the interests of both parties can be guaranteed by signing the contract. John Hong hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded. But his face became ugly. This is a golden sword skill. Even if it is sold, it can be sold for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of Doomsday coins. It is impossible not to feel bad to give it away so easily. John Hong has not yet cultivated to the realm of not relying on external things. After signing the contract, John Hong handed the sword skill to Song Jian and said quickly, my fighting spirit can no longer hold on. You are responsible for holding this monster. It is best to reduce its blood value to less than 1/3. If you want to sign a monster as a pet, it is best to reduce the opponent's blood value to less than 1/3, so that the success rate will be higher. Song Jian nodded, directly learned Lightning Strike, waved his sword, and pounced on the Lion Eagle Beast. Lightning Strike is similar to the 3 sword swings, but the 3 sword swings are one move after another. Continuous attack, while Lightning Strike causes 3 damages to the target in an instant. After using the Golden Light Demon Slaying Sword, using Lightning Strike is equivalent to causing 6 damages to the target in an instant, and the damage value is about to explode. Song Jian rushed to the side of the Lion Eagle Beast. John Hong's fighting spirit had been devoured by the Lion Eagle Beast. The Lion Eagle Beast, which had eaten up the fighting spirit, seemed very happy. It let out a joyful cry and even burped. Looking at the mutant ghosts around, there was no longer the joy in its eyes before. It became a little lazy and didn't want to swallow. Lightning Strike. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at the Lion Eagle Beast. Suddenly, a series of injuries floated up from the Lion Eagle Beast's head. 6 injuries directly caused the Lion Eagle Beast to lose more than 1,000 points of health. The Lion Eagle Beast was furious, spread its wings and waved them vigorously, and a strong whirlwind suddenly formed around it. Even Song Jian could not stand steadily, and was blown back by the strong wind like a bug. The Lion Eagle Beast turned its huge body and stared at Song Jian. It rushed towards him with its wings like a mountain. Song Jian got up from the ground, spit out a mouthful of sand, and looked up. The Lion Eagle Beast rushed to Song Jian in an instant, and stomped towards him with its 2 front paws. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The Lion Eagle Beast stepped into 2 huge deep pits, sinking all the way to its ankles, and a pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared around it. If this attack hit Song Jian, he would probably be knocked to the point of near death. At this time, Song Jian did not dare to resist head-on, and could only flee desperately. The Lion Eagle Beast chased after him like crazy, constantly attacking him. The Lion Eagle Beast with first-level combat power. Any attack was not something Song Jian could resist. Are you just watching? Song Jian saw John Hong standing there motionless, and couldn't help but yell at him. Zhang Hong's face was slightly red. He was actually frightened by the attack of the lion-eagle beast. Seeing that the forest before had been trampled into a flat ground by the lion-eagle beast, Zhang Hong felt a tremor of fear. This was not something he could contend with now. Affale. Zidian do so. Zhang Hong didn't dare to go forward and fight desperately. He could only stand at a distance, displaying the unique skills of a warrior monk, chanting Buddhist scriptures, and using spells to cause damage to the lion-eagle beast. As Zhang Hong chanted, golden runes flew out of his mouth, forming a huge golden hunting net in the air, flying towards the lion-eagle beast. Swish. At this moment, the lion-eagle beast's full attention was on Song Jian, and he didn't notice a large net descending from midair, wrapping it up completely. Sizzle. 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 After wrapping the lion-eagle beast, every thread of the golden net glowed with divine light, just like a hot iron, with waves of burning smell floating up, and a series of more than 10 points of damage floated over the lion-eagle beast's head, densely packed in a large area. While the lion-eagle beast was trapped, Song Jian turned around and performed a series of sword skills, causing a lot of damage to the lion-eagle beast. Seeing Song Jian's attack, Zhang Hong smiled. As expected, he was the first person on the level honor list, and his attack was powerful. If he were alone, it would be impossible to reduce the lion-eagle beast's health value to less than 1/3. However, the golden net only lasted less than 5 seconds before it was pecked and bitten by the lion-eagle beast and torn into pieces. Seeing the lion-eagle beast break free from its restraints, Song Jian interrupted the sword skills that had been released halfway and turned around to run. He did not have the ability to compete with the lion-eagle beast head-on, so he could only attack it by surprise. Attacking the lion-eagle beast was just a deal, and Song Jian could not risk his life. In just 5 seconds, Song Jian caused more than 1,500 points of damage to the lion-eagle beast. And at this time, the lion-eagle beast's health value had lost a quarter. Such a powerful attack force made Zhang Hong feel nervous, and he looked at Song Jian with a look of fear. What are you doing? If you have any tricks, use them all. If you don't make a move, don't blame me for leaving alone, Song Jian shouted at Zhang Hong. Anyway, even if the lion-eagle beast ran away, it would not be a loss for Song Jian. The contract only stipulated that Song Jian should assist Zhang Hong in capturing the lion-eagle beast. If the mission failed because of Zhang Hong's reservation, Song Jian would not bear any responsibility. As for the trading items, they have been learned, and the skills cannot be deleted. Therefore, Song Jian has not used the immortal sword body and regarded it as a trump card. He is not afraid of Zhang Hong turning against him. Hold on. Zhang Hong threw a skill similar to light body technique at Song Jian, increasing Song Jian's movement speed by 5%, and then began to prepare another spell. Mountain moving spell. Go! Zhang Hong chanted a Buddhist scripture for a while, shouted loudly, and pointed at the lion-eagle beast. Suddenly, a mountain appeared out of thin air in the air and smashed towards the lion-eagle beast. Boom! The mountain hit the back of the lion-eagle beast hard. Blood splattered, and the 2 wings of the lion-eagle beast broke and clung to the sides of the body. The lion-eagle beast let out a sharp hiss and struggled hard. For a while, the movement speed dropped sharply. Hurry up. The slowing effect can only last for 3 seconds. Zhang Hong roared, waving the 6-ring tin staff in his hand, and drew a complex pattern in front of him that looked dizzying. Chapter 441 Pet Contract. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. He had discovered that most of Zhang Hong's attack methods had negative effects, but the actual damage was not high. For ordinary players, the endless negative effects were simply a nightmare. But because of his talent, skill, thick skin, Song Jian's immunity to negative effects had reached an unimaginable level. Once he and Zhang Hong became hostile, if Zhang Hong did not have the ultimate skill of escaping, then in the battle between the two, Song Jian was sure to finish him off within 5 minutes. Under the restriction of Zhang Hong's skills, the lion-eagle beast was like a strong giant with slow movement, being played around by the two. After half an hour, the lion-eagle beast was covered in blood and wounds, and one of its front paws was even broken. Its huge body lost balance and fell directly to the ground, picking up countless gravel and dust. The lion-eagle beast was dying, lying on the ground, struggling to stand up again, but couldn't stand up. At this time, its health value had dropped below 10%. which was definitely the most suitable health for Zhang Hong to recruit. Well done. Zhang Hong smiled, but a trace of deep fear flashed in his eyes. Song Jian's damage was too high, and he didn't look like a player in his 20s. Zhang Hong leaped a few steps and came to the front of the Lion Eagle Beast. He first bowed deeply to the Lion Eagle Beast and said, "You were muddle-headed in the past and trapped in the sea of suffering. Today, I will help you get rid of it." With a leap, Zhang Hong jumped onto the Lion Eagle Beast and reached out to press its head. "Ha ha ha, Guardian Beast. You are mine." Zhang Hong was just one step away from success. He finally couldn't hold back his joy and excitement. He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, his face full of arrogance. The Lion Eagle Beast felt Zhang Hong standing on its back and suddenly became excited. It let out a series of angry roars and shook its body constantly. It wanted to throw Zhang Hong down, but it was too seriously injured. The wings just rose up and fell down again. Zhang Hong took out a scroll emitting silver light from the parcel column and pressed it against the back of the Lion Eagle Beast's head. Pet Contract Scroll. Song Jian looked at the scroll emitting strong energy fluctuations, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ordinary stores only sell white-quality pet contract scrolls, which can only be used to contract ordinary beasts. A magical species like the Hopra Lion Eagle Beast, which is a level 30 elite boss, cannot be captured by a white-quality pet contract scroll at all, and can only use a higher-quality contract scroll. This silver-quality pet contract scroll is worth at least 100,000 Doomsday coins, and there is no market for it. This price has even exceeded the price of many pets, and ordinary players have never seen it. Song Jian stared at Zhang Hong, who was using the scroll, and shook his head slightly. What a pity! If Zhang Hong was also level 30, he would have more than 80% success rate of capture with this silver quality contract scroll. But now he is only level 18, and the level gap between him and the Lion Eagle Beast is too big. Even if he uses this high-quality contract scroll, the success rate of capture will not exceed 30%. This level gap is something that every player who wants to capture a pet must consider. Zhang Hong didn't know whether he forgot because he was too excited, or he wanted to try his luck with this silver-quality contract scroll and ignored the level gap. After all, it's a rare opportunity to meet the Lion Eagle Beast, when you are almost certain you may not have the chance to find such a magical creature at all. At this time, Zhang Hong, with an excited expression on his face and trembling hands, pressed the contract scroll tightly against the back of the Lion Eagle Beast's head and began to recite the spell to sign the pet contract. As the spell was recited, the contract scroll suddenly burst into a dazzling light and began to slowly collapse and disintegrate, turning into countless silver runes, wrapping Zhang Hong and the Lion Eagle Beast completely. In this case, once the contract fails, all the runes will turn into nothingness, and this high-quality silver scroll will be wasted. Zhang Hong looked at the silver runes around him nervously, fearing that they would disappear in the next step. Boom! A dazzling silver light burst out from these runes, and Zhang Hong laughed loudly, which showed that the first step had been successful. This was the most critical step. As long as these runes formed a contract formation, they could force the Lion Eagle Beast to sign a contract and become his pet. The silver light continued to flow, and finally these silver runes continued to gather together to form a strange contract formation, which was covered with complex patterns and mysterious patterns and symbols. Come on, become my guardian beast, and you will enjoy endless glory under the seat of the future Buddha. Zhang Hong muttered to himself, and a milky white light shot out from the contract array and sank directly into Zhang Hong's brow. This light showed all the terms in the contract, just like the legal contract in the real world, which could not be violated once signed. Another white light shot directly to the forehead of the Lion Eagle Beast, and a faint black symbol appeared on the forehead of the Lion Eagle Beast. This is the pet mark. Once the Lion Eagle Beast surrenders, this black mark will accompany it for the rest of its life. The content of the contract stripes appeared in the minds of Zhang Hong and the Lion Eagle Beast. Zhang Hong was not unfamiliar with it. He chose to agree without even looking at it. On the other hand, the contract showed the content of the contract in a way that the Lion Eagle Beast could understand. The harsh terms made the Lion Eagle Beast look humiliated. It knew that once it agreed to the contract, although it could save its life, it would lose its freedom forever. The Lion Eagle Beast kept struggling, resisting the white light entering its forehead, and at the same time refusing the black symbol on its forehead. Hurry up. Hurry up. Surrender to me. Zhang Hong's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, staring at the struggling lion-eagle beast. After the contract scroll was activated, his mental power was needed to maintain it. The difference in strength between him and the lion-eagle beast was too great, and it was really difficult to maintain this contract. Submit to me, and you will be second to none and above 10,000 people, forever and ever. Zhang Hong shouted loudly, veins popping out on his forehead, and his face was full of ferocious expression. No longer as quiet and peaceful as before, the lion-eagle beast raised its head and let out a long and shrill roar, and the white light generated by the contract finally penetrated into its forehead, and Zhang Hong's face showed crazy joy. It's done! Zhang Hong shouted. At this moment, something strange happened, and the lion-eagle beast seemed to have recovered all its strength, and suddenly stood up and threw Zhang Hong off its back. Chapter 442 Killing. How could this happen? Bloodline burst? Zhang Hong, who was blown away, was surprised. He stood up from the rubble in a panic, looking at the lion-eagle beast that became even more crazy, and muttered to himself, Hopla lion-eagle beast is a magical creature. An adult Hopla lion-eagle beast can even rival a dragon. In their blood, there is a mysterious bloodline power. Once it is stimulated, it can gain more powerful power. This is why Zhang Hong would rather waste a silver-quality contract scroll to capture it. However, the lion-eagle beast burst out at this time. But the power did not come from the bloodline, but from the level difference between them. The difference of 12 levels made Zhang Hong and the lion-eagle beast seem to be separated by a natural chasm. If it were not for Song Jian's help, Zhang Hong would not be the opponent of this lion-eagle beast at all, and he could not even break the opponent's defense. Moreover, just when Zhang Hong was fully devoted to subduing the lion-eagle beast, Song Jian raised his right hand slightly and performed a surgical treatment to heal the broken wings of the lion-eagle beast, which gave the lion-eagle beast the power to lift Zhang Hong away. Surgical treatment can restore very little blood value, but it can remove adverse effects such as fractures and bleeding. Song Jian's movements were very small, and Zhang Hong, who was concentrating on subduing the lion-eagle beast at the time, did not notice his small movements. As a martial monk, Zhang Hong can use various spells at will. Although the damage is not high, the endless negative effects also make Song Jian secretly frightened. If he gets such a magical creature as a battle pet, then his last shortcoming will also be spliced, which is something Song Jian does not want to see. Boom! A powerful mental force burst out, instantly forcing out the white light and the black talisman that enveloped his brow. Zhang Hong's face showed a trace of grayness, and he watched the contract formation tremble violently, and then shattered. After failing to capture, the lion-eagle beast let out a relaxed and joyful cry, turned around, and looked at Zhang Hong with eyes full of anger. But there was still a trace of deep fear in his eyes. Losing a silver-quality contract scroll made Zhang Hong feel a pain in his flesh. Although the failure to capture would not cause substantial damage to him, Zhang Hong still felt as if a heavy hammer had hit his chest, making him want to vomit blood. Failure to capture a pet still has some sequelae. At this time, all the hatred of the lion-eagle beast has been transferred to Zhang Hong, and this hatred will be locked for 3 minutes, launching an endless attack on Zhang Hong. Seeing the lion-eagle beast rushing towards him, Zhang Hong seemed to have thought of this, and his face turned pale, and he turned and ran towards Song Jian. Help! Help me! Zhang Hong pleaded with a face full of begging, and shouted for help to Song Jian. The lion-eagle beast spread its wings, and instantly shortened the distance to 7 or 8 meters. The sharp beak was like a sharp blade, stabbing towards his back. The wind was fierce, and Zhang Hong felt that the threat of death was approaching quickly. His face changed drastically, and he threw a triangular amulet out instantly. The amulet flew into the air, emitting a dazzling light, and finally turned into a light shield, protecting Zhang Hong behind him. In the center of the light shield, a golden Buddha handprint slowly opened. One-time defensive amulet. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he recognized the triangular amulet, with an envious look on his face. This kind of one-time amulet has different effects, although it can only be used once. Its power is much greater than ordinary equipment or even skills, and its number is rare. Even Song Jian has not encountered one yet. The eagle's beak pecked hard at the center of the light shield, and the light shield suddenly made a crackling sound, turning into tiny crystal fragments and disappearing in the air. But the attack of the lion-eagle beast was also completely blocked. Not only that, The lion-eagle beast's eagle beak also broke with a snap, causing the lion-eagle beast to scream in pain. Save me. Save me. We have an agreement. John Hong was no longer the holy monk before. He was in a mess and grabbed Song Jian's hand with a horrified face, begging loudly, "Do you still have a high-quality pet contract scroll?" Song Jian clenched his sword, glanced at John Hong and said, "If there is none, then we can only kill it." John Hong's face was full of unwillingness. This time he suffered a huge loss. Not only did he give Song Jian a sword skill worth tens of thousands of Doomsday coins, but he also wasted a silver-quality pet contract scroll and a precious defensive amulet. Even the souls he had worked so hard to recruit were consumed. It can be said that after 10 years of hard work, he was back to the pre-liberation era. "No more. Just kill it," John Hong said helplessly. Silver-quality pet scrolls are not something you can get just because you want them. Their value is almost the same as the one-time amulet before. It's already a great fortune to have one. Song Jian nodded. He also guessed that John Hong had a very small chance of having a second precious scroll like this. "You continue to use the skills that trapped it. Kill it, and we will share the dropped items," Song Jian said. John Hong's face looked a little better after hearing what Song Jian said. After all, this lion-eagle beast was a level 30 elite boss, and it also had a first-level combat power. The dropped items must be very valuable. At least it could make up for his losses a little. Song Jian leaped up and swung his sword at the lion-eagle beast. With his current strength, it was still a bit difficult to deal with a level 30 elite boss with first-level combat power. If it weren't for the fusion of the red fire heart ape sword, each attack could burst out double damage, and Song Jian wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After the blood was reduced, the lion-eagle beast burst out with more ferocious combat power, as if it was a last gasp, and each attack could cause 300 to 400 damage. If it weren't for the advanced healing potion, Song Jian couldn't bear the attack in this last period of time. John Hong watched the lion-eagle beast's blood value getting lower and lower, and the unwilling look on his face became more and more intense. In fact, John Hong also mastered several healing skills, but he kept them in his hands and didn't use them on Song Jian. He couldn't help but have some strange thoughts in his mind, wanting the lion-eagle beast and Song Jian to die together, so that he could make up for his losses from Song Jian's body and the items dropped by the lion-eagle beast. If it was really like what he thought, then he would not only be able to make up for all his losses, but he might even make a profit. But to his disappointment, until the lion-eagle beast let out a cry and fell down, Song Jian also stood firmly in the same place, without showing a trace of weakness. Chapter 443 half for each? Finally killed it. Song Jian let out a long breath, glanced at John Hong, and saw a look of disappointment on his face, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although his blood value is less than half now, only more than 500 points, there are still 7 or 8 bottles of high-level healing potions in his parcel column, and many weak potions, slow potions, and brave potions can be retained. Even if John Hong immediately turned against him at this time, Song Jian was not afraid. Wow! 7 or 8 items fell from the side of the lion-eagle beast's corpse, each of which shone with a special light. Green, blue, silver, and even one emitting a bright golden light. Golden quality item. John Hong's eyes first fell on the golden quality item, and a look of joy appeared on his face. But soon, he seemed to think of something again, and looked at Song Jian, with an unwilling look on his face, which became more and more intense. He knew that even if Song Jian could not use this golden quality item, he would not give it to him. Song Jian picked up the golden quality item without hesitation. It was an item that looked like a scroll, with 4 golden characters swordsmanship outline written on the side. Swordsmanship outline gold. A one-time item. The effect of use. Any swordsmanship that does not exceed level 5 will be increased by 3 levels, and there is a certain probability that the skill will mutate. Usage requirements. The item must be used within 10 minutes. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face, and began to think quickly about which skill he could use it on. What is this? John Hong couldn't help but ask. Seeing John Hong's eager expression, Song Jian laughed and directly showed the attributes of swordsmanship compendium. Even if he gave this item to John Hong, he might not be able to use it. In fact, John Hong really mastered 2 swordsmanships. One called Dharma swordsmanship and the other called Vajra sword, which were extremely powerful. But to improve the level of these 2 swordsmanships, Not only proficiency points and skill points were needed, but most importantly, Buddha nature was needed. Zhang Hong has already fully upgraded the proficiency of these two sword techniques, and has skill points, but he has not been able to upgrade these two sword techniques by one level. The main reason is that his Buddha nature is not full. This is why he ran to the cemetery and kept chanting Buddhist scriptures to liberate these souls. He will not have any combat experience by doing this, but he will gain a little Buddha nature for each soul he liberates. In fact, for Zhang Hong, Buddha nature is far more important than any experience points, proficiency, or even skill points. Even the spell skills he learned need Buddha nature to improve. If he gets this swordsmanship compendium, it won't bring about a radical change in his strength, but it will directly improve one of his swordsmanship by 3 levels, which can make up for his shortcoming of insufficient damage. Therefore, Zhang Hong was very jealous when he saw this swordsmanship compendium. Just when he was hesitating to ask if he could exchange it for this swordsmanship compendium, Song Jian directly clicked to use it. The swordsmanship compendium suddenly turned into a golden light, covering Song Jian, and it slowly disappeared after a while. Song Jian hesitated for a long time. He knew too many swordsmanship and sword skills, and each one was very important to him. However, in the end, he decided to use the swordsmanship compendium on the 1 Yuan Chaos Immortal Sword Body. He has now mastered 3 skills of the Sword Immortal profession: Sword Finger, Invisible Sword Chi, and Indestructible Sword Body. In use, he found that the power of Sword Finger was average, and it was probably just an ordinary skill of the Sword Immortal profession, and the Invisible Sword Chi, because of the sword controlling skills of luck. The upper limit of Invisible Sword Chi has increased to more than 200 points, and even if it is improved, the effect is not obvious. The effect of the Indestructible Sword Body is frighteningly significant, although the cooling time is 1 hour. Once it is used, it definitely has the ability to turn the tables. Moreover, Song Jian estimated that the Indestructible Sword Body is probably one of the core skills even in the Sword Immortal profession, so he used this Sword Art Compendium on the Indestructible Sword Body without hesitation. 1 Element Chaos Immortal Sword Body active. Level 6 38%. Skill effect: after releasing this skill, the player's attributes are increased by 10. Physical defense is increased by 60%. Spell resistance is increased by 50%. Negative effect immunity judgment is increased by 8. Using sword weapons, damage is increased by 110%. Releasing sword skills, power is increased by 80%. This effect lasts for 120 seconds. Dispel, purification skills cannot work on this effect. Skill consumption, release consumes 25 points of invisible sword energy, and during the duration, 1 point of invisible sword energy is consumed per second. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes. Skill description: this skill is one of the inherited skills of the Sword Immortal profession. The power of the 6th level Immortal Sword Body has been greatly improved, and the duration has been increased to 2 minutes. Although the consumption has also increased, the upper limit of the invisible sword energy has increased, allowing Song Jian to withstand this consumption. If the Immortal Sword Body can be used continuously, even if it has a level 30 elite boss with a first level combat power, I am afraid I can kill it. Song Jian clenched the long sword and thought to himself. Zhang Hong opened his mouth and was about to speak, but saw Song Jian directly use the swordsmanship outline. He was stunned for a moment, sighed for a long time, and shook his head slightly. Among the spoils of the Lion Eagle Beast, there was also a silver quality item, as well as 5 or 6 blue and green items. This silver quality item is an equipment. Feather of the Lion Eagle Silver. Belt. Equipment level 30. Equipment effect: strength plus 4. Agility plus 2. Defense plus 28. Resistance plus 20. Chi and health value recovery speed increased by 20%. Special effect 1. Add 16 grids to use the package grid immediately. Special effect 2. Automatically restore 1 point of mental value every 10 seconds. Usage requirements: 15 points of mental power. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Is this a belt for a magic professional? Song Jian looked at the requirement of 15 points of mental power and frowned slightly. You know, after ordinary people enter the game, most of their attributes are around 5 points, and some are even only 3 points. Unless you get treasures such as attribute fruits, it is difficult to increase attribute points. Only when you first take up a job will you increase the attribute points according to your respective job situation. If you are not a magic job, It is very difficult to increase the spirit value to 15 points. However, this is not a problem for Song Jian. At this time, his spirit attribute is exactly 15 points. Song Jian's original spirit attribute was only 5 points. He ate a full attribute fruit, which increased by 1 point. The vertical eye on his forehead, which increased by 1 point. Used the Holy Spirit once, which increased by 2 points. Obtained the title of Savior, which increased by 1 point. Took up the job of the palm sword user, which increased by 3 points. And finally, after being tempered by the flame of the abyss, it increased by 5 points. Song Jian showed Zhang Han the properties of the belt, and happily replaced the devouring belt on his body. Song Jian felt that the profession of monk was still biased towards physical attacks. And Zhang Han was only level 18 now, and his mental strength might not even reach 10 points. Naturally, this belt belonged to him. Chapter 444 Wizard Soul. Zhang Han's eyes almost popped out when he saw Song Jian directly put the lion eagle beast feather on his body. You know, although Zhang Han is a monk, he is not a physical attack system, but a magic system. He is best at using various Buddhist mantras. Therefore, although he is only level 18 now, his spiritual attribute has already broken through to 17 points, which is 2 points higher than Song Jian's spiritual power. Zhang Han can naturally wear this lion eagle beast feather belt. You know, this is a silver equipment with an item level of 30. Didn't you say that the spoils were divided equally? You have already taken all the big ones for yourself. Zhang Han resisted the urge to roll his eyes and roared in his heart. Song Jian looked at the remaining blue-green items again, picked out a blue-quality blood essence and put it in the package column. Then threw all the remaining materials to Zhang Han. I only took 3 items, and the remaining 5 are all yours. Song Jian smiled. Zhang Han's mouth twitched, and he looked at the items Song Jian handed over. There was only 1 blue-quality item here, and the rest were all green quality. And most importantly, these were all materials, not equipment. Even if they were thrown into the auction house, the current players would probably not be interested in such high-level materials. Thank you very much. Zhang Han forced a smile on his face, and took all the items Song Jian handed over. Although these materials are of high level, the player's life skills will always be improved one day, as long as they are left for a period of time. These materials are still very valuable. After all, they are materials dropped by magical creatures. After killing this level 30 elite boss, Song Jian's level finally increased to level 22, and it exceeded 6%. Song Jian looked at the 3 skills of kick, 3 sword swings, and sword shadow step with a proficiency of 100%. After hesitating for a moment, he still put this skill point on sword shadow step. Song Jian already has enough damage skills, but he doesn't have many skills to escape and save his life. Now it is natural to upgrade the escape skill first. The sword shadow step, which was upgraded to level 2, increased its movement speed from 30% to 35%, and its duration from 7 seconds to 8 seconds, which was a small improvement. The body of the lion eagle beast began to slowly decompose and burn. If you have the skills of dissecting or skinning, you can also decompose some materials from its body. But Song Jian and Zhang Han obviously did not understand such life skills, and could only watch this precious body turn into a pile of ashes. It took more than an hour to kill the lion eagle beast. At this time, the sky was already white, and the ghosts in the cemetery also disappeared into the tomb. There were only a few crows occasionally calling in the entire cemetery, which seemed very quiet. Anita Buddha, Mr. Song, we will part ways now. I hope we can meet again in the future. Zhang Han returned to his monk's appearance, with a solemn expression on his face, and clasped his hands together, and bowed to Song Jian. Then, Master, let's part here now. Song Jian smiled and nodded, watching Zhang Han drift away. Song Jian had a sneer on his face. This time, Zhang Han could be said to have lost more than he gained. Once he got the lion eagle beast as a battle pet, his combat power would probably be at least doubled. From the first time he saw it in the woods, Song Jian had sensed a threat from the other party. The look in Zhang Han's eyes when he first looked at Song Jian was exactly the same as the look in his eyes when he first saw the lion eagle beast. I hope you'll be stronger next time I see you. You're so powerful right now that I don't even want to attack you, Song Jian whispered. Just then, an old voice sounded beside Song Jian's ears. Young man, you made a big mistake by letting him go. He might grow to a height you need to look up to in the future. Song Jian was startled and subconsciously tightened his sword, took a defensive posture, and looked around. "Who is it?" Song Jian shouted in a low voice. "Ahem. Don't be nervous. I'm just a trapped soul, and can't do any harm to you at all," the old voice sounded, revealing a sense of weakness. Song Jian did not dare to relax at all, still looking around nervously. But the cemetery was quiet at this time, and there was no one in sight. What kind of hero is it to hide your head and show your tail? If you have the guts, come out and see me. Song Jian could not sense any existence, and suddenly became more nervous and shouted loudly. "Haha. I also want to come out, but I am trapped in the cage now, and I can't even move." The old voice laughed and whispered, "If you really want to see it, then follow the white stone road in front of you and keep going forward. Turn left at the 13th step, and I will be here in the 6th tomb." Song Jian stood there hesitating. The battle with the lion-eagle beast just now affected an area of dozens of meters. The area pointed by the old voice was just at the edge of the battle area. Song Jian did not find any traps there in the previous battle. Therefore, after a while, Song Jian followed the guidance of the voice and walked towards the tomb. When he came to the tomb, Song Jian looked at the stone tablet in front of the tomb. There was no difference between this place and the surrounding tombs. The only difference was that there was no tombstone on this stone tablet, only a light golden hexagram array looming. If he did not observe carefully, Song Jian would have thought it was a stone tablet without words. Young God's favored one. I am a human wizard who once had first-level combat power. In another battle, I accidentally injured a civilian in a town and was sentenced to death. My soul was also exiled. Seeing Song Jian coming, the old voice began to slowly tell his story. Song Jian listened carefully. It turned out that this wizard soul who had lost his body was also a prisoner and exiled to this Doomsday city, just like the orc warrior that the butler George guided Song Jian to recruit. This soul has existed in this cemetery for more than 20 days. If no one comes to rescue him, when the time comes, he will become a monster without consciousness and only knows how to kill. This is what this wizard soul does not want. When Song Jian and the group of NPC professionals first came to the cemetery because of the supply box, the wizard soul had already discovered them. But he did not rush to call these people to rescue him, but patiently observed. If there is no choice, the wizard soul will naturally rush to exchange the first person he sees to rescue him. But now that there are so many people, the wizard soul will naturally choose a strong person to join. After observing for 2 more days, especially today when Song Jian and Zhang Hong hunted a lion-eagle beast with first-level combat power, the wizard soul finally made a decision. Chapter 445 Bloodline Wizard. If you can really rescue me from this cage, then I, Wallace Lamon, will pledge my loyalty to you in the name of the God of Truth and become one of your retainers. Lamon whispered. Lamon, aren't you afraid that you will never come here again after leaving on the first day? Song Jian said with a smile. No. Although your level is not high, you already have the ability to kill the level 30 elite boss independently. This area is full of level 30 monsters. I know that you, the God's favored ones, have a magical ability to hunt monsters in this world and quickly upgrade your level. This level 30 monster area is a treasure land for you to upgrade. You will definitely come here to upgrade again, Lamon said with a confident look. Your judgment is very accurate. Then, let's start signing the contract. As long as you sign the follower contract, I will rescue you from this prison, Song Jian said with a smile. The NPCs recruited in the manor system are all characters with extremely poor attributes. They are considered civilians among NPCs. Even if they are trained for a long time, they can only become a militia to protect their homes at most, and their growth potential is very small. These NPCs recruited from the manor system can only play roles such as waiters, construction workers, and apprentices. Only NPCs recruited from this kind of wild cage have some special skills. For example, the orc warrior that Song Jian met before not only has good personal strength, but also has the talent of raising wild beasts. He can tame ordinary wild beasts into war beasts to assist warriors in combat, and even serve as mounts to form a beast cavalry. And the imprisoned human soul in front of him was a wizard with first-level combat power in his lifetime. You know, another nickname for the wizard profession is Scholar. Even though he has lost his body and only has his soul left, his combat power has declined. But the rich knowledge he had before is also a considerable fortune. The God-favored ones choose followers. And followers also choose the God-favored ones. Lan Man is obviously very satisfied with Song Jian. So he signed the follower contract very readily. It took Song Jian more than half an hour to destroy the stone tomb and release Lan Man. A translucent light blue figure floated out of the tomb, took a deep breath, and said with emotion, "I never thought that I would get the chance to breathe free air again." After a moment of emotion, Lan Man knelt on one knee in front of Song Jian, put his right hand on his chest, and said respectfully, "Wizard Wallace Lan Man will become your follower, and will never leave you." "Wallace, I accept your loyalty," Song Jian said, supporting Wallace. At the moment when Wallace pledged his loyalty, all of its attributes appeared in front of Song Jian without reservation. Wallace soul, occupation, blood wizard, level 30, strength 30, agility 25, constitution 33, spirit 50, mana 500/500. In the follower interface, Wallace has many attributes, characteristics, skills, and even his life experience are clearly described. "Wallace, why are many of your skills sealed?" Song Jian carefully read Wallace's attributes, and when he saw the skill column, he couldn't help but frown and asked, "This situation has never happened before." The previous orc warrior, even if he became a slave, all his skills were retained. "I'm sorry, Master. I was a blood wizard before. All my power comes from my blood. Now that I've lost my body, many blood magics can no longer be performed," Wallace said with an apologetic gesture. Although Song Jian had guessed this situation long ago, it was still a little regretful now that it was confirmed. You know, Wallace was once a wizard with first-level combat power. If he was in charge of the War Alliance, Song Jian believed that no War Alliance would dare to invade them at this stage. "How can I restore your previous combat power?" Song Jian pondered for a moment. It was obviously a waste to make Wallace a logistics staff like Dr. Eberstein. But if Wallace could not restore his previous combat power, then he could only rely on his erudite knowledge to give Song Jian some suggestions in certain aspects in the future. "There are two ways to restore my previous combat power. One is to change to a soul wizard from now on. This is the easiest way, but it takes a long time. I need to practice from level 1 and adapt to this new profession." Wallace obviously thought about it for a long time and spoke quickly. "The second way is to rebuild my previous body. I need a strong body with the blood of ancient creatures. The stronger the blood, the stronger my strength will be. This is the fastest way. But it is very difficult to have a body with the blood of ancient creatures," Wallace said with a look of regret in his eyes. "My previous blood was the blood of the flame wolf. Among all blood wizards, it can only be regarded as medium." Song Jian's heart moved, and he finally understood why Wallace took the initiative to find him and become his follower after he killed the lion eagle beast. "You hope to use this blood essence to reshape your body and let you have the blood of the Hopra lion eagle beast, right?" Song Jian took out the blood essence emitting blue light, held it in his hand, and said to Wallace with a smile. Wallace knelt on one knee, his forehead almost touching the ground, and said, "Yes, Master. Please forgive my selfishness. The Hopra lion eagle beast is a magical creature. Its blood is much more advanced than the flame wolf. It is a high-level bloodline second only to the dragon bloodline. If I use it to reshape my body, then my strength will soon be able to recover to the first-level combat power, and even have the potential to break through to a higher level of combat power." Song Jian remained silent, playing with the blood essence in his hand, with a playful smile on his face, staring at Wallace, who was kneeling in front of him. "Wallace, can I trust you? Can you always be loyal to me and never betray me?" Song Jian said slowly. "Master, I swear by the soul of a blood wizard. If you can reshape my body for me, then I will always be loyal to you and never betray you. Even if the whole world is destroyed, I will always stand behind you." Wallace raised his head and said firmly. In the dark, Song Jian felt a trace of contractual power connecting Wallace and him. Once Wallace breaks the promise he made today in the future, his soul will be severely damaged. At the least, his soul will be greatly damaged. And at the worst, his soul may be scattered. Nodding slightly, Song Jian smiled and said, "I think the blood of the Hopra lion eagle beast is not suitable for you. Maybe you should have a higher level blood." Chapter 446 Bloodline Talisman. When Wallace heard Song Jian say that the bloodline of the Hopra lion eagle beast was not suitable for him, a look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. He had bet everything he had on Song Jian. Once Song Jian could not help him reshape his bloodline body. He would never be able to recover and become a bloodline wizard. Wallace has been studying bloodline wizards for hundreds of years. If he changes to soul body wizards at this time, everything will have to start all over again. In this destroyed world, weakness is the original sin. After becoming a soul body wizard, it will definitely take a long time to regain the first level combat power. Wallace doesn't know if he has that much time. But after hearing Song Jian's next words, Wallace showed a puzzled look in his eyes. To him, the Hopra Lion Eagle Beast was already a higher level bloodline than the previous one. Could it be that this extremely young god-favored person in front of him had other higher level bloodline essences? How is this possible? Although there are many powerful creatures in this world, with his strength, how can he obtain a higher level bloodline? Even this Hopra Lion Eagle Beast is beyond his strength. If it weren't for the monk's assistance, he couldn't kill this Lion Eagle Beast at all. How could he have a higher level bloodline? Wallace's eyes flickered, and his mood was a little excited, so that his soul body was shaking a little. Song Jian smiled slightly, and summoned the Black Dragon Cub directly. The Black Dragon Cub had been sleeping in the pet space for a long time. When it was released, it immediately let out a joyful dragon roar, and spread its wings, giving people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. At this time, the Black Dragon Cub was more than 4 meters in size, and nearly 2 meters in height. Its pair of golden vertical pupils were full of majesty. Light black smoke and sparks sprayed out of its nostrils with its breathing. A faint dragon power spread in all directions. Giant dragon. A giant dragon. How is this possible? Wallace's soul trembled violently, and it seemed that it was about to collapse. Obviously, it was very excited at this time. Wallace even wanted to touch some of the scales of the Black Dragon Cub. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he felt as if he was burned. He groaned in pain and immediately retracted his hand. Master, do you want to use? Wallace looked at the Black Dragon Cub with a look of surprise in his eyes. The Black Dragon is a kind of ancient dragon, and it is the top bloodline that blood wizards dream of. If Song Jian is really willing to use the Black Dragon's blood to reshape Wallace's body, then Wallace's future growth potential is absolutely unlimited. Yes, I am willing to use the Black Dragon's blood to reshape your body for you. Song Jian nodded and said. Wallace knelt on the ground with excitement, unable to speak. For him, this was definitely a great opportunity. Okay, when you return to my manor, you can start studying how to use the Black Dragon's blood to reshape your body. But make sure you don't cause too much damage to my Black Dragon, Song Jian said. Of course. Master, I promise that your battle pet will not suffer irreversible damage. At most, it will be weak for a few days, and will recover soon, Wallace said excitedly. Back at the manor castle, Song Jian directly assigned a laboratory to Wallace and handed him a drop of the blood of a Black Dragon Cub, so that Wallace could study how to use the Black Dragon's blood to reshape his body. After all, the Black Dragon's blood is such a top-level bloodline that Wallace dared not even think about it, let alone contact with it. Therefore, experiments before completely reshaping the body are essential. After settling Wallace, Song Jian took out the blood essence of the Hopra Lion Eagle Beast. At this time, the blood essence was like a red gem, emitting a bright light, and there seemed to be rich purple-red blood flowing slightly inside. Song Jian took off all his clothes, revealing the hexagram array on his chest. At this time, the hexagram array was emitting a faint light, and a red gem was inlaid in one corner. This gem was the dragon blood talisman condensed from the blood essence of an adult black dragon. At this time, he obtained another blood essence of the Lion Eagle Beast. I wonder if it can be turned into another talisman. Carefully, he brought the blood essence of the Lion Eagle Beast closer to the hexagram array. Sure enough, a strong suction force came from the hexagram array. Song Jian smiled slightly, and as soon as he loosened his hand, the blood essence of the Lion Eagle Beast was immediately absorbed by the hexagram array. Soon, a brilliant light slowly emerged from the second corner of the Night Slayer hexagram array. The second talisman, the blood talisman of the Lion Eagle Beast, appeared in the originally vacant position. The blood talisman of the Lion Eagle Beast is enhanced, strength +5, agility +3, constitution +5. Special effect, steel wings active. Can summon a pair of steel wings, lasting 1 hour. Cooling time 3 hours. In the state of steel wing summoning, the overall defense is increased by 30%. The resistance is increased by 30%. and the wings can automatically resist any damage below 50 points. It can fly in the air, with a flight speed of 280. So strong. Song Jian clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. This time the attribute improvement was huge, even greater than the previous Dragon Blood Talisman. After all, the first Dragon Blood Talisman used most of its power to transform Song Jian's body foundation, and the enhanced attributes were not fully manifested. However, the second Lion Eagle Blood Talisman completely exploded its power. The 13 additional attribute points alone made Song Jian gain a lot, not to mention the powerful skill of Iron Wings later. Once the Iron Wings are summoned, Song Jian's defense may be comparable to that of a heavy armored defensive warrior of the same level. Iron Wings. Song Jian's mind moved, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his back. A pair of wide wings emitting metallic luster appeared behind Song Jian, almost covering his entire body. Song Jian felt that this pair of wings was like a part of his body, and commanding it was as flexible as commanding his own hands and feet. With a thought, the iron wings flapped violently, and Song Jian's body flew out of the window of the manor castle like an arrow. Song Jian was a little flustered in the air at first, but soon he mastered the trick of flying, soaring freely in the air like a big bird. This kind of comfort is far from being comparable to flying in the sky on an airplane. Just as Song Jian was flying in the sky, a large group of strange bird monsters flew towards him. The piercing chirping made Song Jian cover his ears. Mutated rotten birds. Level 40 monsters? My god. Where am I flying to? Song Jian was shocked and quickly turned around and flew towards his manor. Chapter 447 Magic Source Stone. Unconsciously, Song Jian had already flown to the area of level 40 monsters and was chased by a large group of level 40 mutant rot birds. Song Jian finally got rid of them and returned to the manor castle. Huh. It was close. I almost couldn't come back, Song Jian said with lingering fear as he looked at the black mass of rot birds that slowly disappeared in the distance. This group of mutant rot birds actually chased Song Jian all the way to the level 10 monster area before slowly stopping. If it weren't for the flying speed of the steel wings, which was just a little faster than this group of rot birds, Song Jian would be in real danger this time. This also poured a bucket of cold water on Song Jian, who had just greatly increased his strength and was a little overconfident, and made him understand that in this Doomsday City, there are still many monsters that he cannot provoke. The construction of the manor castle is proceeding in an orderly manner. Within the scope of the alliance, buildings are rising from the ground. After the previous alliance war, few alliances around dared to provoke the City of Hope. Lord, the manor has now reached its limit and must be upgraded to a level 4 manor. Butler George saw Song Jian coming back and hurriedly took a thick account book to report to Song Jian. Thank you for your hard work, George. The manor can be built so well and so quickly. All thanks to you. Song Jian smiled and said, if the conditions for upgrading to a level 4 manor are met, then upgrade it. In fact, Song Jian was almost a hands-off manager in the development of the entire manor, unless some special materials needed to be collected by Song Jian. Generally speaking, George made all the decisions in the manor. Song Jian would never object to the fact that the manor was developed by George. Lord, if the manor castle wants to be upgraded to level 4, it needs to build a magic tower. A level 1 magic tower can be upgraded to level 4. George bowed and said, Magic tower? Then you build it. Song Jian frowned and said, are you missing any materials? Other materials are easy to say. We can purchase them through the Spark shop in the city of Anthem. But to build a magic tower, you need magic source stone, which is a controlled material. Generally speaking, it is difficult to buy it from the market, George said. In addition, a magician needs to be stationed in the magic tower. It would be best if you could recruit an NPC with a mage profession. There is no need to recruit a wizard NPC. I already have a blood wizard follower who can stay in the magic tower. Song Jian smiled and said, but as for the magic source stone, I need to ask, how many magic source stones are needed to build a magic tower? Sir, you don't need too much. Just 1 kilogram will be enough, Butler George said. Okay, I know. Go down. Song Jian nodded and said, this is the first time Song Jian has heard of the magic source stone. There are too many strange things in this game, and Song Jian can't understand them all. Damn it. Can't you just make a game website? If you need something, just check it on the website. Now you have to ask around for this kind of material. Song Jian shook his head and cursed in his heart. When asking about the magic source stone, Song Jian first thought of Annie, the manager of the Silver Moon Merchants Group, and contacted her first. Soon, Annie answered his call request. Manager Annie, can I ask you about the magic source stone? Song Jian asked. Magic source stone? That's a controlled material. Even our Silver Moon Merchants Group is not qualified to sell it. Once caught selling more than 10 grams of magic source stone, you will be sentenced to death. Annie was surprised. I just want to ask where this magic source stone came from. Song Jian originally wanted to buy it directly from manager Annie, but after hearing what Annie said, he gave up the idea. Of course, there is no problem with this. The magic source stone is not a mineral, but a gastric stone of a creature. Only by hunting this creature can you get the magic source stone. Annie laughed. I guess this creature must not be so easy to hunt. Song Jian said unhappily. Hee hee. Of course. This creature is called a demonized bat. An adult demonized bat has the strength of a level 30 elite boss. And most importantly, they are all social creatures. There are hundreds or thousands of them when they appear. Such a terrifying existence is not something that ordinary people can bear. His thousands of level 30 elite boss. Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath. It's hard to believe. Now I even doubt how I got the first magic source stone. Haha. Of course, we won't fight such a terrifying biological group head-on. Annie laughed. After the demonized bats stay in one place for a long time, they will abandon their nests and move to another place. In their abandoned nests, we can often collect some magic source stones. You know, the use of magic source stones is not only to build magic towers. It can not only improve people's physical fitness and prolong their lifespan, but also enhance the power of skills. In the eyes of some people, magic source stones are harder than Doomsday coins. Oh, is it really so magical? Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly asked in a low voice, is it true that no one dares to take the risk of smuggling such things? I believe that as long as it is an item, there is always a price. Can you tell me how much the price of magic source stones is on the black market? And was silent for a long time before she spoke. If I have a magic source stone, I will never sell it with Doomsday coins. I usually trade it for other things. Moreover, if I really want to give a price for the magic source stone, I believe that 100,000 Doomsday coins per gram of magic source stone is a more appropriate price. Annie said and hung up the call. Song Jian was shocked. 1 gram of magic source stone could be sold for 100,000 Doomsday coins. Just now, when George said that it takes 1 kilogram of magic source stone to build a magic tower, Song Jian didn't care. Now it seems that even if he sells his entire territory, he may not be able to get 1 kilogram of magic source stone. This is equivalent to 100 million Doomsday coins. My god. Can anyone really upgrade their safe house to a level 4 manor? Song Jian couldn't help but complain. Beep beep. Just then, the communicator suddenly rang. Song Jian saw that it was Annie, the manager, and quickly picked it up. By the way, Song Jian, I forgot to tell you just now that the places where demonized bats appear will infect the surrounding monsters and produce some close relatives similar to them. I remember that you once sold some materials bat wings. I guess this should be the items that only the infected demonized bats' close relatives will drop. If you go to explore around the monsters where the bat wings were found, I believe you will gain something. After Annie finished speaking, she hung up the communication again without waiting for Song Jian to reply. Song Jian looked at the hung-up communication. Looking thoughtful, Annie means that the Batwing zombies were infected by demonized bats. As long as you are in the place where the Batwing zombies appear, you will definitely find demonized bats. Chapter 448 Level 10 Dungeon. Speaking of Batwing zombies, Song Jian had found a large number of Batwing zombies on the rooftop of a building. Those adult Batwing zombies were all level 10 elite bosses. But that place was not their nest. They were just passing by. There is another place. That theater, where I killed a large number of level 10 Batwing zombie larvae. That should be the nest of these larvae. Maybe there is a nest of demonized bats nearby. Only in this way can so many Batwing zombie larvae be born. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and he remembered the scene when he hunted Batwing zombie larvae. Killing the young Batwing zombies was a very difficult task for Song Jian at that time. But for Song Jian now, let alone ordinary level 10 monsters, even if he really encounters a group of adult Batwing zombies of level 10 elite boss, he has the strength to fight. And he will not just run away like before. That is only a level 10 monster area. Let's search around first, Song Jian thought to himself. When Song Jian returned to the theater again, it was empty, without a single monster. It looked like many players had searched the place thoroughly, and even the collapsed rubble was cleared out by players, wanting to see if there were any items hidden under the rubble. Sure enough, these batwing zombie larvae are not monsters that can be refreshed repeatedly. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, thinking in his heart, no matter how many ordinary mutant zombies are killed, they will be refreshed by the game system the next day, and they are endless. Only those special plot monsters will never appear again after being killed. This scene in front of him seemed to confirm his guess. This group of batwing zombie larvae must have appeared because of the radiation pollution of the demonized bats. They have become a similar existence to the plot monsters. Once they are completely eliminated, they will not be refreshed again. The demonized bat nest I need to find now should be not far from this theater. It is really unimaginable that a level 30 demonized bat would actually be in this level 10 monster area. Song Jian walked slowly on the quiet street. The ordinary level 10 monsters around him just glanced at Song Jian from a distance and immediately turned around and left. Even those mutant zombies without minds would instinctively stay away from Song Jian. With the theater as the center, Song Jian circled 2 blocks, but found no clues to the demonized bat nest. But he was not in a hurry. If the demonized bat nest was really so easy to find, it would have been discovered by players and spread out long ago. After all, a level 30 monster appeared in a level 10 monster area, which was definitely explosive news for players. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly looked up and looked at a building not far away, where violent energy fluctuations came from. Is there a battle going on there? It seems that a fire mage is fighting, Song Jian said to himself. After a while, a man in a black wizard robe, holding a huge coat in his hand, hurried out of the building. Fuck. I just wanted to search for some supplies. How come I ran into a level 10 elite boss? This is just my luck. Xiao Jun looked ugly and looked back. The burly zombie boss was trapped by the narrow unit door and couldn't get out for a while. He was violently destroying the wall around the unit door with his fists. A large amount of bricks and concrete fragments kept splashing out. After a while, a big hole appeared on the wall. The burly mutant zombie, who was nearly 3 meters tall, roared and rushed out of the building. Damn it. You really should go work in the demolition office in real life, Xiao Jun muttered, and the code in his hand turned to one of the pages without wind. Clasp. Called. Xiao Jun chanted the spell, and after a few seconds, he waved his right hand, and a red light flew out of the code and landed in front of the zombie boss. Firewall. Start. Boom. A large area of flames rose into the sky, and the area 3 or 4 meters around the zombie boss was all burning with flames. The color of this flame was not red, but black, which was similar to the color of the abyss flame that Song Jian mastered. But it did not have the terrifying aura emitted by the abyss flame. After taking a look at the wall of fire behind him, Xiao Jun smiled and turned to run. After running 2 steps, Xiao Jun saw a young man standing stupidly on the street. It seemed that he was attracted by the noise of his fight with the boss. Xiao Jun's face changed, and he waved to Song Jian and shouted, "Run! Run! There is a level 10 elite boss here." Xiao Jun's level is level 12, but it is also very difficult for him to hunt a level 10 elite boss alone. In addition, there are many mutant zombies nearby. Once the battle lasts too long, it will attract a large number of zombies to surround him. By then, it will be too late even if he wants to run. Seeing Song Jian standing still, Xiao Jun ran over, grabbed Song Jian's arm, and yelled, "Are you stupid? You don't run away when you see the elite boss. Are you going to die?" Hee hee. I want to ask, is there any place around here with bat monsters? I need to hunt them for a mission. Song Jian laughed. Xiao Jun pulled Song Jian's arm a few times and found that he couldn't move it at all. But he was a mage and his strength attribute was not high, so he didn't care. Bats? There is a level 10 copy in that building. That shadow demon trace. And there are some level 10 demonized bats. Xiao Jun was stunned and said casually. But then his face changed drastically, and he shouted quickly, "Boss! Level 10 elite boss! My god! Can't you see it?" As he was talking, the burly zombie boss had already rushed out of the building and rushed towards Xiao Jun. The strong zombie boss, with a black metallic luster all over his body, was as strong as steel. Even in the firewall, he could only cause single-digit damage to it at most. Level 10 copy. Bad Shadow Demon Trace? I know. Song Jian looked thoughtful, as if he didn't take the boss rushing towards him seriously at all. Zhao Jun saw that Song Jian looked indifferent, gritted his teeth, and continued to run to the back. Sorry. I don't want to leave my life here, Zhao Jun said in his heart. Just as he rushed forward for more than 10 steps, he suddenly heard a shrill howl of a mutant zombie behind him. Zhao Jun trembled all over and couldn't help but look back. The tall zombie boss was lying on the ground. His health value was 0. And the man who had been standing still was holding a long sword in front of the boss. Zhao Jun was stunned, his mouth wide open, looking unbelievable. How is this possible? He actually killed the boss. Chapter 449 Real Difficulty. The level 10 elite boss has only more than 1,600 HP points. For Song Jian, even a set of combos is unbearable. Now Song Jian uses the Fuse Red Fire Heart Ape Sword. Even with ordinary attacks, the damage has exceeded 300 points, which is not something a level 10 elite boss can bear. The items dropped by this boss are given to you as consulting fees. Song Jian smiled at Zhao Jun and said, watching Song Jian's figure disappear in the building. Zhao Jun opened his eyes wide, and he couldn't believe it. When did the level 10 elite boss become so fragile? Or is that person too strong? Soon, Zhao Jun's eyes fell on the items dropped by the level 10 elite boss. His eyes lit up, and he quickly pounced on it. Bat Shadow Mystery. It's just a level 10 copy. How could there be demonized bats? Song Jian frowned slightly, and walked towards the place with the largest energy fluctuation in the building. Magic Source Stone can only be produced by level 30 demonized bats. This level 10 copy. Soon, Song Jian came to an open room. On one of the walls of the room, there was a light blue light door. A group of players were sitting in front of a light blue light door, drinking water and eating food to rest. When they saw Song Jian coming, these people did not stand up, but just took a look and retracted their gaze. This group of people were divided into several teams in groups of 3 or 5. They seemed to be teams preparing to attack the dungeon or to withdraw from the dungeon to rest. Hey, brother. Your equipment is good. What level are you now? Are you interested in clearing this dungeon together? A soldier holding a silver quality shield and a shotgun on his back saw Song Jian, looked up and down. His eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and greeted him. Although the quality light of the equipment on Song Jian had been turned off, the production style and appearance texture of the high-quality equipment itself could still be seen if observed carefully. People who observe carefully can judge the quality and level of the other party's equipment based on these details. Song Jian looked at the warrior, who deliberately waved the silver quality shield in his hand with a smile on his face. Players at this stage can have a silver shield, which is very popular in the dungeon. As long as they can withstand the boss attack, they can easily form a team and attack the dungeon. Song Jian smiled at the man and shook his head to refuse. These players are all around level 10 and can only attack the dungeon of simple difficulty at most. I am afraid that Song Jian cannot even enter the dungeon of simple difficulty. Song Jian walked to the dungeon gate and checked it carefully. Sure enough, the entry level of the easy difficulty dungeon is from level 8 to level 12. The normal difficulty is from level 10 to level 15. The hard difficulty is from level 15 to level 21. And the real difficulty is from level 22 to level 28. It seems that we can only enter the real difficulty dungeon to explore it. And if there are really demonized bats in this dungeon, they can only be in the real difficulty dungeon. Song Jian stood in front of the dungeon gate and pondered. Seeing Song Jian standing alone at the dungeon gate, the players who were resting nearby looked at each other and looked at Song Jian with suspicion. What does this person want to do? Is he going to play the dungeon alone? Someone whispered. How is this possible? The ordinary monsters in the dungeon are all elite, much stronger than the monsters outside. Not to mention one person. A full team has to be very careful in it. If they accidentally attract too many monsters, the whole team will be wiped out. That's right. There are too many dangerous places in this game. But you only have one life. Safety is the first priority. I have never seen anyone dare to play a dungeon alone. Oh my god. Look. He is really going in. Suddenly someone shouted in a low voice. Song Jian, who was standing in front of the dungeon gate, directly chose the dungeon of real difficulty. Soon, the originally light blue light gate began to emit a scarlet light. A wave of crazy and violent aura emanated from the bloody light gate, causing the players sitting around the light gate to flee like rabbits. Is this person crazy? He actually chose the real difficulty, which requires level 22 to enter. Level 22. He is Song Jian, the first on the level honor list. Someone suddenly screamed. Song Jian did not hide his ranking on the level list. Level 22 is now a level that any player needs to look up to. Seeing Song Jian's figure disappear in the Scarlet Dungeon Gate, the red light gate slowly returned to light blue, and everyone became excited. The news that Song Jian had started to attack the real difficulty dungeon began to spread among the players. After entering the dungeon, Song Jian suddenly felt a wave of heat coming towards him. In front of him, a stone-paved path appeared. On this path, looking around, there were corpses and bones everywhere. A burst of black flames emerged from the cracks in the ground, burning everything it could touch. Even in the woods on both sides of this path, there were blazing black flames. The surroundings were dead silent, without a trace of living things. If the fire bed does not reach more than 50 points, I am afraid you will not even be qualified to enter here. Song Jian looked around and thought to himself. At this time, a faint arrow cursor appeared on the ground of the path in front of Song Jian, indicating that Song Jian should walk forward along the path. Is this a hint for me on how to clear the dungeon? Song Jian smiled slightly, and followed the arrow prompt and walked forward along the path. Soon, Song Jian came to a big pit, which was full of broken limbs and corpses that had turned into bones. A breath of palpitation emanated from the pit. Caw caw caw. In the pit, it seemed that something was constantly surging at the bottom. After a while, a big bag was bulged up, and the corpses piled on it kept rolling to the side. Human, this is not the place you should come to. A deep and hoarse voice came out from the pit. After a while, a skeleton with black flames burning all over its body emerged from the pile of corpses. This was a humanoid skeleton with a metallic luster, but on its back, there was a pair of broken bone wings. The skeleton with black flames burning all over its body opened its 5 fingers towards the pit with its right hand. Suddenly, streams of black air, with sharp whistling sounds, gathered from the pit towards its palm. After a while, a 2-meter-long cross battle axe appeared in its right hand. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and carefully checked the attributes of the monster in front of him. Skeleton Demon General. Level 20. Elite Boss. HP 2800/2800. All living things that appear in front of me must die. With a roar, the Skeleton Demon General's feet made a violent explosion, and the whole person flew into the air, like a big bird, and pounced towards Song Jian. Chapter 450 Outsiders. If it was a level 20 elite boss, Song Jian would have to spend some effort to kill it in the past. But for Song Jian now, this skeleton warrior is just a slightly stronger ant. The skeleton warrior held the axe in both hands and chopped at Song Jian fiercely from the air. Song Jian did not dodge, but held the long sword in his hand and swung the sword, colliding with the cross axe. Clang! With a crisp sound, Song Jian felt his arm sink, and a strong force came. His 2 hands were pressed down a little bit involuntarily, but he showed a disdainful smile on his face. Its strength is only 30 points at most. It poses no threat to me at all, Song Jian thought to himself. The cross axe is a heavy weapon, and the skeleton general is slashing down from a high altitude, which is an advantage in itself. But its attack can't even make Song Jian retreat a step. Song Jian's attributes at this time have actually completely suppressed the skeleton general. For other player teams, this skeleton general is a watchdog-like role to weigh the player's strength. Players with weaker strength are expected to fail several times here. But in Song Jian's eyes, this skeleton general is just a slightly stronger character than ordinary monsters, and he can completely crush it without even opening the immortal sword body. Broken Wing Dance. Start. Swish. 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 The long sword in Song Jian's hand gave people a sense of heavy power when swinging, just like swinging a heavy weapon. After 2 moves, the skeleton general retreated 5 or 6 steps, and was almost beaten back into the mass grave by Song Jian. Boom! For the last blow, Song Jian jumped high, and the long sword drew a dark red mark in the air, slashing towards the skeleton general. The chi force was rampant, and the skeleton general roared continuously. But the huge body was still hit by the chi force in the air, and was in a floating state. Die! Song Jian shouted, and all the sword skills were applied to the skeleton warship. Sword thread. 3 sword swings. Lightning strike. The skeleton warrior roared continuously, but had no chance to fight back. By the time it landed, its HP had dropped to 1/3. Song Jian's damage was too much for even a level 30 elite boss, let alone a level 20 skeleton warrior. Bright slash. Before the skeleton warrior could get up from the ground, a brilliant golden sword energy made a low whistling sound and passed through the center of the skeleton warrior's body. The skeleton warrior, who was about to get up, paused, and the black flames burning on his body disappeared as if blown out by a strong wind. Bang! With a muffled sound, countless broken bones splashed out from the body of the skeleton general. The huge body seemed to have experienced thousands of years of weathering, like a collapsed sand tower, and turned into a pile of fine bone fragments. This watchdog that gave countless player teams a headache and tortured them to death was easily solved by Song Jian. If the players gathered at the door of the dungeon knew that Song Jian had killed the first boss of the real difficulty dungeon in such a short time, I'm afraid they would be surprised and their jaws would drop. The skeleton general dropped a skill stone, and a strong attack required the use of a long weapon to perform, which could cause 180% physical damage to the target. This skill has good damage, and most importantly, it consumes very little energy, and the cooldown time is only 3 seconds, which can be regarded as a regular skill. Such skills are often sought after by players, and they can definitely be sold at a good price in the auction house. In addition to this skill stone, the skeleton general also dropped a blue quality level 20 equipment, the skeleton battle armor, which is a plate armor worn by warriors. It not only has super high defense, but also comes with a passive skill. When it is damaged, there is a 30% chance that the attacker will be cursed with weakness, which is a top-notch product. In addition to these 2 items, the skeleton general also dropped 2 rubies and a broken skull, which can also be regarded as a kind of gemstone, which can be embedded in equipment to improve equipment attributes. This is a real difficulty dungeon for me, and the dropped items are pretty good. Song Jian looked at the spoils in the package, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. After bypassing the mass grave, Song Jian continued to walk forward along the path. Along the way, some level 20 elite mutant zombies appeared from time to time, either coming out of the woods on both sides, or from the mud on both sides of the path. There were even some corpses on the roadside with only half of their bodies left, and they didn't know how long they had been dead. When Song Jian passed by, they would also let out a low roar and crawl towards Song Jian with both hands, trying to attack him. For ordinary teams, this sudden attack may cause them to be in a hurry for a while, and even suffer some unnecessary damage. But for Song Jian, it can only be regarded as some seasoning in the boring journey. In addition, these elite monsters in the dungeon not only give high combat experience, but also the quality and quantity of the items dropped are much higher than those outside. Song Jian picked up nearly 5,000 Doomsday coins alone, which can be said to be a great harvest. Just as Song Jian was muttering whether this path would never end, a shout suddenly came from a distance. Tony, don't rest next to the corpse, even if he is your companion who just died in battle. Amir, go and inform the mayor and ask him to organize another group of militiamen to come over, and bring some holy water by the way. Holy water is more useful to deal with these disgusting guys. Susan, quickly organize people to gather these bodies together and burn them. You don't want them to stand up and fight you again. Song Jian trotted for a while, and finally saw a village at the end of the path ahead. This village looked like a fully armed fortress, surrounded by chevaux de frise stakes. The village wall was built with thick tree trunks and looked quite solid. There were piles of bonfires on the wall. The militiamen holding bows and arrows were looking nervously at the wall. In front of the gate of the village, dozens of corpses were lying in all directions. Even though Song Jian was far away, he could smell the stench. A strong man wearing leather armor and holding a 2-handed giant sword was commanding a dozen militiamen to clean up the battlefield. Seeing Song Jian appear, whether it was the people defending on the wall or the militiamen cleaning up the battlefield, they all nervously aimed their weapons at him. Looking at these level 22 militiamen and the level 25 elite boss level man standing in front of the village gate, Song Jian couldn't help but frown. With his strength, there was no way to break through such a tightly defended village. Stand still, outsider, and explain your intentions. The strong man standing at the village gate waved his heavy sword and pointed at Song Jian, shouting loudly. Chapter 451 Assistance. Song Jian was pointed at by dozens of weapons. Seeing that many people inside were trembling with nervousness, they might touch the trigger of the crossbow if they were not careful. Song Jian hurriedly shouted, "I am just a passing traveler. I have no intention of being an enemy of you." All the guardians of the village in front of him were yellow names in Song Jian's eyes, which meant that their relationship with Song Jian was in a fragile and different state. If they were not careful, they might become hostile. This village blocked Song Jian's way to continue to pass the level, which was obviously a test. If he did not want to be an enemy of the entire village, he had to ease the relationship between them as soon as possible. "Oh my God! Captain! I saw Paul move a little. I swear, I am absolutely not mistaken." A militiaman holding a spear suddenly shouted, his face full of horror. All the militiamen shouted in horror and could not help but retreat towards the town gate. "Calm down. Calm down. Guys, we came out to kill these disgusting guys. Think about the villages and towns behind you, where there are your parents, wives and children. Do you want to let these disgusting monsters in?" The strong man holding a two-handed sword shouted loudly, wielding the long sword, and fiercely chopped off the head of a corpse who was just a companion. "Coal kerosene. Hurry up and bring the coal kerosene. Pour it on these monsters and burn them to death," the strong man ordered. At this moment, low roars came from the woods on both sides of the road, and the staggering mutant zombies slowly walked out of the woods and gathered towards the villages and towns. At this time, no one cared about Song Jian anymore. But at this time, Song Jian received a system prompt. "Please kill at least 3 mutant zombies or village militias to choose your current camp." "Camp? Do I need to choose a camp in the dungeon?" Song Jian glanced at his reputation interface. Because he had obtained the title of savior, his reputation with humans had reached reverence. "Do I have any other choice? You can't let me become a member of the zombie monster camp." Song Jian shook his head and swung his sword to chop at the mutant zombies that came out of the burning woods. Seeing Song Jian's actions, Frankfurt was slightly relieved. He was the captain of the militia team of this village and town, and he could be said to be the most powerful person in the entire village and town. But he could feel the strong aura emanating from Song Jian. If the other party attacked the village and town at this time, it is very likely that this town that has existed for decades will be completely destroyed. The mutant zombies that came out of the burning woods were all level 25 elite monsters. They were stronger than the village and town militia. But these mutant zombies were all irrational and could only rely on instinct to drive them. The desire for killing and blood made them regard any living creature as food. Therefore, there was no tactics or formation at all. They just pounced on the militia like wild beasts. Under the organization of Frankfurt, the militiamen were afraid of these monsters, but they still resisted the attacks of waves of monsters like reefs. After Song Jian killed 3 monsters, he immediately received a system prompt. "You chose the camp, Human Guardian in the dungeon camp selection. You can hunt monsters in the dungeon to increase the reputation of the dungeon human camp. This reputation is not universal with the reputation of the human camp outside the dungeon, and can be used as currency to trade with humans in the dungeon. Brave warriors from afar, we need your help." After Song Jian chose the dungeon human camp, he suddenly heard Frankfurt's loud cry for help in the distance. And looking at it, and those militiamen, their names had all turned light green. "Is it so real?" Song Jian muttered quietly, swinging his sword and slashing at the mutant zombies while rushing towards the village gate. System: you killed a level 25 copy mutant zombie elite level. Gained 1,200 combat experience points. And gained 3 copy human reputation points. System: you killed a level 26 copy mutant zombie elite level. Gained 1,500 combat experience points. And gained 4 copy human reputation points. Every time Song Jian killed a monster in the copy, in addition to combat experience, he also gained copy human reputation. This copy human reputation was not in the same column as his previous human reputation, but in a separate row. Each mutant zombie could bring him 3 to 4 copy human reputation points. With the addition of Song Jian, the defense camp of the village was finally stabilized. These mutant zombies not only had strong attacks, but also carried infectious viruses. Once they scratched a wound, it was possible to be infected with the zombie virus, and antidotes must be taken immediately. Once the militiamen died in battle, if the bodies were not handled within the specified time, their bodies would 100% turn into zombies, stand up again, and turn into monsters. "Young man, you are a powerful hero. My name is Frankfurt. and I am the captain of the militia in this village. When the battle is over, I will definitely invite you to have a drink at the Horn Bar. Frankfurt watched Song Jian cleanly chop down the mutant zombies one by one. While he was surprised, he also recognized him, and couldn't help shouting to Song Jian, "Then I'll thank you first." Song Jian drew back his sword and flicked it lightly, shaking off the zombie blood on the blade. The mutant zombies in the copy are not only much stronger than those outside, but even the virus in their blood is a bit stronger than the mutant zombies outside. The battle lasted for more than 30 minutes. The barricades outside the village gate had been destroyed by the mutant zombies. Even the militia was less than 10 people left, and the rest did not even have a complete body left. However, the number of mutant zombies was getting smaller and smaller, and it seemed that this battle would end with the victory of the village defenders. Just when everyone had a happy smile on their faces, a low roar sounded from the depths of the burning woods. All the militiamen's faces changed drastically. Even Frankfurt looked nervous. "Be careful. A big guy is coming." Frankfurt glanced at Song Jian and whispered, "Big guy? The second boss?" Song Jian was stunned, but soon understood. His mouth slightly raised, and he thought to himself, "I originally thought that Frankfurt was the second boss in the copy, but I didn't expect that after joining the human side, the system would assign a monster boss." Boom, boom, boom. The tall trees in the woods were blown away by a strong force, and a mutant zombie with a metallic luster, waving a thick bone stick in his hand, roared angrily towards the gate of the village. Chapter 452 Demonized Bat. Seeing this burly zombie over 2 meters tall, Frankfurt clenched his sword, glanced at Song Jian and said, "Zombie warrior, be careful. Legend has it that it has obtained the power of the devil, and can control all mutant zombies. It is the king of zombies." Song Jian took a look at the boss in front of him, and couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that this was only the second boss in the copy, but it was already a level 25 Lord level boss. Demonized Zombie Warrior. Level 25. Lord level. Health value, 9,000/9,000. It's just a level 25 Lord monster. It shouldn't be a big problem. Song Jian glanced at Frankfurt beside him. Even without this level 25 elite helper, Song Jian was confident that he could kill this zombie warrior alone. Now that he has a helper, it should be easier to deal with this boss. At this moment, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance. A shrill cry seemed to ring in everyone's ears. The militiamen couldn't help but scream, threw away all the weapons in their hands, and covered their ears with their hands. Even so, many militiamen had blood flowing out of their ears. "Damn it. Here comes another one." Frankfurt's face changed drastically. His whole body trembled, and he looked up at the sky in the distance. I saw a huge black bat flying quickly from a distance, with 2 blood-red eyes staring at Frankfurt. On its furry body, there was a huge scar, as if it had just grown, surrounded by a circle of pink tender flesh. Demonized Bat Leader. Level 25. Lord level. Chi and health value, 5,000/10,000. Asshole. This bat also came to join in the fun. I should have killed it thoroughly before. Frankfurt roared angrily, looking back at the village gate, his eyes full of deep worry. If it was just a demonized zombie warrior, then as long as it could not break through the gate of the village, it would not be able to cause harm to the residents of the village. But this demonized bat leader was different. It could directly bypass the village's defense and enter the village to kill the residents. Last time, it rushed into the village under the cover of night, causing dozens of casualties. Frankfurt fought hard, but only seriously injured it. Unexpectedly, this time, the demonized bat leader took advantage of the mutant zombies attacking the village and town, and appeared in front of Frankfurt again. It seemed that it was here to seek revenge on Frankfurt. Demonized bat. Song Jian was not surprised but happy when he saw this huge bat. The reason why he opened up this real difficulty dungeon was to obtain the magic source stone from the demonized bat. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the dungeon, he found the trace of the demonized bat. Frankfurt glanced at Song Jian and was about to speak when Song Jian said directly, "The zombie warrior is yours, and the big bat is mine." After saying that, Song Jian leaped up, and a pair of steel wings appeared behind him, flying towards the huge demonized bat. Frankfurt knew that without Song Jian's help, he would definitely not be able to protect the village. Although the demonized bat was injured and only had half of its health left, it could fly into the air, which was more difficult than the demonized zombie warrior. Frankfurt originally wanted to catch the demonized bat himself, but unexpectedly, Song Jian directly chose the most difficult opponent, which made Frankfurt full of gratitude. "May the holy light protect us," Frankfurt roared, raised his two-handed sword, and a brilliant golden light burst out from his long sword, covering all the militiamen. Even under Song Jian's feet, a light golden halo appeared. Blessing of the holy light? All attributes increased by 10%, and the speed of blood value recovery increased by 30%. The effect is not bad. Song Jian glanced at his status bar and nodded slightly. Swish. The demonized bat leader saw Song Jian rushing towards him and immediately gave up his original goal. He turned around and pounced on Song Jian. The bat leader, who exuded a black aura, had claws like sharp blades, which could even cut the void into pieces. A series of piercing cries came out of its mouth, like a series of sharp arrows, leaving Song Jian no chance to dodge, and he could only bear the sonic attack of the boss. Clang, clang, clang. Song Jian's iron wings seemed to have self-awareness. While flapping continuously to maintain the flying state, he actively rushed towards the claws of the demonized bat leader to resist its damage. Song Jian naturally would not be polite to it. The long sword in his hand kept slashing at the body of the demonized bat leader. A series of purple-red blood spurted out, and the fine fluff was crushed by the sword energy. In just 3 minutes, the blood value of the demonized bat leader dropped below 30%, and he looked miserable. At this time, Song Jian's health value was still half, still more than 1,000 points. He was not very used to air combat at first, but later Song Jian was able to take the initiative to fly up and down with his flexible figure to avoid the attacks of the demonized bat leader. Squeak, squeak. A burst of rapid and piercing sounds rang out. Song Jian was about to use the most powerful move to end the life of the demonized bat leader, but he stopped immediately when he heard its rapid cry. "It's summoning monsters." Song Jian's face showed an excited expression, waiting for the boss to summon monsters. After a while, a black fog appeared on the horizon, and dozens of level 25 elite demonized bats quickly pounced towards Song Jian. "Come on!" Song Jian swung his sword into the chest of the demonized bat leader, then slashed it downwards. The wound that was originally chopped by Frankfurt suddenly broke open again, and a critical damage of more than 1,000 points floated up from the head of the demonized bat leader. With a shrill scream, the demonized bat leader trembled all over, and the huge bat wings lost all their strength. Like a stone, it fell down and twisted its body weakly on the ground. Song Jian did not even look at the bat leader, who was already in a dying state on the ground, but flapped his wings and rushed towards the monsters it summoned. For a moment, the demonized bats in the air fell down one after another like dumplings. Some of them were still alive and kept flopping on the ground, making miserable cries. Song Jian was also covered with small wounds. The skin of these demonized bats was tough, and their fine teeth were extremely harmful. Under the siege, Song Jian also suffered a lot of damage, and his blood value dropped below 300 points. Huh. I was still a little careless. I didn't expect these little things to be so powerful. I was almost surrounded by them. Song Jian took out a bottle of high-level healing potion and poured it into his mouth. At this time, the demonized zombie warrior had forced Frankfurt to the gate of the village. The remaining militiamen were all seriously injured and were carried into the village. The heavy gate had been closed, and only Song Jian and Frankfurt were left outside. On the wall, militiamen continued to use crossbows to attack the demonized zombie warrior, but those arrows could not break the zombie warrior's defense at all. They pierced his body and sparks appeared, just like shooting at steel. Frankfurt was in a mess. The original rich golden light on his body was only a thin layer left, tightly attached to the surface of his body. The heavy sword in his hand also had a crack on the ridge. "I am afraid that it will not last long, and this heavy sword will break. Human, die!" The zombie warrior waved a huge bone stick and smashed it hard on Frankfurt's head. Chapter 453 Holy Water. Bang! Frankfurt hit the gate of the village like a tattered bag, shaking the gate and causing dust to fall down. Seeing Frankfurt seriously injured and lying listlessly under the gate, the militiamen standing on the wall cried out in shock, each with a look of fear on their faces. But no one dared to open the gate to save him. The demonized zombie warrior took a few steps forward, grabbed Frankfurt's collar, half lifted him up, and a mocking smile appeared on his ferocious face. "Human, your companions have abandoned you. How sad." Frankfurt's mouth was full of blood foam, and he struggled to say something, but he couldn't say a word. "Come, let me give you more powerful power, and become a member of the undead." The zombie warrior opened his mouth wide, and a stream of black breath poured out from his fong-filled mouth and drilled into Frankfurt's mouth and nose. Light slash. With a sharp shout, the demonized zombie warrior suddenly felt a heart-pounding fear coming from his back, and immediately interrupted the transformation ceremony. Threw Frankfurt out, swung the bone stick, and smashed it behind him. Boom! A dazzling golden sword energy directly cut off the zombie warrior's bone stick. The hot golden sword energy chopped on the zombie warrior, as hot as magma. Countless black breaths emerged from its wounds. The zombie warrior let out a shocking roar, waved his two big hands, and grabbed Song Jian. Lightning strike. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 thunder powers appeared out of thin air, as Song Jian chopped with his long sword. They chopped at the zombie general like pale blue blades. A burning breath kept coming out, and the powerful thunder power flowed on the surface of the zombie general's body, causing the zombie general to twitch uncontrollably. Song Jian turned and came to the side of the zombie general. Broken wing dance. The zombie general protected his chest with both hands and gritted his teeth to endure Song Jian's attack. Every time the sword chopped on his hands, amazing damage broke out. The zombie general felt as if there was a heavy hammer, which kept hitting him. His arms made a series of cracking sounds that he couldn't bear, as if they would break in the next moment. How can it be so powerful? The zombie warrior retreated several steps, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Kill it. It is the source of all mutant zombies. As long as it is killed, the town will never be invaded by zombies again. Frankfurt struggled to get up and shouted in a hoarse voice. At this time, his face was covered with black aura, which was like a small snake, constantly moving on his face. Song Jian glanced at Frankfurt. The opponent's blood value was less than 100 points, and there seemed to be a strange energy in his body, which was constantly eroding. Frankfurt's body was constantly twitching, and he lost all his strength and couldn't even stand up. The demonized zombie warrior threw away the half-broken bone stick in his hand and raised his right hand to the air. There was nothing in his palm, but it seemed as if he was holding an extremely heavy object. Even his arm trembled slightly unconsciously. Crack, crack, crack. A series of violent noises broke out from the body of the demonized zombie warrior, just like the sound of bones breaking. After a while, black bone spurs drilled out of the zombie warrior's body. Lord of 10,000 demons. Destruction. The black aura surging on the surface of the demonized zombie warrior's body gradually condensed into a full body armor. Like a hedgehog, countless black spikes of various sizes drilled out of its body. Each spike exuded a metallic luster, and the surface was floating with a black aura like flames. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at the zombie leader. There was a crisp sound, just like chopping on alloy, leaving only white marks. How is it possible? The defense has become so strong. Song Jian was shocked. Now the damage has become single digits every time. Even a level 30 Lord level boss cannot have such a defense. The demonized zombie leader's right hand kept rising up, allowing Song Jian to attack without fighting back. When his right hand could not hold on, his left hand also grabbed his right wrist, as if he was holding something with all his strength. Song Jian felt bad, but when he looked at the zombie leader's right hand, he could not see anything, as if it was holding an invisible heavy object. What's going on here? Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He could feel a strong sense of threat, like a big net covering him. Stop it. Frankfurt rolled over, using all his strength, stretched out his right hand, as if to grab Song Jian, with an anxious look on his face, and shouted desperately, "It is summoning the devil from hell. Stop it. Otherwise this place will become a demonic domain, and there will be no living creatures." Song Jian was shocked. There were too many traps in this copy. A level 25 Lord boss could turn the entire area into a demonic domain? What should I do? My attack can't break its defense at all. Song Jian frowned and shouted. At this time, a ferocious smile appeared on the face of the demonized zombie warrior. Its right arm was almost raised above its head. When its arm was fully raised, the devil of hell would appear. Holy water. Attack it with holy water. Frankfurt shouted at the wall. The panicked militia began to look everywhere. After a while, 5 or 6 holy waters were thrown down from the wall and hit the body of the demonized zombie warrior. Like concentrated sulfuric acid, the holy water melted the demonized armor on the boss's body as soon as it touched its body. The holy water was like a living thing, constantly drilling into its body. The severe pain made the demonized zombie armor couldn't help but scream. Dozens of damage numbers floated up from the zombie warrior's head. It was shaking violently, as if it would fall to the ground in the next moment. But it still persisted. A few drops of holy water accidentally splashed on Frankfurt's body. Unexpectedly, wisps of green smoke also came out of its body, as if the holy water was also attacking it. Not enough. Not enough. Frankfurt's face was distorted. His body was shaking slightly, and he looked at the magic zombie warrior and shouted at the wall. "Captain, the holy water has been used up." The militia on the wall shouted in panic. Light slash. Song Jian took a look at the skill. The cooldown of light slash ended. He immediately swung his sword and used this sword skill full of divine power, slashing at the right arm of the demonized zombie general. The bright golden light was like a sun. Everyone who was shining on it couldn't help but cover their eyes. Black blood and tears flowed from the eyes of the demonized zombie general. His body seemed to be burned, and thick smoke billowed out. With a shrill scream, an arm as thick as an adult's thigh spun and smashed into the distance, breaking a burning black tree directly. The demonized zombie general's face was full of despair. He knelt on the ground with his knees, holding the half of his right arm in his left hand, and raised his head to the sky and let out a shrill scream. Then, a black flame blazed from the bottom of the demonized zombie warrior's feet. After a while, it turned into a human-shaped torch. The scorching flame made Song Jian take 2 steps back. Soon, the demonized zombie warrior turned into a pile of black ashes. Black auras kept drifting out from all around, floating towards the air, and then slowly dissipated. Chapter 454, Autopsy. Victory. We won. After a short silence, all the militiamen cheered. Some even cried with joy, covering their faces and crying loudly. The 2 Lord-level monster bosses were killed. It is believed that there will be no more monsters threatening this village for a long time in the future. Those who can survive are full of gratitude. Song Jian looked at the pile of black ash of the demonized zombie warrior, and a smile appeared on his face. The boss's explosion just now had reached the extreme defense. Even with Song Jian's terrifying attack damage, it could only barely break the defense and cause single-digit damage. Moreover, this level 25 Lord-level boss actually has the trump card of summoning hell demons. Once it is successfully summoned, it will probably be another hard battle, and the entire village may be affected and destroyed. Fortunately, I noticed your weakness at the last moment. Otherwise I might not be able to stop you. Song Jian looked at the pile of black ash and thought to himself. The zombie warrior's body was covered with black bone spurs, but there was no bone spur on the right arm. Song Jian also had an idea and discovered its weakness at the last moment. He easily used the light slash full of sacred power to cut off its arm. This is probably the only way to complete the mission. With that terrifying defense bonus, I don't believe that there are other players who can break the opponent's defense at this stage. Song Jian wiped his cold sweat and thought to himself. Captain, what's wrong with you? The village gate slowly opened, and a group of militiamen swarmed out, looking at Frankfurt with a black face. They all showed a look of horror on their faces. At this time, Frankfurt's body surface appeared with black auras, like chains, locking his whole body tightly. His eyes were full of terrifying bloodshot, and even the muscles on his body began to bulge, and the surface exuded a metallic luster. Demonized. The captain is demonized. A militiaman pointed at Frankfurt in fear and retreated. Roar! Frankfurt suddenly roared, got on all fours, and rushed towards the burning forest like a beast. The militiamen surrounding him were all afraid of being contaminated by the other party's breath, and did not dare to stop him. Song Jian only felt a black shadow jump past him. When he looked up, Frankfurt had already rushed into the burning forest, leaving Song Jian with only a vague back. It seems that the threat to this village has not disappeared. This Frankfurt may be the next demonized zombie warrior. Song Jian thought to himself. The demonized zombie warrior dropped a silver quality level 25 plate armor and a silver quality cross battle axe, which was a two-handed heavy weapon. There were also some level 20 materials left, all of which were collected by Song Jian. The demonized bat leader was still flapping its wings and struggling to escape, but it was already in a dying state. Even an ordinary militiaman could easily end its life. It had no power to fight back at all. Song Jian stepped forward quickly and stabbed its body with a sword, harvesting the last bit of the demonized bat leader's health. With a light bang, the demonized bat leader dropped a lot of items. After Song Jian carefully checked it, he couldn't help but curse parallel imports. This is a level 25 Lord level boss. But it only dropped a lot of materials. Not even a piece of equipment. The price of all the materials added up is not even as high as the silver quality cross battle axe dropped by the demonized zombie warrior. Maybe it was because it was seriously injured. So the items dropped were reduced. Song Jian could only speculate in his heart. However, the magic source stone that he was most concerned about was not among the items that dropped, which made him a little confused. You know, this is the demonized bat leader. If even it doesn't drop magic source stones, then the probability of ordinary demonized bats dropping magic source stones is not even smaller. Sir! Sir? A militiaman came to Song Jian tremblingly, bowed to him and said, Sir! The village chief of our village asked you to go to the village to rest for a while. And there is also an important matter to discuss with you. Song Jian stared at the corpse of the demonized bat leader. His face was a little ugly, and he turned his head to look at the militiaman. The residual murderous intent in his eyes made the militiaman take 2 steps back. Wait a moment. I still have some things to do, Song Jian said unhappily. Sir, do you want to dissect these demonized bats? I have a scalpel here. The militiaman saw Song Jian staring at the corpse of the demonized bat leader, thinking that Song Jian wanted to dissect it, and quickly took out a scalpel to please him. This knife was not well maintained. There was some rust on the end of the handle, and some gaps on the blade. But its properties made Song Jian's eyes light up. Old scalpel white. Item level 1. Use effect, damage 3 to 7. Increase dissection efficiency by 5%. Use conditions, level 1. Dissection. Dissection. Song Jian's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly remembered that Annie once said that the magic source stone is the stomach stone of the demonized bat. It usually exists in the stomach sac of the demonized bat to assist it in digestion. Until now, the strength of these demonized bats has not disappeared. I didn't even notice such an obvious clue. It's simply... Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help laughing. In that case, thank you very much. Song Jian took the scalpel handed over by the militia and thanked him with a smile. Puff. Song Jian easily cut open the stomach of the demonized bat leader with the scalpel and took out a black stone the size of a fingernail from it. When he saw this stone, Song Jian couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect it to be hidden in the stomach. I almost missed it. Ha ha ha. Although this magic source stone is not big, it is heavy in my hand. At least more than 30 grams. After carefully searching the stomach of the demonized bat leader and finding nothing else, Song Jian held the scalpel and walked towards those ordinary demonized bats of level 25. It took Song Jian more than 10 minutes to dissect the stomachs of all the demonized bats. Not every demonized bat had magic source stones in its stomachs. After searching all of them, Song Jian only collected about 50 grams of magic source stones. These magic source stones were large and small. And the most amazing thing was that when these magic source stones were put together, they could attract and merge with each other. After a while, these magic source stones all merged together and turned into a slightly larger black crystal. Thank you. Song Jian smiled and handed the dissecting knife to the militiaman. The militiaman took a look at the magic source stone in Song Jian's hand and looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Song Jian's heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Have you seen this kind of black crystal? Sir, this kind of black stone is sold in the village grocery store. The militiaman scratched his head and seemed to be puzzled by Song Jian's collection of these black crystals, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chapter 455 Village Chief. Song Jian was overjoyed when he heard from the militia that the grocery store in the village had magic source stones for sale. The reason why he attacked this real difficulty dungeon was for the magic source stones. But this time he only collected 50 grams of magic source stones. It would take a lot of time to collect enough magic source stones to build a magic tower. If magic source stones can be purchased in this village, then it would be the best news for Song Jian. Let's go. Take me into the village. Song Jian put away the magic source stones and said with a smile. When Song Jian entered the village, he saw an old man in a gray linen robe, with wrinkles all over his face and snow-white hair, leaning on a cane, standing in the center of the village surrounded by people. Seeing Song Jian coming in, the old man trembled and stepped forward, bowed to Song Jian and said, My warrior, I am the village chief of Fok Village, Zora Fok. Thank you for saving our homeland and saving hundreds of innocent people. Song Jian hurriedly stepped forward to help the old man up. and said with a righteous look, I am just a swordsman traveling around the continent. When I encounter such a monster, I naturally cannot stand idly by. It's a pity that I have no ability to save Frankfurt. He is a brave guardian. Frankfurt is a good boy. I hope his soul can rest in peace, village chief Zora said lightly, as if he didn't care about the loss of the strongest fighter in his village. When Song Jian heard what village chief Zora said, he felt a faint strange feeling in his heart. This was too abnormal. However, Song Jian did not continue the topic, but asked, respected village chief Zora, I came here for a kind of magic material. The magic source stone. Which is this black crystal. It only exists in the body of the demonized bat. I want to ask, do you know where there is a nest of demonized bats nearby? This kind of black crystal stone can often be picked up by villagers when they go out, although they don't know what it is used for. If they often keep it around, it can save people from the pain of illness. So many people carry some with them. Village chief Zora opened his collar and showed Song Jian a piece of magic source stone. This is a magic source stone about half the size of a fist, at least more than 300 grams, which made Song Jian a little jealous. You can go to the grocery store in front of the village. They sell it. Village chief Zora looked Song Jian up and down, as if he was measuring his strength, and then said, as for the nest of the demonized bats, you go straight forward along the back door of the village. There is a huge cave on the northern rock wall of the Wailing Wasteland, which contains a large number of demonized bats. The Wailing Wasteland? I see. Song Jian nodded. Soon, Song Jian found the grocery store that village chief Zora mentioned. There were not only a large number of magic source stones, but also many other precious items. Song Jian even saw a gold-quality musket, although the attributes were average. A gold-quality musket, if taken outside, would be worth at least 100,000 Doomsday coins. All the items here need to be purchased with dungeon human reputation. These reputations are useless outside the dungeon, and can only be used as currency here. I need to brush the dungeon for at least half a month before I can buy the gold-quality musket. Song Jian secretly calculated in his mind, shook his head, and finally gave up the idea of continuing to brush this dungeon. All the dungeon human reputations were exchanged for magic source stones, together with the ones obtained before. Song Jian had more than 300 grams of magic source stones in his hand. This is worth 30 million. Song Jian held a small ball of magic source stones in his hand, and smiled bitterly. After a short stay in this small village, Song Jian came to the back door of the village. The whole village is backed by a rock wall. The so-called back door is actually the only escape route in the village. Once the village gate is breached, the residents can escape smoothly from here. At this time, the old village chief Zora was standing at the back door. Seeing Song Jian coming, Zora took out a dark yellow parchment scroll from his arms, handed it to Song Jian and said, My warrior, you saved our village, and I have nothing to repay you. This is the map of the entire Wailing Wasteland, as well as the nest of the demonized bats, and a small part of the map of the Wailing Nest. I think it will definitely help you. The expression of the village chief Zora was very sincere, which surprised Song Jian a little, even though he had lost the militia captain who had been protecting the village. The village chief Zora did not show such an expression. Song Jian took the map and looked at it. It depicted the terrain of the entire Wailing Wasteland in great detail, and even the locations of some powerful monsters were clearly marked. In the lower right corner of the map, a small part of the terrain of the Wailing Nest was depicted, with densely packed pits and passages marked on it. It seemed that it was drawn after a long time of exploration by a special person, and it was very detailed. But even so, Song Jian could see that this was only a small part of the Wailing Nest, probably less than 1/3. And judging from the marks on the map, this Wailing Nest seemed to have the possibility of a second layer, but they had not explored it completely. And this was just a guess. Thank you, village chief. Song Jian put away the map and thanked him with a smile. No matter what the purpose of village chief Zora giving him this map, it did save Song Jian a lot of exploration time. Otherwise, if he wanted to find the nest of the demonized bats, Song Jian would have to waste at least a few days in this Wailing Wasteland. In fact, there are many branch tasks and hidden tasks to be explored in this village. If a small team enters here, at least they can gain some benefits here, but they also waste a lot of time. After all, this is just a level 10 real difficulty copy. The items inside are not worth much to Song Jian. It is better to find the nest of the demonized bats as soon as possible and obtain the magic source stone. watching Song Jian holding a torch and disappearing into the rock wall passage at the back door of the village. A gloomy look appeared on the face of the village chief's aura. In the dim light, there seemed to be a black breath, like a small snake, entwined between the village chief's eyebrows. The rock wall passage at the back door of the village is very spacious, with traces of artificial chiseling everywhere. It is definitely not something that can be built in a short time to open up such a passage. It will take at least decades of efforts from the entire village. Song Jian held the torch and walked for more than 20 minutes before he finally saw the light in front of him. Finally walked out? Song Jian said, walking quickly towards the end of the passage. As soon as he came out of the passage, he heard a shrill cry in his ears. This sudden cry scared Song Jian so much that he trembled all over. He couldn't help but summon the red fire-hard monkey sword, holding it tightly in his hand, and looking around nervously. Chapter 456 Dwarf Guardian. Leaving the rock wall passage. Looking around, there is a dark brown land, with gullies all over the land, and countless large and small cracks, giving people a feeling that they can't step on it. Gusts of shrill winds blew, and bursts of ghost fox and wolf howling came from these cracks in the ground, as if countless people were crying in unison. No wonder this place is called the Weeping Wasteland. It seems that it is because of this strange terrain. Song Jian looked thoughtful. In this land, there was not even a little green plant to be seen. It was obviously extremely barren. This is why the villagers of that village were unwilling to immigrate here even though they were invaded by zombies. Song Jian summoned all the blood crows, and then followed the map to let them fly forward to explore the way and find the location of the lamentation nest. Soon, from the feedback of a blood crow, Song Jian determined the specific location of the lamentation nest. It took half a day to come to the lair of the demonized bats. The lamentation nest. The lamentation nest looked like a huge blade that had chopped the towering rock wall fiercely, leaving traces. From time to time, bursts of shrill howls came out of the huge cracks. Waves of coldness surged out of the nest. At the edge of the nest, a thick layer of black ice continued to spread out from the nest. Outsider. Stop. This is not the place you should be. A deep voice sounded from the nest. Song Anjing squinted his eyes and looked inside. After a while, a short and strong figure walked out of the nest. Dwarf? Song Jian squinted his eyes and whispered. The dwarf in front of him was wearing thick heavy armor. The magic runes on the surface of the heavy armor were glittering and emitting silver light. This should be a set of magic armor. The silver quality suit is expensive. Even the warhammer in his hand emits a faint silver light. Its hair and beard are tangled together, except for a pair of sharp eyes and a high nose bridge. No other organs can be seen on his face. You are? Song Jian frowned and stared at the dwarf carefully. But it was strange that he could not find out the other party's attributes and information at all, as if it was hidden by it. I am Cambia Hammer, the guardian of this cave. There are countless monsters in this cave. Once you accidentally break in, it is difficult to come out alive. In order to prevent innocent lives from being thrown away here casually, I can only stay here. The dwarf Cambia shook the frost on his beard and said, just to dissuade strangers from breaking into this nest and losing their lives. Are you going to stay here? Song Jian said softly with a flickering eye. Yes, young man. Leave here quickly. Even if you don't encounter those monsters in the cave. The cold wind blowing out of the cave carries the breath of hell and will hurt your body. The dwarf patiently advised. Sorry. I came here to hunt the monsters inside. Song Jian shook his head and said, hunting monsters? The dwarf's face sank and became ugly. He stared at Song Jian and said, young man, do you know how strong the monsters inside are? Each of them is at least level 30. And there are tens of thousands of them. Even if a strong man with a first-level combat power enters, it is difficult to come out safely. You are just a 22nd level adventurer. How dare you say that you want to go in and hunt monsters? The dwarf took 2 steps forward, his aura emanating from his body, and the attribute information that was originally hidden was also revealed. Level 28 elite boss strength? Song Jian glanced at the dwarf. This was the first time he had encountered an NPC that could hide its own information. Song Jian had always thought that this function was a privilege for players. As long as you can withstand my 3 attacks, you will be qualified to enter the Lair of Sorrow, the dwarf said, roaring, and his aura surged out like a tide, shattering all the frost on his body, and rushed towards Song Jian. Just withstand 3 attacks? What if I defeat you? Song Jian smiled, holding the red fire heart ape sword tightly. and flicked his backhand. And a dazzling sword energy rushed towards the dwarf. Boom! The long sword and the warhammer collided fiercely, making a dull collision. The chi was rampant, and a booming sound came from the top of the rock wall. The broken stones fell, but were crushed into powder by the surrounding chi. The dwarf Cambia's face changed. From the power transmitted from the warhammer, it could feel that the strength of the human opposite was not much worse than its own. Very good. You are very powerful and a respectable opponent. The dwarf roared and leaped into the air. Lightning appeared out of thin air and gathered towards the warhammer in its hand. In an instant, its whole body was flowing with plasma, as if it had turned into thunder. Thunder strike! Cambia roared, and the whole person rushed towards Song Jian like a flash of lightning. This kind of power. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and showed a cautious expression on his face. Although he also mastered the sword skill lightning strike with the power of thunder. The thunder power displayed by lightning strike was the difference between an earthworm and a dragon compared to the thunder strike of the dwarf in front of him. With such a terrifying thunder power, even if the other party said that he was the son of thunder, Song Jian believed that what he said was true. Holy parry! Song Jian clenched his sword and took a defensive posture. Boom! A force 10 times stronger than before smashed towards Song Jian, and the area within a radius of 10 meters was filled with thunder power. Even the black ice at the entrance of the Lair of Lamentations was mostly melted by the thunder power. The blue thunder power enveloped the area within a radius of 10 meters. However, in the place where the thunder power was the strongest, a bright golden light suddenly appeared, like a sharp blade, piercing the coverage of the thunder power. Bang! A black shadow smashed towards the rock wall fiercely, and directly smashed a big hole in the rock wall. The dwarf Cambia's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't care about the pain all over his body, and shouted to Song Jian, "You! What kind of power is this?" Song Jian looked at the 2 deep grooves several meters long under his feet, and couldn't help but gasp a few times and said, "Holy power!" The dwarf Cambia jumped down from the rock wall, holding the warhammer in his right hand, still twitching unconsciously, looking at Song Jian's face full of surprise and caution. "You are a warrior with great power." The dwarf Cambia's eyes flickered, and he seemed unwilling to continue fighting. He nodded to Song Jian and said, "With my power, I can't stop you. You have the qualifications to enter the Lair of Sorrow." Song Jian nodded, and was about to enter the Lair of Sorrow, but heard the dwarf Cambia continue to say, "But even with your strength, there is no way to go deep into the Lair of Sorrow. There are too many monsters in it. By the time you find them, I'm afraid you can't escape at all." Chapter 457 The Lair of Sorrow. Woo! The cold wind whistled past his ears, as if someone was crying loudly in Song Jian's ears. The strong airflow was like a knife, causing Song Jian's exposed skin to feel pain. He was sliding down rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian felt a shock all over his body, and he had landed steadily in a layer of black ice and snow. At this depth, it must be at least several hundred meters underground. Right? Song Jian looked up and thought to himself. Along with the whistling cold wind, there were bursts of sharp and piercing wails, as if countless people were crying together. After listening to it for a long time, I actually felt annoyed and wanted to vomit. The underground wailing nest was surrounded by darkness, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes between his eyebrows, and a silver light bloomed in the darkness, and he could see the surrounding scene clearly. Song Jian found that he was in a cave similar to an ice cellar, with countless dense holes around it, just like a beehive. Countless air currents flowed rapidly through these holes, creating a sound like thousands of people crying. The surrounding rock walls were covered with a thick layer of black icicles, and Song Jian even found some animal remains frozen in it. Puff, puff, puff. A sound of flapping wings came from the holes. Song Jian was shocked and quickly closed his eyes. The surroundings suddenly fell into darkness again. A large number of flapping wings sounded, and then countless black bats the size of basketballs came out of the holes and flew up along the passage where Song Jian had just slid down. These black bats have a pair of scarlet eyes and a pair of sharp fangs. They exude a demonic aura, and their eyes are full of bloodthirstiness and brutality. Squeak! A piercing scream sounded, and these level 30 monsters rushed upwards like a tide. It seemed that something in the outside world was attracting them, and they did not notice Song Jian hiding behind the ice rock. After all the bats flew out, and the surroundings fell into silence, Song Jian walked out from behind the ice rock. There were at least hundreds of these demonized bats. But they were definitely not all in the lamentation nest. There must be more demonized bats in the nest. Song Jian sighed. Even a top team with reasonable professional combat and good equipment would need to rely on reasonable terrain to kill such a terrifying monster. It was really beyond Song Jian's ability to deal with so many demonized bats alone. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian still strode into the passage. He believed that with his strength, even if he couldn't kill all the demonized bats, these bats couldn't stop him if he wanted to escape. He took out the map and followed the instructions on the map. He continued walking forward along the passage in front of him. There would be a stone forest, which was a habitat for the demonized bats. The passages of the entire lair of sorrow were interconnected, like a complicated maze. If there were no map and Song Jian marking along the way, it would be easy to get lost here. The stone forest marked on the map is ahead. The map says that there are at least 200 demonized bats here. But they are all ordinary monsters. And there is no boss. Song Jian looked up and glanced ahead. The vertical eye on his forehead emitted a faint silver light. He put away the map and continued to walk forward. In the room, outside the dungeon gate, a dozen players were gathered together, staring at the dungeon gate emitting scarlet light. Multiple teams or individuals were allowed to attack the dungeon at the same time. But once the real difficulty was turned on, only players who attacked the real difficulty were allowed to exist in the entire dungeon. They could only leave the dungeon, but not enter it. Therefore, many players who wanted to clear the dungeon sat outside the gate waiting. Someone actually dared to enter the real difficulty dungeon? This is probably the first time the real difficulty has been turned on. You must be kidding. The difficulty of the 20-level entry is probably only one person in the entire Doomsday City who is qualified to enter. Just as everyone was talking, a team of players came in. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 40s, looked at the dungeon gate with a look of joy on his face. I didn't expect that what the merchant said was true. There is really a dungeon here. Captain, take a look. What level dungeon is this? Can we enter? A young man holding a bow and arrow shouted loudly. Hey, why is the color of this dungeon red? Aren't the dungeon gates usually light blue? A priest player in the team frowned and asked in confusion. This is the real difficulty. Someone is challenging the real difficulty. The middle-aged man seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed drastically. Real difficulty? Captain, are you talking about the final battle of the dungeon? Once someone clears the real dungeon, this difficulty will disappear forever. The priest professional player looked grim. Once a certain difficulty of the dungeon disappears, the items obtained from this difficulty will also have the unique attribute in disguise. If it is an item with special effects, its value may even soar several times. How is it possible? Is there a team that dares to challenge the real difficulty now? Even if it is a level 5 dungeon, no player team can challenge it successfully now. Not to mention that this is a level 10 dungeon. The middle-aged man muttered to himself in a trance. At the current level of players, many have already met the entry qualifications for the lowest level dungeon, the level 5 dungeon with real difficulty. But no one can actually pass it. This middle-aged male player is already level 19. He once tried to challenge the real difficulty of a level 5 dungeon, but he was driven out by a boss not long after entering the dungeon. Since then, no one in his team is willing to try the real difficulty dungeon. Team? What team? The entry qualification for this dungeon with real difficulty is level 22. Look at the entire level ranking now. How many people are qualified to enter? A player who was waiting next to him laughed, looking at the red dungeon door, his eyes full of envy. The middle-aged man opened the level ranking list and took a look. He was shocked and stared at the player and asked, "You mean there is only one person who is attacking the real difficulty dungeon now?" Yes, it is Song Jian, who ranks first in the level honor list. He is attacking the real difficulty of this dungeon. One person. The team that just arrived looked at each other in disbelief. At this time, Song Jian has come to a large underground stone forest. This is a huge cave. Hard stalactites rise from the ground. There are many exposed brown mosses and small plants on the ground. The temperature here is much higher than in the passage. At least there is no frost. Song Jian stood outside the passage, looking at the stone forest in front of him, with a surprised look on his face. What is going on? Chapter 458 Anatomy. The stone forest in front of him was indeed the habitat of a group of demonized bats as described on the map. There were a large number of level 30 demonized bats here. However, in addition to the demonized bats, Song Jian actually discovered that there was another creature in this stone forest. These were huge scorpions, all golden in color, as if they were wearing a layer of golden armor. They had 2 huge claws in front and a curved, segmented tail with a stinger in the back. Even when climbing on the rock wall, they were extremely fast, as if walking on flat ground. At this time, these golden scorpions were drilling out from various caves underground, spreading towards the surrounding rock walls like a tide, and fighting with the demonized bats flying in the air. The claws of the demonized bats can easily break the defense of the golden scorpion, and their sonic attacks can make the golden scorpion lose control of its body and fall off the rock wall. The golden scorpion's pincers are also extremely powerful weapons for the demonized bats, which can easily clamp the demonized bats in two. The scorpion tail behind it is like a thorn, swift and accurate. Even if the demonized bats flying in the air can be stabbed accurately, the bodies of the demonized bats stabbed by the scorpion tail will be dyed with a layer of light green, and soon they will be corroded into a pile of sticky liquid. The remains of the golden scorpions and demonized bats in the air fell like rain, and soon a thick layer accumulated on the ground, and the battle was tragic. The two sides were evenly matched, and it seemed that they had already fought a real battle. Neither side was willing to give in. Hundreds of golden scorpions and demonized bats all turned into broken corpses. At this time, Song Jian did not dare to make any sound, and even did not dare to step into the stone forest. He could only quietly wait for the end of this battle. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Song Jian thought, "That's good. It saves me a lot of trouble. I don't have to lead them out one by one." Originally, Song Jian planned to lead out 3 or 5 monsters slowly. When he came here, he had already selected several concave places, which were suitable for hunting monsters alone. But this would definitely consume a lot of time. The sudden battle in front of him made it easier for Song Jian to obtain the magic source stone. In fact, this battle was also the reason why Song Jian had hunted down the demonized bat leader before. The demonized bats were weak, and the golden scorpion took advantage of the opportunity to enter, leading to the battle in front of him. Moreover, the most important thing is that there is no unfinished task in the game. With the number of demonized bats in this habitat, let alone Song Jian alone, even if there are 10 times more, a team of 10 people will come to attack, and the final result can only be a failure. Under the impact of hundreds of demonized bats, Song Jian has no power to fight back. After this battle, most of the demonized bats will die, and the remaining ones can meet the hunting volume of a small team, and it will not be abrupt. Song Jian can only wait patiently. Rushing in now is to seek death. More than half an hour later, the battle in the stone forest has also come to an end. At this time, there are only a few dozen demonized bats left in the entire stone forest, and the remaining golden scorpions have also fled along the original underground caves. Many golden scorpions also dragged some broken corpses of demonized bats into the cave. Even so, the ground of the stone forest was covered with a thick layer of demonized bats and golden scorpions. Seeing this scene, Song Jian's eyes lit up. He came here not to clear the dungeon, but for the magic source stone. Now there are so many corpses of demonized bats, which saves him from killing them one by one. The remaining demonized bats flew to the upper rock wall of the stone forest to rest. Song Jian carefully entered the stone forest, took out a scalpel, and began to stab the bodies of the demonized bats. This scalpel is a bronze knife, which was purchased with reputation in the village in the previous dungeon. This knife is much better than the scalpel borrowed by the militia before. This is a green quality weapon, which not only increases the dissection probability by 10%, but also increases the item acquisition rate by 5%. Other players who have mastered the art of dissection are mostly very careful when dissecting monster corpses, cutting very lightly, so that they can obtain more monster body materials. However, Song Jian's purpose of this trip is only for the magic source stone, so he did not do what other players did, but directly stabbed the body of the demonized bat with a knife without a handle, then pulled it down violently, cutting a huge wound on the abdomen, and then reached into the stomach cyst of the demonized bat to explore. The magic source stone is very small. Some are even less than half of the little fingernail, and there are undigested food residues in the stomach cyst of the demonized bat, which is very troublesome to find. Some even search for a long time before finding that there is no magic source stone in the stomach cyst. After cutting open the stomachs of dozens of demonized bats, Song Jian finally received a system prompt. System, you have learned the life skill Anatomy Level 1. Anatomy, Passive. Level 1. When dissecting a biological corpse, the efficiency is increased by 5%. Huh. I finally learned this anatomy. It's much harder to learn skills now than when I first entered the game. Song Jian shook his head and thought to himself. When you first enter the game, you can learn any skill quickly. For most attack skills, as long as you effectively attack the monster 3 times, you can learn the corresponding passive skills. As for life skills, as long as you can complete it once completely by your own ability, you can directly learn them. For a skill like dissection, if Song Jian had just entered the game, he would have a high chance of understanding it by dissecting one monster. But now Song Jian has dissected dozens of bats. Nearly 100 demonized bats before he understood it. You can imagine how difficult it is to understand a skill now. Of course, this is also closely related to Song Jian's technique. Song Jian only focused on the stomach of the demonized bat. With one cut, he almost cut the demonized bat in half. It is a bit of a stretch to say that it is dissection. There are more than 100 corpses of demonized bats on the ground. For players who have learned skinning or dissection, it is definitely a good opportunity to improve their skill level. But Song Jian's goal was only the magic source stone, and his understanding of the dissection technique was just a pleasant surprise. The speed of the monster corpse after dissecting it accelerated, and it turned into a pile of black ash in a dozen seconds. Song Jian acted quickly, and soon, the demonized bat corpses on the ground became fewer and fewer. Just as he was dissecting the next demonized bat, an injured demonized bat lying on a stalactite found him, staring at the human who entered their habitat with its small red eyes, revealing its fangs, and looking eager to try and prepare to hunt. Chapter 459 Escape. Squeak. The demonized bat that discovered Song Jian suddenly let out a sharp cry and leaped towards Song Jian. Its wide bat wings spread out, like a black shadow, sweeping towards Song Jian. Song Jian was startled, and without caring about the demonized bat corpse whose abdomen had been cut open, he quickly jumped back, but suddenly felt a sharp pain from his neck. A damage number of more than 60 points floated up from Song Jian's head. When he touched his neck, 3 blood marks were slowly bleeding down. Song Jian backhanded it, and the red fire heart ape sword drew a sword mark in the air, splitting the already seriously injured demonized bat in half. However, the call of the demonized bat just now has already alarmed the demonized bats resting above. Walala. The sound of bat wings flapping was heard, and the call of bats resounded throughout the stone forest. Song Jian quickly summoned 2 fire elemental spirits. The fire elemental spirits of more than 20 levels were not a big threat to the demonized bats, but they could help Song Jian share some pressure. And even if they died, Song Jian would not feel bad. The black dragon cub was too low in level, and summoning it now would be sending it to death. Moreover, the black dragon cub was in a weak state because of the blood extraction. Even if it was summoned, it would not be of much help. Once it was killed by the demonized bats, Song Jian would probably feel heartbroken. A large group of demonized bats rushed down and instantly submerged Song Jian and the 2 fire elves. The level 22 fire elves only lasted less than a minute before being killed by the demonized bats and turned into a pile of red crystal fragments. Song Jian fought and retreated, and finally retreated to a concave position on the rock wall and hid in it. The damage he received was immediately reduced. When he looked at his blood volume again, he had less than 500 points left. You know, Song Jian's blood value is now 1,940 points. Almost 2,000. Almost the same as the elite boss of the same level. However, facing the siege of dozens of demonized bats, Song Jian's blood value still dropped very quickly. After quickly drinking a bottle of advanced healing potion, Song Jian's heart was lifted a little. He swung his long sword and chopped the demonized bats in front of him. Hearing 2 crisp bang sounds in the distance, he immediately lost contact with the fire spirit element. More than a dozen demonized bats flew over, which immediately doubled his pressure. Fortunately, he hid in the concave part of the rock wall. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on for long under the siege. Relying on the terrain and potions, Song Jian barely held on. After a while, more than a dozen demonized bats were chopped into 2 parts by Song Jian. But the consumption of advanced healing potions was also extremely high. Song Jian almost drank a bottle as soon as the potion cooling time ended. But even so, His chi and blood value continued to drop. Immortal sword body. Open! Boom! A strong golden chi burst out from Song Jian's body. And the demonized bats in front of him were all hit by a force. And their bodies were thrown backwards involuntarily. The 6th level immortal sword body. All attributes increased by 10 points. Defense increased by 60%. And resistance increased by 50%. At this time, Song Jian was like a humanoid mecha. The damage of the demonized bats to him, which was originally 50 or 60 points, suddenly dropped to more than 20 points. Broken wing dance. Taking advantage of the immortal sword body, Song Jian opened up his firepower and threw out sword skills one by one. Because of the existence of the luck chapter of sword control, Song Jian's invisible sword energy limit has increased to more than 200 points. In addition, the recovery speed of the invisible sword energy is extremely fast, which can fully satisfy Song Jian to perform various sword skills after opening the immortal sword body. At one time, the demonized bats were cut down one after another. With a boom, black flames suddenly burned on the surface of Song Jian's body. The abyss flames were immediately released by him, and finally condensed into a black armor on the surface of his body. Swish, swish, swish. The demonized bats attacked Song Jian, and the damage had been reduced to more than 10 points. However, every time they attacked, the rebound damage on their heads could reach more than 30 points. For a while, the whole stone forest echoed with the angry screams and miserable wails of the demonized bats. At this time, a golden scorpion poked half of its body out of the cave in the stone forest. After just experiencing a big battle, the golden scorpions did not all leave. The battle between the demonized bats and Song Jian attracted the attention of many golden scorpions. When they saw the demonized bats fighting Song Jian, golden scorpions slowly emerged from the cave and surrounded Song Jian. Seeing the golden scorpions slowly surrounding him, Song Jian's heart sank. The duration of the immortal sword body was only a dozen seconds. If he was surrounded by these golden scorpions again, Song Jian might be in danger of falling. After slashing a demonized bat with a sword, Song Jian immediately performed the sword shadow step and activated the ice sprint of the ice boots. His figure rushed towards the nearest passage like a flash of lightning. The demonized bat that besieged Song Jian had a big mouth full of fangs and kept making sharp hisses. The figure spun in the air and was about to chase Song Jian, but was pierced by the sudden golden scorpion tail. With a rustling sound, dozens of golden scorpions began to attack the remaining demonized bats. At this time, the number of golden scorpions was several times that of the remaining demonized bats. The demonized bats could not resist the attack of the golden scorpions at all. In the end, only a few demonized bats escaped from the stone forest, and the remaining demonized bats were all killed by the golden scorpions. The golden scorpions that wiped out the demonized bats did not leave. Their long scorpion tails kept trembling in the air. Then, like a tide, they rushed to the passage where Song Jian escaped, like a hound, chasing Song Jian closely. At this time, Song Jian did not know that a team of pursuers appeared behind him. Their figures were extremely fast, and they kept moving through the maze-like passage until the skill time ended. And then they stopped. Looking back, a faint icicle on the ground was slowly melting. This was the ice trail left by the ice sprint skill. If the chasing monster stepped on it, it would slow down its movement speed by 30%. Where am I running to? Song Jian looked around the passage and took out the map to search carefully. After a long time, Song Jian smiled bitterly. He ran too fast and couldn't confirm his location on the map. However, Song Jian estimated that he might have run to a place beyond the map. After all, the map in his hand was only a small part of the entire lair of sorrow. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a roar of anger from afar, followed by a tremor of the earth, and the entire lamentation nest seemed to collapse in the next moment. A low and strange voice sounded in the distance. Don't struggle anymore. Begs. You should know the gap between us. Submit to me, and I will give you more powerful power. Chapter 460 Scorpion King. Song Jian's heart moved, and he moved forward slowly and lightly. Turning a corner, Song Jian came to the end of the passage, and in front of him was a huge cave, at least twice as large as the previous stone forest. The temperature in this cave was very high, and even if he was just standing in the passage, Song Jian could feel the warm wind coming from the cave. The cave was full of golden light, and on the surrounding rock walls, there were fist-sized golden mineral crystals. emitting light and temperature. In the center of the cave, a huge monster, wrapped in black ropes, was struggling hard. This huge monster has 6 jointed feet, and its huge body is covered with layers of carapace, just like armor. Behind it is a huge scorpion tail, which is now only half, and the other half of the scorpion hook has been cut off and thrown aside. From the waist up, it looks like an adult male, and its 2 arms have become a pair of huge pincers, struggling to tear the black rope wrapped around its body. This is... Song Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge monster. Is this the leader of the Golden Scorpions? The Holy Sun Scorpion King? But the Scorpion King looks a little embarrassed at this time. Opposite the Scorpion King, a black tattered cloak floated in the air. It seemed that there was a mysterious force supporting the cloak. But Song Jian did not find any creature in the cloak, and even the name and attributes could not be seen. Begs. Stop struggling. It is your great honor to endure the demonic tempering and become a member of the Abyss. A deep voice came from the cloak. The voice was full of temptation, making Song Jian feel slightly dizzy. Abyss language? Song Jian was startled and stared at the black shabby cloak and examined it carefully. Finally, he found that there seemed to be a transparent spirit in the black cloak. The black rope on the Scorpion King seemed to be its masterpiece. At this time, it was trying to control the rope to prevent the Scorpion King in front of it from breaking free. The Scorpion King kept roaring, but his struggle became weaker and weaker. At this moment, a burst of pa-pa-pa cracking sound suddenly came from the cave rock wall. The golden mineral crystals embedded on the rock wall actually shattered one by one, and fist-sized golden scorpions broke free from the mineral crystals and crawled towards the Scorpion King. Is this your last struggle? What's the use of these newly born little scorpions? Do you think they can save you? A mocking laugh came from the cloak. These newly born golden scorpions kept jumping from the rock wall towards the black cloak. After entering the attack range, these golden scorpions exploded one by one like grenades. There seemed to be special energy defense around the black cloak. As the golden scorpions exploded, a circle of light gray energy shield appeared around the cloak and began to ripple like water waves. Is this your trump card? Begs? Ha ha ha. The transparent soul opened its hands, seemingly looking down on the suicide soldiers that swarmed in. Circles of black energy emanated from its body and spread in all directions. Song Jian felt the explosive power of the golden scorpion at the entrance of the passage. This level of explosion was comparable to his high explosive grenades and self-destruct robots. But so many golden scorpions self-destructed. But they couldn't even break the opponent's defense. This surprised Song Jian, and he even slowed down his breathing, fearing that he would be discovered by the transparent spirit. This guy's strength is probably far beyond that of a level 30 elite boss. He may have already possessed the first order combat power. Song Jian looked at the miserable appearance of the level 30 elite boss Scorpion King, and looked at the black cloak with more cautious eyes. Circles of black aura emanated from the cloak, as if opening the door to evil spirits. Black air currents transformed into distorted human faces, constantly wailing. The cave, which originally emitted warm golden light, was soon covered with a layer of light gray, just like dust on glass. One day, all things will surrender to the abyss. A long sigh came from the black cloak, and it flew towards Beggs with a whoosh. A translucent soul arm grabbed Beggs' neck and lifted up the huge monster. Submit to me. Otherwise, I will extract your soul and roast it in the flames of the abyss for 10,000 years. The soul in the black cloak roared. Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. System: Abyss Demon General Neum is the final boss of this copy. Kill it to pass this copy. Warning: once Neum extracts the soul of the Holy Sun Scorpion King, its strength will be greatly improved. Fuck. Why didn't you say it earlier? Song Jian looked up and saw a translucent soul that had emerged from the body of the Scorpion King. And most of the soul was almost extracted by Neum. In a dozen seconds at most, the soul of the Scorpion King Beggs will be completely extracted by Nemu. According to the system prompt, once Nemu completely extracts the soul of the Scorpion King, his strength will change dramatically. Now Nemu's strength has already made Song Jian very frightened. If it is further enhanced, Song Jian may lose the confidence to pass the level. Leaping up, Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at the soul in the air. Light slash. With a sharp shout, the dazzling golden sword energy almost illuminated the entire cave. The sword energy full of sacred power has already caused damage to Nemu before it gets close to him. Countless black auras, like crazy, emanate from the black cloak and condense into a shield in the air. The power of holy light. This is full of disgusting breath. Nahum interrupted the soul extraction that was almost completed, and threw Scorpion King Beggs out. Turning around, 8 black breaths suddenly surged behind Nahum, and finally condensed into 8 spider leg-like weapons, shaking slightly, and slashed towards the sword energy of the light slash. Although he said disdain, Nahum's actions showed that he was full of fear of the holy power. Boom boom boom. The 8 black breaths like spider legs kept slashing at the golden sword energy of the light slash, causing bursts of explosions. Every time an explosion was heard, a spider leg would be completely shattered, but it also consumed a part of the golden sword energy. All 8 spider legs disappeared, and the sword energy of the light slash was almost reduced by half. The remaining sword energy slashed fiercely on the black air shield, directly shattering the air shield and slashing towards Nahum. Bang! The black cloak trembled violently, and a damage of more than 300 points floated up from the top of Nahum's head. Then, another golden sword energy suddenly appeared out of thin air and slashed at Nahum's body. Even Nahum did not expect this blow. After receiving this heavy blow, even Nahum burst into a painful roar. Chapter 461. Seizing the body. Song Jian rushed forward and felt how strong Nahum was. Although he has not reached the first level combat power, I am afraid it is not much different. Song Jian thought to himself. Sword thread, lightning strike, sword swinging 3 styles, soul control sword technique. Song Jian's current attack power, even without the fusion of the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, is much higher than other players. After the fusion of the Golden Light Demon Slayer sword, Song Jian's other attributes are hard to say, but the attack damage is completely comparable to the 30-level Lord boss. Every time he attacks, the protective power on the surface of Nahum's body will be greatly impacted, and the power that ripples like water waves is getting more and more frequent, and the fluctuation amplitude is getting larger and larger. As Song Jian heard him, the layer of defense on the surface of Nahum's body finally made an unbearable shattering sound. Crack! Countless transparent crystal fragments splashed around Nahum's body, and Nahum's defense power suddenly decreased greatly. Even if Song Jian only attacked normally, he could cause more than 500 points of damage to Nahum. After that layer of defense was broken, Nahum's blood value dropped very quickly, and Song Jian's blood value remained at about 1,000 points because of the advanced healing potion. When you look at the abyss is also looking at you. Nahum may have foreseen his own fall. A circle of black aura suddenly burst out, repelling Song Jian. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared from the cloak, staring at Song Jian, and said in a deep voice, "The abyss? I will go there sooner or later." Song Jian stood firm, looked at Nahum and laughed softly. Nahum's health value was less than 30%. It would take Song Jian only 10 minutes at most to kill him. His eyes looking at Nahum also became weird, as if he was looking at a big gift package of equipment. The final boss of this dungeon often drops high-grade items. Song Jian estimated that at least 1 gold-grade equipment could be dropped this time, perhaps because Song Jian's eyes angered Nahum. Nahum roared, and the black aura on his body surged out like a tide. Within a radius of dozens of meters, everything turned into a thick black fog that kept rolling. Heart-wrenching roars came from the black fog, and the whole cave began to tremble slightly, with gravel falling from the top of the head. In the center of the black fog, a black space gap more than 1 finger wide suddenly appeared, as if a strange eye suddenly opened in the black fog. For a moment, Nahum's roar became even crazier. Song Jian raised his head carefully, staring at the rolling black fog in the distance, fearing that Nahum would burst out with some unexpected big moves, and the opening move of the sacred parry was unconsciously performed. At this moment, all the black fog suddenly rushed towards the dying Scorpion King Negus like a tide. The swarming black fog drilled into Negus's facial features, and he had entered a dying state. Even Begus, whose soul was almost extracted, had no resistance at all, and could only passively accept it. Its huge body slowly floated up, and all the black mists were like black snakes, drilling into its eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Beg's body was shaking constantly, and it looked extremely painful, but it didn't even let out a wail. Song Jian was stunned. When he was about to attack, he received a system prompt of unable to lock the target, which made him stand aside and watch the show. Soon, all the black mists of Nahum's incarnation poured into the body of Scorpion King Beggs. The Scorpion King, which originally exuded dazzling golden light, had turned into a completely black color. Even the broken scorpion tail grew back, but the regrown scorpion tail was shining with black metallic luster, which was obviously different from other parts of Beg's body. Boom! The Scorpion King's eyes suddenly opened, and his originally azure eyes turned scarlet, and a hot black flame suddenly rose from his body. "The abyss is watching you," Beg said slowly, with the same tone and intonation as Niam. At this time, Song Jian noticed that not far from Beg's, a space crack more than 1 finger long appeared in the air. The crack was bottomless and pitch black, and black mist continued to emanate from the crack. These black mists seemed to have self-awareness. After emerging from the space crack, they rushed madly towards the surrounding rock walls. After a while, the cave that originally emitted golden light was all stained with a layer of black and began to emit black light. "This is transforming the environment." Song Jian suddenly had an epiphany. "Only when you are in the abyss can you feel the greatness of the abyss." The Scorpion King waved his 2 huge claws, opened his hands as if embracing something, and had an intoxicated expression on his face. In the abyss environment, if it is not an abyss creature, all attributes will be forcibly weakened by more than 30%. This is the suppression of the abyss on other creatures, which cannot be resolved at all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't need to possess this waste. The Scorpion King stared at Song Jian with his scarlet eyes, full of anger. If eyes could kill, the fire in Nehemiah's eyes would have burned Song Jian to ashes long ago. Nehemiah, who was originally just a soul, would have greatly improved his own strength if he had seized a powerful body, and he might have been able to break through the first-level combat power. But now, Niam had no choice but to occupy the dying Beg's, who was originally a level 30 Lord-level boss, was just a good mount and pet in Niam's eyes. But now, it can only occupy the body of a pet, completely destroying its future potential. This has made Niam lose hope of returning to the abyss to compete. "You killed my path to advancement. I will let you know the consequences of being an enemy of the abyss." After adapting to the Scorpion King's body for a short time, Niam began to launch the most violent attack on Song Jian. In its view, Song Jian, whose attributes were reduced by 30%, was no longer his opponent. Even if his health value was only 30%, it could completely crush him. However, after the fight, Nahum suddenly found that the opponent's strength had not decreased but increased. Originally, he was only slightly ahead of him, but now he was completely crushed. "This is impossible. Impossible. What happened?" Nahum roared in horror, looking lost and depressed. Boom! Song Jian smiled slightly, and a black flame rose from his body. This flame was hotter and deeper than the flame on Nahum's body. Chapter 462 Black Fog State. Seeing the black flames rising from Song Jian's body, Niam's face showed a look of horror, and he retreated repeatedly. This is the breath of the abyss. How is this possible? You? Song Jian sneered. And with a thought, the rising abyss flames instantly turned into a set of black armor, covering the surface of his body. Immortal sword body. Open! A bright golden light enveloped the outside of the armor, and the phantoms of 8 long swords began to rotate around him. With the addition of the immortal body and the abyss magic armor, Song Jian's speed was already beyond Niam's reach. A black shadow flashed by, leaving only a black mark on the surface of Niam's eyeball. When Niam noticed it, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a dark red sword blade had been inserted into his chest to the end. When he stretched out his hand to grab the sword blade, the dark red sword blade disappeared again, and a blood arrow spurted out from Niam's chest. With a shrill roar, the scorpion tail behind Niam began to dance wildly, and the area within a radius of 3 or 4 meters was full of the shadow of the scorpion tail. The sharpness of the scorpion tail's poison hook is not inferior to any weapon. The sharp sound of breaking through the air overlaps during the dance, and even the air is about to be cut by it. Song Jian was accidentally hit in the left arm, and suddenly a brilliant light burst out. One of the 8 long sword phantoms surrounding his body disappeared. A damage number of more than 300 points floated above Song Jian's head, and at the same time, a dark green trace began to spread from the wound on his left shoulder. The long sword phantom surrounding Song Jian's body can weaken the damage Song Jian received 8 times, but it cannot be completely immune, especially to affect attacks like toxins. However, the immortal sword body cannot be immune to this kind of damage, but Song Jian's innate skill thick skin can. The full-level thick skin has reached an extremely high level of resistance to toxin damage and various adverse effects. Coupled with the resistance bonus of the Immortal Sword body and the Abyss Demon armor, the dark green toxin on Song Jian's arm only spread less than an inch in length and began to slowly disappear. Although Niam's attack was aimless, it was still effective and interrupted Song Jian's attack. Seeing Song Jian's figure, Niam suddenly exploded, swung his 6 legs quickly, and instantly came in front of Song Jian, and a huge pincer smashed down on his head. Song Jian waved his sword to resist. In front of Niam's pincer, Song Jian's long sword was like a toothpick, but it was such a tiny toothpick that directly swung Niam's pincer away, completely ignoring Niam's powerful strength. However, just as Song Jian swung away the huge pincer on his head, a black shadow rushed over from the side unexpectedly, and Niam's other pincer opened its claws and clamped towards Song Jian's waist. Boom! 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 Another violent explosion. The remaining 7 long sword phantoms on Song Jian's body were all shattered at the same time. Even the Abyss magic armor on Song Jian's body had cracks, and some weak spots had even begun to collapse and deform. A damage number of more than 600 points appeared above Song Jian's head. The health value, which was originally only over 1,000, fell directly to the bottom. Song Jian was shocked and directly used the transform into Black Mist skill to break free from Niam's claws and surround Niam in black mist. Nahum, who was in the black fog, suddenly felt that he seemed to be cut off from the surrounding abyss environment and began to slowly become weak. At the same time, damage continued to come from all directions. His health value continued to decrease, but he could not find any direction to attack. Damn it. Get out. Get out. Nahum kept waving his pincers and scorpion tail, leaving traces in the rolling black fog, but was soon covered by the black fog again. These actions of Nahum were only physical attacks. After transforming into black fog, Song Jian was completely immune to physical attacks and could not hurt him at all, although Niam's attack also carried the damage of the power of the abyss. For Song Jian, who also controlled the power of the abyss, the damage caused by the same attribute attack to him was even more negligible, and he didn't care at all. Taking advantage of the state of incarnation black fog, Song Jian consumed a bottle of advanced healing potion to increase the blood value that had dropped by more than 100 points, which made him slightly relieved. The previous attack was really a bit unexpected. Niam was indeed a person with a strength comparable to the first-level combat power. If he was not careful, he would have almost died here. The incarnation black fog can last for 15 minutes, and can cause nearly 600 points of damage to Niam. And Song Jian can also use this time to recover some blood value. More than 600 points of damage was a heavy blow to Nahum now. His HP was less than 1/3, and after 15 minutes, it fell below 20%. Just as Song Jian recovered from the black fog, a brilliant golden sword energy chopped down at Nahum. Light slash. Nahum was already exhausted by the black fog, and he no longer had the reaction he had as a spirit. Even so, when the brilliant golden sword energy chopped down, Nahum instinctively raised his 2 huge claws to resist. Kaka. The golden sword energy passed through Niam's body as if it had not encountered any resistance. A sound of broken bones was heard from Niam's huge body. Crack. 2 huge claws fell from it and hit the ground. Niam's eyes were dull, and he let out a low ho-ho gasp. A stream of dark green blood suddenly spurted out of his body. His whole body split into 2 and slid to both sides. A damage of more than 1,000 points floated up from Niam's head. Niam, whose chi and blood value was directly reset to 0, did not even leave a complete corpse. Song Jian panted a few times quickly. The transformation into black mist consumed a lot of mental power. After a few skills, Song Jian's mental power was already low. After the transformation into black mist, his mental power was almost exhausted. After performing the light slash, Song Jian couldn't even stand steadily. It seems that I must purchase some potions or pharmaceutical formulas that can quickly restore mental power. Song Jian thought to himself. You know, potions that restore mental power are 10 times more precious than potions that restore chi and blood. Although Song Jian has the ability to make advanced treatment potions, he can't even make a bottle of primary mental power recovery potion. Bang! Splashes of bright fireworks burst out from Niam's huge body, and objects of various colors left obvious traces in the air, and then quickly fell around Niam's body. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed towards Niam's body. Chapter 463 Sudden Update. Gold Quality. Song Jian's eyes lit up, staring at the fireworks in the air that were blooming with golden light. Song Jian jumped up, grabbed the item in his hand before it fell, and observed it carefully. Shadow of the Abyss Gold. Cloak. Equipment level 30. Equipment effect. Damage increased by 15%. All attributes plus 1. Attack speed plus 10. Special effect 1. Ignore monster level plus 10. When hitting the target to cause damage, there is a 50% chance to cause 2 times damage to the target. Special effect 2. All skill levels plus 1. Special effect 3. Abyss Phantom active. Using the power of the Abyss, instantly create a clone phantom with 70% of the original body's attributes and all skills, lasting 1 minute. Cooling time 10 minutes. Special effect 4. Equipment requirements -5. Equipment requirements, level 25. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The item level is 30. The equipment requirement is 25. But you only need 20 to equip the gold equipment? Song Jian looked at the black cloak in his hand, and an excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Song Jian got the back equipment. He had met the equipment requirements, so he naturally equipped himself directly. Soon, a black cloak with frayed edges appeared on Song Jian's back, wrapping up Song Jian's body. If other players saw this cloak, they would definitely think it was a great quality equipment. But no one would have thought that it was actually a level 30 gold equipment. After putting it on, Song Jian immediately felt that his strength had increased a lot. The 15% increase in damage alone directly increased Song Jian's damage by nearly 40 points. This effect will increase more as Song Jian's strength increases. The increase in all attributes by 1 made Song Jian even more delighted. He originally thought that all attributes were only increased by 6 points. But Song Jian unexpectedly discovered that even the 2 attributes of luck and will that had already appeared had all increased by 1 point. This was a pleasant surprise for Song Jian. Attack speed is an attribute that is never too much. An increase of 10 points means that Song Jian will have 1 more attack than other players every 5 or 6 times. None of the special effects are garbage. And there is an active skill that can produce an Abyss Phantom, which is almost equivalent to a clone, although it only lasts for 1 minute. Whether it is attacking or escaping, this skill will have unexpected effects. This may be the first back equipment in the whole game. Song Jian touched the silk-like fabric and thought to himself. At least he has never seen other players wearing similar equipment. Most of the remaining items are some level 30 blue and green equipment. At this stage, I am afraid that no player can wear them. Song Jian can directly throw these equipment into the Spark shop in the city of Anthem for consignment. For these equipment, the NPCs in the game will definitely be crazy about them. Hey, there's another magic source stone. So big. Song Jian looked at the crystal stone on the ground that was emitting a unique light, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The reason why he entered this dungeon was for the magic source stone. He had originally collected about 800 grams of magic source stone, and he needed about 200 grams to build a magic tower. Unexpectedly, the last boss also exploded a magic source stone. After completely integrating this magic source stone with the previous one, Song Jian finally got 1,067 grams of magic source stone, and the materials for building the magic tower were complete. Looking at the huge body of the Scorpion King, and then taking a look at the magic source stone in his hand, Song Jian suddenly had a strange thought in his mind. Could it be that there are also magic source stones in the stomachs of these golden scorpions? This thought, like a weed, grew wildly in Song Jian's mind. Just as Song Jian was hesitating whether to turn around and go to the stone forest to dissect some golden scorpion corpses, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. The space gap in the air suddenly extended from more than 1 finger long to nearly 1 meter long. Click, 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 click. From this gap, countless tiny cracks spread out, like tentacles, exploring the space in all directions. Players in the entire game suddenly received a red game prompt. System, dear players, the new version of the game Abyss Demon is about to be launched. For your safety in the game, please keep your property within 10 seconds. And your game character, please hide in a safe place to avoid accidents. 10, 9, 8, 7. Song Jian was stunned. The whole cave began to shake violently. Huge rocks fell on his head. He felt like he was sitting on a boat and could hardly stand. At this moment, a light blue teleportation light gate suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Seeing that there was less than 5 seconds left in the countdown, Song Jian rushed directly to the light gate without saying a word. At the moment when Song Jian's figure disappeared in the light gate, all online players were kicked out of the game at the same time and returned to the real world. As soon as Song Jian opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the hard bed in the rental house. The windows seemed to be not closed tightly, and there was a constant whoosh of wind blowing in. It was about 4 or 5 o'clock in the night. Song Jian's head was a little confused. He sat up and finally recalled some fragments of memory after a long time. The game suddenly kicked all players off the line, which seemed to have something to do with the space crack that suddenly appeared in the copy. Song Jian said to himself, the back of the space crack seemed to be full of the breath of the abyss. In fact, Song Jian guessed correctly. The reason why the game kicked all players out was because more and more abyss cracks appeared, not only in the copy, but also in many places in the game. Similar cracks appeared, and more than 10 seconds before Song Jian went offline, these cracks suddenly broke out together. The places that were originally just like cracks suddenly expanded to tens of centimeters, or even 1 or 2 meters in length, causing the whole world to almost collapse. He picked up his phone and took a look. The game icon turned gray again. He clicked it a few times but nothing happened. It seemed that he could not enter the game today. Just as Song Jian was about to put his phone down, the communication software in his phone suddenly made a rapid beep beep sound, and it seemed that more than a dozen messages came at once. Song Jian opened his phone and saw that all the groups in the communication software were frantically forwarding a message. A game that can kill people. Do you believe it? As long as you die in the game, the real world will disappear, and there will be no trace left. It's too scary. Below this message, there is a website. Song Jian clicked on this website, and the screen of his mobile phone suddenly entered a black picture. An abandoned city slowly emerged from the center of the screen. Clicking on this abandoned city again, Song Jian entered a website. On the title of this website, there are 4 big words: City of Doomsday. Chapter 464 website. The website that Song Jian opened was very simple. On the homepage was an article about Doomsday theory, which detailed the existence of the game Doomsday City, followed by a series of videos. The content of these videos was very bluffing, and looked like a supernatural event. For example, a teenager was walking in a dark alley, and beside him, there was a skeleton. This skeleton was like the teenager's follower, following the teenager step by step. After walking a few steps, the teenager seemed to sense someone peeping at him, turned his head, and a pair of scarlet eyes made the camera shake violently. Another one is a girl with a school bag on her back walking on the road, and suddenly her figure disappears. After a while, the girl suddenly appears from 10 meters away, which is very strange. There are also some videos, which took place in foreign countries. 2 people holding guns were shooting at each other on a street. Suddenly, a soldier stood up from the bunker, raised his hands to the void, and a huge fireball appeared above his palm. Then he controlled the fireball to shoot at the other side, directly blowing an armored vehicle of the other side into pieces. But the soldier was then shot into a sieve by more than a dozen submachine guns. These seemed to be skills acquired from the game. Song Jian clicked on a few more videos and watched them, then turned off his phone. This game has finally begun to affect the real world. Although Song Jian was mentally prepared, when this day came, his mood became a little complicated. In the game, people from the army appeared, and in the real world, the police were investigating every household. Now, the number of new players entering the game every day is probably over 10,000. And so many players die in the game every day. Although this number is placed on the population base of 7 billion, there will always be some traces left for those who are interested to notice. In the real world, the current strength of players, without the bonus of equipment, is still unable to fight against powerful thermal weapons. In front of the state machine, smart players will try their best to conceal their identities as players and dare not show any abnormality. Song Jian doesn't know what will happen to those who expose their identities, but it is certain that they will lose a certain degree of freedom. Maybe in the future, a special department will appear to recruit players. But for many players, freedom is more important. However, if players want real freedom, they must at least have the strength to fight against thermal weapons head-on without the bonus of equipment. However, as the player's level continues to rise, the treasures obtained in the game continue to increase. This situation will happen sooner or later. At that time, I am afraid that the real world will really be in trouble. Who cares? As long as I live well. It's okay, Song Jian said to himself, looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began to absorb the essence of the moon to improve his physical fitness. With Song Jian's current physical fitness, even without the bonus of equipment, he can ignore some small caliber pistols. But Song Jian is still a little afraid of more powerful firearms. Early the next morning, Song Jian left the rental house and walked towards a real estate agency. Through the real estate agency, Song Jian selected a villa in a scenic area. After paying the deposit, Song Jian ordered a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, and then walked towards the rental house again. He now has several million in cash, and at most in 3 months, he will have another 20 million in income. Just like in the movies, he became rich overnight, and suddenly became a rich man. After solving the house and car problems, Song Jian actually felt confused. For a while, he didn't know what to do. When Song Jian returned to the rental community, he suddenly found that there were 2 police cars parked at the entrance of the community. Song Jian immediately became alert. He did not enter the community, but walked to a small shop across the street. After buying a pack of Zhonghua, he took out a cigarette from it and handed it to the owner of the shop. He pointed his mouth at the police car at the entrance of the community and asked, "Hey, buddy, what's going on there? Why are the police here?" "Oh, who knows? Maybe they are here for the superpower yesterday." Seeing the Zhonghua handed over by Song Jian, the owner of the shop's eyes lit up, took it and sniffed it under his nose, and said casually, "The superpower yesterday? Hasn't he been caught yet?" Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is it so easy to catch? That guy can run on the wall. How can ordinary people catch him?" The owner of the shop leaned his head and looked around, and whispered, "These 2 police cars have been guarding for a whole morning, and they haven't come out. I guess they are questioning every household again. I don't know what's going on recently. It feels like all kinds of messes can happen." Song Jian stood at the door of the small shop, smoked a cigarette with the owner of the small shop, looked at the 2 police cars at the door of the community, and turned to walk towards a small alley next to it, regardless of whether these policemen came to find him or not. Song Jian didn't want to contact them so early, although he knew that it was only a matter of time before he was found by these policemen. He still wanted to expose his identity as a player as late as possible before his strength became strong. In the evening, Song Jian came to the scenic villa he had just bought today. This was a well-decorated townhouse of more than 300 square meters, with a total of 2 floors. It was only considered to be of lower middle level in Linhai City. But even such a villa almost spent all the money in Song Jian's pocket. Now Song Jian only had more than 10,000 yuan left on his card. As for the car worth more than 300,000 yuan, it will take about 10 days to pick it up, and the 4S store does not have it in stock. Back to the villa, Song Jian turned on his mobile phone. The website he announced last night could not be opened. It seemed that it had been blocked, and the game seemed to be under maintenance. Song Jian waited until 12 o'clock in the evening, and the game icon in his mobile phone finally changed from gray to color. "Huh. It's finally done. I almost thought I couldn't enter the game today." Song Jian took a deep breath, and his heart, which had been hanging, was also put down. Song Jian always had a feeling that there seemed to be a big net constantly approaching him, although he lost the equipment bonus in the game. Song Jian's strength in the real world was less than 1/3 of that in the game, but his keen intuition about danger made him feel insecure all the time. It seemed that only by entering the game could he feel safe. Clicking the icon, a huge skeleton arm grabbed Song Jian from the mobile phone screen and pulled him into the game. Fog grass? It's like this every time. Chapter 465 Game Update. Song Jian felt inexplicably at ease after returning to the game. Standing under the bright starlight, Song Jian stared at the game updates that flowed past him like a waterfall. What happened in this day? Song Jian looked at the update content in front of him in surprise, checking it carefully one by one, fearing that he would miss a word. System. The new version of the game Abyss Phantom has been updated, and players can choose the Abyss Camp by themselves. Tip. There is no unique way to choose the Abyss Camp, and players can explore it by themselves. Warning. Once the camp is changed, it cannot be restored. The player's previous game experience will cause great changes. System. Game time and real time have changed. 48 hours in the game world is equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Players can only exist in the game for 8 hours in the real world. If they exceed the time, they will be forced to leave the game. System. Player safe houses will add an occupation mode. Players can choose to escape and advance during the territorial expansion campaign. System. The cooling time of the territorial expansion campaign will be shortened from 1 month in game time to 8 hours in game time. Song Jian read it very carefully. There were a lot of content in this game update. It took him nearly half an hour to read all the updated content. This game is getting more and more real. Song Jian felt a sense of heaviness in his heart. He didn't know why he felt this way. He felt that this game was actually another real world. Bang! With a crisp sound, the starry sky under Song Jian's feet shattered and turned into countless fragments. Song Jian chased down. The weightlessness made him a little flustered. But all his skills could not be used. Both transformed into black mist, and iron wings lost their effects. As if he had become an ordinary person again. Ah! Song Jian was sweating all over his face. And he sat up suddenly from the bed in fear. This is... Song Jian looked around confusedly and recognized the space he was in. This is the bedroom of my manor castle. Could it be that everything that happened just now was just a dream? Song Jian shook his head and summoned the personal attribute interface. He observed it carefully for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Song Jian seemed to suddenly remember something. No. I was entering the game just now. Song Jian's face showed a horrified expression. Just now. He really thought that this virtual game was the real world. The safe house. Personal attribute interface. Skill bar. Task bar. And package bar were really part of this world. There was no sense of disobedience. What's wrong with me? How could I treat this game as the real world? Song Jian lifted the quilt, walked directly to the window, and looked into the distance. The dense farmland. The medieval buildings that rise one after another. And the NPCs coming and going. Made Song Jian finally feel the presence of the game. At this moment, Song Jian's brows suddenly frowned. In the abandoned high-rise buildings in the distance, thick black smoke rose from the ground. Looking around, there were at least a dozen. In the center of the city, there used to be a TV tower, the tallest building in the city. But now it has been replaced by a dark pyramid. The whole pyramid is nearly 100 meters high. And even from where Song Jian is, he can see it clearly. The black pyramid surface was shrouded in a thick black aura, which rose to the air like smoke and condensed into a hideous demon face with 2 horns on its head, revealing a cunning smile. This hideous face, like a substance, has been floating in the air. Song Jian looked at this smiling face, and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. But soon, this feeling was driven away by a chill. Is this the Abyss Demon Cave dungeon in the new version? Song Jian said to himself. This game update revealed more game content. In the new version of the game, countless Abyss Demon Cave dungeons appeared throughout the world. These Abyss Demon Cave dungeons are divided into level 5 dungeons, level 10 dungeons, level 20 dungeons, level 30 dungeons, and the final Abyss Territory dungeons according to their levels. In the City of Doom, the black smoke that rises into the sky is the Abyss Cave dungeon, and the black pyramid in the center of the city is the final Abyss Territory dungeon. Moreover, the entry condition of this Abyss Territory dungeon is to reach the first level combat power. Only players who have passed the test and reached the first level combat power are qualified to enter the Abyss Territory dungeon. In the Abyss Territory dungeon, there are clues to advanced professions. That is the place that every player after level 30 must enter. Song Jian said to himself while looking at the black pyramid in the distance. At this moment, the door of Song Jian's bedroom was pushed open with a bang, and the blood wizard Wallace floated in, with excitement on his face, knelt on one knee in front of Song Jian, and said in an uncontrollable excited tone, "Dear Master, my research has finally succeeded. I finally created a perfect black dragon blood body. In the near future, you will have the most powerful blood wizard, the Dragon Wizard." Wallace suddenly barged in, catching Song Jian off guard. He frowned and was about to say something to him. But after hearing Wallace's explanation, Song Jian smiled. "Wallace, did you succeed? Have you made a real body for yourself?" Song Jian asked. "Yes, Master. I succeeded." Wallace raised his head, looked at Song Jian with gratitude and said, "I would like to ask the Master to observe my resurrection ceremony." For Wallace, the resurrection ceremony of the soul and body being integrated into the body is too important. No less than a rebirth. And once the resurrection ceremony fails, not only will the body just may be destroyed, but even Wallace's soul will be severely damaged. And there may be no possibility of regaining a body in the future. Therefore, most of the blood wizards, after becoming souls, will hold the resurrection ceremony in the most secret place, and will never invite any friends to watch. In the resurrection ceremony, Wallace is not even as good as a newborn baby. An ordinary adult man can easily destroy the resurrection ceremony. Song Jian didn't know how important the resurrection ceremony was to Wallace. He thought it was similar to the harvest ceremony. He smiled and nodded to Wallace and said, "Of course, my friend, when you are really resurrected, I will hold a large celebration for you. At the same time, I will also build a magic tower for you." Wallace was stunned, and then his soul was a little unstable. He stammered and asked, Master, are you serious? Are you really willing to build a magic tower for me?" This is simply Chapter 466 Resurrection Ceremony. For a magician or wizard, owning a magic tower is simply a dream. Even though Wallace once had a first-level combat power, he never had a magic tower of his own. Song Jian said he was willing to build a magic tower for him, which made Wallace excited, and his gratitude to Song Jian suddenly rose to a new level. "System, you promised to build a magic tower for your follower bloodline wizard Wallace, and his favorability towards you has greatly increased. The relationship between you and your follower bloodline wizard Wallace has been upgraded to reverence. Just by making a promise, can the follower's favorability be greatly improved?" Song Jian smiled slightly and thought to himself, "This is really simple. Maybe this should be considered a loophole, which can quickly improve the favorability of followers or even NPCs." However, Song Jian also knew that if such a promise was not fulfilled over time, the favorability would drop very quickly, and the drop would be much greater than the increase. And the relationship with the followers might even turn into hatred, and finally directly lead to betrayal. This shortcut is fast, but the backlash is also more severe. If you are not sure, you can't make promises to NPCs, especially your followers. "Okay, let's go and see your resurrection ceremony first." Song Jian stood up and said with a smile, "Master, I have another request." Wallace knelt on one knee, his head buried very low, and said, "Whatever it is, as long as it is not too much, I will agree to it." Song Jian said, "Master, I know that there is a blood pool in the basement of the castle." Wallace said nervously, "If I can soak the body that is merged with my soul in the blood pool for a period of time, it will play a great role in the recovery of my strength." "Blood pool?" Song Jian frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, "How do you know that there is a blood pool in the basement?" "The basement is a forbidden area. Song Jian has used it as a safe. Some items in the parcel column that are not used temporarily will be piled up in the basement." Not to mention Wallace, even the butler George didn't know that the manor castle had a basement. In the entire manor castle, except Song Jian, I'm afraid only Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, knew the existence of the blood pool. But Alex is usually in a sleeping state, and will only wake up when the enemy invades the manor castle. Moreover, Alex can't communicate with others. So how did Wallace know the information about the blood pool? Could it be that he sneaked into the basement when he was not paying attention? Thinking of this, Song Jian's face became serious, staring at Wallace with his eyes, waiting for his explanation. "Master, since I made a body with black dragon blood, I have tried to merge it once, although the effect is not very good. After entering the body, I suddenly gained a special ability." Wallace whispered, "I seem to be able to feel the existence of those blood slaves in the territory, and I can communicate with those blood wolves." "What? You can sense the existence of blood slaves?" Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. "You know, the blood crows acting as scouts in the spiritual land, and the blood zombies and blood wolves acting as guardians, are all considered to be Song Jian's summons in the eyes of others. They don't know the existence of the blood pool. Moreover, these blood slaves will only obey the orders of one person. That is, the person who built the blood pool. Moreover, since mastering the blood pool summoning technique, Song Jian's relationship with these blood slaves has deepened. In the depths of the souls of these blood slaves, Song Jian has been branded with Song Jian's mark. Song Jian can now completely destroy the blood slaves at any time with just a thought, and they will never be resurrected again. Can you order them to do things?" Song Jian asked seriously. "No, I can't. Wallace said nervously. Now, I can only communicate with the blood wolves in a simple way. And the blood crows and blood zombies can only vaguely sense their existence. Their intelligence is too low, and they can't communicate at all. You mean? The blood wolf told you about the existence of the blood pool? Song Jian asked in a deep voice. Yes. Yes. Master. I was curious about these red-haired blood wolves. And I accidentally asked a blood wolf about their origins. So I knew about the existence of the blood pool. Wallace lowered his head even deeper, and his soul began to tremble slightly. Okay. I know. And I will allow you to use the blood pool. Song Jian thought for a long time and decided to observe it again. After all, Wallace was a blood wizard who once had the first-level combat power. Whether it was his strength or the knowledge in his head, it was what Song Jian longed to have. Song Jian is now level 22. And level 30 is not a distant thing for him. Once he reaches level 30, Song Jian will definitely have to pass the test of first-level combat power. Wallace has experience in this area, which will definitely be of great help to Song Jian. Thank you, my master. Wallace was so excited that he knelt 2 steps and kissed Song Jian's boots. Let's go to your laboratory first. Your resurrection ceremony should be held there. Song Jian looked at Wallace and asked. Yes, master. It's there, Wallace replied. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure disappeared directly. When he appeared again, he was already standing in Wallace's laboratory. Entering Wallace's laboratory, Song Jian clearly felt a sense of sluggishness, as if there was a mysterious force preventing him from entering. But the entire manor castle, including all the territories outside, has only one owner. That is Song Jian. In this area, Song Jian has absolute control. After entering the laboratory, Song Jian frowned slightly and began to look around. At this time, the interior of Wallace's laboratory seemed to be shrouded by a translucent energy shield. On the surrounding walls, hundreds of complex golden patterns were engraved. These patterns glowed as if they could breathe, and there was an inexplicable connection between them. Is this a magic defense array? Song Jian asked in surprise. Although he could tell that this was a magic defense array set up by Wallace, he had no idea what kind of defense array it was. He was still very lacking in knowledge of magic, and he only knew 1 or 2 of the golden runes on the wall. After waiting in the laboratory for a while, Wallace's soul passed through the wall. When he saw Song Jian, Wallace saluted and looked very nervous. Sorry, master. I forgot to close the magic defense array, Wallace said nervously. Chapter 467 Black Dragon Blood Essence. In fact, it was not that Wallace forgot to close it, but Song Jian came too quickly and did not give Wallace the opportunity to close it, and he did not even have time to explain in advance. However, Wallace knew that as long as he was in this manor castle, no matter how strong the defense formation was, it would not be able to completely block Song Jian's entry. Song Jian waved his hand to show that he did not care. After scanning the laboratory, his eyes fell on a nutrient tank in the center of the laboratory. This was a nutrient tank similar to a glass coffin, filled with light green liquid, in which a human body was soaked. Countless tentacles similar to arthropod joints spread out from the inner wall of the nutrient tank, drilled into various parts of the body, and transported various nutrients needed by the body. Song Jian looked at the human body carefully. It had pale skin, closed eyes, and looked a little thin. It didn't have much muscle. It was about 20 or 30 years old, and it was quite handsome. Master, this is what I looked like when I was young. Wallace glanced at the human body in the nutrient tank, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. Are you sure you can completely merge with this body? Song Jian nodded. If Wallace can really recover the first-level combat power, then it will be a huge help to him. Of course there is no problem. But master, if I want to completely merge successfully, I still need a drop of Black Dragon Essence blood as a trigger for soul fusion, Wallace said nervously. Wallace had done dozens of experiments before, but every time after the soul merged into the body, it would be automatically rejected by the body after a while. After studying for a long time, Wallace finally found the reason. The body he created had the blood of the Black Dragon, but his own soul had no trace of the Black Dragon blood, so it was naturally impossible to completely merge. This is also the reason why he has not merged with the body for a long time. He must absorb a drop of Black Dragon blood when it is completely merged. At this time, Song Jian seemed to hear the angry roar of the Black Dragon cub in the pet space. for this soul that wanted his blood. The black dragon cub wanted to swallow it in one bite. The reason why Song Jian had not summoned the black dragon cub to help in the battle was that Wallace's previous experiment consumed a lot of the black dragon cub's blood, causing it to remain in a weak state and unable to even upgrade its level. Now he even needs a drop of blood from the black dragon cub. Song Jian is a little worried that it will cause fundamental damage to the black dragon cub. If this happens, Song Jian would rather Wallace not be able to fully merge and revive again. After all, compared to potential, the growth potential of the black dragon cub is far ahead of Wallace. Wallace, my fighting partner, this black dragon is still in its infancy. Will taking away a drop of blood cause fundamental damage to it and affect its future growth potential? Song Jian stared at Wallace and asked seriously, Master, I swear on my soul that I will never cause irreversible damage to your combat pet. At most, I will only make it weaker for a longer time, and it will definitely not affect its growth potential. Wallace said seriously, and, Master, if I can perfectly integrate this body, then my strength will recover quickly. I promise you that when I step into the first level combat power again, I will find a Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass for your combat pet to improve its qualifications. Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass? Song Jian also heard the name of this herb for the first time. He closed his eyes slightly and entered the pet space with his mind. The bloodline of the black dragon cub is extremely pure. The inheritance of the dragon clan relies on blood genes. As it grows older, the inherited knowledge hidden in its own blood will gradually be released. The black dragon cub is only level 15 now, although it is not yet an adult. Thousands of years of genetic inheritance have already opened the door to it. Song Jian believes that if the Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass is really helpful to the qualifications of the dragon clan, the black dragon cub will definitely gain relevant knowledge. In the pet space, when the black dragon cub heard the words Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass, he was stunned, and then his face showed an ecstatic expression. He kept jumping on the spot, venting his excitement. It seems that the black dragon cub is very eager to get the Dragon Crystal Blood Rage Grass. The black dragon cub hesitated for a moment before agreeing to exchange a drop of its own blood for the herb. Seeing the black dragon cub agree, Song Jian didn't know what the Dragon Crystal Blood Fury Grass was for, but he also understood that it must have special meaning to the dragon clan. Okay, remember your promise. Song Jian glanced at Wallace and nodded. Wallace was excited. Only when he lost his power did he deeply realize the value of power. Now that he had a chance to start over, he naturally didn't want to give up and must grasp it firmly. Song Jian's mind moved, and a drop of the black dragon cub's blood floated in the pet space. The black dragon cub, which lost its blood, immediately fell into a deep sleep. I'm afraid it won't be summoned to participate in the battle for a long time in the future. This drop of black dragon blood, which looks like a ruby, even condenses a swaying energy aura like a flame on the surface. Thank you very much, Master. Wallace's eyes were full of excitement. After such a long experiment, he finally came to the last step. This drop of black dragon blood will completely change his future life. A blood wizard with black dragon blood has the potential to become the strongest. Wallace came to the operating table and began to transport precious synthetic medicines into the nutrient tank, continuously transporting them into the human body lying inside. This is Wallace's final enhancement of the quality of this human body. He doesn't want to be powerless after resurrection. The human body in the nutrient tank was originally lying quietly in the green nutrient solution. As the tentacles inside the nutrient tank continued to surge, a stream of medicine emitting strong energy fluctuations was transported into his body. Soon, this human body began to shake unnaturally, as if it was alive. The originally thin figure also seemed to be blown up. It expanded rapidly, muscles bulged, and height was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wallace stared at the body in the nutrient tank nervously. This was the most critical step. He had tried all the other steps before, but this step could not be tried. After all, those precious medicines were not so easy to obtain. Wallace had no control over what would happen at the last moment, and he could only pray silently in his heart that the last step would be successful. Boom! The upper cover of the nutrient tank was suddenly blown away by a powerful force, and the nutrient solution inside was scattered all over the floor. But Wallace's soul was so excited that he almost jumped up. Now! Wallace couldn't help but roar, and his soul rushed towards the human body in the nutrient tank. Chapter 468, Building a Magic Tower. The moment Wallace's soul body jumped into the body in the nutrient tank, The body that was struggling violently suddenly stiffened, then slowly sank down and became quiet. Under Wallace's skin, which was integrated with his soul body, streams of energy were constantly flowing, looking like small snakes constantly moving. Is this a success? Song Jian looked at the drop of black dragon blood still floating in the air, and then looked at Wallace, who seemed to be sleeping in the nutrient tank, and thought to himself. At this moment, the body in the nutrient tank began to tremble, and Wallace's soul was pushed out of the body by a repulsive force. Wallace's soul struggled hard, not wanting to come out of the body, but the speed of being pushed away was slow and firm. At this speed, Wallace's soul would be completely separated from this body in a minute at most. At this moment, the black dragon blood essence floating in the air fell down suddenly and landed right on Wallace's forehead. The body lying in the nutrient tank suddenly burst into a shrill scream, and a burning sound suddenly sounded at the forehead, and a wisp of green smoke floated up from the body's eyebrows. Song Jian saw that the drop of black dragon blood essence, as soon as it touched the skin at the forehead, immediately seemed to have consciousness and drilled into the body, and countless tentacles thinner than hair extended from the blood essence, spreading around. After a while, this drop of black dragon blood essence was like a ruby embedded in the forehead of the body. Around this ruby, there were countless slender tentacles, deeply imprinted into the skin of the body. Wallace opened his eyes suddenly. He could feel the severe pain transmitted by the black dragon blood essence in the forehead, but he could also feel that this drop of blood essence not only transmitted pain, but also endless power, nourishing his body and soul. Because of the nourishment of this drop of black dragon blood essence, this body has begun to accept Wallace's soul, but it will take a long time to fully integrate. Successful. I finally succeeded, Wallace said ecstatically. In his excitement, his pupils suddenly turned into a pair of golden vertical pupils, just like the eyes of a black dragon. Damn! My body has mutated. Wallace suddenly became nervous. Bloodline wizards are prone to atavism and partial body mutation. This kind of mutation can make bloodline wizards have some of the power of their ancestors, but it can also change the temperament of bloodline wizards unconsciously, and even lose self-awareness in severe cases, turning into a crazy and violent monster. This is what bloodline wizards fear the most. Boom! With a loud bang, the nutrient tank suddenly broke apart, and the laboratory was swept by a strong wind. A wave of air tore all the objects in the laboratory into pieces. At the moment of the explosion, Song Jian had a thought and left Wallace's laboratory directly. Because the defense formation was arranged in advance, the explosion was limited to Wallace's laboratory. After a long time, Wallace, with a solemn face, walked out of the laboratory wrapped in half a sheet. Seeing Song Jian standing at the door of the laboratory, Wallace hurriedly took a few steps forward and knelt on one knee in front of Song Jian. Master, I'm really sorry. Although the resurrection ceremony was successful, there are still many sequelae. I want to apply to enter the blood pool for recuperation now, Wallace said quickly. Wallace suppressed the blood riot just now with a sobering potion. But if this situation is not alleviated, I am afraid that the sobering potion will also be ineffective for him. Go. I hope you can recover your original strength as soon as possible. Song Jian nodded and said. Wallace's figure suddenly disintegrated like yellow sand, and an inexplicable wind blew, and the pile of yellow sand disappeared without a trace. But in Song Jian's perception, he could clearly see that Wallace had entered the basement and couldn't wait to lie in the blood pool. The blood pool is the place where blood slaves are bred. Once a blood slave dies, he will be resurrected in the blood pool. Now the blood slaves are all in the territory, and the blood pool has been vacant. As soon as Wallace entered the blood pool, the blood in the pool immediately rolled up, like boiling water, and bubbles kept coming out. However, Wallace, who was lying in the blood pool with only his head exposed, had a comfortable expression on his face, and even groaned comfortably. Song Jian glanced at the messy laboratory, shook his head slightly, and ignored Wallace, and walked out of the castle. Song Jian's current equipment is already good, and his skills are more than ordinary players. Not to mention that he ranks first in level. His strength is far superior to other players. After walking out of the manor castle, Song Jian looked at the Black Pyramid in the distance, his eyes full of ambition. The Black Pyramid located in the center of the city should be the highest level dungeon in the city. With the current strength of the players, they can't even get close to the dungeon, let alone open up the dungeon. That's a dungeon that requires at least first-level combat power to be qualified to enter. Song Jian sighed as he looked at the Black Pyramid. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the distance, and a red light column shot up into the sky. And then, the light column began to slowly expand outward. A loud voice sounded in the ears of all the players in the Doomsday City. Song Jian looked at the red light column and whispered, "The cooling time of the territorial expansion campaign has been changed from 1 month to 8 hours. This should be a means for the game to speed up the development of the War Alliance. Select the strongest War Alliance faster, and then focus all energy on the invasion of the Abyss Demon Clan." It was not known whether Song Jian's guess was right or not, but the battle for territorial expansion had inevitably begun between the city alliances. Song Jian glanced at the cooling time of his alliance's territorial expansion battle, which had already ended. He smiled slightly, and immediately chose to launch a territorial expansion battle. The territory, which originally had a range of several hundred meters, spread out again. Some weak players looked at the spreading red light and Song Jian's manor castle in the distance, and had no choice but to give up the safe house and escape. In this territorial expansion battle, Song Jian did not encounter any decent resistance. Now his territory has reached 500 meters. But because the magic tower has not been built, all the new buildings in the alliance cannot be built. "Master, the manor castle must be upgraded to level 4 before all new buildings can be unlocked," Butler George said helplessly. In the territory, Butler George has reserved a place to build the magic tower. Song Jian walked to the open space, expelled a magic source stone the size of a human head from the parcel column, and said to Butler George, "George, build the magic tower now." Chapter 469 Shadow's Circus. With the most critical material, the magic source stone, the construction of the magic tower suddenly became a matter of course. More than a dozen construction NPCs pushed various construction materials to the open space. After a while, a rough foundation was built. "Master, because there are no special construction drawings, we can only build the most basic magic tower, and its effect bonus may not be very significant," Butler George said nervously. "Architectural drawings of the magic tower?" Song Jian was stunned, but soon he shook his head. "There are various architectural drawings in the game, and the ways to obtain them are also varied. Moreover, many architectural drawings are unique. So many players' territories also present various styles. The most notable one is Luo Tianyu's military camp. Song Jian thinks that Luo Tianyu's safe house may have been built in the mode of a military camp because he obtained a special architectural blueprint, as long as it does not affect the upgrade of the manor castle," Song Jian said calmly. "The magic tower is originally a special building in the territory. The material used, the magic source stone, is also extremely precious." Song Jian detailed that a magic tower alone can make players who want to upgrade their safe houses want to die. As for the special architectural blueprint of the magic tower, it is a treasure that is hard to come by, even if it appears in the auction house. Song Jian's current financial resources may not be able to afford it, let alone other players. Even if you have the special architectural drawings of the magic tower, it is estimated that it is a very difficult thing to build it. At least 10 times more difficult than building an ordinary magic tower. If the upgrade of the safe house is slowed down for this reason, Song Jian will feel that it is not worth it. Hearing that Song Jian did not blame him, George finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he also regarded the upgrade of the safe house as a top priority. So he started to build the magic tower directly after Song Jian took out the magic source stone. "Master, the magic tower needs 3 working days to be built. Once it is built, will it be upgraded to the manor castle directly?" asked the butler George. "Upgrade directly," Song Jian nodded and said. Song Jian delegated many of the rights of the safe house to George. But on major issues, George still had to ask Song Jian's opinion. George nodded and retreated. Song Jian looked in the direction of the new media library, then looked at the Book of the Abyss in his hand, and couldn't help sighing. Cecilia's mission has been hanging on her, and it has not shown failure. But Song Jian can't go to the library to hand in the Book of the Abyss as a mission item. After all, the Book of the Abyss has become a dark gold quality equipment now. And Cecilia is not generous enough to give Song Jian a dark gold quality equipment as a mission reward. "I don't know what's happening with my follower Ya now." Song Jian glanced at the follower interface, and both Ya and Wallace were in an unsummonable state. Song Jian glanced at his level and looked at a black column of smoke in the distance. "If I can't fight in the Big Abyss territory, Can I fight in these small abyss cave dungeons? Song Jian thought to himself. Just as Song Jian was about to walk towards the abyss cave dungeon closest to him, a noisy sound suddenly came from the edge of the territory. Song Jian frowned slightly and looked in that direction. As a result, he saw a team of dozens of people slowly walking towards his territory. The team consisted of more than 10 caravans, which were pulled by huge but gentle kodo beasts. The drivers were covered in dust and looked tired. Several artists dressed as clowns, holding things similar to rattles in their hands, played with the rattles, making bursts of pleasant music, singing and dancing, and singing country songs loudly, attracting people to watch. It looks like a circus? Song Jian narrowed his eyes. He saw that at the end of the team were huge iron cages. In the iron cages, there were tigers, lions, bears, and other wild animals. These beasts had long lost their ferocity and lay lazily in the cages. Even if a child poked their noses with a straw, these beasts just lazily used their claws to push the straw away without getting angry. The team stopped at the edge of Song Jian's territory. At this time, the territory expansion had just been completed. There was a large area on the edge of the territory, which was just grassland without any buildings. As soon as the team stopped, many people jumped off the caravan and started to move things and set up tents. Are you crazy? In this Doomsday-themed game, there are circuses traveling around to perform shows? Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by monsters in the wild? Song Jian was stunned, feeling that everything happening in front of him was like an illusion. All he could be sure of now was that all the people in this circus were just NPCs in the game, and there were no players. At this moment, an orc with a full beard jumped down from the caravan. This orc looked very old, with wrinkles all over his face, and one of his fangs sticking out of his lips was broken. Song Jian could not feel any fierce aura from this orc. He looked like a harmless old man with a friendly smile on his face. But Song Jian did not dare to despise the orc in front of him. He saw that the level of this orc was higher than his. Level 30. I just don't know if he has passed the first level combat power assessment, Song Jian thought to himself. When Song Jian looked around the people in the circus again, he was even more shocked. In this circus, more than half of the people had reached level 30. There were several artists wearing clown makeup and making funny expressions, performing for the crowd. These clowns were actually thieves with first level combat power. These people have the ability to flatten my territory. Song Jian was sweating. Seeing Song Jian, the old orc's eyes lit up, and he walked quickly to Song Jian, took off his cowboy hat with white edges, saluted Song Jian, and said respectfully, "Dear Lord, I am Harkus Stanley from the Northern Wilderness, and I offer you my most sincere blessings." Song Jian stared at the orc in front of him and asked, "Who are you, and why did you come to my territory?" "Dear Lord." The orc Harkus had a flattering smile on his face. Even though Song Jian's level was much lower than his, he did not despise him at all. His tone was full of humility. "We are a wandering circus, the Shadow Circus. We originally planned to perform in the city of Sin, but we passed by here and wanted to rest here for a while. By the way, we can present some interesting programs for your people." Shadow Circus? Song Jian looked at the people who were busy setting up the tent, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 470, Improving Favorability. Almost all the people in the Shadow Circus are professionals, and they are all high-level professionals, which is why they can enter the Doomsday City without any scruples. What Song Jian is most concerned about now is how the circus got through the black fog outside the Doomsday City. You know, the black fog outside the city must be very dangerous. If it weren't for the system's random teleportation, or the time-space portal technology, no NPC would be willing to enter the Doomsday City from the black fog. However, this is only the first time to contact the Shadow Circus. The old orc in front of him seems to be the head of the circus. Since he is performing near his territory, there will be many opportunities to contact him in the future. It won't be too late to ask him then. After talking with Hakus, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. "System, your territory has attracted the arrival of the Shadow Circus, and the satisfaction of residents in the territory has increased. The work efficiency of all NPCs has increased by 30% during the stay in the Shadow Circus." Prompt: the Shadow Circus is a hidden group in the game. Players can obtain many precious items through the Shadow Circus. Please explore on your own. Work efficiency increased by 30%? Many precious items? Song Jian was stunned and looked at the magic tower under construction. Sure enough, The efficiency of more than a dozen construction workers has indeed improved a lot. Everyone has a smile on their face and is full of strength. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and gave up his original plan to explore the Abyss Demon Cave dungeon. He stood in the distance and carefully observed this strange circus. This circus did not seem to be for profit. The performance venues built were all open, without fences, tickets, etc. Anyone interested in them could enter and exit at will. By the time the circus had finished building their performance venue, it was already evening. At this time, all the NPCs in Song Jian's territory began to rest. After returning to their respective residences and changing clothes, they walked towards the circus in twos and threes. Song Jian then realized that there were so many NPCs in his territory. From a distance, the number was more than 100. Moreover, the Shadow Circus did not only attract NPCs in Song Jian's territory, but also attracted other players and NPCs in the Alliance across a few streets. This area has almost become a safe zone. I don't know when. NPCs will no longer be refreshed on the streets, but some supplies will be refreshed in those abandoned buildings. Every day, some low-level players will go to the buildings to search for supplies. The performance of the circus was very exciting. The NPCs watching burst into exclamations or laughter and applause from time to time. Song Jian observed for an afternoon and found that there were actually many rare professions in this circus. The animal trainer who performs animal training, the knife thrower who performs masked knife throwing, and the speed rider who performs riding a motorcycle through a fire ring. These are all rare professions. If a player who has not changed his profession at level 10 finds this place, it is definitely a blessing. Ordinary professions are still the most common in the game. If you can come across 1 or 2 rare professions among the 10 profession information, you are already lucky. If you want to get a more powerful profession, you can only go to the area with higher monster levels to try your luck. Many players died in those high-level monster areas because of this. The circus performance did not end until about 10 o'clock in the evening. It lasted for 6 or 7 hours. For the Shadow Circus, who had just arrived in a new place, such a long performance was also very hard. I wonder how long they will stay here. Song Jian thought to himself as he watched the busy circus performers. Dear Lord, what do you think of our performance? The old orc Harkus walked over slowly and said with a smile on his face. Song Jian glanced at Harkus, who had just performed a magic trick on the stage. He was able to control 5 or 6 burning fireballs to fly around him. And he also made several dangerous-looking moves, which caused the audience around him to exclaim, "Very good. A wonderful performance." Song Jian smiled and praised. At this time, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he said to the old orc Harkus, as a thank you to the Shadow Circus, "I can provide you with a batch of food." As he spoke, Song Jian summoned the butler George and whispered a few words to him. After a while, a group of NPCs delivered a batch of food. Most of these foods are meat, and there are also staple foods such as bread and cakes. There are large farms and livestock pens in Song Jian's territory, and these foods can be completely self-sufficient and have surplus. This is really great. Thank you, kind lord, Harkus said with a grateful expression on his face. System, you provided a large amount of food to the Shadow Circus and received the gratitude of Harkus, the leader of the Shadow Circus. Your relationship with the Shadow Circus has been upgraded to friendly. Sure enough, giving gifts to NPCs is the best way to improve relationships, Song Jian thought to himself. After the relationship with Shadow Circus was improved to friendly, Song Jian walked in the circus. Many circus staff would greet Song Jian when they saw him, and some even toasted him directly. The night carnival not only satisfied the entire Shadow Circus staff, but also made the NPCs in Song Jian's territory excited. After all, such a big carnival was rarely held in Song Jian's territory. The loyalty of many NPC residents in the territory to the territory increased by 3 or 5 points. The benefits of the NPCs' increased loyalty to the territory are obvious. Not only will they work hard at ordinary times, but when the territory is invaded, NPCs with high loyalty will also take up arms to resist. For them, defending the territory is to defend their own home, while those NPCs with low loyalty will panic and run around when the enemy invades, or even run away directly. Population is also very important for a territory. If a war breaks out, NPCs in the territory will flee, which will also affect the development of the territory. At night, Song Jian returned to the manor castle. After absorbing the essence of the moon for 15 minutes, Song Jian slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his sense of touch was the most sensitive. He suddenly felt that there was a hint of coldness in the whole room. Swish. The vertical eye between the eyebrows suddenly opened, and a silver light flashed. A translucent figure suddenly appeared in the room. Eye of perception? A hoarse voice sounded in the room. The originally translucent figure swayed slightly like water waves, and appeared from the void. Chapter 471 Qi Yun reappears. At this time, a man wrapped in thick black cloth, with only a pair of eyes showing, appeared in Song Jian's room. The pupils of this man's eyes were very small, like sesame seeds, and the whites of his eyes were all like those of a dead person, not to mention late at night, even in broad daylight. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes would make people feel creepy. The man in black stared at the vertical eye between Song Jian's eyebrows without saying a word, and seemed to be more interested in the vertical eye than Song Jian himself. "Who are you? And what do you want to see me for?" Song Jian asked, staring at the man in black, his whole body tense. There was no information on the top of the head of this man in black. It seemed that the player could hide his information, just like Song Jian now, with nothing on his head. But Song Jian could not feel any player's breath from this man in black. Instead, he felt gloomy, as if he suddenly had powerful energy but could not control it, and the energy was unconsciously overflowing. This situation would not happen to the players. Even if the players had a strange encounter and their strength suddenly increased, they would master the power they controlled in a very short time and would not give people this feeling. "Song Jian, do you really not recognize me?" The man in black spoke. His voice was a little hoarse, as if his throat was pulled, and the black cloth wrapped around his head began to be untied by a mysterious force. A white jade skull appeared in front of Song Jian. "You are?" Song Jian frowned slightly. The man in front of him was not a real skull, but a skeleton without any flesh and blood. The crystal jade was not his bones, but skin. A layer of skin with a white glow on the surface tightly wrapped around his skull, looking like a skull. "You don't recognize me. You really don't recognize me." The man in black let out a shrill roar, sounding very angry, but with a strong sadness in his anger. Snap. With a slight sound, the black cloth wrapped around the man in black was torn into pieces by a mysterious force in an instant, revealing the man's body inside. He was only wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt and pants. His naked body, like his head, was wrapped in a layer of crystal skin, looking like a skeleton. Listening to the other party's wailing, Song Jian suddenly felt a little familiar. In his memory, the other party's voice seemed to have been heard somewhere. "Are you Qi Yun?" Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he opened his eyes wide and looked at the monster-like Qi Yun in front of him, shouting loudly, "Qi Yun? Qi Yun? Ha ha ha. This is my old name. I didn't expect you to remember it." A gray tear rolled down Qi Yun's eyes, and he looked at Song Jian with a complicated look on his face. Qi Yun was forced to become Song Jian's slave, but later, for some reason, he broke free from the bondage of the slave contract. Song Jian thought Qi Yun was dead, but he didn't expect that he would become this ghost in front of him. "Did you use those gene drugs from Aegis?" Song Jian stared at Qi Yun and asked in a low voice. "Yes, I was in a coma at the time, but if I wanted to live, I had to inject those gene drugs. Fortunately, I was lucky. In the laboratory of that building, I got a perfect quality gene modification drug." Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and said, "Perfect quality." Song Jian looked up and down at Qi Yun's current appearance. If someone said that Qi Yun had turned into a skeleton soldier, Song Jian would not doubt it. "Did the perfect quality genetic modification drug turn you into this?" Song Jian couldn't help asking. "Uh-huh. Isn't this good? I have infinite strength. I am invulnerable to swords and guns. And I have a long life. I can even control the power of shadows." Qi Yun showed a strange smile on his face. He raised his right hand, and a ball of shadow flame appeared in his palm. In this ball of flame, there were waves of painful wails, as if countless souls were burning in this ball of flame. At this time, Qi Yun's attributes slowly emerged above his head. Qi Yun, level 26. Occupation, Shadow Priest. HP, 3200/3200. Spirit, 1500/1500. Shadow Priest? I remember you weren't, Song Jian said in surprise. The reason why he wanted Qi Yun to be his slave was because Qi Yun was a healing priest who could give him health. But he didn't expect that when they met again, Qi Yun's face had changed. And even his occupation had changed. All this is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injected with that perfect quality genetic modification potion. I wouldn't have the blood of a shadow priest. And I wouldn't stand in front of you again, Qi Yun shouted loudly. So, you are here for revenge? Song Jian sneered. This is Song Jian's territory. It is simply impossible to assassinate Song Jian here. Not to mention that he can teleport anytime and anywhere in the territory. In Song Jian's perception, the bloody ghost poison tree Alex has also awakened from his sleep. If someone looks out the window at this time, the outer wall of the entire manor castle is already covered with Alex's thick roots. Once Qi Yun has any improper behavior, these roots will swarm in and attack Qi Yun in an instant. At this time, the castle where Song Jian is has become a cage. Without special means, there is no way to get out of here. Revenge? Why should I seek revenge from you? Qi Yun suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. Without you, I would not have been able to obtain such a powerful force. I am here to thank you. Thank you just like that? Without my consent. You broke into my bedroom quietly in the middle of the night. Like an assassin? Song Jian said with a smile. Song Jian would not believe a single punctuation mark in Qi Yun's words. If Song Jian was in Qi Yun's position at this time, he would definitely want to kill himself immediately. I came to you to seek cooperation. If you can help me, then I can treat the previous things as if they never happened and write them off. Qi Yun said seriously. Cooperation? What do you need me to cooperate with? You should know that your current strength is far beyond mine, Song Jian said with a smile. At this time, Song Jian's level was only 22, and Qi Yun was 6 levels higher than him. In the eyes of many people, Qi Yun, who was 4 levels higher, had a completely overwhelming strength for Song Jian. Moreover, Qi Yun's shadow priest profession was not inferior to Song Jian's sword master profession. Before Qi Yun could speak, Song Jian was suddenly stunned, and then looked out the window. Your target is them. The Shadow Circus? Chapter 472 Shadow Crystal. Qi Yun showed up on the first day of Shadow Circus. Song Jian had no doubt that there might be something Qi Yun wanted in the circus. Or Qi Yun might have sneaked into the circus and had been following the circus. How did you know? Qi Yun was stunned, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Tell me, what is there in the circus that you want? Song Jian smiled slightly, sat on a chair, looked at Qi Yun, and said. Qi Yun's face was gloomy. Since the injection of the perfect quality gene modification fluid, his strength has been greatly improved, and his potential has also increased. The gene modification fluid has tapped out the most powerful gene in his genes and strengthened it. Qi Yun, who originally only had a slight healing talent, almost instantly obtained the genetic talent of the Shadow Priest, which greatly improved his strength. Until now, he still cannot fully control the huge energy in his body. This circus is actually an escort team. They are escorting a shadow crystal, and their destination is the Dark Castle. Qi Yun hesitated for a long time and finally said, Shadow Crystal? Dark Castle? Song Jian frowned slightly. The name Dark Castle sounded particularly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Are you talking about the level 30 dungeon? The Dark Castle? Song Jian suddenly remembered and asked hurriedly. The Dark Castle is located in the Shadowfang Mountains. Song Jian had heard about it in the city of Anthem. The professionals in the city of Anthem considered it an honor to pass the Dark Castle. Dungeon? Qi Yun was stunned. He seemed to have never heard of the name of the dungeon. Song Jian immediately realized that the dungeon was just a term used by players. The NPCs in the game call the dungeon a secret realm. Secret realm? I mean the secret realm, Song Jian said. Yes. The real destination of this circus is the secret realm of the Dark Castle. They want to send the Shadow Crystal to the Dark Castle. Qi Yun said, My goal is this Shadow Crystal. Why did they transport the Shadow Crystal to the Dark Castle? Song Jian suddenly asked. This is the top secret of the circus. Do you think I would know it? Besides, what does it have to do with me? I just need that Shadow Crystal, Qi Yun said with a grin. What good will it do for me to help you? Song Jian glanced at Qi Yun, summoned the red fire heart ape sword, and placed it across his knees. Looking at the long sword, Qi Yun's eyes showed a cautious look. He didn't expect that Song Jian's strength would improve so quickly. If he hadn't developed the blood inheritance of the Shadow Priest, he might not even be qualified to stand in front of Song Jian. What do you want? Equipment? Skills? Treasures? Qi Yun stared at Song Jian and asked. All you want is in the Shadow Circus. If you can kill them all, everything in the circus can belong to you. As for me, I only want the Shadow Crystal. Ha. You can leave here now. Song Jian sneered, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Crash. A thick tree root broke through the window and turned into a huge python, roaring at Qi Yun. Boom! The shadow energy on Qi Yun's body suddenly burst out, and a huge beast appeared around him, and his eyes turned into dark green flames, just like a ghost. You will regret it. Qi Yun's hoarse voice revealed a gloomy taste. Do you believe that I can keep you from leaving this room? Song Jian stood up with a smile and clenched the red fire heart ape sword in his hand. Qi Yun was speechless. This was Song Jian's territory. If Song Jian really didn't want to let him go, he could definitely keep it. Qi Yun didn't dare to continue talking. He snorted coldly and turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. Alex, if you see it again in the castle in the future, just attack it directly. Song Jian touched the tree root beside him and said softly. At this time, Alex had completely mutated. Even the surface of the tree root was covered with black scales, emitting a metallic luster. Respect, Master. A muffled voice came from the yard. Alex's tree roots have actually covered the area of dozens of meters around the manor castle. And after this, Alex has memorized the breath of Qi Yun. Once Qi Yun dares to step in again, Alex will definitely wake up at the first time. The shadow crystal must be of great help to Qi Yun. Just looking at his profession, you can know that as a shadow priest, Qi Yun will do whatever it takes to obtain the power of shadow. But for Song Jian, he has no idea what this shadow crystal can be used for. And what he wants to know most now is what the shadow crystal has to do with the dark castle. And what this shadow circus wants to do with this shadow crystal. He wants me to provoke the shadow circus. He is crazy. Doesn't he know how powerful the shadow circus is? Idiot! Song Jian said to himself, looking at the circus station in the distance, which was still lit. Early the next morning, Song Jian found that more and more players came to visit the circus. They could receive various tasks from the shadow circus, from material supply to hunting wild monsters. There were all kinds of tasks, and the rewards were very good. After a day of fermentation, the arrival of the shadow circus was also known by more and more players, which immediately attracted many people. What made Song Jian most excited was that many players were interested in Song Jian's War Alliance and began to contact him to join Song Jian's War Alliance. After all, Song Jian's territory was already very large in the eyes of the players. The War Alliance with such a large territory must be very powerful. Song Jian handed over the task of recruiting players from the Alliance to Wang Qi and others. Moreover, Alliance players were not recruited casually, but had to go through a strict review. Song Jian stepped into the Shadow Circus. Although there were no performances at this time, many amusement facilities were open, and the people in the circus also took the opportunity to sell some small souvenirs, and even had the opportunity to take photos with tigers, lions and other beasts. Merciful Lord, welcome to the circus. Haku's appeared beside Song Jian at some point, with a kind smile on his face. Just take a look around. Song Jian smiled. He wanted to see if he could sense where the circus had hidden the shadow crystal, but after walking around, he found nothing. If Qi Yun hadn't told him last night, Song Jian probably wouldn't even have thought about it. As for the use of the shadow crystal, Song Jian was even more confused. But he was sure that this shadow crystal was definitely a treasure. Chapter 473 Epic Mission. Song Jian looked at the old orc in front of him, who looked to be about 70 or 80 years old. He had a kind smile on his wrinkled face. Song Jian could not feel the breath of a strong man from him, but he knew that this old orc might be the most powerful person in the entire circus. To be able to manage such a large circus, and more than half of the people in the circus are professionals, and some even have first-level combat power. This old orc is definitely not as simple as he appears. Song Jian thought to himself, Lord, do you know that we have been through hardships all the way? There are too many monsters in the wild, and there are also thieves rampant. I remember that once we passed by the desolate mountains, we encountered more than a dozen thieves. Each of them was extremely cruel. The old orc chattered and began to tell Song Jian about the situation of the circus on the road. While talking, he secretly looked up and down at Song Jian. After listening for a few minutes, Song Jian saw that Haku still hadn't finished his story, and immediately frowned. He didn't have that much time to listen to the old orc's chat. Moreover, Song Jian found that while the other party was talking, he secretly looked at him, as if he had something to say. Fuck. Is this guy trying to give me a task? Song Jian looked at Haku's hesitant look, and slapped his head in his heart. Haku's, is there anything I can do for you? Song Jian said in the standard language of accepting tasks. Haku's felt that he was about to run out of stories. He even told the story of how he almost drowned when he was catching fish in a river pond when he was a child. But the other party seemed to be completely unaware. Just as Haku's was thinking about how to give this task to Song Jian without leaving any trace, Song Jian finally asked the standard terminology for accepting the task. This sentence sounded like the sound of nature to Haku's. Ha! Lord, I just happen to have an epic task here, and I want to ask you to complete it. Haku's laughed and said in the lowest voice. What? Epic task? Song Jian was shocked. You know, the rewards for epic tasks are generally epic items. Players who receive epic tasks are simply favored by the god of luck. For this level of task, Song Jian naturally couldn't give up, and hurriedly asked, Captain Haku's, can you tell me the content of the task in detail? Lord, do you know why we are staying in your territory? Asked Hakus. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to rest for a while before continuing on your journey? Isn't that right? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked. Of course. Ha ha ha. Of course. You know, traveling is a very tiring thing. It is our honor to be able to rest in your territory for a while. Hakus said quickly, however. On our journey, a group of huge demonized ants blocked our way. I hope that Lord can help us kill all those demonized ants. I see. But why don't you release this task to more people? You know, the more people accept the task, the higher the success rate of your task? Song Jian asked in confusion. Sorry, Lord. You know, the periphery of this city has the protection of God. 1 or 2 people can use treasures to travel inside. But if there are too many people, they will definitely encounter accidents in the black fog. Hakus shook his head and said, So far, our ability can only allow 1 person to pass through the black fog outside the city. What? You can let people pass through the black fog outside? Song Jian was immediately surprised and said, Are you sure? It's to pass through the black fog, not to open a portal. Lord, opening the portal requires specific coordinates. When we enter the city, we let 1 person in first, then open the teleportation device and let the others in. Hakus explained. Can I ask how many people there are in that demonized ant colony? And what is their highest combat power? Song Jian hesitated for a moment and asked. You know, there are many people in this circus who are stronger than Song Jian. But Hakus gave this task to Song Jian. He didn't know what Hakus was thinking. If he couldn't figure it out, Song Jian would not accept it even if it was an epic task. After all, no matter how precious the treasure is, it is not as important as his own life. Lord, there are a lot of demonized ants. At least 1,000 of them, each of which is above level 25. And there is also a level 30 elite boss in it. The Ant King of this group has a first-level combat power, said Hakus with a serious face. Hakus has a very clear understanding of the strength of this ant group. For this reason, there are even 2 level 30 thief professional NPCs who stay forever in the cave of this demonized ant group. Only 1 first-level combat power boss? Then what are you afraid of? With the strength of your circus, such a group should be easily destroyed. Right? Song Jian said in surprise. He has seen that there is more than 1 professional with first-level combat power in the circus. So many high-powered beings are afraid of a demonized ant group? Is Hakus joking? Well, sorry. Those people in our team can't take action. They have other tasks to complete. Hakus showed an embarrassment on his face, as if he had something to hide. Just when Song Jian wanted to continue asking, the system suddenly gave a line of prompts. System, warning. Your inquiry has already explored the core secrets of the Shadow Circus. If you continue to ask, there is a high probability that you will arouse the hostility of Hakus, the leader of the Shadow Circus. Hostile? Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly remembered the shadow crystal that Chi Yin mentioned last night. Could it be that those high-powered people in the circus have to protect the shadow crystal, so they can't go to wipe out the group of demonized ants? But isn't there only 1 first-level ant king in that group? There are so many first-level ant kings in the circus. If we crush them all the way, we can kill all of them along the way. There is not much conflict with protecting the shadow crystal. Right? Song Jian was puzzled, but seeing the embarrassed expression on Hakus's face, He knew he couldn't ask any more questions. So he quickly said, Harkus, I am willing to accept this task and wipe out that demonized ant group. Hearing what Song Jian said, Harkus' eyes lit up, and he was immediately happy. He patted Song Jian on the shoulder and said, Haha. I knew you would definitely accept this task. You are our Shadow Circus's forever friend. Chapter 474 Hidden Ring. System. You have obtained the epic mission Clear the Clan. Mission content. Hunt down the demonized ant colony that is stopping the Dark Knight Circus. Mission target. Demonized worker ants. 0/500. Demonized soldier ants. 0/100. Demonized ant king. 0/3. Mission reward. Epic treasure chest 1. After Song Jian accepted the mission, he glanced at the epic mission introduction in the mission column and almost vomited blood. He had originally prepared himself to fight a first-level ant king, but he never expected that the mission target would be 3 ant kings. Are you sure there is only one demonized ant colony there? Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. Of course. This is the detailed information I got at the cost of 2 lives, said the old orc Hakus confidently. Although the 2 sacrifice professionals had not yet passed the first-level combat power, almost no one could match them in terms of concealment and exploration. But why did I receive the task of hunting 3 demonized ant kings? Song Jian said angrily. The player's task bar cannot display the content like the NPC. Otherwise Song Jian would definitely throw this task in the face of the old orc. Impossible. As a group, the demonized ants will only have 1 ant king. Even if another ant king is born, the new ant king will leave the group and establish his own group. It is impossible to find 2 ant kings in a group, let alone 3. Hakus almost jumped up and shouted loudly. What Song Jian said went against common sense and made Hakus feel a little incredible. You are cheating. I think the conclusion of this mission violates the principle of fairness and justice. I will apply to the system master to cancel this mission. Song Jian said seriously. No. Don't do this. Hakus was shocked and stopped him. I will compensate you. And you will definitely be satisfied. Hakus took out a light blue ring from his arms and handed it to Song Jian with a painful look on his face. This is a hidden ring. I originally just lent it to you, but now I give it to you as compensation. With it, you have the ability to freely enter the sheltering black fog. Hidden ring blue. Ring. Item level 20. Equipment effect. Gain invisibility. Can restrain all the aura on the body, making it undetectable. In invisible state. Cannot attack. Once hostile to the target, the invisibility effect will disappear. Item description. This ring is an alchemical item, and needs to be charged each time it is used. And the automatic charging time is 12 hours. Equipment requirements. 10 points of spirit value. Song Jian took the ring and looked at it. On the surface of the ring, there was a golden gem inlaid. In the center of the gem, there was a vertical pupil that looked like a crack, which looked like an eyeball. Song Jian was about to try it on, but Hakus stopped him immediately and said, This ring needs a 12-hour cooling time after each use. I think you should be prepared and wear it when you enter the sheltering black fog. Song Jian nodded and put the ring away. Hakus seemed relieved and said with a smile on his face, We can't stay here for long. You have at most 3 days to complete this task. This is the location of the demonized ant colony. Just follow the instructions above, and you will find them soon. After that, Hakus handed Song Jian a piece of animal skin with a simple mark on it on how to reach the demonized ant colony. Song Jian took a look at it and put it into the parcel column. It simply marked the location of the Doomsday City and the location of the demonic ant colony. From this map, the demonic ant colony is not far from the Doomsday City, probably less than 1 kilometer. The mission time is only 3 days? Time is quite tight. Song Jian thought to himself as he watched the old orc leave. After seeing Song Jian accept the mission, Harkus left directly. For him, protecting the shadow crystal is the most important thing. After Song Jian left the circus, Harkus walked up to a player, coughed twice, and said to the player with a serious face, This warrior, I see that you are quite strong. I have an epic mission here. I wonder if you are interested. Song Jian didn't know that Harkus had issued this so-called epic mission to many people. As long as Harkus felt that the strength reached a certain level, he would issue this mission to the other party. Anyway, only one person would get the mission reward in the end. And the more people accepted the mission, the lower the probability of completing the mission would be. Song Jian quickly came to the edge of the city and looked at the rolling black fog in front of him. It was like a wall, surrounding the entire Doomsday City. The closer to the black fog, the more frightened and scared he felt. This is not a bad effect, but it can trigger the deepest fear in people's hearts. Even the profession with the lowest spiritual perception can feel the danger in the black fog. Song Jian solemnly put on the invisible ring given to him by Harkus on his finger. In order to wear this ring, Song Jian also took off the Vulcan ring. Both of his rings are of gold quality. The Vulcan ring focuses on attack, while the other bloody ring focuses on defense. It can trigger a bloody shield with a defense degree of 1000. When passing through this black fog, it is obvious that Song Jian pays more attention to defense. After wearing the invisible ring, Song Jian's figure disappeared on the spot. Even Song Jian himself felt that his body seemed to become a little translucent. The smell and breath on his body were completely wrapped by a layer of invisible mysterious energy, and not a single bit would be leaked. Even when stepping on the grass, he could not see the weeds bending, as if he had become a ball of energy. In Song Jian's status bar, a hidden status appeared. This status can always exist if Song Jian does not actively launch an attack. This feeling is very strange, and the moment his figure is hidden, Song Jian can no longer feel the oppression and fear caused by the black fog in front of him. After hiding, Song Jian slowly walked towards the black fog, and soon, his figure was swallowed by the thick black fog. Not long after Song Jian left, several players also came to the edge of the city, looking at the black fog that was constantly rolling like a living thing. These players showed fear on their faces. The knuckles of their fingers holding the hidden rings were a little white. Their faces were full of sweat, and even their bodies shook involuntarily. Is this ring really useful? Chao Shui's heart was beating violently. He could feel that there was a huge threat hidden in the black fog, as if there was a giant beast, waiting for them to fall into its trap with its mouth wide open. This is an epic quest, and the reward is an epic treasure chest. Maybe this is the first epic item in the game. If you are afraid, just delete the quest and go back. Fan Jin, who was wearing warrior equipment, looked at them with disdain, snorted coldly, put on the hidden ring on his finger, and walked towards the black fog. Chapter 475 Sheltering the Black Mist. What kind of a lousy mission is this? You can't even form a team. Damn it. What if all the other monsters are gathered, but one magic worker ant is missing? Am I going to cry to death? Lu Pei looked at the others, put on the invisible ring, and said to the other players, I'm leaving. Good luck to you. Watching the players disappear on the spot with the rings on, Chao Shui thought of the mission reward of the epic treasure chest, gritted his teeth, and put on the invisible ring on his finger. After feeling the changes in his body, Chao Shui suppressed his fear and walked towards the black mist step by step. Soon, all the players entered the black mist. Song Jian walked forward slowly in the black fog. In the black fog, his sense of direction seemed to disappear all of a sudden. He couldn't tell east, south, west, or north. The grass under his feet turned into gravel after walking a few meters forward. It was pitch dark. Even if Song Jian opened his eyes, he could only see less than 5 meters around him. Here, there seemed to be a strong interference, shielding the player's 5 senses. How big is this black fog? How long will it take to get out? Song Jian groped forward carefully, talking to himself. He didn't know that behind him, several players had also entered the protective black fog like him. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a roar from afar, and the ground was shaking slightly, as if a giant was walking towards him. Although he had hidden his body, Song Jian's body suddenly froze, and he stood there without daring to move. Not long after, Song Jian saw a thick skeleton foot stepping down from midair. As the foot fell, the ground shook violently again, and a footprint of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Song Jian looked up and saw a huge skeleton figure looming in the air, which suddenly reminded him of the huge skeleton he had seen from afar in the city of Doom one night. That skeleton is actually in the sheltering black fog. I haven't seen it since the last time I saw it, Song Jian said in surprise. The huge skeleton in front of him was less than 10 meters away from Song Jian. Looking up, Song Jian could only see 2 thigh bones, and couldn't even see the part above the waist. Song Jian stayed quietly in place, feeling the huge skeleton slowly leaving. However, just when the huge skeleton was about to leave, it suddenly stopped, grabbed a huge skeleton longbow from behind, and shot a long bone arrow towards the position behind Song Jian. This hideous long arrow full of bone barbs made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, like a siege crossbow with a length of 12 or 13 meters. The arrow even tore apart the protective black fog, revealing a huge passage with a diameter of more than 5 meters. The fierce power made Song Jian couldn't help but take a few steps back. Boom! The arrow was extremely fast, just like a missile landing, and it burst into a roar. Song Jian heard a low cry of fear from behind him, but the sound quickly disappeared. There is someone behind me. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. He didn't expect that there were still creatures in this protective black fog. Chao Shui's legs trembled as he looked at a huge deep pit less than 3 meters away from him. In the middle of the deep pit, there was a long bone arrow like a pillar. The deep pit was full of blood plasma and broken meat and bones. He saw with his own eyes that a companion who entered the black fog with him was killed instantly by this long arrow. And not even a complete corpse was left. Chao Shui covered his mouth, suppressed his nausea, and tried his best to get rid of the scene of his companion's body exploding in his mind. But waves of dry heave still made Chao Shui's face pale. The man just now peed his pants because of excessive tension, and was discovered by the huge skeleton. So he lost his life. Chao Shui knew that if he really vomited, he would probably be like the man just now, and the hidden ring would not be able to save his life. The players who received the task were silent, standing still, leaving at least 7 or 8 meters between each other, for fear that someone would alarm the huge skeleton and implicate themselves. Boom! 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 The tremors of the earth slowly disappeared, and the huge skeleton had gone far away. Chao Shui sat down on the ground with his buttocks, his stomach churning, and he couldn't hold back his lunch any longer. So he vomited it out. Chao Shui had hunted at least 800 monsters in the game, and he had never seen such a tragic death. Now he smelled the strong bloody smell coming from the pit, and he couldn't help but want to vomit, and he rolled and crawled away. Several players behind him touched the pit, looking at the bone arrow inserted diagonally in the middle of the pit, with a strong smell of blood, and their faces were pale, although they didn't see it with their own eyes. Looking at the broken meat and bones at the bottom of the blood pit, they could imagine what happened here. This death is too tragic. Lu Pei glanced into the pit, and then dared not look at it again, saying with a face full of fear, "Hurry. Hurry up. It's too dangerous here. I would rather fight with that level 30 Ant King than see that huge skeleton again." Someone whispered, running quickly into the distance. Song Jian was also scared and broke into a cold sweat. He saw the arrow just now more clearly than anyone else. In his mind, the sharp long arrow kept repeating the state when it just cut through the black fog. If this long arrow is shot at me, can I dodge or block it? Song Jian secretly speculated in his heart. But the final answer made him feel cold all over. If the target of this long arrow is really him, then he will definitely die. That arrow directly locked the opponent's entire breath. I couldn't move even a little bit just watching from the side. I'm afraid that the person locked by the long arrow can't even lift his little finger. How can he dodge and resist? Song Jian thought to himself, shaking his head. Song Jian wanted to forget the scene just now. The strength of the giant skeleton was too strong. Compared with it, Song Jian felt that the gap between him and it was like an ant and a dragon. There was no comparison at all. Leave here as soon as possible. It's too dangerous here. Even with a hidden ring, it's not 100% safe. Song Jian thought to himself, and his speed suddenly increased. After walking forward for more than 200 meters, Song Jian suddenly saw a flash of light in the corner of his eyes. His body instinctively stopped and stood still. It was too dangerous to be in the shelter of the black fog. Song Jian's nerves had collapsed to the extreme. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately stop and take a defensive posture. Chapter 476 Legendary Herbs. What is that? Song Jian turned his head and looked into the distance. He could only barely see the surrounding environment within 5 meters. And this was because of the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Otherwise, in this black fog, even perception was compressed to the minimum. Players who entered could only see the scenery within less than 1 meter around them. Song Jian stared at the direction where he saw the flashing light just now. After a while, another light flashed, and the speed was extremely fast. If Song Jian hadn't been staring at that direction, it would probably be difficult to notice. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and slowly walked towards the location of the flashing light. After a while, Song Jian saw a green plant more than 1 foot tall growing on the desolate land full of gravel. The whole body of this plant is emerald green. like a jade carving. From top to bottom, it has only 7 leaves. The surface of the whole plant emits a faint green glow, resisting the invasion of the surrounding black fog. The surrounding black fog constantly transforms into tentacles, trying to uproot this plant, but it is always smashed by the light on its surface. The green light on the surface of this plant is very weak. Even if it is more than 1 meter away, it will not be found. However, every once in a while, the surrounding black fog will transform into a palm and slap it towards this plant, as if it wants to completely destroy it. At this time, the whole plant will bloom with dazzling light, smashing the transformed black palm. What Song Jian saw just now was when this plant bloomed with dazzling light. 7-star fragments legendary herb can be picked. Use effect 1. One of the main materials for making the Breaking Tribulation potion. 2. After using it on pets, it can greatly improve the pet's qualifications. 3. After successful collection, it can directly improve the herb collecting skill by 1 level. Collection requirements. Collection skill level 7. His legendary herb. Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath after looking at the properties of this herb. He had never seen a legendary herb before, but he didn't expect to find a legendary herb for the first time in this sheltering black fog. Moreover, collecting this herb actually requires the 7th level herb collecting skill. There are probably very few people who can practice the herb collecting skill to the 7th level. Even Song Jian's current herb collecting skill is only level 5. Fortunately, the level is not enough, so I'll make up for it with equipment. Song Jian took out a herb shovel from the parcel column and equipped it. This is a silver quality herb shovel obtained by Song Jian, named Purple Bamboo Shovel, with very powerful properties. After equipping it, herb picking speed increased by 40%, herb picking success rate +8, and the most important thing is herb picking skill level +2. After equipping this purple bamboo shovel, Song Jian met the conditions for collecting this herb. At the moment when Song Jian waved the purple bamboo shovel towards the ground, a light blue progress bar appeared in front of him. 10 minutes? It actually takes 10 minutes to collect this herb? Song Jian was a little surprised. This was the time after the herb picking speed increased by 40%. Normally, Song Jian only needed a dozen seconds at most to collect herbs. It's a legendary herb indeed. The progress bar moved very slowly. Song Jian kept moving in this herb picking posture and didn't dare to move. Although the purple bamboo shovel had the attribute of herb picking success rate +8. Song Jian's herb picking skills just met the collection conditions of 7-star fragments and could not guarantee 100% collection success. Just as the collection progress bar was about to end, Song Jian suddenly heard the voices of several players behind him. The light I saw just now was in this direction. Be careful. This black fog is too weird. Your life is at stake. Don't be a powerful monster. I don't think it's a treasure. Let's go over and take a look. Fortune comes with risk. If you're afraid, don't follow us. That's right. No player has ever entered here. If there is a treasure, it's understandable. We are the first group of players to enter here. If we miss the treasure, we will regret it. Song Jian's heart sank. He looked at the collection progress bar. It would take more than 50 seconds to collect successfully. After a while, Song Jian saw 5 or 6 players slowly walking out from the left. These players were all above level 20. Looking at the equipment on their bodies, it was clear that they were strong and were also among the best players. See, I told you there was a treasure, but you still didn't believe it. A player pointed at the 7-star fragments herb and shouted in surprise. Miss Grass? A legendary herb. Someone shouted in surprise. Hey, brother. Everyone who sees it gets a share. You can't keep this herb to yourself. Stop talking. Attack him quickly and interrupt his collection. Yes. Don't let him collect it successfully. For a moment, several players took out their long-range attack weapons and aimed at Song Jian. They only used ordinary attacks and did not use any skills. After all, they just wanted to stop Song Jian from collecting, not to kill him. If they really use their skills, they will become mortal enemies with Song Jian, and the end will be a fight to the death. There are 36 seconds left. Song Jian could feel the malice from these players, and he was shocked when he saw them raising their weapons towards him. Abyss Phantom. With a thought, a gray translucent figure appeared next to Song Jian. This blurry figure was similar in stature to Song Jian, and the equipment on his body was exactly the same as Song Jian's. This is the skill of the cloak Abyss Shadow. Abyss Phantom. which has 70% of Song Jian's own attributes and all skills. During the collection process, Song Jian cannot be harmed. Otherwise, the collection will be interrupted. If the collection of ordinary herbs is interrupted, it may cause irreversible damage to the herbs. If this legendary herb is interrupted during the collection process, it is very likely to be destroyed directly. Although the equipment on the Abyss Phantom is exactly the same as Song Jian, it is just a showpiece without any attributes. If the Abyss Phantom can also copy the attributes of Song Jian's equipment, it would be too abnormal. Bang bang bang. Several attacks were shot at Song Jian, but they were all blocked by the Abyss Phantom. The Phantom's health value of more than 1,000 points was immediately reduced by more than half, because it was to serve as Song Jian's shield. The Phantom did not move or dodge, and could only bear all the attacks. Keep attacking. Blow this thing up first, someone shouted loudly, and a dazzling red light began to shine from the muzzle of the gun. These players were all blinded by the legendary herbs, and all they thought about was getting treasures. When they attacked, they didn't expect that once they attacked the target or were hurt, the effect of the hidden ring would disappear. They focused their fire on Song Jian's Phantom, but didn't notice that their own figures had begun to slowly appear. Gotcha! A slight cracking sound was heard, but it was covered by the roar of their attack. Song Jian looked at the last bit of the progress bar nervously, turned his head, and looked at the players. His eyes gradually became sharper. Chapter 477, Giving Up One's Life. Bang! The Abyss Phantom finally couldn't bear the concentrated fire of the 5 people, and its health value was 0. Its body was like a bubble, and it broke directly. At this time, Song Jian saw that the progress bar had reached the end. A crisp ding sounded in Song Jian's ears. He didn't even bother to look at the system prompt. Song Jian stuffed the 7-star fragments into the parcel column, and then rolled away from the standing position. Puff! Several bullets drilled into the place where Song Jian had just stood, splashing a few clouds of dust. Kill him! That's a legendary quality herb, which can definitely improve physical fitness. Chao Shui gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Some special herbs can improve their own attributes, which has long been known to players. Not to mention legendary herbs. Even a golden or even silver herb can increase 1 or 2 points of its own attributes. The legendary herb will definitely increase it even more. Improving one's own attributes is definitely the biggest pursuit of players. After all, physical fitness can be brought back to the real world. Who doesn't want to become a Superman in the real world? Isn't this too bad? Someone saw that Song Jian was not weak and hesitated. He is only one person, and we have 5. What are you afraid of? Follow me. If he doesn't hand over the herb, he will be unable to leave this black fog. After a brief discussion, several players formed a temporary alliance. They did not intend to kill Song Jian, but just wanted to interrupt his collection and discuss the ownership of the herb. However, Song Jian actually took the herb away without giving them any benefits, which made the 5 people feel a little unbalanced. Song Jian took a look at the 7-star fragments in the package column. The quality was still intact, and he was relieved. Then, he looked behind him. The thick black fog blocked his sight, and he could not see the position of the other 5 people at all. At this time, Song Jian had an impulse to rush up and kill all the opponents. But when he thought of his position, it was like a puff of cold water pouring down his head. After thinking for a moment, Song Jian turned and ran forward. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he had to leave this area. Chao Shui and the other 5 did not realize that their concealment effect had disappeared. They slowly moved forward. In their opinion, Song Jian must not be willing to be besieged for so long in vain and must want to retaliate. Hey, how can I see you guys? At this time, a player suddenly asked in surprise. Before attacking Song Jian, the 5 people consciously huddled together and were close to each other, so they could feel the existence of others, but they could not see them. But now, they can actually see each other. Fuck. My stealth effect is gone, someone exclaimed. Mine too. Even my stealth ring is damaged and can't be used anymore. What should we do? We shouldn't have attacked him just now. Where is this place? If we run into that monster again, who can escape? Several people panicked and didn't care about besieging Song Jian. After looking at each other, they began to run forward desperately. Gurgle. Just as several people were running wildly, the gravel on the ground suddenly began to roll, and they attracted each other. It seemed that there was a mysterious force that needed them together, forming huge rock monsters 7 or 8 meters high. Chao Shui was running forward with all his might when he suddenly heard a shrill scream from the left, like the howling of a dying person. He couldn't help but tremble all over and continued to run forward without looking back. He stumbled along the way and didn't know how many times he fell. His nose and face were already bruised and swollen. But he didn't dare to slow down at all. At this moment, Chao Shui suddenly saw a black shadow coming towards him in front of him. In a panic, he quickly swung the weapon in his hand forward. Bang! Chao Shui felt a strong force coming. The weapon in his hand made a piercing wail, and both arms felt a sharp pain. A 7 or 8 meter tall rock monster rushed towards Chao Shui, raised its foot, and stepped on Chao Shui, who was rolling on the ground. A level 30 elite boss? Chao Shui showed a surprised look in his eyes. Fortunately, it's not the giant skeleton before. The giant skeleton before made Chao Shui not even think of resisting, but the rock monster in front of him, although the level is much higher than Chao Shui, did not give him a feeling of despair. Even if I can't beat it, I can always run away, Chao Shui thought to himself. But at this moment, Chao Shui suddenly found that there were 7 or 8 rock monsters around him, blocking his escape route. How could this happen? Chao Shui showed a look of despair on his face. If it was just a level 30 elite boss, he would still have the confidence to deal with it. But so many bosses made Chao Shui feel deeply powerless. I shouldn't have attacked just now, Chao Shui thought regretfully. And soon, he was overwhelmed by a group of rock monsters. If there was no sheltering black fog, looking down from the sky, you can see that there are at least hundreds of rock monsters on the ground, rushing madly towards several players who have lost their stealth effect. Liu Pei heard the rumbling sound coming from the surroundings and the shrill screams of his companions before they died, and was immediately shrouded in a feeling of fear. After taking a look at the broken stealth ring, Liu Pei gritted his teeth, took out a scroll from the parcel column, and tore it open directly. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Liu Pei. An array of light shot up into the sky, and Liu Pei disappeared from the spot. This is a scroll back to the city that Liu Pei obtained from completing a task. It can mark the coordinates in his safe house. Once in danger, tear open the scroll and teleport to the safe house in an instant. This is Liu Pei's treasure at the bottom of the box. He has never told anyone about it. Liu Pei returned to the safe house, breathing heavily, with a look of fear on his face. Before teleporting back, Liu Pei had seen more than a dozen huge monsters 7 or 8 meters tall, running quickly in his direction. If he was slower, he would be dragged into a battle state by these monsters, and the scroll back to the city would be unusable. Liu Pei might really have to stay in the protected black fog. Song Jian listened to the screams coming from behind him, and his footsteps paused slightly. But he quickly accelerated and rushed forward. This is why Song Jian did not retaliate against the group of people immediately. The huge skeleton monster is not the only thing in the sheltering black fog. There are too many unknown dangers hidden in this area. If you are not careful, you will lose your life here. This is an epic mission. Do you really think it is as simple as killing monsters? Song Jian thought to himself, and ran away without looking back. Chapter 478 Demonic Workers. Song Jian walked in the protective black fog for more than an hour before the black fog in front of him finally faded away. The black fog covered a wide area and blocked all detection. There were powerful monsters guarding it. If there was no hidden ring, Song Jian would not be able to get out by himself. Finally got out, Song Jian looked back at the rolling black fog with lingering fear. If it were not for this epic mission, he would never have entered the black fog. It was too dangerous. None of the players who received the mission with him came out. They all fell into the black fog, although their greed caused the hidden ring to fail. On the other hand, this black fog was indeed not something they could explore at their level. Thinking of this, Song Jian took a look at the hidden ring and was stunned. Another vertical mark appeared on the ring face, and the entire ring face could only accommodate one more vertical mark. Fuck. Why is that old work so kind? It turns out that this is a ring with a limited number of uses. Song Jian suddenly became unhappy. In fact, the ring that Harkus gave to Song Jian was already quite good. Other players who received the task only had one chance to use the hidden ring. Once an accident occurred, the whole ring would be broken and could no longer be used. Leaving the black fog and crossing a meadow, Song Jian finally saw a wide asphalt road. But the asphalt road was covered with weeds at this time. If there were no abandoned cars parked on the road, Song Jian might not be able to find this road. The nest of the demonized ant colony is near this road. As long as you walk forward along this road, you can encounter demonized ants. Looking at these cars that have rusted into scrap metal, Song Jian has no interest in searching for supplies. Generally speaking, it is difficult to find supplies in the wild. Most of them have been weathered and decayed. Even equipment cannot withstand the erosion of wind and rain in the wild. As time goes by, it will soon become the same as these cars. However, in the wild, supplies such as herbs are extremely abundant. As long as there are plants growing, there must be some herbs. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the grade of the herbs. Song Jian has collected a lot of blue-green quality herbs along the way. Although they are not worth much, they are perfect for making potions. But what is strange is that Song Jian did not encounter a single monster along the way. You know, even in the Doomsday City, it is already the world of monsters. Places like the wild should be the gathering place of monsters. It was not until Song Jian saw an ant the size of a wolfhound dragging a monster that was more than 10 times larger than its body that he realized that this area was already the territory of the demonized ants. No monster could survive in this area. Even if monsters from other areas broke in, they could only become food for the ants, like the monster dragged by this demonized ant. After finally seeing a demonized worker ant, he couldn't let it run away. Song Jian took out his crossbow and shot at the demonized worker ant. Although the power was weakened by more than 80%, it was still no problem to attract the monster. The crossbow arrow with flames on the surface shot at the demonized worker ant. With a clang, the crossbow arrow was bounced out, leaving only a white mark on the carapace of the demonized worker ant. Looking at the -1 damage floating above the demonized worker ant's head, Song Jian couldn't help but widen his eyes. It didn't break the defense? You know, the demonized worker ant in front of him is just an ordinary monster of level 25. Even if Song Jian weakened the damage by 80%, it is impossible that he can't even break the defense of an ordinary monster of level 25. Being attacked, the demonized worker ant suddenly became furious, even throwing away the captured food, swinging a few long legs, and rushing towards Song Jian. What a fast speed! Song Jian was shocked, and quickly summoned the red fire heart ape sword to chop at the head of the demonized worker ant. Dang! Song Jian felt his arm shake, and the red fire heart ape sword had cut off a large piece of the carapace on the head of the demonized worker ant. Although this attack was just an ordinary attack, Song Jian's ordinary attack also had the effect of double slash of other players. Nearly 200 points of damage floated up from the top of the demonized worker ant's head. The defense of the demonized worker ant is extremely strong, even comparable to that of a level 30 monster. And there is a faint recoil force when it is chopped. If the battle lasts for a long time, it will accelerate the consumption of physical strength. The injured demonized worker ant became even more crazy, and its two thick front jaws kept shaking, making a crackling collision sound. Song Jian looked at the jagged front jaws of the demonized worker ant, and his face changed slightly. He didn't want to experience it himself. What it felt like to be pinched by the opponent. Sword finger. Song Jian raised his left hand, and a silver sword energy suddenly shot forward, hitting the forehead of the demonized worker ant. With a bang, the demonized soldier ant was directly flipped over. When it struggled to turn over, a dark red long sword had already chopped it from midair. No matter how high the magic ant's defense was, it was just an ordinary monster of level 25. Once Song Jian got serious, he chopped the magic ant dragging food in half with a few sword skills. Seeing the magic ant with its blood volume reduced to 0 and its body cut in half, still shaking its antennae and front jaws, Song Jian couldn't help but be surprised. These big ants are really tenacious. They can still move after their blood volume is reduced to 0? Soon, a black flame enveloped the ant and burned it fiercely. In a short while, the ant was burned clean, leaving only a palm-sized shell with a black metallic luster. After killing the demonized ant, no items were dropped. Song Jian was a little disappointed at first, but when he saw it being burned to ashes by a burst of demonic fire, leaving behind the shell, an excited smile appeared on his face again. Exquisite demonized ant shell blue. Materials. Use effect. Can be used to make the magicized ant suit. When making it, there is a certain chance that the quality of the equipment will be upgraded by 1 grade. Usage requirements. Forging skill level 5. Magic ant suit? There is a chance to upgrade 1 grade. Doesn't this mean that a set of silver quality demonized ant suits can be made? Song Jian thought to himself. You know, The properties of a silver quality piece of equipment cannot be comparable to those of gold quality equipment. But a whole set of silver quality suits has much stronger properties than several gold quality pieces. If Song Jian could really make a set of silver quality magic ant suits, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. However, to make the suit, he still needed the corresponding blueprints. And such a small piece of ant shell would definitely not be enough. Song Jian put the blue quality material into the bag, took a look at the prey corpse lying on the side of the road, and continued to walk forward along the road. Chapter 479 Ant King. Walking along the road. The more demonized ants there were, the more they came. This ordinary monster of level 25 had no other advantages except for its great strength and high defense. Unless it was surrounded by hundreds or thousands of them, it would not pose any threat to Song Jian. Song Jian hunted demonized ants like this for an entire afternoon. After killing several demonized ants one after another, Song Jian discovered that it was not that it did not drop other items except materials, but that the drop rate was relatively low. After hunting for an entire afternoon, Song Jian killed more than 100 demonized ants. In addition to obtaining more than 70 pieces of blue quality ant shell materials, he also obtained a silver quality flying knife, several foods that could replenish chi and blood in battle, and 2 pieces of level 25 green quality metal plate armor. Although the number is not large, the quality is good. At least it can make up for the consumption. Although the demonized workers ants do not pose much threat to Song Jian. Once the number exceeds 5, Song Jian will have to pay some price to kill them all. The sky gradually darkened, and Song Jian did not notice that a rustling sound was heard in the woods on both sides of the road, which sounded like the sound of spring silkworms devouring mulberry leaves, amplified 10 times. After Song Jian killed a demonized worker ant, he picked up the fallen materials and glanced at the taskbar. At this time, he had killed more than 170 demonized workers. If he wanted to complete the task of 500, it would take another 3 or 4 days. Originally, Song Jian was a little worried that the number of monsters was too small, and he could not complete the task. But when he arrived here, he realized that there were so many demonic ants here that there were tens of thousands of them. It was simply an impossible task for Song Jian to wipe out this tribe alone. No wonder the old orc issued tasks to so many players. It's a pity that they didn't walk out of the sheltering black fog. Otherwise, they might have joined forces to form an alliance. Song Jian thought to himself. However, if those players really walked out of the black fog, Song Jian would probably be the first to attack them. In the black fog, if Song Jian was hurt even a little, the effect of the concealment ring would be invalid, and Song Jian's fate would probably not be much better than theirs. Swish, swish, swish. Song Jian suddenly felt creepy, and felt a huge threat rushing towards him. He turned his head, and saw dozens of demonized ants rushing out from the surrounding woods. Behind these demonized ants, there were huge ants that looked like calves with a pair of wings on their backs. Demonized soldier ants? Fool! Have I reached their nest? Song Jian was shocked. Not to mention those demonized soldier ants. The hundreds of demonized ants in front of him were not something he could deal with. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure immediately turned into a ball of black mist and rushed out behind him. Sword Shadow Step. It can increase the movement speed by 35%, and at the same time has a 50% chance to dodge long-range damage, which lasts for 8 seconds. Seeing that Song Jian was about to escape, the speed of this group of demonized workers increased to another level. The group of demonized soldier ants behind him directly spread their wings and flew towards Song Jian quickly. The speed of the demonized soldier ants was too fast, just like a bomber, rushing towards Song Jian from midair. Song Jian quickly took out 2 high-explosive grenades from the parcel column and threw them behind him. The high-explosive grenades exploded in midair. After 2 roars, the demonized soldier ants, which were less than 3 meters away from Song Jian, turned over in midair, and 2 more than 200 points of damage floated on their heads. On the ground, the demonized soldier ants were densely packed, like a black carpet, and they quickly chased Song Jian. In the air, dozens of soldier ants were whistling and chasing Song Jian closely. Groups of liquids with a strong acid smell splashed towards Song Jian. This is the acid splash that only demonized soldier ants can master. It is a long-range attack with great power and strong corrosiveness. It just has one weakness. That is, the attack speed is too slow. However, dozens of demonized soldier ants attack together, which also made Song Jian feel caught off guard. He was hit hard on the back twice. Suddenly, a burning pain emerged from his back. Song Jian felt that his defense equipment had completely failed, and the muscles on his back were about to dissolve and corrode. 2 damages of more than 300 points floated up from Song Jian's head, and also came with the adverse effect of acid corrosion, losing 10 points of health per second, lasting for 30 seconds. Song Jian stomped his feet hard, and his speed suddenly increased a lot, leaving a white ice trail wherever he passed. This is the life-saving skill that Song Jian's gold-quality boots come with. Ice Sprint, which can increase speed by 100% and last for 10 seconds. As soon as this move came out, almost all the demonized ants were thrown behind him, and several groups of acid corrosion sprayed towards him also fell on the road, corroding deep pits, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own. Song Jian took out a high-level healing potion and gulped it down to restore the lost health. However, Song Jian couldn't repair the durability of the equipment for a while. The durability of the ghost leather armor dropped directly from 100 points to 63 points. Almost half. If it was attacked by a few more demonized soldier ants, I'm afraid the silver quality leather armor would be completely scrapped. Although the ghost leather armor is only a level 15 silver quality leather armor, its attributes and special effects are very powerful, and Song Jian has been reluctant to replace it. If such a leather armor is really scrapped because of this mission, Song Jian will definitely be heartbroken. Just as Song Jian was sitting under a big tree, recovering his chi and blood, he suddenly heard an extremely terrifying beast-like roar from afar. Song Jian's heart moved, and he immediately stood up, quickly climbed up the big tree behind him, and looked into the distance. On the wide road, a giant ant with a height of more than 3 meters and a body size of more than 5 meters, like a heavy armored tank, rushed forward, lifted up the abandoned vehicles parked on the road one by one, and the front jaws in its mouth were more than 1 meter long, shining with a metallic luster, and easily clamped the cars in two. This giant ant is different from the worker ants and soldier ants we have seen before, not to mention that it is several times larger. The thick shell covering its body surface alone makes people lose confidence in fighting it. Is this the Ant King? Song Jian was stunned. He would never have thought that there would be an Ant King appearing here. Could it be that he had hunted too many demonized worker ants and attracted the attention of the Ant King? Shouldn't you be in the deepest part of the ant nest, waiting for the warriors to hunt you? Why are you here? Song Jian frowned slightly. For a moment, he spread his perception and wanted to see how many ants it caught up. Huh? There is only one Ant King. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This is the best opportunity to hunt it. Even if this Ant King is already level 30 and has a first level combat power, it is obviously much easier to kill it alone than to break into the nest and kill it. Chapter 480 Terrifying First-Class Combat Power. After charging for dozens of meters, the demonized Ant King seemed to sense Song Jian's location, and roared to the sky, rushing towards the woods with a boom. Song Jian's face changed. The distance between him and the demonized Ant King was more than 50 meters. At such a long distance, the other party could still detect his existence. Obviously, the other party's spirit was not lower than his. Crack, crack, one after another, the big trees were directly knocked away. The front jaw swung casually, like a sawtooth sickle, and a row of big trees with a hug were directly cut in half. And the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Song Jian didn't dare to approach such a terrifying monster. The power displayed by the other party alone was enough to crush him. Song Jian took out a bottle of medicine from the parcel column and threw it at the demonic Ant King with all his strength. Suddenly, the huge body of the demonic Ant King was shrouded by a gray dust mist, and the carapace that originally shone with a black metallic luster was also covered with a layer of gray. Eyes kill. Song Jian stood on the big tree. A vertical eye opened between his eyebrows, and a dazzling silver light column, like a lightsaber, stabbed at the demonic Ant King. For a moment, the light splashed everywhere, and the silver light column hit the demonic Ant King and stopped it immediately. The demonic Ant King let out an angry roar, and its 6 legs kept kicking the ground, trying to rush forward against the light column. But its body seemed to be blocked by a thick wall, unable to move forward at all. And even under its feet, several large pits were kicked out. Boom, 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 boom. Every second, the silver beam of light would cause more than 300 points of damage to the demonized Ant King. This damage was not only physical damage, but also mental damage. The originally thick carapace, after the defense was weakened by 35%, could no longer withstand such a strong attack. The hard carapace was like tofu, and was broken into pieces by the silver lightsaber, revealing the purple-red flesh inside. Large amounts of blood and rough muscle fibers were splashed in all directions, and the surrounding would seem to have rained blood and flesh. Dozens of large trees were splashed with blood and flesh, as if they were doused with sulfuric acid, making a hissing burning sound. Song Jian showed a trace of fatigue on his face, and quickly took out a bottle of potion from the parcel column and poured it into his mouth. He didn't have the ability to make this kind of potion now. One bottle was less, and he was reluctant to use it. But if he didn't use it now, he might not have the chance to use it again in the future. The demonized Ant King screamed in pain, and sprayed a stream of green thick liquid towards Song Jian. The strong sour smell reached Song Jian's nose from a distance, making Song Jian's face pale. Song Jian jumped up quickly, and in midair, a pair of steel wings suddenly stretched out from his back, carrying his body to the side. The green thick liquid poured all over the tree where Song Jian was standing. In a few seconds, the tree, which was more than 10 meters tall, was corroded into a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Song Jian's figure swirled in the air, drew an arc, and rushed towards the demonic Ant King. The red fire heart ape sword in his hand drew a dark red track in the air, and chopped fiercely on the back of the demonic Ant King, leaving a deep mark on the hard shell. The demonic Ant King was huge and had difficulty turning. Song Jian, who had a pair of steel wings, kept going around the side and back of the demonic Ant King to attack. Once the speed sword was opened, the attack speed was so fast that the demonic Ant King could not react at all. He could only turn his body in vain, raising clouds of dust and making angry howls. Song Jian did not dare to take credit for his success. After launching an attack at one place, he would immediately move on. After a while, he cut off one of the demonized Ant King's hind legs. The Ant King, who had lost one of its hind legs, had two red lights in his eyes. He lowered his head and suddenly accelerated like a heavy armored vehicle. This seemed to be one of its skills. The strength of it was that it did not need too much acceleration time to exert its maximum power. Therefore, it was much smaller due to the restrictions of the terrain. And when it sprinted, it was extremely fast, even faster than Song Jian's ice sprint, coupled with the huge size of the demonized Ant King. Once this skill was activated, its power was simply unmatched. Song Jian slashed the air with his sword, and when he looked up, the demonic Ant King had already rushed to a distance of dozens of meters. It had also plowed a huge passage in the woods, and broken trees were lying around. This guy actually knows to keep his distance? Song Jian was shocked. It seemed that the intelligence of this monster was not much lower than that of humans. The demonic Ant King, who had distanced himself, slowly turned his head, staring at Song Jian with scarlet eyes, lowered his head, and activated the sprint skill again. Fuck. Doesn't your skill have a cooldown time? Song Jian's face changed drastically. Before he could react, the demonic Ant King had already rushed to a place less than 3 meters in front of him. This speed was almost like teleportation. Song Jian subconsciously held the sword across his chest, and his body instinctively performed the holy parry. Boom! Song Jian felt as if he was hit by a train, and his bones all made a fragile and crisp sound, as if they were about to break. There was a sharp pain in both arms, as if the bones had been broken in half. Huh? Song Jian's body, like a baseball, flew into the air, and then fell quickly. Snap! Hitting a big tree, slowly leaving a trace of blood. The blood, which was almost full, was instantly reduced by 1/3. And this was under the premise that he was completely immune to the attack of the demonic Ant King. If Song Jian was really hit by this move head-on, I am afraid that even if he was full of blood, he would be killed instantly by the demonic Ant King. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Song Jian's teeth were full of blood, and he looked extremely miserable. He struggled to get up from the ground, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes when he looked at the demonic Ant King. Is this the strength of a boss with first-level combat power? It is 3 times stronger than that lion-eagle beast, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian was miserable, and the demonic Ant King at this time was even more miserable than him. The sacred parry just now bounced back the demonic Ant King's full-strength attack. At this time, The demonic Ant King's carapace on the head had cracked a huge gap, and one of its eyes had exploded. The whole head looked like it had been hit by a heavy hammer. If it were not for its tenacious vitality, it would be impossible for a human to get up again with such a serious injury. At this time, the demonic Ant King fell into a dizzy state. Seeing this, Song Jian gritted his teeth and used the sword shadow step again, rushing towards the demonic Ant King. Fight! The red fire heart ape sword suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, and a sharp sword energy slashed towards the demonic Ant King, who could not move. There was a crack sound, and the demonic Ant King let out a shrill howl. A powerful momentum suddenly burst out from his body, within a radius of 10 meters. It was as if a huge palm pressed down from the sky, and all the trees were shattered. Even the ground suddenly sank more than a foot deep. Chapter 481 Golden Ant King Larva exploded. Song Jian was blown away 7 or 8 meters by a burst of chi. He was sore all over and didn't want to get up from the ground. Many bosses will trigger a skill similar to self-destruction when they are dying. This skill hurts the enemy 800 times and hurts itself 1000 times. For bosses, this skill hurts itself much more than the enemy. If it is not the last moment, it will never use this skill. Of course, there is also a kind of boss whose ultimate move when it enters the dying state is not to explode, but to escape. They often have a special acceleration skill that can only be used when the blood value drops to a certain level. This kind of boss is often the most hated by players. After fighting for a long time and almost dying, the boss ran away. This feeling is worse than the boss opening a bunch of useless garbage equipment. Song Jian was panting heavily. His face was pale. At this time, his status bar had the adverse effects of fracture, bleeding, and his health value had reached the warning position. The attack of the boss was too fast, and people had no time to react. The advanced healing potion was still in the cooling time and could not be used. Song Jian leaned against the tree and slowly stood up. He first cast a surgical treatment on himself to remove the adverse effects on his body, and then looked at the boss. After the explosion, the boss no longer threatened Song Jian's ability. At this time, its shell was full of cracks, and some places even exploded directly, revealing the purple-red muscles inside. The pair of wings on the back also broke apart, and the demonic Ant King even had difficulty standing up, except for the one leg that Song Jian cut off. The other 6 legs were all broken, presenting a strange angle. At this time, the demonic Ant King's chi and blood value was only a trace, less than 100 points. Song Jian took a deep breath, took out a piece of food that could replenish chi and blood in battle, and stuffed it into his mouth in 2 bites. After the chi and blood value increased to 1/3, Song Jian swung his sword and pounced on the demonic Ant King, who was already in a dying state. Before he rushed to the demonic Ant King, he heard a puff sound, and a crack suddenly burst open on the back of the demonic Ant King. The crack extended from the demonic Ant King's neck to the tail. The shell that originally shone with a black metallic luster also began to weather and decay rapidly. A wet ant struggled hard to stick half of its body out from the crack on the demonic Ant Queen's back. This is... Song Jian was shocked. He immediately retracted the sword he had raised and took 2 steps back. The strangeness in front of him made Song Jian a little alert. The monsters in the game have various skills. Some of them look insignificant, but they can make players suffer a great loss. Many times, when encountering monsters that have never been seen before, players always keep some points when hunting to prevent the monsters from suddenly releasing a skill that they cannot deal with. The ants that drilled out of the body of the demonized Ant King looked similar to ordinary demonized ants, and their size was several times smaller than that of the boss, and even smaller than the demonized ants. But this desperately struggling ant was golden all over, and even the 2 antennae on its head were emitting dark golden light, looking like a work of art carved from a whole piece of gold. Level 1? Only level 1. Song Jian looked at the attributes displayed on the top of the golden ant, and couldn't help but be surprised. Golden Ant Emperor Juvenile. Rare. Level 1. Health value, 500/500. Can be captured. Song Jian was stunned, as if he thought of something, and immediately opened the task bar to check. Sure enough, the task target Demonized Ant Emperor 0/3 has become Demonized Ant Emperor, January 3rd. The demonic Ant King is dead? Song Jian was surprised. He looked around and saw no dropped items. This was a level 30 elite boss, and it had a first level combat power. which was much stronger than an ordinary level 30 elite boss. Logically speaking, when such a boss was killed, the dropped items would be more and more precious than those dropped by an ordinary level 30 elite boss. But Song Jian did not see any spoils around the body of the demonic Ant King. Then, Song Jian's eyes fell on the golden Ant King hatchling that was struggling hard to crawl out. Could it be that this golden Ant King hatchling that can be captured is the spoils of killing the demonic Ant King? Song Jian said to himself. Song Jian guessed correctly. This golden Ant Emperor juvenile was indeed the most precious loot dropped by the demonized Ant Emperor boss. And it was even more valuable than a gold quality weapon. Of course, compared with the Black Dragon Cub, it was naturally far inferior. But the growth potential of this golden Ant Emperor juvenile was also huge. And it was much more precious than ordinary combat pets. And the probability of dropping golden Ant Emperor juvenile was not high. If Song Jian's luck value was not high, and it was not the first time to hunt the demonized Ant Emperor, it would be absolutely impossible to drop the golden Ant Emperor juvenile pet. The most important thing is that once the capture fails, this golden Ant Emperor juvenile will still escape, and will eventually grow into a level 30 elite boss demonized Ant Emperor. Because it is a trophy, the level of this combat pet is only level 1. So it is easy to capture this golden Ant Emperor juvenile. You only need a white quality pet contract scroll to have a great chance of capturing it. White quality pet contract scrolls can be purchased in the system store. Generally speaking, players will bring a few when fighting monsters. Even ordinary monsters have a certain chance of dropping combat pets. However, because Song Jian already has a Black Dragon Cub, he doesn't care about ordinary combat pets at all. And there is no pet contract scroll in the package column, seeing that half of the golden Ant Emperor juvenile has already drilled out. If it is not captured, this little thing will escape. Song Jian directly took out the Book of the Abyss and began to use the Charm of the Abyss skill on it. The Abyss Charm skill has many disadvantages for pet contract scrolls. The summoning time is long, and the charmed creature must be bound and unable to move. Moreover, no matter what the attributes of the charmed creature are, once the charm is successful, the creature will have a trace of the Abyss breath and become an Abyss creature. Most importantly, after using the Abyss charm, the probability of the successfully captured pet to betray is much higher than that of the pet captured using the contract scroll. However, the Abyss charm also has many advantages. The charm success rate is high. No matter what grade of creature, there is a high probability of being charmed successfully. Unlike the pet contract scroll, high-quality pets must be captured using high-quality contract scrolls. Song Jian opened the Book of the Abyss, locked his charm target on the young golden Ant King, and began to use his skills. A series of strange syllables came out of Song Jian's mouth, and the surface of the Book of the Abyss began to burn with black flames. A trace of abyssal breath emanated from the Book of the Abyss, condensed into chains in midair, and entangled with the young golden Ant King. Chapter 482 Ant King Slave. The golden Ant King larva is only level 1, let alone the Abyss charm. Even an ordinary white pet contract scroll can capture it. After all, this is also a spoils of killing the demonic Ant King. The possibility of failure in capturing is extremely small. The black aura condensed into 3 black chains in midair, tightly binding the golden Ant King larva. The larva, which was still struggling violently and wanted to get out of the demonic Ant King's body, was tied up by 3 black chains. The movements gradually became stiff. The black abyss aura emanated from the chains and kept drilling into the larva. After a while, the originally golden ant shell was stained with a layer of black aura. At first glance, it was thought to be a small demonized ant. After the Abyss Charm skill was released, Song Jian was sweating all over and almost fainted. When this skill was used, not only the captured target would be tempted by the Abyss words, but even the caster himself would be tempted by waves of the Abyss words. Once he relaxed a little, he might fall into depravity, be eroded by the breath of the Abyss, and become an Abyss creature. System: you successfully released Abyss Charm on the Golden Ant King Juvenile. The Golden Ant King Juvenile became your second slave, and you can rename it. Warning: you are not an Abyss creature. Every time you cast the Abyss Charm, the Abyss words will increase your temptation. After 3 times, if you cast the Abyss Charm again, you will definitely change your racial characteristics and become an Abyss clan. Looking at the system prompt, Song Jian frowned. This warning had not appeared when he used it for the first time. This time, it probably had a lot to do with the game version update. Moreover, He could feel that the temptation of the Abyss charm was much stronger than the first time. If he used it for the third time, Song Jian really didn't know if his innate skills could resist the temptation of the Abyss charm. I don't want to become a member of the Abyss, Song Jian said in his heart, and decided not to use the Abyss charm skill again from now on. Looking at the golden ant king larva that had broken free and stood quietly beside him, Song Jian touched the head of the newly captured slave. The touch from the fingers is like touching a piece of cold steel. The attribute interface of the golden ant king larva is opened. The golden ant king larva at level 1 has already surpassed the attributes of many ordinary level 5 monsters. And it also has two other skills. One is hunting and killing, which is the acceleration skill used by the demonic ant king before. The skill effect is to run madly and accelerate for 30 seconds. If it hits the designated target, the skill is interrupted. And at the same time, it causes physical damage to the target equal to its own strength minus the opponent's strength multiplied by 10. And stuns the target for 3 seconds. This skill can be used to chase the enemy and escape. And it can also be used as a control skill to cause damage to the enemy. It can be used with a variety of tactics, which is a good skill. Another skill is the passive skill Spike Aura. Within a 5-meter range around the Golden Ant Emperor larvae, all teammates can obtain the effect of 30% increase in defense and 10% damage rebound. The Golden Ant Emperor larvae is now no different from Song Jian's pet. And compared with pets, it is more obedient, and its loyalty is directly worship. Even if Song Jian asks it to commit suicide now, the Golden Ant Emperor larvae will execute it without hesitation, and will not have any resistance. This is the difference between slaves and pets. But the sequelae is that the Golden Ant Emperor larvae cannot be stored in the pet space, like the Black Dragon Cub. And once the Golden Ant Emperor larvae dies, there is no way to revive it. The most important thing now is to raise your level first. Otherwise you will die too easily here, Song Jian whispered while touching the head of the Golden Ant King. This area is full of level 30 demonized ants. A level 1 Golden Ant King larva, no matter how great its growth potential is, cannot be a match for an ordinary demonized ant now. And it cannot be put into the pet space now. Once it dies, it will be a waste of life. When night fell, Song Jian stayed in a big tree with the Golden Ant King in his arms. The strength of monsters at night will increase. At the beginning, there were still players who wanted to hunt monsters at night to level up. But few players did so later. On the one hand, it is because the monsters are stronger at night. And on the other hand, some powerful monsters always appear at night. And it is more difficult to escape at night than during the day. Often, when running, you will find that there are more and more monsters chasing you. And some players will even rush into the monster's nest. The night outside the Doomsday City is more dangerous. Song Jian can hear the crazy roar of the demonized ants from time to time in the woods. This place is 7 or 8 miles away from the place where the demonized soldier ants appear. Although there are no flying soldier ants, it is also within the influence of the demonized ants. Once a monster breaks into this area, it will attract groups of demonized ants. The sound of fighting comes one after another, and the breath of killing makes the Golden Ant King larva in Song Jian's arms a little restless. But obviously, the wisdom of the Ant King is not much lower than that of humans. In Song Jian's arms, it just twists its body slightly and makes a low hiss. At dawn the next day, Song Jian saw an injured demon worker ant dragging its broken body out. This demon worker ant was seriously injured. Almost half of its body was bitten off by the monster, and there were traces of the monster gnawing on its body. Its blood value was less than 1/3, and its movement speed was very slow. Song Jian knew that this seriously injured worker ant was planning to leave the tribe and fend for itself. But for Song Jian, it was one of the mission targets. With a thought, the red fire-hard monkey sword appeared in his right hand, and Song Jian jumped up. Before the seriously injured worker ant could react, the long sword had already pierced its head. Lightning strike. Paw. 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 6 damage numbers appeared on the top of the worker ant's head, and the health value was directly reset to 0. To deal with this seriously injured worker ant, Song Jian only used one sword skill and killed it directly. Shwa. 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 8 rays of light appeared continuously on the body of the Golden Ant Emperor larvae, and the level was directly increased from level 1 to level 9. Looking at the experience value, the level of the Golden Ant Emperor larvae is only more than 300 experience points away from level 10. The experience of a level 30 monster is too rich for a level 1 Golden Ant Emperor. Song Jian glanced at the ant emperor whose body had almost doubled in size, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the help of this ant emperor slave, it became easier to complete this epic task. Chapter 483 Team Building. After killing a severely injured demonized queen ant, Song Jian set the ant king slave to follow. The ant king slave, which was only level 9, could not provide combat assistance to Song Jian. Once it participated in the battle, it would easily die. Only by raising the level of this ant king slave could it participate in the battle. Moreover, Song Jian also learned the lesson from yesterday and could not go too close to the demonized ant nest. Otherwise, he would be besieged by the demonized soldier ants. At that time, he could certainly run away. But this ant king slave, who was obtained with great difficulty, would definitely die there. Song Jian searched in the woods. There were very few demon ants here. Perhaps because he had hunted too many yesterday. Song Jian walked for more than half an hour and did not find a single demon ant. Just then, Song Jian suddenly smelled a strong fragrance, and his Adam's apple moved up and down. Only then did he notice that he did not seem to have eaten breakfast. Following the fragrance, Song Jian found that a 17 or 18-year-old human boy was concentrating on applying seasoning on a grill. On the grill, the thigh of a worker ant had been roasted golden, and hot oil dripped on the charcoal fire, emitting a strong fragrance. Song Jian glanced at the top of the boy's head, but there was nothing displayed. It seemed that the other party had hidden all his information. Most of those who could do this were players. Although the boy looked only 17 or 18 years old, he had a special aura, just like a veteran who had experienced life and death, and the smell of gunpowder on his body had not dissipated. "Are you a player?" Song Jian asked tentatively. The boy looked up at Song Jian, and then stared at the ant king slave next to Song Jian for a while, with envy in his eyes, but soon turned his head and stared at the ant meat on the grill. "You must be hungry. Come and have something to eat," the boy invited. Song Jian sat over, took out a few bottles of drinks from the parcel column, looked at the boy and said, "My name is Song Jian, and I'm here to hunt demonized ants to complete the task. LV Mingyuan. My target is the demonized ant king," the boy said in a deep voice. "That's perfect. Can we team up together? It will be safer and faster to kill," Song Jian said with a smile. The boy looked at the ant king slave again, hesitated for a moment, nodded, and agreed to Song Jian's request to team up. Song Jian smiled slightly, used the 5th battle flag, and invited LV Mingyuan as a teammate. Suddenly, a light blue halo appeared under LV Mingyuan's feet. "You know team skills?" LV Mingyuan showed a look of surprise in his eyes, and looked at his increased attributes, and the surprise became more intense. "This is the skill that comes with the equipment. Not mine." Song Jian generously showed LV Mingyuan a part of the attributes of the 5th battle flag, while staring at the other's face and looking carefully. If this young man showed a greedy look, then Song Jian would never team up with him again. Fortunately, LV Mingyuan looked at the attributes of the 5th battle flag and only showed a look of relief, and did not show an expression of wanting to take it for himself. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. There were no restrictions in the game. The only thing that restricted the players was their own moral standards and strength. Killing people for a piece of equipment was already commonplace in the game. Fortunately, LV Mingyuan was not such a person. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing for both Song Jian and himself. "Where were you born? Is there a city nearby?" Song Jian asked curiously. "I was born in the wild," LV Mingyuan whispered, with a melancholy expression on his face. Song Jian also showed a sympathetic look on his face. If ordinary players were born in the wild, more than 90% would fail. Even if Song Jian himself was born in the wild, he would not dare to guarantee that he would survive until now. You know, the danger in the wild is 10 or 100 times more dangerous than in the Doomsday city. However, there are players in the game who can be born in the city of Anthem, such a safe city. So being born in the wild is not something difficult to accept. "It must be very difficult to live in the wild?" Song Jian asked. LV Mingyuan fell silent. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, as if he was unwilling to recall the memory of when he first entered the game, and shook his head and said, "It's okay. Is this meat really edible?" Song Jian frowned as he looked at the ant meat on the grill. LV Mingyuan nodded, smiled and said, "It's edible. It tastes good. You can try it later." After roasting for more than 10 minutes, LV Mingyuan took out a knife, cut the barbecue slices one by one, put them on 2 plates, and handed 1 plate to Song Jian. Song Jian picked up a piece and took a tentative bite. Suddenly, a strong aroma of barbecue filled his mouth. The demonized ants looked extremely fierce, but they were unexpectedly tender and fragrant after being made into food. After eating 7 or 8 slices of barbecue in a row and taking a big sip of the drink, Song Jian sighed and said, "It's really delicious. Haha. My cooking skills are already level 8. Otherwise, I really can't deal with the abyss magic energy on these ants." LV Mingyuan said with a smile. Level 8? So impressive. Song Jian was surprised. But he soon realized that if LV Mingyuan, who was born in the wild, didn't have a high level of cooking skills, he would have starved to death. By the way, where did you catch this ant pet? I have tried to catch it, but I have never succeeded. If I have an ant pet here, it will be much easier to fight these monsters. LV Mingyuan looked at the Ant King's slave and asked. Song Jian smiled slightly. When LV Mingyuan first saw him, his eyes were fixed on the Ant King's slave. I am afraid that this question has been on his mind for a long time, and he has been holding it back. Seeing the smile on Song Jian's face, LV Mingyuan's face also turned slightly red. Before he could speak, Song Jian said, "This is the larvae that appeared after hunting a demonized ant queen. I just caught it." "You hunted a demonized ant king?" LV Mingyuan was surprised and stood up suddenly. His movements were so large that he almost knocked over the grill. "It was just luck that I encountered a lone ant king." Song Jian nodded and said, "Why don't I have such good luck?" LV Mingyuan said with a depressed look, "Dare to hunt the demonized ant king." Obviously, LV Mingyuan is still full of confidence in his strength. With such a strong teammate, Song Jian feels that his hope of completing the task is a little greater. "Let's go!" Song Jian stood up and said calmly, "We've almost finished eating. There are so many demonized ants here. There must be more than one ant king. If we kill them all the way, we will meet the ant king again sooner or later." LV Mingyuan nodded, packed up the grill, and the two walked forward along the road together. Chapter 484, Cooperation. Although Song Jian and LV Mingyuan became teammates, they did not trust each other 100%. Just like he did not tell LV Mingyuan about his epic mission, and LV Mingyuan did not tell Song Jian why he wanted to hunt the demonic ant king. The two walked less than 10 meters along the road, and a demonic ant rushed out from the woods next to it and crashed into an abandoned truck. With a boom, the truck was overturned and rolled onto the road. The demonic ant seemed to be a little dazed, standing in the middle of the road and shaking its head. Soon, the demonic ant found Song Jian and LV Mingyuan, turned around, and roared at them. LV Mingyuan extended his right hand, and a delicate staff appeared in his palm. This was a red staff that looked like red crystal, only a foot long, with a fist-sized ruby inlaid on the top of the staff. Fireball! LV Mingyuan pointed the staff at the magic ant, and the ruby on the top of the staff suddenly burst into a dazzling light. A stream of hot energy emerged in the air and quickly condensed into 3 basketball-sized fireballs. Boom! 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 The 3 fireballs hit the magic ant in no particular order, and more than 300 points of damage appeared on the top of the magic ant's head. At this time, Song Jian knew that LV Mingyuan's profession was actually a fire magician. The demonized worker ant's health value dropped a lot, and there were traces of burning on its body. The injured demonized worker ant suddenly became angry and rushed towards LV Mingyuan with a roar. At this time, LV Mingyuan suddenly put down his staff and glanced at Song Jian. Song Jian immediately understood that this was LV Mingyuan's desire to see his strength. If Song Jian's strength was too weak, I'm afraid that the two of them would end their team. Even though he knew that Song Jian had hunted a demonized ant king alone, LV Mingyuan was always unsure if he didn't see Song Jian's strength with his own eyes. With a thought, Song Jian summoned the red fire heart monkey sword. LV Mingyuan glanced at the dark red long sword in Song Jian's hand, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Weapons that can be integrated into the body are rare. LV Mingyuan's staff is such a weapon. Naturally, he knows how precious and rare such weapons are. Sword silk. 3 silver filaments appeared next to Song Jian. Next to the 3 silver sword silks, there was another sword silk phantom. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped the demonized worker ant that rushed over, and the sword chopped the demonized worker ant away. Pa pa pa. 6 consecutive crisp sounds exploded on the demonized worker ant, shattering its shell. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. And its blood value dropped to 1/3. Song Jian's attack shocked LV Mingyuan. He didn't expect that Song Jian could cause such powerful damage. Wing broken dance. The long sword chopped the demonized worker ant again. This demonized worker ant, which was as big as a hound, had no power to fight back in front of Song Jian. It could only passively bear the damage, and was chopped away by Song Jian like a sandbag. Shua. The dark red long sword lifted from the bottom to the top, and the head of the demonized worker ant fell directly. The headless body trembled slightly, as if it wanted to continue attacking. But this was just an instinctive reaction of the muscles. After only 2 steps forward, the body of the demonized worker ant fell down with a bang, and a palm-sized ant shell exploded. Now Song Jian has collected more than 100 ant shells, enough to make a set of magic ant suits. But Song Jian does not have the blueprint of this suit yet, and needs to go to the Shadow Circus to exchange it with task points. Pa pa pa. LV Mingyuan smiled and walked towards Song Jian while clapping, exclaiming, "I didn't expect that I could meet such a strong teammate like you." Same. Same. Song Jian laughed. Although LV Mingyuan only used one instant skill, 3 fireballs were fired in succession, directly knocking off nearly 1,000 points of the magic ant's health. Such terrible damage even shocked Song Jian. Obviously, the one who dared to hunt the demon ant king alone must be a strong man who is full of confidence in his own strength. Swish. Swish. 2 lights rose at the same time, and Song Jian and the Ant King slave actually upgraded to the same level at the same time. Song Jian upgraded to level 23, and the Ant King slave upgraded to level 10. Song Jian smiled slightly, and used the newly acquired skill points on the sword thread, upgrading the sword thread to level 4. The level 10 Ant King suddenly let out a painful roar, and his whole body trembled violently, with bursts of cracking sounds coming from his back. After a while, 2 pieces of tinder carapaces rose from his back, and a pair of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings slowly stretched out from his back. "Is this evolved?" Song Jian said in surprise. "It is indeed worthy of being the Ant King. After growing up, it can not only assist in attacking, but also serve as a flying mount," LV Mingyuan said with envy. "His goal is to hunt down the demonic Ant King, and he has the intention of obtaining a young Ant King. As for the distribution of the spoils, Song Jian got the exploded material, and the body of the demonized worker ant belonged to LV Mingyuan. LV Mingyuan took out a small knife from the parcel column and began to dissect the body of the demonized worker ant. Song Jian also comprehended the anatomy, but his anatomy was only level 1, which was completely incomparable to LV Mingyuan. LV Mingyuan's cooking skills have been improved to a very high level. Now Song Jian believes that his level of anatomy must be not low. The number of dissected materials was more than 10 times that of the exploded materials, but most of them were white quality, with 2 or 3 pieces of green quality occasionally, and no blue quality at all. After collecting the spoils, the 2 went deeper. Song Jian fought in close combat, and LV Mingyuan supported from a distance. The 2 quickly cooperated tacitly, and the speed of hunting the demonized ant was much faster than Song Jian alone. In one afternoon, Song Jian's demonized ant mission was completed by more than half, and 317 had been hunted. Moreover, the tolerance rate of the 2 together was also improved a lot. Even if they suddenly encountered 7 or 8 demonized ants, they could kill them calmly. If Song Jian encountered so many monsters alone, although he could kill them all, he would definitely pay a certain price. "Let's stop here for now. My mana is almost exhausted." LV Mingyuan's face turned pale, and he shouted loudly. Song Jian looked up and looked into the distance. At most, there were 2 or 3 miles to the place where he was besieged by the demonized soldier ants yesterday. He thought that with LV Mingyuan's joining, he could take revenge. But it seems that he will have to wait until tomorrow. As the sky gradually darkened, Song Jian lit a bonfire and sat aside to rest. The level of the Ant King slave has reached level 19, and its body size is more than 10 times larger than when it was just born. Almost the same as 2 demonized soldier ants. The carapace on its body has become thicker and heavier, and sharp spikes have grown. The passive skill Spike Aura has also been upgraded to level 3, and the attributes have become more powerful. The serrated front jaws have become more ferocious, and the fine barbs are like sickles. The carapace of ordinary demonized soldier ants can be easily torn into a crack. LV Mingyuan sat by the fire, meditating in a shallow state to restore his mana. And there was silence all around. Suddenly, in the woods in the distance, a shrill scream broke out. LV Mingyuan suddenly opened his eyes, and after looking at Song Jian, they both jumped up and took a fighting stance. Chapter 485 Black Gold Anteater Boss. LV Mingyuan stood up and stepped back 5 or 6 steps cautiously, at least 3 meters away from Song Jian and the bonfire. As a mage, distance is life. 3 meters is the maximum distance for Lu Mingyuan to react. If it is closer, if something unexpected happens, he will have no time to react and cast spells. Song Jian put out the bonfire in a few strokes, and the surroundings fell into darkness. In the middle of his eyebrows, Song Jian's vertical eyes glowed, and the surrounding scenes were vivid. There was a noisy roar in the distance, as if a group of monsters were running towards them in a panic. The two looked at each other and began to climb towards the big tree beside them. Song Jian saw that LV Mingyuan's eyes were emitting a strange light blue light. Obviously, the other party also had the ability to see in the dark. Climbing up a tree more than 10 meters high was not difficult for the two. In a hurry, this was the best choice they could make. Soon, the two saw dozens of demonized worker ants mixed with demonized soldier ants swarming towards their location. Several of the demonized soldier ants seemed to sense something and looked up at the tree where Song Jian and LV Mingyuan were. There was a hint of ferocity in their eyes, but they had no intention of stopping. They ran quickly under the tree of the two people, as if there was an extremely terrifying and ferocious monster chasing them. After the demonized ants gradually disappeared, LV Mingyuan put away the short stick in his hand and said to Song Jian in some doubt, "They should have discovered us just now. But why didn't they attack us? Whether it is the demonized worker ants or the soldier ants, they are all monsters that actively attack, and their alert range is very wide. If you are not careful, they will attract the attention of 2 or 3 demonized ants at the same time. What should we do now?" LV Mingyuan clearly felt that it was no longer safe here. But it was dark now, and he was near the demonized ant nest. If he rushed in recklessly, he would easily rush into the demonized ant group. Song Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It seems that we are no longer safe here. Otherwise, let's go back to the place where we met in the morning. There will be fewer demonized ants there. That's the only way." LV Mingyuan nodded, seeming to be relieved. Just as the two slid down from the tree and were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly heard a whistle coming from far away. Song Jian quickly rolled and hid behind a big tree. With a pop, blood splashed, and a bitten demonized soldier ant corpse flew straight over, hit a big tree, and slowly slid down, leaving a shocking purple-red blood mark on the trunk. The two of them naturally turned their gazes to the direction where the corpse of the demonized soldier ant was flying. Their eyes suddenly widened, and they held their breath. They saw a vague black shadow slowly walking towards them. This shadow was as tall as a floor, and at least 8 or 9 meters long. The demonized ant was like a baby standing in front of a grown man. When the black shadow came closer, the two of them found that it was actually a giant anteater. The giant anteater stretched out its long tongue and rolled the broken corpse of the demonized soldier ant into its mouth. Its 2 strong front claws, like sickles, easily tore the body of the soldier ant apart. The carapace on the surface of the soldier ant's body was like a piece of thin paper in front of it. The cylindrical head was buried in the body of the demonized soldier ant, constantly gnawing at it. The dark green scales on the surface of the body flashed a glimmer of light from time to time, even in the dark night. After gnawing twice, there was not much flesh and blood left on the body of the demonized soldier ant. Only a broken shell was left. The anteater shook its head and threw the remains away. It turned its head and stared at Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan. Its inverted triangle eyes showed a crazy and ferocious look. The muscles under the dark green scales bulged up one by one. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth towards the two people, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out a ferocious and shrill howl. Black Gold Anteater. Level 30 Lord Level Boss. First Level Combat Power. 9,800 HP. Song Jian was stunned when he saw the attributes of the anteater. The opponent was actually a Lord Level Boss with First Level Combat Power. Such a terrifying existence was not something Song Jian could deal with at all. Even with LV Mingyuan, it was impossible to defeat the opponent. Looking at the thin and sharp fangs full of blood, Song Jian's heart beat violently. He knew better than anyone how high the defense of the demonized ant shell was. But the fangs of this anteater could easily cut the shell of the demonized ant. Once bitten by the opponent, it might be easy to tear his equipment into pieces. Looking at the other party's mouth, the thin and tough tongue. Once it entangled the demonized ant, the other party could not break free at all. Even the serrated front jaws could not cause any damage to the tongue. Song Jian even doubted whether his sword could cut it off. Seeing the anteater looking at him, Song Jian subconsciously raised his sword, but did not dare to make any move. The tongue of the black gold anteater was extremely flexible. Once the other party was angered, Song Jian might not even have a chance to escape. LV Mingyuan also saw the attributes of the anteater clearly, and his heart was beating wildly. The palm of his hand holding the staff was full of sweat. When he found that the anteater's attention was attracted by Song Jian, he suddenly felt secretly happy. Seeing the anteater rushing towards Song Jian, LV Mingyuan seemed to have noticed something and shouted, "Its target is your pet ant king." Seeing the anteater boss rushing towards him, Song Jian originally planned to dodge, but after hearing LV Mingyuan shout, he was suddenly shocked. His ant king slave was only level 19 now. Even if it was upgraded to level 30, and had a first-level combat power, Song Jian believed that it would not be a match for the anteater in front of him. Once Song Jian dodged, the Ant King slave would definitely be captured by the opponent. And then this Ant King that was hard to obtain would definitely die. And because of the charm of the abyss, once the Ant King slave died, it could never be resurrected. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately stood firm, took out a bottle of weakness potion from the parcel column, and threw it at the anteater that brushed over. He also waved the long sword in his hand and stabbed the anteater fiercely. "You are crazy!" LV Mingyuan looked at Song Jian with surprise and shouted. Subconsciously, LV Mingyuan retreated to the back. The two were now in a team state. Once the distance was too close, it would be assumed that LV Mingyuan also entered the battle state. "Kill it! Maybe it can explode the props that can restrain the demonized ants!" Song Jian shouted. LV Mingyuan was stunned, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and waved the staff in his hand. A ball of rich magic energy began to condense in his palm. Chapter 486 Long Tongue. This black gold anteater boss is extremely ferocious, and LV Mingyuan is not willing to provoke it at all. His target is only the demonic ant king. But Song Jian's words made him very excited. The demonic ants completely became food in front of this black gold anteater boss. Whether it is the demonic worker ant or the demonic soldier ant, they have no power to fight back in front of the anteater, and can only flee in embarrassment. LV Mingyuan believes that even the demonic ant king will be restrained by this black gold anteater boss. Maybe killing it can really drop a prop that restrains the demonic ant king. If I have such a prop, I don't have to team up with Song Jian anymore. I can take the spoils of killing the demonic ant queen alone. Once this thought appeared, it grew like weeds in LV Mingyuan's mind. After looking at Song Jian with a weird look, LV Mingyuan began to join the battle. Seeing that Song Jian dared to rush towards him and attack him, the black gold anteater became even more angry. In his eyes, Song Jian was not even as good as a demonized soldier ant. Humans were too small in his eyes. If it weren't for the ant king beside him that attracted the attention of the black gold anteater, maybe this huge boss would not even look at Song Jian. Seeing that the human beings who were like ants in his eyes actually attacked him, the anger of the black gold anteater can be imagined. With an angry roar, he opened his big mouth full of fangs, and a tough and flexible tongue, like a snake whip, whipped towards Song Jian. The anteater's attack was extremely fast, and the swishing of its tongue left several afterimages in the air, making it impossible to tell where its target was. Soft weapons like whips could not be resisted by long swords at all. Song Jian could only jump into the air. But after the soft tongue broke the tree behind Song Jian, it seemed to have consciousness, drew an arc in the air, and continued to entangle Song Jian in the air. Once entangled by the anteater's tongue, Song Jian would probably be pulled into the anteater's mouth like the corpse of the demonized soldier ant just now, and then be cut up crazily with sharp fangs. Iron wings! Song Jian shouted in his heart, and a pair of wings emitting metallic luster suddenly appeared on Song Jian's back. With a swish, Song Jian suddenly accelerated in midair, and the long tongue of the anteater suddenly rolled into the air. Although the anteater's attention was all on Song Jian at this time, LV Mingyuan just watched from a distance. The rich magic energy continued to gather around him, but he was too nervous to release a magic. At this time, Song Jian did not cause any harm to the anteater. In other words, Song Jian did not attract the hatred of the boss to himself. Once LV Mingyuan joined the battle, the hatred of the anteater boss would instantly transfer to LV Mingyuan. Song Jian in midair also knew this. Seeing the anteater's tongue slowly retracted, Song Jian raised his sword and slashed at the anteater fiercely. Light slash. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. The golden sword energy slashed fiercely on the anteater's back, and suddenly more than a dozen blue-black scales all broke apart. Because the black gold anteater is not a shadow creature, the holy damage cannot have a double attack effect on it. So this attack only caused more than 200 points of damage to the anteater boss. The anteater let out a painful roar, turned its body, and stretched out its right claw fiercely, swinging it fiercely in the direction of Song Jian. Suddenly, 3 blade-like shadows appeared in the air, making a sharp whistling sound and slashing towards Song Jian's chest. These 3 shadows left 3 white marks in the air, as if tearing the space apart. The shadows were so fast that Song Jian had no time to dodge. When he saw the shadows emerge and signaled to dodge, the shadows had already rushed to his chest. The steel wings behind him seemed to have consciousness, and quickly rolled up from both sides to protect Song Jian. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp collision sound rang out in the air, leaving 3 deep scratches on the steel wings, and countless dazzling sparks burst out. The iron wings have limited immunity to damage. Song Jian suddenly felt a tearing pain in his chest, and a damage of more than 800 points floated above his head. For an ordinary level 20 player, such damage would cause serious injuries and put him on the verge of death, even if he didn't die. The damage is so high. Song Jian was shocked. You know, the quality of his equipment is much higher than that of ordinary players. Although he is wearing leather armor, Song Jian believes that even a defensive warrior wearing plate armor at this stage, the defense and resistance of his whole body are probably about the same as his. The attack worked, and the anteater boss suddenly leaped and pounced on Song Jian in midair. Song Jian was shocked. He didn't expect that such a huge anteater would have such amazing jumping ability. He quickly controlled his iron wings to dodge to the side. Swish. The anteater in midair flicked out its long tongue towards Song Jian again. The bright red tongue shot out like an arrow. Song Jian in midair had just drawn an arc in midair and dodged the anteater's jumping attack. But he didn't expect that the anteater's long tongue would tightly wrap around one of his right legs from behind. Song Jian was shocked and turned around to swing his sword and chop at the long tongue. However, the anteater's long tongue was as tough as old cowhide. Song Jian chopped it 4 or 5 times, but didn't even leave a mark. He only caused 500 to 600 damage to the anteater. Just as Song Jian raised his sword and prepared to continue chopping, a huge force suddenly came from his right leg, pulling his whole body off balance. No matter how he flapped his iron wings, he could not control his body in midair, and the flying sword in his hand even flew out of his hand. The head of the anteater boss was pulled down suddenly, and Song Jian's figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. With a bang, a big hole was smashed on the ground. Song Jian spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his blood value dropped by more than 300 points. Seeing Song Jian's miserable appearance, LV Mingyuan, who was originally ready to attack, hesitated again, and dared not launch the fireball in his hand. Song Jian gritted his teeth, and with a thought, 2 burly fire elves suddenly appeared beside Song Jian. As soon as they appeared, they spewed hot flames at the long tongue wrapped around Song Jian's right leg. The anteater boss's long tongue kept shaking like a conditioned reflex, and it let out a series of low roars in its throat, trying to pull Song Jian into its mouth. Song Jian pulled the long tongue with both hands, kicked his feet on the inner wall of the pit, and pulled it back. For a moment, the anteater and Song Jian were like wrestling, and the long tongue was tightly broken. The black gold anteater boss suddenly let out a furious roar, and the force suddenly increased. Song Jian only felt a strong force coming from his hands, pulling his whole body and pulling it towards the direction of the anteater. Chapter 487 The Last Blow. LV Mingyuan watched Song Jian and the black gold anteater boss fight for only a few rounds before he fell into a disadvantage. His HP was less than half. He was immediately trembling with fear and had already made plans to escape. Even the fireball that had been condensed in his hand for half a day was directly dissipated. Song Jian was anxious. From the perspective of strength attributes, this black gold anteater had completely crushed him. Its attack was high, and its defense was not ordinary strong. Once he was pulled into the opponent's mouth, with his HP, he would definitely be killed instantly. looking at the two fire elemental elves on both sides, who were constantly spitting flames to burn the long tongue of the anteater boss. Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly ordered the fire elemental elves to self-destruct. Boom! Boom! The fire elemental spirits have no wisdom and only obey Song Jian's command. After Song Jian issued the self-destruction order, the two fire elemental spirits rushed towards the long tongue of the anteater boss without hesitation and exploded directly. The strong explosion made the earth tremble. The area within a radius of 10 meters was like being hit by a meteorite. All the trees were broken. The rich fire element was raging around violently. And almost all the trees were burning. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the hot flames almost illuminated half of the sky. The black gold anteater let out a painful wail, and half of its tongue had lost consciousness. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and he raised his right hand, and the red fire heart ape sword flew into his palm. Lightning strike. Song Jian chopped at the long tongue that was wrapped around his right leg. At this time, the long tongue had lost its original flexibility and toughness. Most of it was charred and had lost its vitality, just like weathered old cowhide. Swish. The red fire heart ape sword easily chopped off a section of the long tongue. In the charred cross-section of the long tongue, there was still a trace of red in the center. After untying the charred long tongue that bound his right leg and throwing it aside, Song Jian looked back at Lu Mingyuan. Without saying a word, he took out a bottle of advanced healing potion from the package and poured it into his mouth, then pounced on the black gold anteater that was shaking its head constantly. With a thought, Song Jian, who was running, suddenly became blurred. After a moment of blurriness, he split into two, becoming two identical figures rushing towards the anteater. Song Jian had a very strange feeling at this time. He could actually control two bodies at the same time, just like using his arms and fingers, without any interval or delay. No matter what action he wanted the Abyss Phantom to do, he only needed a thought, as if this phantom was an extension of his body. The black gold anteater boss, which had lost its long tongue, also lost its mid-range and long-range attack capabilities, and could only rely on the fangs in its mouth and the claws on its forelimbs to fight Song Jian. Two identical Song Jians kept attacking the black gold anteater. For a moment, the black gold anteater boss couldn't tell which one was the real one and which one was the phantom. The blood value of the black gold anteater kept decreasing. After a while, it had fallen below 50%. At this time, LV Mingyuan finally joined the battle. A ball of flames with a radius of 5 or 6 meters rose from the boss's feet. Song Jian was startled. The sword that was originally inserted into the neck of the black gold anteater also paused for a while, losing the best attack angle. However, soon, Song Jian found that the flames under his feet did not cause any damage to him. He was relieved. It seemed that he was right to use the battle flag in advance to team up with LV Mingyuan. After teaming up, he could be immune to teammates' damage. The anteater suddenly stomped on the ground in the flames, and a wave of air spread from its feet to the surroundings. Song Jian lost his balance and fell to the ground with a damage value of more than 1,000 points floating above his head. A damage value of nearly 2,000 floated above the head of the Abyss Phantom, and the figure disappeared from the spot like a bubble. The anteater boss jumped high again. This time, it jumped up to a height of 3 or 4 meters, and its huge body, like a meteorite, smashed towards Song Jian. A mid-air attack. If this is confirmed, Song Jian's health value, which has just been raised, will probably plummet again, entering a state of near death, or even being killed instantly. Song Jian's pupils contracted, and he directly activated the immortal sword body state. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and suddenly jumped, stabbing towards the belly of the anteater. At this time, LV Mingyuan's fireball also hit over, but the anteater at this time seemed to have entered the domineering state. Dozens of fireballs hit the anteater, causing less than 300 points of damage. Light slash. The dazzling golden sword energy suddenly came out, like a beam of light, stabbing towards the belly of the anteater boss. The anteater boss only felt a numbness in the abdomen, as if something hit its abdomen. Its own weight, plus the blessing of skills, made it fall very quickly, which also caused the backlash damage caused by an indestructible object under it, which was also great. At first, due to the skill, the anteater didn't feel anything, but soon, it felt as if a red-hot iron rod broke through the scales on its abdomen and drilled into its body. Bang! With a loud bang, Song Jian roared, and the red fire-heart ape sword burst into a dazzling light and slashed the anteater's abdomen. The long sword easily pierced the scales on the anteater's abdomen and tore open its defense. The anteater felt a tearing pain in its abdomen. The intense pain made its huge body lose balance and rolled over in midair. Boom! The anteater boss fell from midair and crashed into 5 or 6 large trees before stopping. Large gushes of blood gushed out of its abdomen, and even the internal organs of the anteater flowed out from the wound. The area of dozens of meters in radius was filled with a strong smell of blood. Song Jian was stunned. No matter how high his attack was, or how strong his damage was, it was impossible to cause such a tragic injury to the anteater boss. Seeing the anteater boss's health value swish to the bottom, LV Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he clenched the staff in his hand and began to chant a spell. The magic energy gathered towards him like crazy, and even Song Jian noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the air. Watching LV Mingyuan's actions, Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of coldness. This guy seemed to want to steal the last blow of the boss. A level 30 boss will give a huge amount of experience. Players who make the first and last blows will gain a lot of experience. Song Jian stomped his right leg hard, and a fawn-shaped air mass flew towards the anteater boss that was lying on its side and struggling. Song Jian's figure turned into a black shadow and rushed towards the anteater boss that couldn't stand up. He wanted to kill the boss completely before LV Mingyuan made a move. Chapter 488 Silver Suit. Lightning Strike. Swish. 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 6 real and fake lightning bolts burst out from the long sword and hit the body of the black gold anteater. Then, Song Jian activated the speed sword skill, and the attack speed suddenly increased a lot, even if the anteater's scales had a high defense. Under the weakness potion and Song Jian's rapid attack, a long wound was finally torn open. The black gold anteater roared in pain, and a blood arrow suddenly shot out from its huge body. The magic energy behind it became more and more dense, and Song Jian had little time left. Song Jian threw all his skills at the wound of the anteater. The black gold anteater boss, which was still struggling and unable to move, gradually became weaker and weaker. Finally, the anteater boss suddenly raised its head and let out a shrill howl. The fire of life in its eyes quickly dimmed, and it finally fell to the ground with a bang. At this moment, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters quickly flew towards the anteater boss and hit the dead body of the anteater boss fiercely, blowing the huge body into pieces. Too late. Song Jian smiled. LV Mingyuan quickly rushed towards the broken body of the anteater boss. Since he didn't get more experience than Song Jian, he would never give up the spoils. This has a chance to drop a boss that can restrain the demonized ants. LV Mingyuan thought to himself, his eyes shining. When they hunted the demonized ants before, the two cooperated well, and the distribution of spoils followed certain rules. But in front of the spoils dropped by the black gold anteater boss, this tacit understanding disappeared. But no matter how fast LV Mingyuan ran, how could he be faster than Song Jian? You know, Song Jian is a melee fighter, and he also made the last blow. How could LV Mingyuan snatch the items dropped by the boss? Song Jian stretched out his hand and directly snatched 3 pieces of equipment. The boss dropped a total of 7 or 8 items. Song Jian got the 3 most valuable ones, and the rest were mostly some low-quality equipment or materials. It is not an exaggeration to say that Song Jian hunted this boss alone. LV Mingyuan did not provide much contribution at all. Song Jian was very generous to leave him some leftovers. Buzz! A ray of light flashed, and the level of the Ant King slave suddenly rose several levels, from level 19 to level 25, which was higher than Song Jian's level. It was because of the existence of the Ant King slave that the attention of the black gold anteater boss was attracted. In the previous battle, the Ant King slave had been hiding far away and did not dare to participate in the battle at all. However, after killing the anteater, because it was Song Jian's slave, it also gained a lot of combat experience. Song Jian checked the properties of the Ant King slave. The physical attributes of this golden Ant King have been greatly improved, and the skill Spiked Aura has also been upgraded to level 6. Spiked Aura, level 6. Within a 10-meter range around the golden Ant King larva, all teammates can obtain the effect of 80% increase in defense and 40% rebound of damage. Before, this Ant King hid too far away, and Song Jian could not enjoy the effect of the Spiked Aura at all. But after it was upgraded to level 6, the range of the Spiked Aura was increased to 10 meters. If Song Jian encounters a monster like the Anteater next time, The Ant King Slave can provide the added effect of the spiked aura even if it hides far away. The Ant King Slaves upgraded to level 25 have acquired a new skill. Acid Splash. Acid Splash. Level 1. Spray acid once to enemies within a 10-meter range, causing 500 points of acid attack. And at the same time with the acid corrosion effect, the target's defense is reduced by 50%, and 10 points of health are lost per second. This effect lasts for 10 seconds. The Ant King Slaves at level 25 finally acquired a long-range attack skill, which is also very powerful. Ordinary creatures rarely have acid resistance. Once attacked, a body of defense has almost no effect. 500 points of acid attack damage will definitely be borne in full, and the subsequent acid corrosion effect will also make the attacked creatures feel headache. Continuous blood loss is not a big loss, but a 50% drop in defense is definitely a very uncomfortable thing. Even a defensive warrior wearing plate armor will suddenly shrink when encountering an acid splash attack. After checking the properties of the Ant King Slave, Song Jian set his sights on the 3 pieces of equipment he had just obtained. The first piece was a strange-looking weapon that looked like a long sword, but the front end of the blade was like a sawtooth, and there were several fawn-like spikes extending from the back of the blade, which looked extremely fierce. Brutality Blade Silver. One-handed weapon. Item level 25. Equipment effect. Attack 87 to 108. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 3. Weapon Blood Sucking plus 3. Special effect 1. Bleeding passive. When causing damage to the target, there is a certain chance that the target will bleed for 60 seconds, losing a total of 300 points of blood. Special effect 2. Brutality active. After activation, the attack speed increases by 30%, lasting for 5 seconds, and this effect will only appear once within 5 minutes. Note, this item is one of the components of the Brutality set. After the Brutality set is assembled, special attributes will appear and will be displayed after equipping. Equipment requirements: Strength 30. Constitution 25. Whether it can be taken out of the game? No. A silver quality weapon set? Song Jian's eyes lit up. He originally thought that he had only obtained a silver quality weapon, but he didn't expect that it was actually a silver quality weapon set. In this way, the value of this brutal blade has increased a lot. If you can collect a set of brutal set, then the value of this weapon can almost be comparable to a gold quality weapon. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. You know, once the brutal set is collected, the set attribute of this weapon will be revealed. The original top quality weapon, after having the set attribute, can definitely be comparable to gold quality equipment. In addition to this weapon, Song Jian also obtained a scroll and a gem. Originally, I thought this silver suit weapon was the most valuable item dropped by the boss, but I didn't expect that the value of this scroll was much higher than that of the brutal blade. Scroll Advanced Spirit Recovery Potion Recipe. Use it. You will learn to make Advanced Spirit Recovery Potion. Usage requirements: Pharmacy level 5. Song Jian has never seen a potion that restores spirit value in the game. Many items that restore spirit value mostly come from cooking or materials found by players. Therefore, consumables that restore spirit value are several times more valuable than consumables that restore chi and health value. Even those consumables that restore spirit value that cannot be used in battle will be crazily sought after by players once they appear. If Song Jian can really make advanced spirit recovery potions, I am afraid that the players who buy them will crush the threshold of his store. Chapter 489 Rescue. Song Jian took a look at the formula of the advanced spirit recovery potion and chose to use it directly. His medicine-making skills already met the requirements, so he naturally learned this formula. He looked at the materials for making advanced spirit recovery potions. Many of them were items dropped by level 20 monsters, or herbs in the level 20 monster area. For Song Jian, it was naturally easy to obtain. With the advanced blood recovery potion and the advanced spirit recovery potion, Song Jian's monster killing and leveling up in the future will be further enhanced in terms of safety and endurance. In a disguised way, this is also part of Song Jian's strength. LV Mingyuan picked up the remaining items, checked their properties, and his face became a little gloomy. After looking at Song Jian, he snorted in dissatisfaction, took out a scalpel, and began to cut the anteater's body, which had been torn into pieces. After looking at LV Mingyuan, Song Jian smiled slightly and checked the last gem. And Soul Orb Silver. Accessory. Item level 30. Equipment effect: Agility plus 5. Damage plus 15%. Special effect. Every time a demonized ant is killed, the opponent's soul can be obtained. When a certain number of souls are accumulated, the demonized ant can be deterred. The more demonized ant souls there are, the more obvious the deterrence effect is. The deterrence effect can reduce the demonized ant's defense by 50%, damage by 30%, and reduce the target's attack speed by 30%. Number of souls, 0/1000. Item equipment requirements, level 20. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he glanced at LV Mingyuan. He himself had not expected that this black gold anteater would actually drop an item that could restrain demonized ants. Although this accessory was of silver quality, it was too targeted, and it was naturally a magic weapon against demonized ants. However, apart from demonized ants, the special effects of this accessory suddenly lost their effect, leaving only basic attributes. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and took down the messenger bag. The messenger bag was a backpack with 12 slots, which required an accessory slot. After removing it, the items in the messenger bag could still be taken out, but they could no longer be put in. Song Jian put the 12 items that were not needed temporarily into the messenger bag, then unloaded the messenger bag from the equipment slot and put it in the package slot. After equipping the ant soul bead, Song Jian still needs to hunt 1,000 demonized ants to make the silver ornament work. After counting the spoils, Song Jian saw that LV Mingyuan also stood up, and the body of the anteater was also decomposed. It seemed that LV Mingyuan had dissected a lot of good things from the body of the anteater, and the resentment on his body had obviously dissipated a lot. The presence of the anteater made all the demonized ants within a radius of 1 kilometer disappear, and the two decided to rest here for a night. As for the items that restrained the demonized ants, LV Mingyuan did not ask Song Jian whether he had obtained them. From his face, he looked very calm. As for what he was thinking, Song Jian had no way to guess. The next day, the two got up early in the morning and prepared to continue heading towards the demonized ant nest. With the Ant King's slave, the speed of hunting the demonized ants became more efficient. In just half a day, Song Jian's task of hunting 500 demonized worker ants was completed, and he even hunted more than a dozen demonized soldier ants. However, as the number of demonized ants hunted increased, the number of ant souls captured by Song Jian's ant soul bead also increased. Now it has stored the souls of more than 200 demonized ants. Song Jian found that as long as he obtained the souls of 100 demonized ants, the special effects of the ant soul bead would appear. The special effects of 100 were to reduce the defense of the demonized ants by 5%, the damage by 3%, and the attack speed of the demonized ants by 3%. The special effect of 200 is to reduce the defense of the demonized ants by 10%, the damage by 6%, and the attack speed of the demonized ants by 6%. A level 30 monster is a rich experience package for both Song Jian and LV Mingyuan. Song Jian has already reached level 23 70%, and it is estimated that he can level up by hunting dozens of demonized ants. And LV Mingyuan had already flashed the light of promotion an hour ago. The level of the Ant King's slave has been upgraded to level 25, exuding a fierce aura. The carapace on his body has become a set of equipment similar to thorn armor, with sharp long thorns all over his body. In his two blood-red eyes, he exudes endless cruelty. Whenever the demonized ants appeared, the Ant King's slave would be the first to pounce on them. None of the demonized ants killed by it had a complete body. They were all bitten to pieces by it. The madness of the battle made even Song Jian a little chilled. Every time a demonized ant was killed, the Ant King's slave would look back at Song Jian. Under his calm expression, there seemed to be a turbulent undercurrent. Your pet won't bite back? LV Mingyuan looked at the crazy Ant King's slave in the battle. After the battle, he quietly walked to Song Jian's side. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and couldn't help asking. Song Jian was also a little worried. The disadvantage of the Abyss charm is that the charmed monsters have a high chance of betrayal. However, at this time, he obviously couldn't tell LV Mingyuan the truth. He just glanced at LV Mingyuan lightly without saying anything. At this moment, LV Mingyuan suddenly stopped moving, pointed ahead along the road and said, "There seems to be a player fighting ahead." Song Jian looked up, and sure enough, every once in a while, a figure was running hard on the road. This person was LV Pei, who used the teleportation scroll to escape back to the Doomsday City in the sheltered black fog. For some reason, he appeared here again. At this time, Behind him, there was a large group of demonized worker ants chasing him. And there were 5 or 6 demonized soldier ants in the air constantly spraying acid balls at him. Song Jian shouted without hesitation, "Save him!" As they walked along, the number of demonized ants increased, and the two were already a little overwhelmed. If they wanted to hunt the demonized ant king, they had to go deep into the demonized ant's nest. It would be difficult to get close to it, let alone go deep. Now one more person means one more strength. At the critical moment, even if there is one more cannon fodder, there is one more chance to escape. Even if LV Pei died here, it would not be of any benefit to Song Jian and LV Mingyuan. And saving him now would not cost much. Song Jian glanced at LV Mingyuan. If it comes to attack distance, Song Jian is not as good as LV Mingyuan. At this time, LV Mingyuan has begun to calculate LV Pei's running speed and his own timing of attack. LV Pei was also full of regret. He did not expect that after leaving the Doomsday City again, he was directly teleported to the vicinity of the demonized ant nest. As soon as he appeared, he was chased by a large group of demonized ants. Just when LV Pei felt that his physical strength was about to run out, he suddenly saw 2 players standing on the road ahead. His face suddenly showed a joyful expression of surviving a disaster. Without seeing the 2 people clearly, he shouted to Song Jian and LV Mingyuan, "Save me!" Chapter 490 Upgrade. Fire Rain. LV Mingyuan suddenly raised his staff and pointed it in the direction of LV Pei. LV Pei immediately felt that the magic energy around him began to riot, and his heart sank. Above LV Pei's head, a large red cloud appeared. The heavy cloud began to roll continuously, absorbing the surrounding magic elements. After a while, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky, covering all the demonized ants behind LV Pei. The demonized soldier ants in the air, with their wings as thin as cicada wings, were quickly burned by the fire rain. They rolled down from the air and smashed hard into the demonized ant colony below. Dozens of demonized ants were covered by a large area of fire rain, roaring and screaming crazily. Each fire rain had very little damage to the demonized ants, only 5 or 6 points. But within the range of the fire rain, at least hundreds of raindrops fell in 1 second, and large areas of damage emerged from the heads of the demonized ants. People with intensive phobia would definitely feel uncomfortable watching this. Lu Pei crawled over and saw Song Jian, with a look of fear on his face. But he quickly adjusted his mentality and bowed deeply to the 2 people, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Song Jian glanced at Lu Pei and felt that the other party seemed familiar. Moreover, when he saw him just now, the look of fear on Lu Pei's face was fleeting. But Song Jian still caught it. Could it be that he is the group of people who attacked me in the sheltering black fog before? Song Jian suddenly had an idea, and when he looked at Lu Pei, his eyes became playful. "It doesn't matter. We are all players, so we should work together." Song Jian glanced at the demonized ants that had already rushed over and said, "Kill these demonized ants that are chasing you first, and then we can talk about other things." After experiencing a wave of fire rain, almost all the demonized ants were injured, and their blood value lost more than 1/3. Moreover, most of the demonized ants had the adverse effect of burning. Their bodies turned red, and flames burned on the surface. The burning effect lost 5 points of blood value every 3 seconds. Every few steps, a burning damage would float above the heads of these demonized ants. With a sharp roar, before Song Jian could rush forward, the Ant King slave took the lead in spreading its wings and pounced on the group of demonized ants. A ball of acid sprayed at the demonized ants, soaking several soldier ants from head to tail. Then, the huge front jaws directly clamped off the head of a demonized worker ant, and the front claws fiercely tore the body of the unfortunate demonized worker ant. For a moment, the Ant King slave was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, attacking the demonized ants frantically. After a while, the hatred of the demonized ants for LV Mingyuan was snatched away by the Ant King slave. Song Jian was shocked to see the blood value of the Ant King slave dropping rapidly, and rushed forward quickly. After Lu Pei hesitated for a moment, he also took out a mechanical crossbow and started to attack. Although the levels of the few people were much lower than the demonized ants, they were full of momentum. In addition, Song Jian's and soul beads reduced the attributes of the surrounding demonized ants, and the few people immediately took the advantage. The battle began to be a one-sided slaughter. After more than 10 minutes, the last demonized soldier ant was decapitated by the Ant King slave. The headless body twitched and was torn into pieces by the Ant King's slave. The battle was finally over. Song Jian's ant soul beads absorbed the souls of 300 demonized ants. And the special effect became to reduce the defense of the demonized ants by 15%, the damage by 9%, and the attack speed of the demonized ants by 9%. A ray of light flashed, and Song Jian's level was raised to level 24-2%. He looked at his skills, and found that only the proficiency of the 3 sword swings had reached 100%. Song Jian directly added this skill point to the 3 sword swings. Song Jian was also helpless about upgrading skills. Sometimes there would be 2 or 3 skills with proficiency reaching 100% at the same time. Sometimes there would be skill points. But there would be an embarrassing situation that no skills met the upgrade conditions. Now Song Jian has become a Buddhist who adds skills at will when upgrading skills. As long as there are skill points and the skill proficiency reaches 100%, he will directly add them. He is now looking forward to what changes will happen after other skills reach 100%. And after skills reach level 10. They can be fused and evolve with each other. So all skills are useful to Song Jian. Maybe 2 skills of average power will become a magical skill after fusion and evolution. Seeing that Song Jian has reached another level, LV Mingyuan's eyes showed envy. Nodded to Song Jian and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations." LV Pei also said with a smile on his face. LV Pei has a personal experience of Song Jian's strength. Under the sudden attack and siege of so many people, he can react instantly and avoid all damage. LV Pei believes that even if he reaches another level 10, he may not be able to do it like Song Jian. Originally, Liu Pei had escaped and returned to his safe house through the return scroll. However, when Liu Pei returned to the Doomsday City, he felt more and more depressed. This was an epic mission, but he failed at the first step. He didn't even leave the Doomsday City and lost a return scroll. After thinking for a day, Liu Pei was still unwilling to give up. Finally, he came to the Shadow Circus and found the old orc leader. The leader gave him one last chance and directly used the teleportation formation to teleport him out. As a result, he was successfully teleported out of the Doomsday City. Liu Pei's teleportation location was less than 1 kilometer away from the demonized ant nest. Even if Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan hadn't broken in yet, there were swarms of demonized ants around. As soon as LV Pei appeared, he was chased by a large group of demonized ants. Fortunately, he met Song Jian and LV Mingyuan. Otherwise, LV Pei, who did not have the scroll to return to the city this time, would probably die here. LV Pei was a little uneasy. He didn't know whether Song Jian recognized him. He spoke carefully, and didn't even explain to the two why he appeared here. But what he didn't know was that it was his cautious attitude that made Song Jian more certain that the one who attacked him in the protective black fog must be LV Pei. "Keep going forward. I'm afraid we are very close to the nest of demonized ants," Song Jian said. The place where the demonized soldier ants appeared was very close to their nest. And their current location was exactly where Song Jian was besieged before. If you want to hunt the demonized ant king, you have to go deep into the nest. Song Jian was also very lucky before, and encountered a demonized ant king who just left the nest and chased him. After picking up the spoils of this group of demonized ants, and waiting for LV Mingyuan to finish dissecting one by one, the 3 of them rushed to the demonized ant's nest together. Chapter 491 Nest. The closer the 3 got to the nest of the demonized ants, the more monsters they encountered. At the beginning, there were only 2 or 3 monsters, but later, more than 10 monsters appeared. Many times, before they killed a group of demonized ants, another group of demonized ants discovered them. "See? The nest of the demonized ants is in front." Liu Pei pointed to the front and said loudly. At this time, a sharp roar suddenly came from the air, and the demonized ants rushed towards them continuously. The 3 people used Song Jian and the Ant King slaves as the spearhead. Just like Reese, facing the impact of the waves without wavering, under the influence of the ant soul beads, the attributes of the demonized ants rushing towards them dropped significantly. The 3 of them charged and fought, feeling invincible. The closer they got to the nest, the fewer the number of demonized worker ants became, and the number of demonized soldier ants began to increase gradually. In the end, all the demonized soldier ants with wings surrounded the 3 of them. These demonized soldier ants attacked flexibly, not only rushing towards the 3 from the front, back, left and right, but also filling the air. From a distance, It looked as if the three were buried by the demonized soldier ants. At this time, the three of them no longer distinguished between close combat and long-range combat, and all stood back to back to resist the attacks of the demonized soldier ants. I can't go on like this. I can't hold on for much longer. LV Mingyuan frowned and shouted. LV Pei was in a very bad state, with 2 scratches on his cheeks, and blood was flowing. Song Jian did not add him to the team, so LV Pei did not enjoy the attribute enhancement bonus effect. And the demonized soldier ants killed by Song Jian and LV Mingyuan were not counted on him. Only the monsters he killed were counted as the mission targets. At this time, the three of them had been besieged for more than 10 minutes. From the nest in front, the demonized soldier ants continued to rush towards them and surrounded them. Song Jian's heart sank, and he saw that the dense demonized soldier ants around him were increasing, and there was a dark mass above his head. If he didn't make any changes, he might really die here. The nest is less than 500 meters ahead. Should we rush into the nest or retreat? Make a decision quickly. LV Mingyuan shouted anxiously. In the current situation, either the three of them retreat and give up this operation, or rush into the nest of the demonized ants and take a gamble, relying on the terrain to resist the attack of these soldier ants. Song Jian hesitated for 2 seconds and immediately shouted loudly, "Go forward. Let's go into the nest." At this time, Song Jian's mission target, the demonized soldier ants, had been killed more than 100. According to this attack intensity, it would only take at most an hour to complete the mission of the demonized soldier ants. Moreover, the number of souls in the ant soul bead is close to 500. The more they kill, the more powerful the ant soul bead will be. Moreover, the demonized soldier ants are swarming on the road behind. Even if they want to retreat, it will be much more difficult than rushing into the nest. After all, the nest of the demonized ants is right in front of them, and the retreat area of several kilometers is full of dense demonized ants. "I will lead the way," LV Mingyuan shouted, and changed positions with Song Jian. He held the staff tightly with both hands, held the staff horizontally, and chanted the spell loudly. Hot disintegration ray. Boom! A bright red beam of light suddenly burst out from LV Mingyuan's staff, like a laser, directly penetrating the bodies of dozens of demonized soldier ants in front. A series of damage emerged from the heads of the demonized soldier ants in front. Their blood value disappeared quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their bodies began to slowly disintegrate under the impact of the light column. After killing the demonized soldier ants blocking the front, LV Mingyuan began to slowly turn his body, and the hot disintegration ray also turned with it, sweeping the surrounding demonized soldier ants. This move is simply the nemesis of dense formations. At this time, the three people were surrounded by monsters, and the power of this move was fully exerted. This skill is very similar to the I kill, but the power is several times that of the I kill, Song Jian said in surprise. This red disintegration ray was more than 10 meters long, and the demonized soldier ants in the range quickly disappeared. This attack killed at least 20 or 30 demonized soldier ants, and soon cleared a passage with a diameter of more than 2 meters. "Go!" LV Mingyuan shouted with a tired look on his face. The more powerful the skill, the more he consumed. As long as LV Mingyuan continuously provided mana, the scorching disintegration ray could continue to attack. However, LV Mingyuan did not dare to use up all his mana at this time. After clearing a passage, he ended this move and retained at least half of his mana. The three rushed to a mound. In front of them was a huge deep hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The demonized soldier ants flew out continuously from here. "This is the nest of the demonized ants. Let's jump down from here," LV Pei shouted loudly. The location of the demonized ant nest was clearly marked on the task interface. When LV Pei was just teleported out, he was almost scared to death. LV Mingyuan was in front and jumped towards the deep hole. In the air, his body was as light as a feather, and the speed of descent was very slow. LV Pei smiled at Song Jian in a flattering way, took out a bottle of light green medicine from the parcel column and poured it into his mouth, and also jumped towards the deep hole with his eyes closed. Song Jian recognized the potion. It was called Light Body Potion, which could reduce 60% of one's own weight and reduce 80% of the damage caused by falling from a high altitude. After drinking this potion, even if one fell from a height of 100 meters, one would only feel numbness in the legs at most, and would not suffer any damage. Song Jian's mind moved. and a pair of wings emitting metallic luster stretched out from his back. He leaped up, and the iron wings folded up. Song Jian rushed towards the bottom of the nest like an arrow. Above his head, a dark mass of demonized soldier ants flew towards the nest like a tornado. At this time, the slower the descent speed, the more attacks they would receive in midair. During his descent, Song Jian was not attacked by any demonized soldier ants. His speed was too fast, and many demonized soldier ants had no time to react before Song Jian passed by them. When he was close to the bottom of the cave, Song Jian suddenly opened his wings and waved them. He rolled sideways, rolled 5 or 6 times in the air, and stood steadily on the ground of the cave. As soon as he landed, Song Jian smelled a foul odor, as if something was rotting. With his eyes open, he saw that the bottom of the cave was filled with the bones of countless creatures. It was like a sure slaughterhouse, which was chilling. At this moment, LV Mingyuan suddenly fell down with a bang. At this time, LV Mingyuan looked a little embarrassed. With messy hair, the dark gray cloak behind him seemed to be cut by a sharp blade and had turned into a strip of cloth, sticking to his back. I haven't seen him wear this cloak before. It seems that it is also one of his trump cards. Song Jian took a look and thought, but it is obvious that even if this equipment is not completely scrapped, it is probably no longer usable. Song Jian was about to speak when he suddenly heard a shrill scream from above his head. A few drops of liquid fell on Song Jian's shoulder. When he touched it with his hand, he felt a slippery feeling between his fingers. Blood? Song Jian looked up and frowned slightly. Chapter 492 Dispersion. In midair, Liu Pei was surrounded by a group of demonized soldier ants and bitten madly, as if being tortured, with wounds all over his body. Liu Pei was chosen by the leader of the Shadow Circus to accept this epic mission, so his strength should not be underestimated. But compared with Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan, the gap was obvious. The reason why Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan dared to jump down was naturally because they had their own trump cards to ensure that they could safely land at the bottom of the cave. But Liu Pei wanted to reach the bottom of the cave safely with a bottle of light body potion, and obviously did not take the demonized soldier and swarming behind him seriously. Paw! An arm fell from midair, and LV Pei let out a shrill scream. It seems that he is not good enough. LV Mingyuan looked up at LV Pei, who was surrounded by more and more demonized soldier ants, and said expressionlessly, "Weakness is a sin. In this crazy game, if you are besieged by monsters, passers-by next to you may watch you being killed by monsters, and then pick up the boxes that exploded after you died." Song Jian understood what LV Mingyuan meant. He was asking whether he should save him. When he fell to the bottom of the cave, Song Jian had already checked the surroundings. The entire cave was surrounded by deep passages, each of which had a diameter of more than 3 meters. The demonized ants entered and exited through these passages and left the nest. Save him? It's good to have more scouts. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. LV Mingyuan nodded, waved his staff, released a series of fireballs, and smashed them towards the demonized soldier ants in midair. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded in midair, and immediately attracted all the hatred of the demonized soldier ants. LV Pei was covered in blood, wounds, and a broken arm. He fell to the ground like a corpse, with less than 1/5 of his health left. LV Pei fell hard on a rock at the bottom of the cave, spit out another mouthful of blood, and fainted directly. If it weren't for his chest still rising and falling slightly, Song Jian would even think that he had been killed by the fall. With the ant soul beads, Song Jian was much calmer in the face of the swarming demonized soldier ants. He swung the long sword in his hand, leaving dark red sword marks in the air. The Ant King slave let out a roar, and the demonized soldier ants seemed to be a little afraid of it, and did not dare to attack it actively. However, the Ant King slave attacked the demonized soldier ants frantically, as if they were going to die together. LV Mingyuan leaned against the rock wall of the cave, and a circle of transparent light curtain appeared on his body. He kept using instant magic to attack the demonized soldier ants approaching him. The number of demonized soldier ants increased, and LV Mingyuan frowned and said coldly, "If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to leave again." The area at the bottom of the cave was not large. After a while, Song Jian was surrounded by demonized soldier ants, leaving him no space to stretch his legs. Looking at LV Pei, who was still lying under the rock, Song Jian found that his wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His health value which was less than 1/5 of his original value, had recovered to nearly half. Don't pretend to be dead. Hurry up and get into the nearest passage, Song Jian shouted coldly, without even looking at the other two people, and directly ordered the Ant King's slave to open the way and drill into the passage closest to him. LV Mingyuan frowned, glanced at Song Jian, and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head, looked at LV Pei, who was still lying on the ground, snorted coldly, threw a wall of fire at a passage next to him, and immediately cleared a path and drilled directly into the passage. The two disappeared in the passage. Liu Pei's heart sank, and he quickly got up from the ground, before the demonized soldier ants surrounded him. He followed Lu Mingyuan. When Song Jian was fighting monsters, he deliberately kept a distance from Lu Mingyuan and Liu Pei, so the passage he entered was not the same as the two before. He teamed up with Lu Mingyuan to complete the task. After all, the efficiency of fighting monsters with two people would be much higher. But now Song Jian's task has been completed for the most part. The number of demonized worker ants has met the task requirements. The number of demonized soldier ants is less than 100. And the demonized ant king only needs to kill 2 more. Moreover, after possessing the ant soul bead, Song Jian no longer cared whether his teammates helped him or not. Along the way, Song Jian had already felt that LV Mingyuan seemed to have some ill intentions towards him. If LV Mingyuan wanted to use Song Jian's help to hunt the demonized ant king before. But now, in LV Mingyuan's eyes, Song Jian's value is probably much higher than the demonized ant king. Taking advantage of this time to enter the demonized ant's nest, Song Jian deliberately separated from the two and entered a passage alone. This passage is very spacious, enough for 2 demonized soldier ants to walk side by side. Both sides of the passage are hard rocks, and there are traces of acid corrosion on them. The passage was pitch black. Song Jian rushed forward quickly with his eye between his eyebrows. After a while, he left the noise of the demonized soldier ants behind him. Song Jian took a look at the ant soul bead. The demonized ant souls collected in it had exceeded 400. Close to 500. From time to time, there were bursts of rustling sounds in the passage, as if something was crawling quickly in the passage. After a while, Song Jian saw a demonized soldier ant appear in front of the passage. Before he could make a move, the Ant King's slave let out a low roar, spread his wings, and pounced on the demonized soldier ant. Before the demonized soldier ant could react, it was knocked to the ground by the Ant King's slave. The serrated front jaws easily tore open the carapace of the demonized soldier ant and fiercely tore the purple-red muscles inside. Looking at the demonized soldier ants that kept wailing, Song Jian pointed with his left hand, and a golden sword energy burst out from his index finger, piercing the head of the demonized soldier ant, harvesting its last bit of blood. The front jaws and fangs of the Ant King's slave were full of purple-black blood. Seeing Song Jian kill the demonized soldier ant, it seemed to arouse its ferocity. It turned its head, opened its mouth wide, and let out a threatening growl at Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned and his face suddenly became gloomy. Perhaps in the eyes of other players, an Ant King pet is very precious, and they will definitely take good care of it after owning it. But Song Jian doesn't care. Even if he kills this Ant King, he won't feel bad. With a thought, a black rune on the forehead of the Ant King's slave suddenly glowed brightly, and black auras emanated from the copy, rushing towards the joints of the Ant King's body like sharp blades. After a while, the Ant King's slave lost all his strength and fell to the ground. Inside his body, a small knife of black aura as thin as a cicada's wing was constantly cutting the body of the Ant King's slave, causing a great pain. Chapter 493 Ant Eggs. The Ant King's slave rolled over, his whole body convulsing and twitching. Even the wails he made were weak, and purple-black liquid flowed from his scarlet eyes. Not long after, the Ant King's slave collapsed to the ground like a corpse, with only 6 legs twitching slightly and unconsciously. Remember your identity, Song Jian said coldly to the Ant King's slave in the Abyss language. The Ant King's slave's level at this time has surpassed Song Jian, and the probability of rebellion has further increased. But Song Jian's strength is the best guarantee. Even without the slave mark, Song Jian can easily kill it. Feeling the fierce momentum emanating from Song Jian, the Ant King's slave finally woke up from the crazy killing. When Song Jian stopped punishing, the Ant King's slave stood up tremblingly, lowered his head, and let out a series of flattering hisses. Keep moving forward and kill all the active demonized ants, Song Jian ordered. The Ant King's slave hummed obediently and led the way along the passage. There are more demonized soldier ants in the nest, but the passages of the entire nest are also connected in all directions. If all these passages are connected together, the length may exceed 100 kilometers. Moreover, in the passage, the demonized soldier ants can't surround Song Jian like before. When encountering demonized soldier ants, Song Jian only needs to face two at the same time, which greatly reduces the pressure. As long as the demonized soldier ants appeared in the passage, escaping became a luxury. Along the way, Song Jian left behind a large number of broken corpses of demonized soldier ants. The number of souls collected by the ant soul beads has exceeded 600, and Song Jian has hunted enough demonized soldier ants. There are only 2 demonized ant kings left for the epic mission. Song Jian knew that the demonized ant king would only exist in the deepest part of the nest. So no matter how the passage forked, he only focused on choosing the downward passage. Soon, at a fork, Song Jian wanted to go straight, but the ant king's slave stood at the entrance of another passage and made a low sound at Song Jian. Why? Do you choose this path? Song Jian asked. The ant king's slave nodded slightly, glanced at the passage behind it, and then turned to look at Song Jian. Okay, I'll trust you once, Song Jian said with a smile. The ant king's slave had never made such a move before. Obviously, there must be something interesting in the passage it chose now. Walking forward along the passage chosen by the ant king's slave, a large group of demonized soldier ants rushed out of the passage in front of him. From a distance, it looked like a long black snake rushing towards Song Jian. Seeing so many demonized soldier ants, Song Jian was not surprised but happy. It seems that there are indeed good things ahead. Otherwise, there would not be so many soldier ants guarding. The ant king's slave rushed to the front. Song Jian was beside it, and the ant soul bead he wore exuded a faint gray aura. The demonized soldier ants that rushed to Song Jian seemed to be released by magic, and their movements suddenly became slow, and their hard shells became brittle. With a wave of the long sword, a stream of blood gushed out from the cracks in the shells. The intelligence of the demonized soldier ants did not seem to be very high. No matter how many there were, they only rushed forward one by one. The demonized soldier ants behind could only make waves of anxious hisses and circle in place, and they could not even spit acid. After the demonized soldier ants in front were killed, the ones behind would rush up to fill the gap. Most of the attacks from the demonized soldier ants were borne by the ant king's slave. Because of the weakening of the ant soul orb, the demonized soldier ants caused very little damage to the ant king's slave. But the ant king's slave killed them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The number of soldier ant souls captured by the ant soul orb continued to increase. 600, 700, 800. Every time Song Jian took a step forward, 2 or 3 corpses of demonized soldier ants would be stepped on by him. If this was an open area, the corpses of demonized soldier ants would probably have piled up like a mountain. But if this was the environment at the bottom of the cave before, so many demonized soldier ants would have drowned Song Jian long ago. It was precisely because of the narrow passage that Song Jian was able to hunt so many demonized soldier ants. At this time, his movements had long been numb. He mechanically waved his long sword and harvested the corpses of demonized soldier ants woodenly. As long as the skill cooldown time was up, he would throw it directly at the demonized soldier ants in front of him without even looking at them. Song Jian had dreamed of such a scene before, with monsters lining up for him to hunt one by one. This is probably what every player dreams of. But after experiencing such a thing, Song Jian just felt a little collapsed. It was indeed convenient to hunt like this, and the combat experience was indeed improved rapidly. But looking at the endless demonized soldier ants was a heavy blow to Song Jian's spirit and psychology. Song Jian even doubted whether he could hold on until he killed all the demonized soldier ants in front of him. It almost gave him the feeling of working on a factory assembly line. This difficult battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Song Jian had used up all the consumables in the parcel column, and the durability of his equipment had dropped to 1/3. When Song Jian killed the last demonized soldier ant, he sat on the ground with a sense of relief, and suddenly felt like he never wanted to get up again. If I hadn't upgraded a level in the middle, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to hold on. Song Jian looked at his level 25 and smiled bitterly. The Ant King's slave has been upgraded to level 28. And Song Jian himself has also been upgraded by 1 level. For him, level 30 monsters have cross-level rewards, and they are very generous. However, as Song Jian's level increases, this cross-level reward will become less and less. The most common item in Song Jian's parcel column is the blue quality ant shell, which is the main material for making the magic worker ant suit and the magic soldier ant suit. Song Jian's current ant shell is enough to make dozens of suits. But unfortunately, he has not yet found the suit formula. The news about the magic worker ant suit came from the Shadow Circus. Maybe the suit formula can be obtained from there. Song Jian was lying on the ground, and he suddenly thought in his heart. After a rest, Song Jian continued to move forward and came to the end of the passage. In front of him was a huge cave, with white ant eggs more than 1 meter high standing in the cave. From a distance, there were at least thousands of densely packed ant eggs. Is this the egg breeding chamber for the demonized ants? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. The Ant King's slave let out a joyful hiss and ran directly towards the cave. It rushed to an ant egg, opened its front jaws, and bit the white ant egg hard, tore the ant egg apart, and began to devour the young ants that had not yet formed inside. You led me here just to have a big meal for yourself? Song Jian was stunned when he saw the Ant King's slave, who was constantly devouring ant eggs. After a moment, the Ant King's slave, who was feasting, suddenly felt cold all over, and couldn't help shivering. He turned his head and looked at Song Jian, who was full of murderous intent. Squeak! 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 The Ant King's slave quickly rolled an ant egg to Song Jian's feet, pointing at it and whispering as if offering a treasure. Chapter 494 Ant King Guard. Song Jian snorted coldly and put his hand on the ant egg, wanting to check its properties. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on Song Jian's face. Ant egg white. A strange item. Effective use, after use. It can improve its own attributes. Strength +1. Defense +3%. This effect is only valid for the first 3 times. What a good thing. Song Jian's face was full of surprise. It is getting harder and harder to improve one's own attributes. When he first entered the game, he could often encounter treasures such as attribute fruits. But after level 20, such items have become less and less. Song Jian has not encountered one since level 20. Although the equipment has many added attributes, most of them cannot be brought out of the game. Only the attribute skills of the equipment itself can be brought out of the game. Although Song Jian's current strength is already a little Superman in the real world, if he really fights, if he does not use hot weapons, even if there are hundreds of people besieging him, Song Jian is not afraid. But now Song Jian's goal has been set on fighting against hot weapons. Naturally, the more treasures that increase their own attributes, the better. Unfortunately, only the first 3 are effective. Song Jian looked at the dense ant eggs in front of him, and his eyes showed disappointment. Use it. Song Jian pressed his hand on the ant egg and said silently in his heart. Suddenly, the white ant egg, which was almost at the height of Song Jian's chest, slowly melted and turned into a hot stream, rushing into Song Jian's chest. After a while, Song Jian felt a warm feeling in his whole body. Song Jian, who had just experienced a big battle, suddenly felt that all the cells in his body were cheering and excited. This feeling is really addictive. When the heat slowly dissipated, Song Jian couldn't help but sigh. After using an ant egg, Song Jian walked towards the next one. After using 3 in a row, Song Jian reluctantly retracted his gaze. After discovering that the ant eggs were treasures, Song Jian tried to put them into the parcel column, but was prompted by the system that the item could not be put into the parcel column. Otherwise, Song Jian would rather empty the parcel column and put all the ant eggs in front of him back. If he could really put all the ant eggs in front of him back, even if this epic mission failed, Song Jian would not care. But unfortunately, the restrictions on the use of ant eggs seemed to have no effect on the Ant King's slave. Seeing Song Jian happy, the Ant King's slave also breathed a sigh of relief and began to tear and swallow the ant eggs on its own. By the time Song Jian absorbed 3 ant eggs, the Ant King's slave had swallowed more than a dozen ant eggs. The volume of the ant eggs it swallowed was several times larger than the Ant King's slave itself. But the Ant King's slave did not seem to want to stop at all, and kept swallowing one after another. Buzz! A white light burst out from the body of the Ant King's slave, and its level was raised by 1 level to level 29. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that the ant eggs here could actually raise the level of the Ant King. And what surprised Song Jian even more was that every time an ant egg was destroyed, the number of souls contained in the ant soul orb could actually increase a little. In other words, destroying an ant egg was equivalent to killing a demonized ant. This is simply a holy place for brushing ant soul orbs. Song Jian laughed loudly and swung his sword forward. Suddenly, the sword energy was rampant, and more than a dozen ant eggs were cut in half, and a milky white liquid like milk flowed out of them. The Ant King slave turned his head and looked at Song Jian with resentment, and increased the speed of swallowing ant eggs. Originally, after the battle just now, the number of souls absorbed by the ant soul bead was close to 1,000. After Song Jian chopped dozens of ant eggs in succession, the number of souls absorbed by the ant soul bead suddenly reached the full value of 1,000 points. In an instant, a strong gray breath emanated from the ant soul bead, and this gray breath rushed to the top of Song Jian's head. A phantom of a black gold anteater condensed above Song Jian's head, and it roared silently to the sky. With a ferocious posture, the Ant King slave seemed to be frightened, and immediately jumped out, looking at Song Jian with a frightened look. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the egg-breeding chamber. Hundreds of ant eggs suddenly exploded at the same time in the deep cave in front. A milky white liquid flowed out, and the whole egg-breeding chamber was filled with a sweet smell. The ground where the ant eggs exploded slowly arched upwards, and soon a huge ant king drilled out from the ground. With a pair of scarlet eyes, it stared at the figure of the black gold anteater above Song Jian's head, stretched its neck, and let out a shrill howl. Paw paw paw. The ant eggs in the whole egg-breeding chamber exploded at the same time. This huge demonized ant king looked at the milky white liquid flowing all over the ground, and a trace of pain appeared in his eyes. There's actually an ant king guarding here? Song Jian opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Roar! The Ant King slave roared, and rushed directly towards the demonic Ant King in front of it without Song Jian giving any orders. The demonic Ant King looked at the Ant King slave covered with spikes, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But soon, it seemed to understand something and became angry, and even the dark carapace revealed a hint of hot red. The two Ant Kings collided violently, and the Ant King slave was obviously no match for the demonic Ant King, and it fell backwards. Before it could get up, the demonic Ant King had already rushed to its front, and its huge front jaws clamped towards its head. Teeth snapped. A fawn-shaped air mass rushed towards the demonic Ant King with a roar, and suddenly exploded beside it. The strong air force made the demonic Ant King's momentum collapse, and its huge body shook twice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ant King slave climbed up, waving its two huge front jaws, and roared at the demonic Ant King. Seeing the Ant King slave act like this, the demonic Ant King suddenly became even crazier, and did not even look at Song Jian. It suddenly spread its wings and rushed towards the Ant King slave like lightning. It seemed that it would rather get hurt than kill the Ant King slave. Song Jian naturally would not let it succeed. He swung his sword and pounced on the demonic Ant King. A series of sword skills were thrown at the Ant King, which immediately caused huge damage to the demonic Ant King. As soon as Song Jian approached, the demonic Ant King felt a strange force entangled with him, and his body suddenly became weak, as if his body was bound by something, and even the swinging of his front paws to attack became slow. Seeing the state of the demonic Ant King, Song Jian was immediately delighted. The Ant Soul Orb took effect on the demonic Ant King, reducing its defense by 50%, and weakening its damage and attack speed by 30%. Even if the demonic Ant King had a first-level combat power, he would probably become a weakling now. The Ant King slave seemed to have also sensed the demonic Ant King's weakness at this time, and immediately kicked his hind legs and rushed towards the demonic Ant King. The spikes on the carapace, like a hot knife cutting into butter, easily pierced the demonic Ant King's hard shell. The severe pain made the demonic Ant King raise his head and roar in pain. Chapter 495 Silver Suit. The demonized Ant King, who had just emerged from the ground, for some reason, had developed a great hatred for the Ant King slave, and his attention had been completely attracted by the Ant King slave. No matter how Song Jian attacked, his target was only this Ant King slave covered with spikes. Because of the existence of the Ant Soul Bead, it was much easier for Song Jian and the Ant King slave to surround and kill this Ant King guard than to hunt the demonized Ant King before. After half an hour, when the Ant King slave had less than 1/5 of his health left, and at the cost of one front claw, they finally killed this Ant King guard. After killing the Ant King guard, the Ant King slave immediately rushed forward, tore open the thick carapace, and devoured the purple-red flesh and blood inside. After devouring the Ant King guard, the 4 claw that had been broken off actually slowly grew out again. although the shell of this four-claw still looks a little immature. As time goes by, this four-claw will be exactly the same as before. Regeneration of broken limbs? Interesting. Song Jian looked at the ferocious Ant King slave thoughtfully, touching his chin and thinking in his heart. If this Ant King slave can really devour the flesh and blood of other creatures and replenish energy to regenerate broken limbs, then the idea of treating it as a disposable consumable will change. Because slaves who have been enchanted by the abyss cannot be resurrected once they die. In Song Jian's mind, such slaves are like cannon fodder, not to mention death. Even if they are seriously injured, Song Jian will consider giving up directly. But if this Ant King slave can regenerate even broken limbs by eating flesh and blood, then ordinary injuries will definitely not be a problem. At this time, there is no such thing as being too seriously injured, as long as he does not die immediately. Even if he only has one breath left, the Ant King slave can rely on eating flesh and blood to regain his combat effectiveness. Well done. Song Jian touched the Ant King slave's head, and a smile appeared on his face. The Ant King guard dropped a blueprint, forging blueprint of the demonic Ant King's skull helmet, followed by a large pile of ant shell materials, 3 of which were of silver quality. Song Jian's parcel column was almost full of blue quality demonic ant shells. But it was the first time he had seen silver quality ant shell materials. Seeing the silver quality demonic ant shells and the forging blueprint, Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He picked up the forging blueprint and saw that the forging blueprint of the demonic Ant King's skull was actually one of the demonic Ant King's suits. And the silver quality demonic ant shells were needed to make this helmet. I'm lucky. I originally thought I could only get a set of magic worker ant or soldier ant suits. But I didn't expect that I would get the Ant King suit directly. Song Jian took a look at the forging drawings and thought to himself, this material is really hard to get. I guess it can only be dropped from the magic Ant King. The demonic Ant King skull helmet requires 12 silver quality demon ant shells, and Song Jian needs to get 9 more. Moreover, the single equipment attribute of the demonic Ant King skull helmet is already silver quality. If you can really get a set of Ant King suits, the overall equipment can be comparable to gold quality. Unfortunately, this forging blueprint requires forging skill level 8 to use. Song Jian has recruited many intermediate forgers in the Spark shop in the city of Anthem. When the time comes, he only needs to find a suitable forger, sign a contract, and then hand over this forging blueprint to him and ask him to help forge. It would be great if I could really get a set of blueprints for the demonic Ant King set. Song Jian couldn't help thinking. As soon as the name is heard, you know that only the demonic Ant King has a chance to drop such blueprints. And other soldier ants and worker ants will definitely not be able to drop them. Moreover, not every demonic Ant King can drop it. The first one Song Jian hunted did not drop the corresponding blueprint. If you want to get a complete set, you probably have to hunt dozens of Ant Kings. With Song Jian's current strength, with the help of the Ant King slave and the Ant Soul Orb, it's okay to deal with a single demonized Ant King. Once there are more than 2, they will probably turn around and run away. If there are also demonized worker ants and soldier ants like a tide, it is simply impossible to hunt enough Ant Kings. I don't even know if there are 20 Ant Kings in this nest. Song Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head. After hunting down the Ant King guardian, the Ant King slave seemed to fall into fatigue, shaking and trembling slightly, and slowly lying down, motionless. Song Jian frowned slightly. There was only one demonized Ant King left in the mission. As long as he found and killed it, his mission would be completed, and he would return to the city of Doomsday and obtain an epic item. At this time, if the assistance of the Ant King slave is lost, the difficulty of the mission will probably increase a lot. Is it because the battle just now was too intense and the consumption was too great? Song Jian guessed in his heart, and couldn't help but reach out to shake it twice. As a result, when he touched the Ant King slave, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, your slave Golden Ant King is in the process of evolution. Disturbing it will have an irreversible impact on it. Do you want to continue? Song Jian was shocked and subconsciously retracted his hand. Evolution? At this time, Song Jian suddenly remembered that the Ant King slave had swallowed a lot of ant eggs before. Maybe it's because it swallowed a lot of ant eggs. So it's like this? If the evolution of the Ant King slave is disturbed at this time, there is a high probability that it will anger the Ant King slave. Song Jian hesitated for a long time, shook his head, and turned to walk towards the entrance of the passage. because of the existence of the slave contract. As long as the Ant King slave wakes up after the evolution, it will instinctively look for its master and return to Song Jian. Therefore, Song Jian is not worried that the Ant King slave will get lost. However, there are too many demonized soldier ants in the demonized ant nest at this time. Without the assistance of the Ant King slave, it will be very troublesome. The system does not give the time required for evolution. It seems that we can't count on it next, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian's figure disappeared in the brooding room. The entire brooding room was covered with a thick layer of milky white liquid. The Ant King slave suddenly opened his eyes. A little dazzling gold bloomed in his scarlet eyes. It stared at the direction where Song Jian left without moving for a long time, before slowly closing its eyes again. At this time, a strong suction force was generated from the body of the Ant King slave, and the surrounding milky white liquid began to ripple slightly, and then all rushed towards the Ant King slave. After a while, these milky white liquids completely wrapped up the Ant King slave, and finally formed a huge white ant cocoon with a height of more than 3 meters. Chapter 496 Black Lake. Song Jian returned to the previous fork and chose another passage to continue walking forward. The swarm of demonized soldier ants rushed towards him. In the fierce fighting, Song Jian had to kill several or even dozens of demonized soldier ants for every meter he walked forward. Without the ant soul beads, no matter how strong Song Jian was, he could only seek a way out under the siege of demonized soldier ants like a tide. And it was impossible to go deeper. The demonized ant nest was dark, and Song Jian didn't know how long he had been killing. Unknowingly, the demonized soldier ants blocking him in front were getting fewer and fewer, and the demonized soldier ant corpses left behind were increasing. If these corpses did not spontaneously combust and burn every once in a while, I am afraid that the entire passage would be filled with the corpses of demonized soldier ants. After an unknown amount of time, Song Jian suddenly saw a clear view. Standing at the entrance and looking forward, a huge black lake appeared in front of him. In the air above the lake, there stood a 5 or 6 meter long space gap. From this gap, endless black aura emanated. On the one hand, these black auras were consolidating the space gap, and on the other hand, they were also continuously blending into the lake below. This black lake was very large. Song Jian could not see the end of the black lake at all. With the injection of black aura, the surface of the lake kept rolling, and bubbles popped up from time to time, which looked like boiling. There is a small island in the black lake. There is no grass on this island. There is only a huge ant lying on it, which is covered with golden light. The whole body of this ant is tightly bound by black chains. Some chains have even been deeply embedded in the hard shell of this golden ant. Song Jian saw that around this golden giant ant, there were ant eggs emitting golden light. From a distance, there were hundreds of them. It looked similar to the previous egg breeding chamber, but the size of the ant eggs here was much larger than that of the egg breeding chamber, and the number was several times less than that of the egg breeding chamber. At this moment, a huge golden ant egg suddenly exploded, and a wet ant drilled out of it. As soon as it appeared, it shook its wings and roared at the big ant tied by the black chain. Is this the Ant King? Song Jian stared at the newly born golden ant in astonishment. He did not expect that all the ants hatched from these golden ant eggs were golden ant kings. Buzz! With a slight vibration of air, the newly born Ant King rushed towards the ant tied up by the black chain. The moment it approached the other party, the Ant King waved its front jaws and bit the black chain fiercely. Puff, puff, puff. Acid was constantly sprayed out of the mouth of the Ant King. When the acid came into contact with the black chain, it reacted violently, and the sound of hissing corrosion was endless. However, as soon as the black chain was damaged, a large amount of black air surged out of the gap in the space above his head, continuously attached to the chain and repaired it. The giant ant tied by the black chain was motionless, as if dead, allowing the golden Ant King to spit acid and fight against the black chain. But not long after, the surrounding black air surged towards the golden Ant King, and the black air turned into ropes, binding the golden Ant King all over his body, and then slowly dragged him into the black lake. Song Jian suddenly felt a little familiar with the scene in front of him. He had used the Abyss summoning to sign a slave contract with the golden Ant King before, which seemed very similar to the scene in front of him. The power of the Abyss. I didn't expect that this place would also be eroded by the power of the Abyss. Song Jian was speechless. Although he also borrowed the power of the Abyss, he always felt heavy in his heart when he saw this scene. Song Jian saw that golden ant eggs were constantly hatching. and all of them were golden ant kings. The first thing they did after hatching was to pounce on the huge golden ant tied up by the black chain, using acid, front jaws, fangs, claws, and all other methods and means to rescue the huge golden ant. However, because of the space crack in the air, the black abyss breath continued to pour out from it. Once the black chain was destroyed, the abyss breath would quickly merge into the chain and completely repair its damage. Song Jian believed that the black chain on the giant golden ant was also condensed by the breath of the abyss, which was exactly the same as the chain that appeared when he cast the charm of the abyss. These newly hatched golden ant kings will soon be tied up by ropes condensed by the breath of the abyss, and then dragged into the black lake without any sound. Song Jian could feel that the giant golden ant on the island was resisting the erosion of the breath of the abyss with all its strength. There was a thin layer of golden-like curtain on the surface of its body, even if the black chain had sunk deep into its hard shell. This thin layer of golden-like curtain was still resisting the erosion of the black chain. However, all it can do now is to resist with all its might. However, because of the existence of the space gap in the air, the abyss breath is endless. Song Jian believes that if this huge golden ant has no other means, the final result will be that it will be eroded by the abyss breath and become an abyss creature. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw that the edge of the black lake began to roll violently, spitting bubbles like magma, and a pitch-black ant king slowly walked out of the lake. Demonized Ant King. This is Demonized Ant King? Looking at the Ant King who just stood on the lake, Song Jian's face was full of surprise. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that all the demonized ant kings in this nest came from this way? Those golden ant kings dragged into the lake by the breath of the abyss were all transformed into demonized ant kings after being eroded? But the number doesn't match. The demonized ant king who came out of the black lake turned his head and looked towards the island with scarlet eyes. He opened his front jaws, cracked his mouth and roared loudly, then slowly walked towards a passage. At this time, Song Jian saw the golden ant, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the demonized ant king. With a helpless and sad look in his eyes, Song Jian hesitated for a moment, looked at the demonized ant king that had just transformed, and turned his head to walk towards the black lake. He could feel that the black lake was full of strong abyss power. If ordinary creatures approached, they would probably be immediately transformed into abyss creatures. The moment Song Jian approached the black lake, 5 or 6 black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the rolling water of the black lake and flew towards Song Jian. Chapter 497 Legendary Creatures. These black tentacles shot towards Song Jian, trying to bind him. The power of the abyss has the greed to transform all creatures into abyss creatures. Once it senses the breath of other creatures, it will use this coercive method to make the other party surrender. Boom! Song Jian's body suddenly burned with raging flames. The black flames were darker and deeper than the lake in front of him. The tentacles that were originally reaching out to him suddenly froze and stopped in midair. Looking at a loss, Song Jian summoned the Book of the Abyss, and a strong breath of the abyss emanated from the Book of the Abyss. The black tentacles that were originally reaching out to Song Jian suddenly softened and lay on the ground. Just like a minister seeing his monarch, the black tentacles began to disintegrate, turning back into liquid and slowly flowing back into the lake. Seeing this scene, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a thought, the black flames burning on the surface of his body suddenly turned into a suit of armor, protecting his entire body. Song Jian walked towards the black lake step by step. The moment he stepped on the lake, he suddenly felt a hard feeling under his feet, as if he was stepping on solid ground. Song Jian's heart moved, and he walked forward. Sure enough, with every step he took, the rolling lake surface suddenly became quiet, turning into a solid existence, supporting Song Jian to walk forward step by step. Soon, Song Jian walked to the island in the lake. It was called an island, but it was actually a huge rock without any plants on it. The dark rock looked no different from the black lake water. Song Jian found out after he got on the island that the huge golden ant in front of him was even bigger than what he saw when he stood by the lake. This huge golden ant was more than 10 meters tall and looked like a tall building. Its carapace was streamlined, giving people a strange sense of beauty. The hard carapace shone with a golden luster, just like armor. Under the hard golden carapace, Song Jian could feel that the pieces of flesh and blood full of power were emitting vigorous vitality, giving people a feeling of power and vitality. There was a series of question marks on the head of this giant golden ant. and the color was light yellow, indicating that it was a neutral monster. On each joint of this giant golden ant, there were black chains as thick as arms, and these chains had merged with the black rock island under its feet, making it impossible for it to break free. As soon as Song Jian stepped onto the island, this giant golden ant seemed to sense his presence, suddenly opened its eyes, and looked towards Song Jian. The eyes of this giant golden ant were like a huge, complete jade, emitting a faint green light. Human, I can feel that your soul has not been eroded by the power of the abyss. Why are you here? The huge golden ant stared at Song Jian, and the voice sounded in Song Jian's heart. It sounded low and hoarse, but the tone was very calm, not like a prisoner in prison at all. I am just an adventurer who accidentally discovered this place. Song Jian stared into the eyes of the huge golden ant and said. The huge monster in front of him was the second largest monster he had seen in this game, second only to the huge skeleton that was over 100 meters tall. In the game, the strength of the monster is often proportional to its size. The larger the monster, the stronger it is. Although the golden ant was tightly bound by the black abyss chains, Song Jian could feel the powerful force and vitality in its body. The closer he got to the giant golden ant, the stronger the feeling became. Song Jian even had an illusion that if the giant golden ant wanted to, it could break free from the black abyss chains at any time. Adventurer. The giant golden ant stared at Song Jian, and a voice rang in Song Jian's heart. You have the smell of my offspring, and they are offspring that have not been eroded by the power of the abyss. Although I am bound here, I can still feel their presence. Song Jian's heart moved. The other party should be talking about his Ant King slave, because of the existence of the slave contract. Song Jian naturally carried a trace of the Ant King slave's breath. I have a golden Ant King as a fighting partner. We have fought together before, but it is now on the verge of evolution. So we are not together now, Song Jian said. He would not tell the giant golden ant the truth. If the other party knew that he had a golden Ant King larva as a slave, he would probably be so angry that he would break free and kill himself immediately. You are lucky, and my offspring is also lucky to meet you. The giant golden ant moved its antennae slightly and pointed at Song Jian. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Song Jian's whole body. You will receive my blessing, and I hope I can help you. The voice of the giant golden ant sounded in Song Jian's heart. System, you have received the blessing of a legendary creature, the mark of the emperor. For species with a rank lower than that of a legendary creature, they will be deterred in front of you. Deterrent effect? Song Jian raised his eyebrows. Any creature with a rank lower than that of the giant golden ant in front of him would flee when they meet Song Jian. Even if they fight with Song Jian, they cannot exert their full strength. If this effect can always be on Song Jian, then it will be much easier for Song Jian to fight monsters and level up in the future. Thank you, respected legendary creature. Thank you for your blessing. I wonder if there is anything I can do to help you. Song Jian bowed and saluted the golden ant. After performing the blessing, the huge golden ant showed a trace of fatigue, and its antennae drooped down. It said to Song Jian, this is what you deserve, and I have something else to give you. Song Jian had a barely perceptible smile on his face. Sure enough, the reason why this huge golden ant blessed him right away was, on the one hand, because it felt the pure breath of the Ant King on Song Jian, and on the other hand, it also had something to ask of Song Jian. I don't know if there is anything I can do to help you. Please just tell me, Song Jian said. Do you see that space gap in the air? That is the space crack leading to the abyss. I want you to fill it up completely, the golden ant said. Fix the space crack? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face, and said, with my current strength, I am afraid it will be difficult to complete this task. Don't worry. As long as you do what I say, it will be easy to complete this task. The golden ant said, if you can fill this space gap, I will also give you a treasure as a task reward. Chapter 498, Ant King Treasure Box. After listening to the words of the giant golden ant, Song Jian hesitated. He could feel that the other party was not very sincere, so he insisted on asking the other party to explain the task in detail before deciding whether to accept the task. After entering this game for a long time, Song Jian has discovered how tricky the tasks in this game are, and not all tasks can be completed with his current strength. Many NPCs who issue tasks originally have bad intentions. Young human, this is really a very easy task to complete, especially for you. I can sense that you have a strong power in your body. The golden ant glanced at Song Jian. slowly closed his emerald eyes, and said, "This gap is the channel for the abyss to break through the spatial laws and invade the real world. If you ignore it, this gap will become larger and larger, and eventually it will form a gate to the abyss. At that time, the abyss army will continue to appear here. To close this gap, you need a treasure with spatial power. This black lake was originally my habitat, but because of the invasion of the power of the abyss, it has become what it is now. I need you to go deep into this lake and find a necklace from it. Only by finding that necklace can you fill this spatial gap. System, are you willing to accept the commission of the legendary creature Golden Ant Emperor Tauros? Find the chain of time and space. The mission time limit is 1 hour. And the penalty for mission failure, the level is reduced by 1 level. 1 hour. This lake is so big. It is impossible for me to find a small necklace from the bottom of the lake in an hour. Song Jian glanced at the system prompt. The huge creature in front of him turned out to be the Golden Ant Emperor, which surprised Song Jian a little. However, seeing the time limit and penalty of this mission, he couldn't help but frown. In fact, you don't need an hour at all. This item is deep in the bottom of the lake under my feet. You only need to dive along this island and circle around the island at most to find the necklace. Moreover, there are other treasures together with the chain of time and space. If you can find them, those treasures can be given to you as gifts. Do we just need to search around the lake bottom of this small island? Song Jian glanced at the black rock under the feet of the Golden Ant Emperor Tauros. And after thinking for a long time, he finally nodded and agreed. Seeing Song Jian nod in agreement, Tauros felt relieved, and a human smile appeared on his face. Although he closed his eyes, he still nodded to Song Jian. Now all its strength is used to resist the erosion of the power of the abyss. Any action will consume a lot of its physical strength, so it dare not move at all now. System, you have accepted the commission of the legendary creature Golden Ant Emperor Tauros. Song Jian looked at the countdown in the taskbar, jumped into the black lake. Tauros opened his eyes and looked at the ripples on the lake after Song Jian jumped in, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. The power of the abyss in this lake is as strong as the real abyss. No matter what creature enters, it will be eroded by the power of the abyss, lose self-awareness, and become an abyss creature. Only Song Jian, who can control the power of the abyss, can jump into the lake intact and look for the chain of time and space it mentioned at the bottom of the lake. Song Jian entered the lake, and it was pitch dark, just like jumping into a vat of ink. Moreover, the lake water here is full of the power of the abyss. After entering, he could even feel that the lake water around him turned into countless tentacles, trying to wrap around him. However, as soon as these tentacles approached him, they felt the breath of the abyss magic armor on his body and immediately shrank back, which made Song Jian feel a little relieved. With the help of the abyss magic armor, Song Jian successfully dived to the bottom of the lake. The vertical eye between Song Jian's eyebrows bloomed a 3-inch long light, but he could only barely see the surrounding area less than 1 meter. In such an environment with extremely low visibility, trying to find a necklace is like finding a needle in the sea. Fortunately, Tauros had told Song Jian the search range. Otherwise, he would not be able to find the quest item even if he searched at the bottom of the lake for 3 days and 3 nights. Crack Song Jian dived to the bottom of the lake and seemed to step on something. He looked down and found that it was a brittle skeleton. Ant King? Song Jian was shocked and looked carefully. Under his feet, it was indeed the skeleton of an ant king, but he didn't know how long it had been dead. The flesh and blood of the whole body had been corroded cleanly, leaving only a layer of carapace on the surface of the body. But even this carapace had been eroded by the power of the abyss and became rotten and brittle. A slight touch would reveal a big hole. At this time, Song Jian suddenly thought of the golden ant kings that were pulled into the lake by the lake water. It seems that not all golden ant kings were transformed into demonized ant kings. Many golden ant kings died directly in this lake. Thinking of this, Song Jian's mind moved. Within his sight, there was a thick layer of golden ant king skeletons on the bottom of the lake. It seems that many ant kings did not transform into demonized ant kings and died here. Song Jian shook his head slightly. Just a gap in the abyss has invaded such a large group into such a state. If such a gap in the abyss appears in the Doomsday City, I am afraid that the entire city will eventually become a land of abyss. No, there are abyssal gaps in the Doomsday City, but these places have evolved into the dungeon secret realm mode of the game, which firmly locks the scope of the abyssal gaps and will not spread outward like here. Song Jian thought of the black magic mist that he had seen rising into the sky before. and the black pyramid in the center of the city. And he felt a chill in his heart. I don't know where the chain of time and space is. Fortunately, the scope of this small island is not large, so it should be easy to find. Song Jian began to slowly search along the huge black rock beside him, since Toro said that this time-space chain was together with a bunch of treasures. It must be very eye-catching. Song Jian didn't have any food now, so he could only try his best to expand the search range. After all, he could only rely on the vertical eye between his eyebrows to search. Soon, Song Jian went around to the back of the island. On a protruding rock, he saw a golden treasure chest more than half a foot high, emitting dazzling light. In the black lake, it was like a bright sun shining brightly. Found it. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 499 Skeleton of the Abyss Ant King. Seeing the golden treasure chest in front of him, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. You know, this mission has a time limit, and the penalty for mission failure is to reduce one level. Song Jian is now level 24. The combat experience required for each level up is several times that of the previous one. Falling a level means that Song Jian's efforts for more than 10 days have all been wasted. Looking at the time, there are still more than 40 minutes, which should be plenty of time. Song Jian swam towards the golden treasure chest carefully. The closer the mission is to be completed, the more cautious you have to be. No one knows whether this step will complete the mission and get a rich reward, or a trap, a bottomless abyss, and lose your life. Just when Song Jian was about to approach the treasure chest, he suddenly felt a black shadow rushing towards him. Two burning green flames in the black shadows stared at Song Jian, as if they saw prey. This is... Song Jian's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that there would be monsters in this lake full of abyss power. The previous caution finally paid off. Song Jian reacted quickly, kicked the rock under the treasure chest, and rushed back. Puff! A sharp white light flashed, and the lake where Song Jian just stood was cut open. At this time, Song Jian could see the full appearance of the monster opposite. This is an undead creature made of ant skeletons. Although it is much smaller than the golden ant Tauros, it is twice the size of an ordinary demonized ant king. Its entire body is made of black carapace, but it can be clearly seen from the joints and seams of the body that there is no flesh and blood in this huge monster. From these joints and seams, a dark green light is emitted. There is a pair of broken wings on its back, and the edges of the wings emit black breath tassels, which look like an extension of the wings. Abyss Ant King Skeleton. Level 30. Lord level. First order combat power. Chi and health value, 9,000/9,000. The Abyss is watching you. The jawbone of the Abyss Ant King Skeleton moved slightly, and a deep voice sounded in Song Jian's heart. The language of the Abyss. Song Jian's heart sank. Although the monster in front of him was just a skeleton, it was a genuine Abyss creature. Most of the creatures Song Jian encountered before were creatures that were eroded by the power of the Abyss, and had a trace of the Abyss. Their bodies were not completely transformed. Even those demonized ant kings could not be completely called Abyss creatures, because they did not understand the language of the Abyss. Only creatures that have comprehended the language of the Abyss can be called Abyss creatures. After saying this, the Abyss Ant King Skeleton opened its mouth, and a sharp air force gushed out of its mouth. This air force stirred the lake water, forming a water dragon, rushing towards Song Jian. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at the water dragon. With a loud bang, it was like a dynamite explosion. A 5 or 6 meter high water column rose from the boiling lake surface. A damage of more than 100 points floated above Song Jian's head, although he had scattered the water dragon in the previous attack. The moment the water dragon exploded, it suddenly turned into countless black icicles and attacked him. In this lake full of abyssal power, the Abyss Ant King Skeleton was walking on flat ground, with an extremely fast speed. Song Jian had just stood firm when the Abyss Ant King rushed in front of him. A ball of black acid spurted out from the mouth of the Abyss Ant King. Song Jian didn't even have a chance to react before he was hit in the chest by the black acid. Song Jian suddenly received a critical hit of more than 600 points above his head, and a heart-wrenching burning pain came from his chest, making him groan in pain. Looking at the two balls of burning green flames in the eyes of the Abyss Ant King, Song Jian gritted his teeth and let out a roar from his throat. The long sword in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light, and suddenly slashed from the bottom. The long sword slashed out a golden sword energy, which immediately cut the surrounding black lake water and slashed fiercely on the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King. The Abyss Ant King skeleton was directly chopped away by the golden sword energy. Its huge body jumped high, let out a shrill roar in the air, and then fell heavily into the lake. For the creatures of the abyss, the sacred power caused the greatest damage to them. Caught off guard, the Abyss Ant King skeleton could not withstand the sacred power that was constantly surging in its body. Crack! Bang! Half of the Abyss Ant King skeleton began to break into pieces. And then a strong golden energy rushed out of its body, directly blasting its hard body apart. For a moment, green light rushed out of the Abyss Skeleton Ant King's body, like blood splashing everywhere. Song Jian smiled and looked at his chest. The original silver leather armor had been corroded in a large area, and the durability was reduced to less than 10 points. Even the flesh on his chest began to slowly corrode and dissolve, and his blood value continued to decline. Song Jian frowned slightly. The ant soul beads he wore seemed to have no effect on the Abyss Ant King skeleton. At this moment, the Abyss Ant King skeleton suddenly burst into a shrill howl, and the boiling lake water began to wash over its body. The green light that had been gushing out was gradually retracted into its body. The originally exploded body began to be repaired by waves of black aura. After a while, the seriously injured Abyss Ant King skeleton was completely recovered. Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly realized how stupid it was to fight an abyss creature in this environment full of abyss power. Damn! Song Jian's mind moved, and a pair of steel wings suddenly bloomed behind him. His body flew up like an arrow, leaping out of the black lake and flying into the air. However, the Abyss Ant King skeleton was not to be outdone. It spread its broken wings behind it, and followed Song Jian out of the lake. In midair, Song Jian and the Abyss Ant King skeleton looked at each other. On the small island, Tauros, the ancestor of the Golden Ant King, raised his head and looked at the Abyss Ant King skeleton with a look of surprise. This is... It did not sense any trace of the Golden Ant clan's aura from this Abyss Ant King. This was an abyss creature that was completely condensed by the power of the abyss. It just looked very similar to the Golden Ant clan, and the material that made up its body was also the corpse of the Golden Ant King. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the Golden Ant clan. Tauros, the ancestor of the Golden Ant King, suddenly became furious and let out a shocking roar. Chapter 510 Seconds. In the eyes of the Golden Ant King Tauros, all the golden ants are his children. Even those who were infected by the breath of the abyss and degenerated into the demonized ants were only temporarily degenerated. As long as the gaps in the abyss were filled and the breath of the abyss was completely expelled, these demonized ants would sooner or later be restored to the golden ants. But he did not expect that in the depths of the Black Lake, there were actually golden ants who had completely degenerated into abyssal creatures. He could not sense any trace of the breath of the golden ants from the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King, who was fighting with Song Jian in midair. The appearance of the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King made Tauros feel a little scared. Once he completely became an abyss creature, he would never be able to turn back. The angry Tauros began to struggle. Even though the abyss chains bound him tightly, he was still trying his best, with energy surging all over his body like a tide. Boom! The entire black rock carrying Tauros made a trembling sound. The black abyss chains were very tight, and some of them had even been squeezed into Tauros's shell. If it weren't for the faint golden light curtain on the surface of his body, the black chains would definitely be able to smash Tauros's shell and cause fatal damage to it. Bang! 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 Tauros broke the abyss chains one by one, and the abyss breath had no time to recover. Tauros suddenly stood up, although there were still a few abyss chains tightly binding the back half of its body. It suddenly stood up, and its height had reached almost the same height as Song Jian. Annihilate! Blasphemer! Tauros roared, and the whole cave trembled and shook slightly. The huge front claws waved towards the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King, and 3 brilliant chi burst out with dazzling light and flew towards the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King. For some reason, the body of the Abyss Ant King skeleton suddenly froze, facing the 3 brilliant golden chi. It didn't even dodge. Swish! With a crisp tearing sound, the body of the Abyss Ant King skeleton was directly torn apart by the 3 golden brilliant auras. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that although Tauros had been bound by the power of the abyss for who knows how many years, he still retained such terrifying strength. After releasing this move, Tauros still retained an angry look, and his body began to fall to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Toros's body slammed heavily on the black rock island, and the surrounding lake water suddenly surged and rose to a height of dozens of meters. Song Jian watched the torn body of the Abyss Ant King skeleton fall into the lake, and there was always a sense of unreality in his heart. When he looked at Toros again, he felt a deep sadness in his eyes. Countless black mists emerged from the cracks in the abyss, turning into thicker chains, wrapping around Toros. Toros remained motionless, allowing these abyss chains to bind him tightly. Song Jian frowned slightly, as if he had sensed something. He waved his iron wings fiercely, and flew towards the black lake like an arrow. Diving deep into the bottom of the lake, Song Jian could feel that the abyss power in the lake was rapidly surging towards the place where the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King fell. It seems that in such an environment, abyss creatures are immortal. Song Jian's heart sank, and he quickly rushed towards the golden treasure chest. Song Jian didn't know if Toros could explode again. If the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King really recovered, Song Jian would not be able to defeat it in such an environment with his strength. Song Jian rushed to the treasure chest and reached out to touch the cover of the treasure chest. System, do you want to open the Ant King treasure chest? Warning. If you open the Ant King treasure chest without the permission of the Ant King ancestor, you will be hunted down by the golden ants. Open! Song Jian immediately chose to say that now was a time to race against time. He could feel that the Abyss Ant King ancestor was recovering at a very fast speed. A progress bar appeared in front of Song Jian. It took 30 seconds to open this treasure chest. System, the Ant King treasure box is opening. 3%. 5%. Roar. A beast-like roar exploded in Song Jian's ears. He felt that the flow of the water under the black lake suddenly accelerated, as if someone was stirring the water vigorously. The Abyss Ant King skeleton had fully recovered at this time, with a black aura lingering all over his body. The whole body seemed to have grown a little bigger. A sharp horn grew on his forehead, and the wings behind him also turned into bat-like flesh wings. Black wings, dark red meridians, and a bone claw was slowly protruding from the joints. Song Jian was motionless, nervously opening the treasure box. And the progress of opening was advancing bit by bit. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the Abyss Ant King skeleton. It had fully recovered and its momentum was stronger than before. At this time, Song Jian's health value was less than 1,000 points, and all the supplies had been consumed. Now, he could only rely on his own health value recovery speed to recover little by little. Now he was no match for the Abyss Ant King skeleton. Hurry up. Faster. Song Jian was extremely anxious. In his opinion, every second of the 30 seconds was a torture. Once the Abyss Ant King interrupted his progress in opening the treasure chest, he might never have a chance to touch the treasure chest again. Boom. The Abyss Ant King soared into the sky. In the air, his green eyes, like ghost fire, were staring at Song Jian, who was opening the treasure chest. The black lake water seemed to be unable to block his sight at all. Even the ancestor of the Golden Ant King. It did not even look at it. Song Jian suddenly felt his muscles tighten and his hair stood up. The huge thread was like a big net that bound him tightly, making him dare not move. It found me. Song Jian's heart sank, and he felt desperate. It would take more than 10 seconds to open the treasure chest. But Song Jian knew that the Abyss Ant King would not give him these 10 seconds. 10 seconds? I only need 10 seconds. Song Jian shouted in his heart. He hoped that the Golden Ant King ancestor could help him stop the Abyss Ant King for a while. But at this time, the Golden Ant King ancestor was tied up by more than a dozen abyss chains, and was bound like a dumpling, and could not move at all. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly remembered that he had a skill called Abyss Phantom. But the clone created by this skill was illusory after all, and he didn't know if he could deceive the Abyss Ant King. With a thought, a clone that looked exactly like Song Jian appeared next to the treasure chest. As soon as the clone appeared, it rushed out of the lake, waving its sword and pounced on the Abyss Ant King. The Abyss Ant King showed a human-like puzzled expression on his face, glanced at the clone rushing over, and then glanced at the treasure chest at the bottom of the lake, and actually ignored the clone rushing over, folded his wings, and dived in the direction of the treasure chest. Chapter 501 Book of the Abyss. Song Jian looked at the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King running straight towards him, and his heart suddenly sank. It could actually distinguish the Abyss Phantom from the real body? Could it be that the Abyss Phantom had a strong Abyss aura on it, and the other party had noticed it? There were less than 10 seconds left to open the treasure chest. But 10 seconds was enough for the Abyss Ant King to kill Song Jian 3 or 4 times. Under Song Jian's control, the Abyss Phantom swung his sword towards the Abyss Ant King, slashed it on the head, but was blown away by the other party's wings. The sharp bone claws cut a more than 1 foot long wound on the Abyss Phantom's chest. A strong black aura, like blood, spurted out from the wound. The Abyss Phantom became much more illusory in an instant, and the figure flickered slightly, as if it would disappear in the next moment. Song Jian was shocked. The Abyss Phantom was no match for the Abyss Ant King's skeleton. Roar! The Abyss Ant King spread his wings and roared towards the Black Lake. In an instant, an invisible tornado rose above the lake and a large amount of Black Lake water was swept up, forming a real black tornado. Song Jian suddenly felt his surroundings lighten. There was not a drop of lake water in the 10-meter area around him. All of it was swept into the air. The power of the abyss was like a circular wall, blocking the surrounding Black Lake water outside and forming a depression. Song Jian placed his left hand on the treasure chest of the Ant King, and held the red fire-hard monkey sword tightly with his right hand. He looked up, and saw a hint of mockery in the eyes of the Abyss Ant King's skeleton. He raised his head to accumulate strength, and a thick black breath condensed in the mouth of the Abyss Ant King. After a while, a huge black energy ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter was condensed. Now Song Jian couldn't move at all, like a fixed target, and could only let the Abyss Ant King accumulate strength and perform the most powerful move. This can't go on. If we don't think of a way, not only will the treasure chest not be opened, but I'm afraid I will be killed by the opponent in one move. Song Jian frowned, and cold sweat flowed down his cheeks. The resurrected Abyss Ant King skeleton was a bit stronger than before. Otherwise, the Abyss Phantom, which had 70% of Song Jian's strength, could not have been seriously injured without even resisting a single blow. Song Jian's mind raced. What other means do I have to stop it? At this moment, the Abyss book in his dantian suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Song Jian was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Damn! How could I forget the Abyss book? Thinking of this, Song Jian's mind moved, and the Abyss book came out of his body and floated in front of him. Walala! The book of the Abyss was turning without wind, and the pages were turning quickly. When the pages stopped, a heavy sigh suddenly sounded on the entire lake. With this sigh, the Abyss Ant King, who was rushing towards the lake like a cannonball, suddenly froze and stopped abruptly. A look of horror appeared in his pair of green ghost fire eyes. Immediately, his 6 legs lay on the cold lake surface. His flesh wings drooped, and he dared not raise his head, just like a giant reptile, trembling all over. The black tornado had already begun to attack Song Jian, but at the moment when the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King lost consciousness, the tornado that had lost control suddenly made a loud bang and exploded directly. Tons of Black Lake water fell from the sky, as if it was raining heavily. The wall formed by the power of the abyss around Song Jian not only blocked the explosion of the black tornado, but also blocked the torrential rain outside. Seeing the Abyss Ant King in such a state, Song Jian was delighted. There were only a few seconds left to open the treasure chest. Unexpectedly, in front of the Book of the Abyss, the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King looked so humble. What Song Jian didn't know was that the moment the Book of the Abyss appeared, the priestess who was sitting in the new media library reading a book suddenly froze, closed the page, and looked in the direction of the demonized ant nest. Her deep eyes seemed to be able to penetrate thousands of obstacles. After a long time, the priestess sighed deeply, and a trace of sadness and pity appeared in her eyes. Standing up, the priestess casually drew a light blue teleportation light gate in front of her eyes, and the priestess stepped into the light gate and disappeared. In a temple of the goddess of dawn, a heroic dawn knight was kneeling on one knee, holding a sword in one hand and pressing the other hand on his chest, with his head lowered and praying to the statue of the goddess. At this time, a light blue light gate appeared behind him, and the priestess Cecilia walked out of the light gate. Seeing the praying dawn knight, she couldn't help but smile and nodded slightly. Yeah? The priestess called out. Raised his head, revealing a handsome and resolute face. Since being brought back to the temple of the goddess of dawn by Cecilia, has been receiving the teachings of the Dawn Knight. At this time, Ya's level has reached level 30. As long as he passes the first level combat test, he can be promoted from a Dawn Knight to a Dawn Knight. Priest. Ya stood up, bowed deeply to Cecilia, and said respectfully, "Yeah, the power of the abyss is getting stronger and stronger. I need you to return to Song Jian and help him fight against the power of the abyss," Cecilia said. As the goddess's spokesperson, it is normal for the priestess to give orders to the goddess's guardian knights. All the goddess's knights must obey the priestess's words. After hearing this, Ye frowned slightly, looked into the priestess's eyes and said, "Priest, although Song Jian is a god-favored person, he is not a believer of the great goddess of dawn. And I can also feel the existence of the power of the abyss from him. Don't you feel the existence of the divine power from him?" the priestess suddenly asked. Yamo ran. The main reason why he was willing to follow Song Jian and become his follower was that he felt the existence of the divine power from Song Jian. And Song Jian could also perform sword skills that only the Dawn Knight could perform. So Yin naturally regarded him as a believer of the Dawn Goddess. But after he was brought to the Goddess Temple by the priestess, he realized that Song Jian was not a believer of the Dawn Goddess. So he didn't care much about becoming his follower, and even didn't want to return to Song Jian at all. "All this is the will of the goddess," the priestess said in a strong tone. "You must do your best to assist Song Jian, even if it means sacrificing your life." He had trembled all over, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. But when he saw Cecilia's firm expression, he lowered his head, knelt on one knee to Cecilia, and said, "Dawn Guardian Knight Ye, obey the order of the priest." Chapter 502 Backlash. Song Jian chanted the Abyss mantra while casting the Abyss Charm skill on the Abyss Ant King skeleton. The success rate of casting the Abyss Charm on Abyss creatures seems to be very high. The Abyss Ant King, who had already rushed to the surface of the lake, was actually stiff on the surface of the lake, and his two ghost-like eyes revealed a strong fear. The Abyss Charm took too long to cast. Once other creatures felt the power of the charm, they would definitely cause a lot of hatred. If they were not restrained, no matter how strong the previous hatred was, they would definitely rush directly towards Song Jian. However, the Abyss Ant King skeleton did not dare to move, lying on the surface of the lake and constantly wailing. Even the Golden Ant King ancestor opened his eyes and looked over, full of surprise. Click! With a light sound, Song Jian successfully opened the Ant King treasure box. Song Jian directly cancelled the Abyss Charm and reached out to the bottom of the box. Soon, a purple-red cross necklace was wrapped around Song Jian's hand and was pulled out by him. Then he fished out a palm-sized pet egg. This pet egg was snow white, with light golden lines on the surface. There was no trace of impurities, and it was crystal clear. Song Jian was ecstatic. He didn't expect that he would get a pet egg. Usually, the pet eggs obtained in the nest of the Golden Ant tribe are likely to be golden ants. And the one that can be collected by the ancestor of the Golden Ant King in the Ant King treasure box is at least an Ant King egg. Song Jian put the pet egg into the parcel column, fumbled in the treasure chest for a while, and took out a gauntlet that looked like an ant's leg. At this time, because of the interruption of the Abyss Charm, the skeleton of the Abyss Ant King let out a shrill roar and slapped the lake with one claw. With a boom, the lake water splashed several meters high, and the Abyss aura wall around Song Jian also collapsed in an instant. The surrounding lake water rushed towards Song Jian like a tidal wave. Song Jian picked up the gauntlet and rummaged in the box twice. After not finding anything else, he immediately jumped out of the water. "How should I use it?" Song Jian grabbed the cross necklace and shouted to the ancestor of the Golden Ant King, "Throw it towards the abyss." The Golden Ant Emperor ancestor showed excitement in his eyes and roared, the sound echoing in Song Jian's heart. This is probably the only chance for the Golden Ant Emperor ancestor to escape. If it fails, no matter how strong it is, it will sink in this kind of erosion. Song Jian roared and threw the cross necklace in his hand towards the gap in time and space. In midair, the cross necklace suddenly burst into a dazzling purple-red light, and turned into a huge cross sword in midair, with a blazing golden flame burning on the surface of the blade. This cross sword seemed to be wielded by someone, slashing fiercely towards the gap in time and space. For a moment, the golden flame suddenly spread out, and the whole cave seemed to be shrouded in golden flames. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole underground cave shook violently, and the gravel above rolled down. The black lake seemed to be enraged, and it raised huge waves several meters high, one after another, hitting the surroundings. The skeleton of the Abyss Ant King roared, and its huge body began to be corroded and burned under the illumination of the golden flames. It quickly disintegrated into a black sand-like existence at a speed visible to the naked eye. and disappeared without a trace when the wind blew. Song Jian also felt a strong burning sensation on his body. He looked at the abyss magic armor on his body, and found that bubbles had appeared on the surface. In a few seconds, it was already burned beyond recognition. With a thought, he quickly touched the abyss magic armor. There was no trace of the abyss breath on his body. At this time, the golden light shone over him. Song Jian only felt a warm feeling on his body, and there was no longer the feeling of high temperature burning before. The abyss gap in the air disappeared, and the cross lightsaber necklace also disappeared. It seemed that they died together. Or in other words, the cross lightsaber necklace filled the gap in time and space. However, the golden flames in the cave were still there at this time, and the black lake surface began to boil, and a raging flame burned on the surface. It seemed that it was burning with the abyss power in the black lake as fuel. The golden ant emperor ancestor roared excitedly, and his 6 thick ant legs stomped on the ground fiercely, and his body bulged like a hill. Bang, bang, bang. The abyss chains on the golden ant emperor ancestor's body broke one by one. But at this time, there was no abyss power to restore these black chains. After a while, the golden ant emperor ancestor regained his freedom. But after breaking these chains, the golden ant emperor ancestor seemed to have consumed too much energy, and suddenly lay down again, panting heavily, with a tired look on his face. Thank you, human warrior. You saved the golden ant tribe. From now on, the golden ant tribe will be your forever friends. The golden ant emperor ancestor glanced at Song Jian and said with a grateful tone, System, you have been recognized by the golden ant emperor ancestor, and the relationship between you and the golden ant tribe has been upgraded to reverence. Song Jian was shocked, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. This relationship has been upgraded so fast. It has been upgraded directly to reverence, and it is only one step away from worship. Thank you, great golden ant emperor ancestor. I also hope that I can become a permanent friend with the golden ant tribe in the future, Song Jian said as he saluted the golden ant emperor ancestor. At this moment, Song Jian's heart moved, as if he felt something, and he turned his head to look at the passage he had come from before. An ant king covered with spikes and covered with a hard black shell, fluttering his wings, slowly walked out of the passage. The eyes of this ant king were as red as blood, and its body was 3 or 4 times larger than that of an ordinary demonized ant king. Every step it took would leave a deep scratch on the ground. Is this an evolved ant king slave? Song Jian felt a vague connection between this creature in front of him and himself, and his face was full of surprise. At this time, the power of the cross-shaped chain of time and space has completely offset the gap in the abyss, leaving only large patches of golden flames burning on the surface of the Black Lake. I am afraid that unless the power of the abyss in the Black Lake is completely consumed quickly, this golden flame cannot be extinguished. The level of the Ant King slave has reached level 30, and it has evolved into a level 30 elite boss. It roared angrily at Song Jian, flapped its wings, and rushed towards Song Jian like an arrow. Backlash? Song Jian's face sank. Although he had expected this scene, the fact that the Ant King slave really rebelled made him feel angry. Chapter 503 Ant King Pearl. Song Jian gritted his teeth, leaped with all his might, and swung his sword to chop at the Ant King slave. Although the Ant King slave had become a level 30 elite boss, it had not yet reached the first level combat power. The gap in strength between it and the Abyss Ant King skeleton was also a world of difference. Not to mention the Golden Ant King ancestor. Song Jian could even fight the Abyss Ant King skeleton for several rounds, let alone a level 30 elite boss that was 6 levels higher than him. After fighting with the Ant King slave for more than a dozen rounds, Song Jian had almost mastered the Ant King slave's skills. But the Ant King slave had never seen Song Jian's trump card. After fighting on the ground for more than a dozen rounds, the Ant King slave flapped its wings and flew into the air. A trace of black blood slowly flowed out of its fang mouth and dripped onto the lake, burning with golden flames. Bang! A burst of golden flame suddenly rose up, burning all the black flames clean. The Ant King slave seemed to feel the power of the golden flames, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He flew a few meters higher involuntarily. Song Jian snorted coldly, and a pair of wings emitting metallic luster on his back slowly spread out. With a slight shake, Song Jian rushed towards the Ant King slave like an arrow. Since you can become my slave, I can suppress you. During the fight with the Ant King slave, Song Jian suddenly remembered Qi Yun. who has now become a shadow priest. He was also his slave. Go to hell. Song Jian waved his sword, and a dazzling golden sword energy of more than 10 meters long chopped towards the Ant King's slave. Bang. With a loud bang, half of the body of the Ant King's slave was destroyed by the golden sword energy, and the hard black carapace instantly turned into ashes. Purple-red blood spurted out, and even one of the ant legs was cut off. Although the Ant King's slave can still stand up, its flexibility has obviously dropped by more than one level. Just as Song Jian was about to seize the opportunity to kill the Ant King's slave, the Golden Ant King ancestor behind him sighed and stopped him. Human warrior, can you spare its life? After all, it was only eroded by the power of the abyss. As long as the power of the abyss is driven away, it is still a member of our Golden Ant clan. Song Jian paused while swinging his sword, and looked at the Ant King's slave, who was still staring at him stubbornly. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. After weighing for a long time, Song Jian snorted coldly, put away his sword, and stepped aside. Seeing that Song Jian had given up killing the Ant King's slave, the Golden Ant King ancestor smiled with relief and said to the Ant King's slave, "Come here, kid." The Ant King's slave felt a strong threat and immediately shifted his gaze from Song Jian to the Ant King ancestor on the rocky island. Hiss. Roar. With a roar, the Ant King's slave vented the fear in his heart and began to retreat step by step towards the passage behind him. At this moment, a strong force tightly bound the Ant King's slave's body, as if holding a sandbag, and pulled it into the air and flew towards the rocky island. Song Jian watched the Ant King's slave gently land on the island, and the Golden Ant King ancestor spewed a golden breath towards the Ant King's slave. In an instant, starting from the Ant King's slave's tentacles, the black on the surface of the body gradually faded, and the golden light bloomed again. At this moment, Song Jian was shocked and suddenly felt that the connection between him and the Ant King's slave was suddenly broken. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The abyss aura on the Ant King's slave was completely expelled from the body by the Ant King ancestor. Even the spikes on the surface of the body shell were retracted one by one, and it turned into a streamlined Golden Ant King again. Seeing Song Jian spit out a mouthful of blood, the Golden Ant King ancestor showed an apologetic look, spit out a golden bead from his mouth, and said to Song Jian, "Human warrior, my child can no longer help you fight from now on. It has regained its freedom. This is compensation for you. I hope it can make up for your loss a little." Song Jian took the golden bead, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. Ant King bead. A rare item. Effective use, after taking it, it can increase the blood value by 200 points, and then increase one attribute. Use requirements. Gift from the Ant King ancestor, and the relationship with the Golden Ant clan has reached reverence. The Ant King ancestor obviously saw Song Jian spit out blood just now, so he took this bead to compensate him. And this bead can only be used by Song Jian himself. Even if it is given to others, others cannot use it. Song Jian swallowed the bead directly into his stomach without saying a word, and the Ant King bead melted in his mouth, turning into a hot stream, pouring into his stomach. A force suddenly burst out from Song Jian's body. The increase of 200 points of qi and blood allowed Song Jian's qi and blood to break through the 2,000 mark and reach 2,160 points. And that 1 point of random attribute was also added to Song Jian's strength attribute. At this time, Song Jian's strength attribute, plus the equipment bonus, has reached 50 points. Just when Song Jian's strength reached 50 points, he suddenly felt that something in his body seemed to break, as if the shackles that had been restraining him had suddenly broken free. System. Player Song Jian's strength attribute has exceeded the extreme value of 50 points, and he has the qualification to challenge the first level combat power. Do you want to challenge the first level combat power immediately? What? I already have the qualifications to challenge the first level combat power? Isn't it said that you have to be level 30 to challenge? Song Jian's face was full of surprise. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian asked, "If I give up now, can I continue to challenge in the future?" "Soon." The game system gave a reply. System. Challenges can be made at any time within level 30. If the player's level reaches level 30, the challenge will be forced. After the challenge fails, the player's level will never be upgraded. So that's how it is. Song Jian immediately understood. It seems that he doesn't need to consider challenging the first level combat power before he reaches level 30. Now only the strength attribute has been upgraded to the extreme value of 50 points. If other attributes are also upgraded to the extreme value of 50 points, his strength will be further improved. Then will the challenge be easier? Just when Song Jian was thinking about the problem of extreme attribute values, he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the surrounding passages. Soon, Song Jian saw countless demonized ant kings coming out of the passages in groups and jumping into the lake burning with golden flames without hesitation. There are so many demonized ant kings? Song Jian was surprised. There were more than 100 demonized ant kings in front of him, and the number was still increasing. What surprised Song Jian even more was that behind the demonized ant king, rows of demonized soldier ants and demonized worker ants also followed the demonized ant king into the lake like crazy. The calm lake surface began to ripple, and a sad look appeared on the face of the ancestor of the golden ant king, looking at everything in front of him motionlessly. Chapter 504 Transformation. Song Jian watched as groups of black ants jumped into the blazing lake without hesitation. But only a few of them could climb up and turn back into golden ants. The pale golden ant eggs around the golden ant emperor ancestor before. The ant emperors that hatched were dragged into the lake and sank into demonized ant emperors. And only 1 in 10 survived. Among the dozen or so golden ant emperors, only 1 or 2 could finally climb up from the lake. Now, the sufferings that these demonized ant emperors have to endure in order to transform back into the golden ant clan are more than 10 times more difficult than their previous sinking. Of the hundreds of demonized soldier ants and demonized worker ants, only 1 or 2 could be transformed back into golden worker ants and golden soldier ants. After watching for a while, the golden ant emperor ancestor trembled slightly, and finally slowly closed his eyes, and 2 big tears slid down his hard cheeks. Although most of the demonized ants had no way to walk out of the burning lake, this did not stop them at all, and they rushed towards the lake one after another. All the ants that had been transformed into the golden ants landed on the rocky island one after another, surrounded the golden ant emperor ancestor, and made bursts of cheering and hissing. My child. The golden ant emperor ancestor looked at the increasing number of golden ants landing on the island, and a complicated look appeared on his face. Song Jian looked at the fewer and fewer demonized ant emperors coming out of the passage, and he always had a strange feeling in his heart, as if he had forgotten something. After a long time, Song Jian finally reacted, Hack, if they are all transformed into golden ants, what should I do with my epic mission? You know, Song Jian only killed 2 demonized ant kings, and the mission required killing 3. Once all the demonized ant kings were transformed into golden ant kings, Song Jian's mission would definitely fail. The number of demonized worker ants and soldier ants was enough, and there was only 1 ant king missing. If he failed because of this, Song Jian would definitely go crazy. Opening the taskbar, Song Jian was surprised to find that his mission had been completed. How is this possible? I remember that I only killed 2 demonized ant kings. Song Jian was puzzled and directly opened the task information bar and flipped it up. Hey, after I obtained the spacetime chain and filled the spacetime gap, this epic mission was completed. Could it be that the Abyss Ant King skeleton that was killed by the holy power was also killed by me? And the mission also regarded it as the demonized Ant King? Song Jian stared at the task information bar and guessed in his heart. You know, the demonized Ant King is just the Ant King eroded by the power of the Abyss, while the Abyss Ant King skeleton is the Ant King skeleton completely eroded by the power of the Abyss, and has sunk into the existence of a true Abyss creature. Compared with the demonized Ant King, the Abyss power on the Abyss Ant King skeleton is 10 times, 100 times stronger. The system defaults that the Abyss Ant King skeleton also belongs to the demonized Ant King, which is not impossible. It seems that I have good luck. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of joy. At this moment, a golden portal suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Friend, do you mind if I give you a ride? Song Jian remembered the voice of the golden Ant King ancestor in his mind. Song Jian looked up and saw the Ant King ancestor nodded at it. With a slight smile, Song Jian stepped into the golden portal and disappeared. Not long after, LV Pei and LV Mingyuan, who were left with only 1 arm, came out of the passage in a mess, looking at everything in front of them, with their mouths wide open in amazement. The 2 chose the same passage, but the swarming demonized ants were like a tide, and the 2 were forced to join forces, killing and retreating. If the passage was not narrow, the 2 would have been swallowed by the demonized soldier ants. Just when the 2 were about to give up, for some unknown reason, The demonized soldier ants besieging them suddenly retreated and crawled quickly along the passage. Looking impatient, curious, the two followed the demonized soldier ants all the way to this cave. Why? How could this happen? The two looked at each other. Countless demonized ants rushed into the lake burning with golden flames. And on a huge rocky island, a golden ant like a tall building stood there like a king. And around its body, surrounded by ants with golden light on their bodies, standing motionless. Why? Why are there so many demonized ants? In Liu Pei's epic mission, he didn't even kill enough demonized worker ants, let alone demonized soldier ants and demonized ant kings. If he was fighting a demonized worker ant or even a demonized soldier ant alone, Liu Pei would have the confidence to defeat or even kill the opponent. But with Liu Pei's current strength, it would be difficult to kill the demonized ant king alone. This is why he teamed up with Song Jian and Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan's target was the demonized ant king. And with his strength, if he encountered a demonized ant king alone, he could kill the opponent with some effort. However, in this nest, it was simply a fantasy to want to encounter a lone demonized ant king. Along the way, he and Liu Pei cooperated with each other and hunted many worker ants and soldier ants. But they didn't encounter a single ant king. That's why the two of them followed the passage and came here. So many demonized ant kings. LV Mingyuan said in surprise. Ming, brother Ming, look at them. Are they committing suicide? LV Pei pointed at the ants jumping into the lake and said in surprise. LV Mingyuan looked for a long time, shook his head slowly and said, they are expelling the power of the abyss in their bodies and regaining their identity as golden ants. But LV Pei looked puzzled, pointing at the lake, and didn't know what to say for a while. You know, only 1 or 2 out of 100 demonized ants can be transformed into golden ants again. And the others all melted and disintegrated at the bottom of the lake. In LV Pei's eyes, this is no different from suicide. What a pity. It seems that I can't complete my mission. LV Mingyuan sighed and shook his head. The number of demonized ant kings is getting smaller and smaller. But there are quite a few golden ant kings. But unfortunately, they are all around the golden ant king ancestor. No matter how confident LV Mingyuan is, he doesn't think he can rush to the island and kill an ant king. Mission. Yes. Mission. My mission is not completed yet. LV Pei seemed to remember something. Looking at the fewer and fewer demonized ants in the passage, a look of panic appeared on his face. At this moment, LV Mingyuan suddenly saw that the halo under his feet suddenly disappeared. And he was stunned for a moment. And then he shouted, Song Jian. Where did Song Jian go? Chapter 505 Magic Tower. LV Mingyuan and Liu Pei suddenly realized that Song Jian seemed to have left the ant nest. LV Pei looked at the task bar and saw that there were still more than 100 demonized worker ants, more than 60 demonized soldier ants, and 3 demonized ant kings that had not been hunted. And a look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. He knew that he had lost the qualification to complete this epic task. If I had his strength. Liu Pei secretly glanced at Lu Mingyuan and thought to himself. LV Pei did not fully see Song Jian's strength. In the sheltering black fog, he only thought that it was because Song Jian was lucky. But in the nest passage, because there were too many monsters, he and Lu Mingyuan were forced to help each other. Along the way, 80 to 90% of Lu Mingyuan's strength had been exposed, which surprised Liu Pei and filled him with jealousy. At this time, Song Jian had returned to the manor castle through the golden portal. He was finally safe. Although the high-intensity monster hunting had greatly increased his level, the mental fatigue could not be relieved by a few potions. Song Jian looked at his harvest. More than 1,000 pieces of blue-quality ant shells, 3 silver-quality ant shells, and the gauntlet parts drawings of the demonic ant king set, and a golden ant king egg. The price he paid was that all the supplies in the parcel column were consumed. Not even a bottle of advanced healing potion was left. And more importantly, a powerful demonic ant king slave was lost. However, the chances of betrayal and backlash from slaves recruited with the abyss charm skill are too high. Once the opponent's strength exceeds Song Jian, it is almost 100% certain that they will backfire. Therefore, Song Jian has made up his mind that in the future, when he uses the abyss charm skill, the slaves he recruits will only be treated as disposable consumables, and not as real combat pets. Now, the only thing that makes Song Jian a little entangled is this golden ant emperor egg, because Song Jian already has a black dragon cub, a top quality pet. and it would be too distracting to spend energy to cultivate a golden ant emperor. However, if such a top-quality combat pet and flying pet were to be sold, Song Jian would be reluctant to part with it. Put it in the parcel column for now. Go and hand in the epic quest first, and see what the quest reward is. Song Jian glanced at the Ant King egg in his hand, shook his head, and put it away again. Leaving the manor castle, Song Jian walked towards the Shadow Circus on the edge of the territory. It has only been 2 or 3 days, and the reputation of the Shadow Circus has spread throughout the Doomsday City. At this time, the circus is already crowded with people, in addition to a large number of NPCs who come to relax. The number of players has also increased exponentially. Hey, I received another quest to search for supplies. The quest reward turned out to be a silver quality shoulder armor. It's so cool. What's the big deal? I heard someone took a job here and got a rare job. Have you seen that night elf lady? It is said that after you get to the level of worship with her, you can recruit her as your follower. Most of the players who came to the Shadow Circus came for the quests issued by the circus. The quest rewards of the Shadow Circus are very generous, which attracts a large number of players. Just as Song Jian was about to arrive at the circus, a huge roar suddenly sounded in his ears, like thunder, causing everyone in the territory to exclaim. Turning his head, he saw that in Song Jian's territory, a 7-story tower was emitting colorful light. Rich magic energy bloomed from the top of the tower, flowing down along the left side of the tower and into the foundation of the tower. Then, the magic energy flowed from the foundation of the tower from the right side to the top of the tower, and finally formed a cycle. Is this the magic tower built successfully? Song Jian thought to himself. Once the magic tower is built successfully, only one mage will be stationed in the magic tower, and Song Jian's safe house can be upgraded to another level. Magic tower. Ha ha ha. This is the magic tower built by the master for me. Praise you, my greatest master. It is you who gave me a new life. Your servant Wallace will always be loyal to you. In midair, a naked figure suddenly flew out of Song Jian's manor castle, standing in midair and laughing, looking ecstatic. Wallace, can you put on some clothes? Song Jian frowned and shouted loudly. Clothes? Oh my god! Wallace's figure suddenly disintegrated and turned into red bats, flying towards the manor castle. It seems that the wizard who presides over the magic tower has also been found. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and continued to walk towards the Shadow Circus. As soon as he entered the circus, Song Jian saw the old orc Harkus leaning on a cane and slowly walking towards him. Hakus, I'm so happy to see you. Song Jian laughed and walked towards Hakus with open arms. I seem to remember that you didn't use this cane when we met before. Why are you using it today? Song Jian's eyes first fell on the cane in Hakus's hand. This cane seemed to be carved from a whole piece of wood. Its surface was carved with complex patterns. Some places were blurred because they had been touched for too long. The whole cane was full of the vicissitudes of time and the heaviness of history. Having handled so many good things, Song Jian's appreciation ability has obviously improved a lot. When the old beastman appeared, Song Jian's eyes were immediately locked on this cane. If this cane is an equipment, then its grade is at least silver quality, or even higher. Song Jian thought to himself. Ahem. I caught a cold these days, and my body is much weaker. Even walking has become difficult. I have no choice but to use this old friend of mine, Harkus said with a weak smile on his face. Song Jian was stunned. When he focused on Harkus again, he could indeed feel that Harkus' body was much weaker than before. You know, when he first met Harkus, even Song Jian was wary of the power in Harkus' body. But now, Harkus seems to have lost most of his strength and turned into a real old man. Power loss. A common cold is not so powerful. This thought suddenly appeared in Song Jian's mind. However, Song Jian did not show any doubt on his face. He just patted Haku's shoulder gently and said with concern, Old friend, you must take good care of yourself. This is all fate. Hakus looked at Song Jian meaningfully and said, I can feel that you have completed the task I gave you perfectly. This is the task reward for you. I believe you will be satisfied. After speaking, Hakus handed a football-sized treasure chest to Song Jian, then turned around and slowly left. Chapter 506 said Blueprint. System, you have completed the epic task assigned to you by Shadow Circus leader Harkus, and received an epic treasure chest. Your favorability with Shadow Circus has been raised to respect. You have received 500 Shadow Circus points. Looking at the system prompt, Song Jian's face suddenly showed an excited smile. Epic treasure chest? This is an epic treasure chest. If it can really open equipment, it will probably be the first epic equipment in the game. Compared with epic equipment, favorability, Shadow Circus points, all of these are nothing. Song Jian didn't even look at the use of Shadow Circus points. His eyes were fixed on the treasure chest in his hand. But this is not the place to open the epic treasure chest. Song Jian suppressed his restless mood and put the treasure chest into the parcel column. Song Jian had already forgotten the abnormal behavior of Harkus before, and all his mind was immersed in the epic items. Just when he couldn't wait to turn around and return to the manor castle to open the treasure chest, a player suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Ha ha ha. I finally exchanged for the blueprint of the golden worker ant suit." Song Jian was stunned and turned his head to look. In front of a tent not far away, a player wearing leather armor was waving a forging blueprint in his hand, showing off excitedly. "The blue suit blueprint is really good. But do you have the materials to forge this equipment?" A player next to him sneered. "What do you know? Since you can exchange the blueprint, you can definitely get the materials for forging. It's just that we haven't found it yet." The player who got the forging blueprint calmed down a little, looked at the mocking player with disdain, and put the blueprint into the package column. "Not bad. And the most important thing is that this circus will not stay here forever. If they leave, this golden worker ant suit will become out of print," another player sighed. "You know, once any item in the game becomes out of print, it will be crazily praised by a large number of players. When they thought that these items exchanged in the Shadow Circus would never appear again, a large number of players suddenly became agitated and surrounded the tent where the blueprints could be exchanged." Song Jian saw that he couldn't squeeze through for a while, so he glanced at a player next to him, pouted at the crowd, and asked, "Hey, brother, what did that guy exchange for? Can you tell me? Your family just got the internet. You don't even know this?" This player was actually a stutterer, looking down at Song Jian, his tone full of inexplicable superiority. You only need to complete this, the task issued by this circus. You can get points. Use the points to exchange for many unique, out-of-print treasures." Although the player's words sounded laborious, Song Jian listened carefully and soon understood that so many players came to do the tasks issued by Shadow Circus, not only for the generous task rewards. Every time a task is completed, not only can the task reward be obtained, but also points can be obtained. With the points, a lot of good things can be exchanged from the employees of Shadow Circus. "Hey, I exchanged a helmet of the Golden Soldier ant set. Is there anyone who wants it?" Those with high prices come, and those with poor prices go away. At this time, a player waved the forging blueprint in his hand and walked out of the tent, shouting loudly as he walked, "If you want to complete a set of suits, you need too many forging blueprints. If you only get one or two, you can't fully play the advantages of the suit. Therefore, some players often sell them after exchanging the blueprints." Yellow, Golden Soldier ant suit. But it is much stronger than the worker ant suit, the stuttering player next to him said with envy. "Golden worker ant, Golden Soldier ant. Then is there a more powerful suit?" Song Jian asked hurriedly with a flash of inspiration. "Of course, there is. Better than the Golden Worker Ant. Soldier Ant suit is the Magic Worker Ant. Magic Soldier Ant suit." Hearing Song Jian's question, the player next to him immediately answered, as if he knew these things while the other party didn't, which made him seem superior to Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly, not caring about the stuttering player's attitude at all, and continued to ask, "Are there any better suit drawings?" The stuttering player was stunned, looked up and down at Song Jian, and said in surprise, "Look, I can't tell. You are really something. Of course there are better ones. But I'm afraid to scare you." The stuttering player glanced at Song Jian and said, "Yellow, Golden Ant King set. Magic, Demon Ant King set. These two sets are the top equipment. But, unfortunately, you can't exchange them. Golden Ant King set. Demonized Ant King set?" Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that his guess was right. Shadow Circus actually had these two sets of said blueprints. It would be great if there was a Golden Ant King Ancestor set. Song Jian thought to himself. Do you know? The stuttering player deliberately looked around and whispered in Song Jian's ear. What? It is said that there are gold quality sets in Shadow Circus. The stuttering player whispered. Gold quality set blueprints? Song Jian was shocked. You know, the worker ant and soldier ant set pieces are blue quality. And the ant king set pieces are already silver quality. If there really is a gold quality set blueprint, then it must be the pieces of the ant king ancestor set. There really is an ant king ancestor set? Song Jian muttered to himself. What? What did you just say? The stuttering player asked in confusion. Oh, nothing. Who can I get the blueprint of the gold quality set from? Song Jian asked. Hey, this others definitely don't know. The stuttering player said proudly, but I really know. As he said, he stretched out his right hand, rubbed his thumb and index finger gently in front of Song Jian's eyes twice, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Song Jian with a smile on his face. Song Jian was stunned, took a deep breath, took out 1,000 Doomsday coins from the parcel column, and handed them to the other party. Only 1,000. Do you want it? Don't give it back to me. Song Jian's face sank and said, 1,000. 1,000. Just 1,000. The stuttering player quickly put away the Doomsday coins and whispered in Song Jian's ear. It is said that from the circus, the head, you can get a gold quality suit. News. Haku's? Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. Chapter 507 Equipment Box. Hey, you actually know the name of the circus leader? The stuttering player looked at Song Jian in surprise. Song Jian smiled slightly, looked at him for a while, and then slowly left the crowd. The stuttering player looked at Song Jian's back with a thoughtful look, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and actually got out of the crowd and followed Song Jian. Haku's, I can't believe he actually has the blueprint of the Ant King ancestor suit, Song Jian said to himself as he walked. After asking around, Song Jian came to the tent where Haku's was. As the leader of the Shadow Circus, the tent where Haku's lived was not very eye-catching at all. The tent was small, dark gray in appearance, with many places washed and whitened, and the edges were badly worn. On the left side of the tent, there was a large white patch sewn. If Song Jian had not confirmed it again and again, he would definitely not have thought that Haku's lived here. There was no one guarding outside the tent, only a curtain half rolled up. Song Jian walked up, lifted the curtain and saw that the old orc Haku's was sitting in front of a wooden table, holding a cup of thick green viscous liquid, swallowing it in small sips, looking at Haku's sad expression. It was obvious that the taste of this cup of green liquid, like the smell it exuded, was not very popular. Hearing the sound of the door curtain and sensing someone coming in, Haku's looked up with a vigilant look, and his right hand, which was originally holding the wooden cup, quickly touched his waist. Why is it you? After seeing that the person coming was Song Jian, Haku's immediately relaxed, frowned and drank another sip of the thick green liquid, coughed twice and asked, Are you sick? Song Jian sniffed the rotten smell in the air, and it seemed that there were 1 or 2 herbs that Song Jian had seen before. However, with Song Jian's shallow pharmaceutical skills, he could only smell 1 or 2 of them. Ahem. Didn't I tell you that I caught a cold? Haku's glanced at Song Jian and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Song Jian smiled slightly. I'm afraid that Haku's himself didn't believe the words of being caught in the cold. But Song Jian didn't say it out loud. Instead, he sat down opposite Haku's. I heard that you know the information about the Ant King ancestor suit? Song Jian asked directly. At this time, his favorability with the Shadow Circus has been raised to reverence, and asking Haku's for some information will not be rejected. If it is other players, if the favorability does not reach a certain level, let alone asking questions to Haku's, even if they enter Haku's tent, they will probably face Haku's anger. Haku's was silent for a while, looked at Song Jian with a strange look and asked, Haven't you seen your mission rewards yet? There are too many people. I haven't had time to open it yet. I'm going to go back and take a look. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said easily, Why not open it now? Said Harkus. Song Jian was stunned. As if he thought of something, he took out the epic treasure chest from the parcel column and placed it on the wooden table. Open it now? Song Jian rubbed his hands and glanced at Harkus. Harkus smiled and nodded. Song Jian pressed his right hand on the epic treasure chest. The treasure chest rewarded by the task does not need to spend time to open. It can be opened directly. Click. The epic treasure chest opened, and a purple-red light burst out from the treasure chest. But the light looked very faint. Song Jian opened the treasure chest completely, and the epic treasure chest disappeared. On the wooden table, a square metal box with a handle was left. On the four surfaces of the metal box, there was a relief of a huge golden ant. This metal box looked a little shabby, and some corners were rusty. There were traces of swords and knives everywhere on the surface of the box, and it seemed to have experienced many battles. Haku's equipment box special item. Epic. Item description. This is Haku's former combat equipment. It has experienced countless battles with it, and is its closest partner. Equipment box? Song Jian took a look at the properties of the metal box, and was stunned. Open it, and take a look. Looking at the metal box, a gentle smile appeared on Haku's face. Song Jian grabbed the circular handle of the box, and pulled it outward. Hua la la. There was a sound of gears rubbing, and turning inside the box. The whole box was completely opened, and a model of a roaring golden ant was placed inside. No. No. This is not a model. This is equipment. This is a complete set of equipment. Song Jian was stunned. He didn't expect that the reward for this epic task issued by Haku's to him was actually a complete set of equipment. This is the Golden Ant Emperor Ancestor set. Haku sighed softly as he touched the equipment. Golden quality. Golden quality. Unexpectedly, all of them are golden quality. Song Jian carefully checked each piece of equipment. Each piece of this Golden Ant Emperor Ancestor set is golden equipment, and the whole set of equipment is an epic equipment. Level 30 equipment. And this durability is a bit too low, isn't it? After Song Jian looked at it carefully, his brows furrowed. This set of equipment is very complete, including a helmet, a chest armor, a shoulder armor, a gauntlet, a pair of pants, a legging, a gauntlet, a boot, and a belt. There are 9 pieces of equipment in total, not one less. And 2 pieces of equipment together will have an additional attribute, and each additional piece will have an additional attribute. There are 8 additional attributes for 9 pieces of equipment, and it is these 8 additional attributes that directly raise the attributes of this set of equipment to the epic level. What made Song Jian a little depressed was that the durability of this set of equipment was very low, all of which were below 10 points. And the durability of the chest armor was even only 3 points. Song Jian suspected that if he wore this set of equipment, it would be destroyed after 5 or 6 hours of fighting. Although it is epic, if the durability is too low, the value will be much worse. Song Jian's face was a little ugly. And most importantly, the current blacksmith shop can only repair silver quality equipment at most. If it exceeds silver quality, it needs a master level forger to repair it. Even in the city of hymns, there has never been a master level forger, and even high level forgers are rare. Therefore, this set of Golden Ant Emperor Ancestor suit cannot be repaired at all. Who said this set of equipment cannot be repaired? Harkus looked up at Song Jian and said, "There are people in our Shadow Circus who can repair this set of equipment." What? Really? Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said in surprise. Chapter 508 Flying Knife Technique. If this epic suit cannot be repaired, Song Jian can only treat it as a decoration and take it out occasionally to satisfy his eyes. Now that there is an opportunity to repair it, Song Jian will definitely seize it firmly. Haku's, you are really dishonest. Since it is a mission reward, it would be better to give me a brand new suit. It would be fine if you gave me a set you used, but it is actually a set that is about to be scrapped. Song Jian complained. Haha. Do you think I don't want to repair it? You know, it has been with me for decades. If it weren't for it, I would have died without even a bone left. Haku smiled bitterly. Okay. Tell me who can repair this set of equipment. I want to repair it as soon as possible, Song Jian said. Although this set of equipment can only be worn at level 30. Song Jian upgrades very quickly. If he concentrates on leveling up, it won't take long before he can wear this set of equipment. After repairing the set, level up to level 30. Wear an epic set of Golden Ant Emperor Ancestor set, and then ride the Black Dragon Cup flying mount. It will be easier to challenge the first level combat power at that time. If this goal can be achieved, Song Jian will be the undisputed #1 in the game. Go to the tent on the far left of the circus. There's a flaming rose embroidered on the tent. Go there and find a girl named Betty. Tell her that it was old Harcus who asked you to come." Harcus shook his head and said. Harcus touched the side of the metal box, and the whole box closed again. "Okay. Leave it to me." Song Jian put the equipment box into the parcel column and walked out of Harcus's tent impatiently. In the distance, Yuan Peilon looked at Song Jian walking out of Harcus's tent in surprise, and said to himself, "No, I didn't expect that he actually really knew the head of the circus." Song Jian quickly found the tent embroidered with a burning flaming rose. At this time, a red-haired girl was in front of the tent, practicing throwing knives at a wooden target 5 meters away. The girl looked only 17 or 18 years old. She was not tall, but had a very good figure. She wore a set of tight leather armor on her upper body, exposing her shoulders and arms. She wore a combat skirt with silver shining metal armor plates on her lower body. She wore a pair of underpants inside, and a pair of long boots on her feet. A belt full of throwing knives was hung around her waist, which was barely within her grasp. In her hands, there were also 4 or 5 throwing knives. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth, and she threw the throwing knives completely based on her perception. However, she threw the throwing knives very accurately. All the throwing knives were deeply stuck in the bullseye, and around the bullseye, they formed a blooming rose shape. Song Jian waited quietly on the side until she had stabbed all the knives into the bull's eye and untied the black cloth that bound her eyes. Then he walked forward, bowed to the girl and said, "Hello. My name is Song Jian. Harcus asked me to come to you, saying that you can help me repair this set of equipment." Song Jian took out the equipment box and put it on the ground. Betty raised her eyebrows. Her eyes first fell on the equipment box, then looked at Song Jian. A meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, "I didn't expect that old guy would give this set of equipment to you." After that, Betty walked towards the wooden target on her own, pulled out the knives, and inserted them into the knife sheath on her waist. "Yes, I can indeed repair this equipment. But why should I help you?" Betty looked up and down at Song Jian, and said with a proud face, "I wonder what price I need to pay in exchange for your help." Song Jian asked with a smile, "The old guy actually gave you this set of equipment. It seems that he is very optimistic about you." Betty touched her smooth chin, looking thoughtful, and said to herself, "The old guy's vision has always been very accurate. Could it be that this guy is really outstanding?" After a moment of silence, Betty's face showed a strange smile, staring at Song Jian up and down, which made Song Jian feel a little uneasy. "Well, if you help me practice the flying knife technique for a while, I will promise to help you repair this set of equipment," Betty said cheerfully. "Is it that simple?" Song Jian suddenly became suspicious. "You know, this set of equipment has never been repaired once when it was in the hands of old Harcus. If it is really so easy to repair, then why doesn't Harcus repair it? It's that simple." Betty nodded and said with certainty, "Okay, I promise you." Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. "Great," Betty chuckled, pulled Song Jian to the wooden target, and said, "First, I will tie you to this wooden target, and then I will stand at a distance and throw the flying knife at the wooden target, and the flying knife will be accurately inserted around your body. You just saw my flying knife technique. It's very accurate. I will never hit you," Betty said seriously. When Song Jian heard that she was going to tie him to the wooden target, he knew what Betty was going to do. He was shocked and looked at Betty carefully. Level 30. First level combat power. Song Jian was speechless. He didn't expect that this little girl, who was a head lower than him, was so powerful. "You really won't throw it at me?" Song Jian asked. "I promise." "I won't," Betty said hurriedly, with a serious expression on her face. But the playful look in her eyes was finally caught by Song Jian. Song Jian looked at the wooden target, then at Betty, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded slowly. "Great. This will be the finale of my performance of Betty's heart-piercing flying knife." Betty cheered, pulled Song Jian, and tied Song Jian's hands and feet to the wooden target in a big shape. "With my strength, even if she stabs me twice, it is impossible to kill me instantly. Moreover, I have the shield skill and the black mist skill. As long as I am not killed by her instantly, this mission is just a close call for me," Song Jian said in his heart. Betty walked to a place 5 meters away from the wooden target, pulled out a flying knife, and was about to throw it, but suddenly stopped, as if she thought of something. Then, Song Jian saw Betty retreating continuously until she was 8 meters away from the wooden target. Betty stopped and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This time, I will challenge the 8-meter distance flying knife technique. Come on! Betty encouraged herself. Swoosh! Before Song Jian could react, a flying knife flashing with cold light had already pierced into the wooden target next to his temple. At this time, the blade of the flying knife was less than 3 centimeters away from Song Jian's eyes. He could even feel a hint of coolness coming from the flying knife. Minus 210. A damage number floated up from the top of Song Jian's head, feeling the blood slowly flowing down from the brow bone. Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 509 almost died. She didn't stab me. Just the blade made me lose 200 points of chi and health. Song Jian's face turned pale, and a bad feeling suddenly came to his mind. Yeah. Perfect. In the distance, Betty clenched her fists and raised them up and cheered. Can you wait a moment? Song Jian shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This time, a total of 3 flying knives circled around Song Jian's head, and one of the flying knives almost stuck to Song Jian's cheek and pierced into the wooden target. Minus 172. Minus 150. Minus 280. 3 more damage numbers floated up from Song Jian's head. The HP value of more than 2,000 points was about to drop to half. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Song Jian was shocked. Betty had more than 20 flying knives on her waist. Only 4 of them had knocked down nearly half of Song Jian's HP value. And most importantly, this was just a simple scratch. Now Song Jian believed that Betty had the ability to kill him instantly. Buzz. Song Jian's mind moved, and the special effect of the accessory Ice Heart was released immediately. A light blue ice shield appeared around Song Jian's body. The ice shield with a defense of 800 points can at least withstand about 4 flying knives. Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing the ice shield emerging on Song Jian's body, Betty smiled and suddenly pretended to be awakened as if she remembered something, and shouted, "Oh! How could I forget that I usually blindfold myself when performing?" As she said that, Betty actually took out the black cloth from before, wrapped it around twice, and tied her eyes. Fuck. This is crazy. Song Jian's heart was full of idiots. Why do I need to repair the suit? Why do I need to repair the suit? Is it because my red fire heart ape sword is not good? Or can't I fight the elite boss alone? The equipment I have now is ahead of most players. Why do I need to repair this Ant King Ancestor suit? Song Jian felt bitter and wanted to cry. Damn it. I don't want to play anymore. Song Jian's mind moved, and he wanted to turn into black mist and break free from the wooden target. But soon, he received a prompt of skill release failed. System, you are in the state of seal escape skill, and the release of the black mist skill failed. Seal escape skill? Can I still play well? Song Jian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Unexpectedly, his trump card had already failed before he showed it. In panic, Song Jian began to struggle hard, and the wooden target trembled and made a creaking sound. You know, Song Jian's strength attribute has reached the extreme value of 50 points, which is simply a Superman. Although there is a seal on the wooden target, it can only limit skills. Facing pure physical attacks, its defense is not high. As Song Jian struggled, the rings that bound his hands and feet began to shake, and some small cracks appeared at the connection with the wooden target. Betty frowned. A hint of coldness appeared on her face, and she snorted coldly. The flying knife in her hand shot towards Song Jian like a line. Duo duo duo. This time, the flying knife was a little closer to Song Jian. Almost every flying knife cut into the ice shield, hit it, cracked, and completely shattered, and the defense was instantly reset to 0. By the time all the flying knives had pierced the wooden target, Song Jian's health value was less than 500 points. I'm going to die. Song Jian sweated profusely, and without hesitation activated the second shield, the Bloodthirsty Shield. This is Song Jian's gold quality equipment. A special effect of the Bloody Ring. Bloodthirsty active. After activation, the user will gain a bloody shield with a defense of 1,000 points. 50% of the damage sustained by the bloody shield will be converted into health value to replenish the user. After the bloody shield is broken, it will cause 500 points of real damage to all surrounding enemies, and at the same time fall into a trembling state where they cannot attack or move for 3 seconds. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes. This skill is much stronger than Ice Shield. but the cooldown time is very long. Song Jian rarely uses this skill. He only uses it to save his life at the most critical moment. Hey, there are so many life-saving skills. Betty's eyes flashed with surprise. Although her eyes were covered, she had a strong sense and could detect all the conditions around her. In fact, it didn't matter to her whether she was covered or not. Betty's mouth curled up, staring at Song Jian with interest. For Betty, this is an alternative challenge. The flying knife she threw must reduce the opponent's health value to the lowest without touching Song Jian. For Song Jian, it is enough to save his own life. At this time, Betty still had 8 flying knives left, 4 in her hand and 4 on her waist. Fingers were flying, and the 4 flying knives were flexibly jumping in Betty's right hand, like 4 naughty elves. But they could never escape her control. Song Jian's face flushed red, and he exerted force with his right hand, and with a bang, he actually broke free from the wooden target with the bracelet that bound his right hand. Before Song Jian showed his joy, Betty snorted coldly, and a cold light passed through the connection between the bracelet and the wooden target with lightning speed, and nailed the bracelet firmly to the wooden target. Don't move. The flying knives don't have eyes. Betty snorted coldly. Song Jian suddenly felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet, and dared not move. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 flying knives stuck to Song Jian's body and pierced into the wooden target. This time, the red light curtain of the bloodthirsty shield trembled violently, but it never broke. Hey, interesting. Betty seemed to be a little serious. She pulled out all the remaining 4 flying knives from her waist, clasped her hands together, and threw them at the wooden target with all her strength. Pa! 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 With 3 explosions, the bloodthirsty shield finally broke. At the moment the shield broke, a green light fell from Song Jian's head, raising his blood value from more than 400 points to 820 points. At the same time, a burst of energy burst out from Song Jian's body. The wooden target behind Song Jian could not bear the 500 points of real damage. Pa pa pa. The wooden target turned into countless fragments and splashed around. Song Jian was immediately freed from the restraints and fell to the ground from the wooden target. At this time, the last flying knife flew towards Song Jian's chest. If the wooden target had not been broken and Song Jian was still restrained, this flying knife would only pierce into the wooden target along the left side of Song Jian's waist. But when Song Jian fell to the ground, the height of the flying knife suddenly moved from the left waist to the chest. Be careful. Betty's face changed drastically. Her original intention was just to scare Song Jian, but she didn't want to kill him. Seeing the flying knife piercing towards Song Jian's chest, Betty panicked. At the critical moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian, turning into Song Jian's clone, Abyss Phantom. As soon as the Phantom appeared, the flying knife pierced into the Phantom's chest. A damage number of more than 1,800 points appeared above the Phantom's head. The Abyss Phantom that had just appeared suddenly shattered like a soap bubble. Chapter 510 Blueprints. Betty didn't expect that Song Jian could finally break free from the wooden target with his own strength, which was completely beyond her expectations. If Song Jian didn't move, the last flying knife would only stick to Song Jian's body and pierce the wooden target, at most hitting Song Jian to the point of near death. But now that Song Jian has broken free and moved, this last flying knife may take his life. Song Jian was able to take out the equipment box, which obviously showed that he had a very good relationship with Harkus. Everyone in the Shadow Circus knew about this set of equipment. If Betty accidentally killed Song Jian this time, Harkus would probably be very angry. Fortunately, Song Jian has a lot of life-saving skills. When the Abyss Phantom appeared, the flying knife directly killed the Phantom clone in seconds. Song Jian's face was pale. The power of this knife made him stunned. Even if it was him, it would be difficult to kill the Phantom clone in one move. After all, it had 70% of his own attributes. Betty patted her chest and was shocked. Seeing that Song Jian was still alive, Betty showed a thankful expression on her face, but soon restrained it. Walking up to Song Jian, Betty threw a purple potion at Song Jian and said with disgust, "Your strength is so poor. My flying knife didn't touch you at all. You look like you are about to die. Are you scared?" Song Jian smiled bitterly, took the purple potion and was stunned. Full recovery potion? It can instantly replenish 100% of the blood value. And the cooling time is 30 seconds? Song Jian was surprised. Okay. Drink it quickly. Don't tell the old man about this. I'm just kidding you. You are too fragile, Betty said nervously. This bottle of potion can be used to save lives. Of course, Song Jian was reluctant to drink it, hesitated for a moment, and finally put it in the package column. As for his lost blood value, he is not in a combat state now. Just wait for it to recover slowly. At most 2 or 3 hours, Song Jian's blood value can be fully restored. Don't you know the recipe for the full recovery potion? Song Jian asked Betty after looking at her. I don't know how to make medicine. Betty rolled her eyes and said. Song Jian nodded. Harkus asked him to ask Betty to repair this set of equipment. Obviously, the other party's forging skills must have reached a very high level. It is understandable that he is not proficient in medicine. But there must be someone in the Shadows Circus who knows how to make medicine. And his level is very high. This set of my equipment. Song Jian pointed to the equipment box. Of course. Since I promised you. I promised to help you repair it. Betty nodded with a cunning look in her eyes. Thank you so much. Song Jian nodded, tears streaming down his face. This was a chance to repair the equipment at the cost of his life. Don't worry. I haven't finished talking yet. Betty waved her hand, and Song Jian suddenly felt bad. I can repair this equipment. But you need to provide the repair materials, Betty said. Can I ask what materials are needed and how much? Song Jian asked cautiously. He finally understood why Harkus hadn't repaired it for so many years. It seemed that the last difficulty was probably the repair materials. You need to use the ant shells of the golden ants, Betty said. That's easy. Song Jian was relieved. He didn't have anything else now. But he had plenty of ant shells. The entire bag was almost filled with ant shells. Golden quality ant shells, Betty added. Song Jian. Ordinary soldier ants and worker ants will only drop blue quality ant shells. And the Ant King will have a chance to drop silver quality. And so on. If you want golden quality ant shells, you can only hunt the Ant King ancestor. If Song Jian hadn't seen the strength of the Ant King ancestor, he would dare to agree. But after seeing the strength of the Ant King ancestor, let alone Song Jian is only level 25. Even if he reaches level 30 and reaches the first level of combat power, Song Jian dare not say that he can hunt the Ant King ancestor. No wonder Hakus hasn't repaired this set of equipment for so many years. Song Jian's face suddenly turned ugly. This set of equipment is only the equipment of the old guy before he has the first level combat power. There is no need to repair it. After obtaining the first level combat power, he will not use this set of equipment, Betty said with a sneer. Is there any other way? Song Jian asked tentatively. Ordinary blue ant shells can also be used, Betty suddenly said, but a large amount of blue quality ant shells must be used. I can fuse the blue quality ant shells into silver quality, and then use the silver quality to fuse into gold quality. Song Jian showed a hint of joy on his face. Betty glanced at him and said, to completely repair this set of equipment, at least 8,000 blue quality ant shells are needed. And there is a chance of failure in fusion. Finally, I can't fuse it for you for nothing. And I need to charge a certain amount of labor fee. No problem, Song Jian said with a wave of his hand. The labor fee will probably cost 1.3 million Doomsday coins, Betty said. Song Jian's waving motion suddenly froze. Originally, he thought it would only take tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. But he didn't expect that 1.3 million Doomsday coins. Miss Betty, isn't this price too high? Song Jian said with a bitter face. Although Song Jian's financial strength is far beyond that of ordinary players, he still cannot afford 1.3 million Doomsday coins. Aren't you a lord? Betty showed a surprised look in her eyes. In her opinion, lords are very rich. Sorry. Do you have any misunderstanding about the lord? Song Jian said helplessly. Even if I sell my entire territory, I can't have 1.3 million Doomsday coins. Okay. Then you just give me 130,000 Doomsday coins. Betty waved her hand and said, Song Jian, I'm so tired. Just as Song Jian was about to pay, he suddenly thought of something. Took out a forging blueprint from the parcel column, showed it to Betty and asked, can I use this formula to replace the 130,000 labor fee? Forging blueprint? Betty looked very interested and stretched out her hand. Let me see. Song Jian handed over the blueprint of the magic Ant King suit hand guard that he had found in the golden ant nest. Magic Ant King suit? Not bad. Let me see. The forging method is a little different from what I know. And the forging arc here is handled very well. Betty took the blueprint and studied it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, Betty seemed to finally remember that there was someone standing next to her. She blushed, coughed, and raised her head and said, "Okay, the labor fee will be replaced by this drawing." Looking at Betty's excited face, Song Jian wondered if he had sold this drawing at a low price.